Chapter 1, A Daughter's Smile Opens Up Her Martial Meridians. The morning hall was very quiet. The guests who came to pay their respects had all left, and the air was still filled with a faint smell of disinfectant and the scent of burnt incense. Chen Fan held his daughter and knelt motionless before the portrait of his deceased wife, Su Qing. The baby girl, just a month old, was sleeping soundly in my arms. She was tiny and soft, completely unaware that her mother was no longer there. The sound of high heels clicking on the marble floor, one after another, grew louder as it approached, and stopped behind him. "Sign it." A female voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. Chen Fan did not turn around. He knew that she was his mother-in-law, Su Wanqing, the current head of the Su family. A document was thrown on the ground in front of him, with black text on white paper and an eye-catching title, Agreement on Voluntary Relinquishment of Custody Rights. "Chen Fan, you have been married into my Su family for 3 years and have done nothing good. Your cultivation level is still at the level of an ordinary person, and you can't even touch the threshold of external strength." Su Wanqing spoke, her voice devoid of any emotion. Xinger's death was her own choice. But her bloodline cannot be left to wander outside, much less be raised by a useless person. Sign the agreement, take 1 million, and get out of Jiangcheng. From now on, you and Nin will have nothing to do with each other. Chen Fan's body trembled. He slowly, very slowly turned his head and looked up at the woman who controlled his destiny. Su Wanqing was dressed in a black suit, her makeup was exquisite, and her eyes were full of undisguised contempt and disgust. Mom Chen Fan's throat was dry and his voice was terribly hoarse. "Xinger just left and can't live without her father." "Dad?" Su Wanqing's lips curled into a mocking smile. "What can you give her? Top-grade qi and blood pills, or S-grade body-tempering fluid? Can you send her to Jiangqing's #1 martial arts university, or can you find a grandmaster to guide her? You can't even support yourself, you're just clinging to life by relying on the Su family. What right do you have to be her father?" Chen Fan felt a tightness in his chest, and could barely breathe. He knew that what his mother-in-law said was true. In this world where martial arts reign supreme, ordinary people are nothing but ants. He, Chen Fan, is that most insignificant ant. He had tried to cultivate countless times, but his martial meridians were blocked from birth, and he could not even absorb the lowest level of qi and blood pills. He was deemed destined to be forever barred from the path of martial arts. "I can take care of her." Chen Fan tightened his arms around his daughter, making a final plea. "I can work, I can earn money, I can do anything." "That's enough." Su Wanqing impatiently interrupted him and gave a wink to the 2 bodyguards in black behind her. "I don't have time to waste with you. Uncle Long, make him put his handprint on the document." "Yes, master." 2 burly bodyguards stepped forward and grabbed Chen Fan's arms, one on each side. Chen Fan struggled desperately, but his strength was as laughable as a baby's in front of a true martial artist. One of the bodyguards, known as Uncle Long, was a senior expert in the transformation realm from the Su family. He simply extended one hand and placed it on Chen Fan's shoulder. A heavy force pressed down. Chen Fan's legs went weak, and he uncontrollably knelt down again, his knees hitting the cold ground with a dull thud. "Let me go! Let me go!" He roared like a trapped wild beast, but could only twist his body in vain. Another bodyguard picked up the agreement and ink pad from the ground, roughly grabbed Chen Fan's right hand, and was about to press it onto the red ink pad. Chen Fan's body trembled violently. He clenched his teeth so tightly that blood seeped from his gums. His eyes were red-rimmed as he stared intently at the agreement. Once he presses the button, he will lose his daughter forever. No! No! This is the only memento Qing'er left him. Just as Chen Fan was about to have his handprint pressed and his consciousness was plunged into darkness. "Ah, yeah." A soft, sweet moan, with a milky scent, rang out in his arms. Like the first ray of light breaking through the darkness. Chen Fan suddenly lowered his head. In his arms, his daughter Chenenin, who had woken up at some point, was looking at him with her big, dark, grape-like eyes full of curiosity. Her little mouth twitched, as if she was about to cry. But when she saw her father's face clearly, she suddenly grinned, revealing a sweet and pure smile to him. Her eyes curved into 2 cute little crescent moons. That's the smile. In that instant, it was as if something had been touched. Boom! An indescribable, immense warm current surged forth from the heavens and earth without warning, forcefully pouring into Chen Fan's body through the top of his head. This warm current was so pure and refined, carrying the warmth and kindness of a newborn, washing over every corner of his body. Those martial meridians that had blocked him for more than 20 years were as fragile as a dried-up riverbed encountering a raging flood in the face of this warm current. It broke apart inch by inch, connecting every inch. A feeling of unprecedented comfort made Chen Fan want to groan out loud. He could clearly see that the warm current circulated through his body before finally entering his dantian and transforming into an extremely pure, internal energy. Ming Jin. He actually skipped the training of external strength and stepped directly into the realm of Ming Jin. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Before his two bodyguards, who were at the peak of internal energy, could react, an invisible burst of energy suddenly erupted from Chen Fan's body. Bang! The two men were struck as if by a heavy blow, letting out a muffled groan. The force of the recoil forced them back 3 or 4 steps before they could barely regain their footing. The two men turned deathly pale instantly, staring in horror at Chen Fan kneeling on the ground. What happened? That force just now, was it internal energy? How is that possible? How could a useless person with blocked martial meridians suddenly unleash internal energy? What horrified them even more was that the pen the bodyguard had used to force Chen Fan to sign had silently turned into dust and slipped through his fingers. The entire morning hall fell silent instantly. For the first time, Su Wanqing, who was usually so aloof, showed undisguised shock and disbelief on her face. She stared intently at Chen Fan, as if he were a monster. Amidst the astonished and uncertain gazes of everyone, Chen Fan slowly stood up. He ignored everyone, simply looking down tenderly at his daughter in his arms, gently pulling the small blanket covering her up. Anen was still smiling at him, her little hands waving unconsciously, trying to touch his face. Chen Fan's heart softened instantly. He finally understood where this power came from. She is his daughter. It's Anen. When he looked up again, the cowardice, sadness, and despair in Chen Fan's eyes had been replaced by a cold, sharp edge. He carried his daughter and walked step by step to Su Wanqing. His gaze was calm, yet it inexplicably made the Su family patriarch, who was used to seeing all sorts of storms, feel a pang of fear. My daughter, no one can take her away from me. Chen Fan's voice wasn't loud, but every word was crystal clear, carrying an undeniable firmness. Su Wanqing snapped out of her shock, her face instantly turning ashen. She looked at the good-for-nothing son-in-law she had always looked down on, her eyes turning icy cold, even carrying a hint of murderous intent. You've hidden it well, Chen Fan. Do you think that just because you have a little bit of skill, you can challenge the Su family? Chapter 2, New Dad, Can Making Baby Formula Boost His Inner Strength? A challenge to the Su family? Chen Fan looked down at his daughter in his arms, who was spitting out tiny milk bubbles. Anen's little face still held the smile from before, so pure it melted anyone's heart. He didn't answer Su Wanqing's question, but simply held his daughter, turned around, and walked step by step towards the outside of the morning hall. His back view was not fast, but very steady. Every step is a farewell to the humiliation and forbearance of the past 3 years. Stop! Su Wanqing's voice rang out from behind, tinged with exasperation. The two bodyguards, both at the transformation realm, exchanged a glance and shifted slightly, seemingly wanting to stop them. But when they thought of the inexplicable backlash and the pen that had turned to dust, the two hesitated again. This good-for-nothing is a bit strange. Patriarch? Uncle Long asked in a low voice. Su Wanqing stared intently at Chen Fan's retreating figure, her expression shifting between anger and uncertainty beneath her exquisite makeup. How could a useless person with blocked martial meridians suddenly possess internal energy? Was he hiding his true strength, or did he have some kind of extraordinary encounter? If it's the former, then this person's scheming is terrifyingly deep. If it's the latter. Su Wanqing's breathing quickened for a moment, but her eyes quickly returned to their icy state. On the Su family's territory, right under her nose, she didn't believe a good-for-nothing could cause any trouble. Let him go. Su Wanqing finally spoke coldly. I want to see how many days a good-for-nothing with a baby can survive in Jiangcheng. She has plenty of patience and methods. The game of cat and mouse has only just begun. Chen Fan did not turn around. He carried his daughter as he left the cold, oppressive cage that had held him captive for 3 years. The Su family's villa was large and luxurious, but it didn't feel like home at all. As he stepped out the door, the afternoon sun shone warmly on him. Chen Fan squinted, finally coming back to life. He didn't have much money on him. His bank account only contained a few tens of thousands of yuan he had saved up before marrying Su Qing. Chen Fan didn't take a taxi. Instead, he carried his daughter and walked slowly along the street, trying to clear his mind. The new life force within his body flowed quietly in his dantian. Is this internal energy? the power of a Ming Jin martial artist. He looked down at his daughter, who was asleep in his arms again, and his heart softened. Ah, none. Anan gave him all of this. He must protect her. Chen Fan rented a small single room in the old town of Jiangcheng. It's a 30 square meter apartment with a separate bathroom and balcony, and the monthly rent is 1,200 yuan. The house was old, with some peeling paint on the walls, but the landlord kept it very clean. Sunlight streamed in through the windows, falling on the old wooden floor, creating a cozy atmosphere. With the money he had left, Chen Fan bought some basic necessities, a small bed, and everything the baby needed. When he carefully placed his daughter on the newly made crib, he suddenly felt a sense of peace he had never felt before. It's a small, run-down place. But this is his and his daughter's home. Ugh. Wow. Not long after things settled down, Chen Anan on the bed pouted and suddenly burst into tears. The cry was loud and clear, full of energy. Chen Fan panicked immediately. Don't cry, Anan, don't cry, Daddy's here. Chen Fan clumsily picked up his daughter and gently rocked her, but the little one in his arms didn't cooperate at all and cried even harder, her little face turning red. Are you hungry? Anan hasn't had any milk since this morning. Make formula. He immediately grabbed his daughter and rushed to the table, frantically tearing open the newly bought milk powder can. Water, formula, baby bottles. Chen Fan had seen the nanny do this before when he worked at the Su family's house, but this was his first time doing it himself. He first poured some boiling water into the bottle, then added some cold water because it was too hot. The temperature is about right. Then, he scooped up a large spoonful of milk powder and poured it in. As a result, the milk powder instantly formed several lumps when it came into contact with warm water, and it wouldn't dissolve no matter how much it was shaken. Wow! Wow! The daughter's cries grew more urgent with each one. Chen Fan was sweating profusely, even more nervous than when he took the college entrance exam. Baby, don't cry, it'll be over soon, it'll be over soon. He had no choice but to throw away the failed product and start over. This time, he remembered that he should add water first, then milk powder. He tried again, but he still couldn't get the water temperature right, it was too hot. After frantically trying to get her to move around for almost 10 minutes, Chen Fan felt a tightness in his chest and his hands trembled. His daughter's cries had turned into sobs. He stopped what he was doing and took a deep breath. Calm down, Chen Fan, calm down. You're a martial artist now, how could making baby formula be difficult for you? He closed his eyes and carefully recalled every step the nanny had taken. The water temperature should be such that it feels warm when dripped onto your wrist. The instructions state the ratio, 30 milliliters of water to 1 level scoop of milk powder. The correct order is to add water first, then add milk powder. He opened his eyes, his gaze becoming focused. This time, he followed the steps meticulously, paying attention to every detail. Finally, he successfully brewed a bottle of milk at the right temperature and with the perfect concentration. He put the pacifier into his daughter's mouth. The crying stopped abruptly. Chen Anan smacked her lips, blinked her big, dark grape-like eyes, and began to suckle greedily. Glug, glug. Watching his daughter contentedly drink her milk, Chen Fan let out a long sigh of relief and revealed a genuine, somewhat silly smile. So this is what it feels like to take care of children. I was in a frantic rush and completely exhausted. But the moment she felt satisfied, all the previous hardships vanished. Just then, a familiar warm current surged from the depths of his being once again, flowing slowly into his body through the top of his head. This warm current is not as powerful as the first one, but it is gentler and purer. The warm current flowed into his dantian, merging with his original internal energy. The wisp of internal energy in his dantian grew stronger by just a tiny bit. Although slight, it has indeed increased. Chen Fan was stunned. He looked at his daughter, who was drinking heartily in his arms, and then felt the changes within his body. An incredible thought suddenly exploded in his mind. Could it be that? Can I become stronger by making Anan happy and satisfied? Taking care of a child, is this a form of spiritual practice? This discovery made Chen Fan's heart race, and a surge of joy instantly swept over him. He finally understood. He has finally found his path to becoming stronger. This is his own unique and unrepeatable path of martial arts. Su Wanqing asked him what he could give his daughter, didn't she? Top-grade qi and blood pill? S-grade body tempering fluid? He can't give it to me right now. But as long as he can make Anan happy, he can obtain energy that is purer than any elixir. He can give his daughter the strongest father. After the initial joy, Chen Fan quickly calmed down. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. Having internal strength alone is not enough. Without corresponding training methods or practical martial arts skills, he was just an amateur with strength but no substance, a large punching bag. The Su family will not let this go easily. They may send people at any time. He must transform these forces into real combat power in the shortest possible time. But where could he, penniless, possibly obtain those martial arts manuals that were treasured by major martial arts families and forces? Chapter 3, A children's song leads to the discovery of an unparalleled secret. It's late at night. The rented room was quiet, with only the occasional chirping of insects coming from outside the window. Chen Fan sat on the edge of the bed, quietly watching his daughter under the dim light of the bedside lamp. Anen was fast asleep, her little body curled up in a ball, her breathing even. He reached out and carefully touched his daughter's cheek with his fingertips. Soft and warm. Chen Fan's heart softened as well. He felt the warm internal energy in his dantian, and then looked at his sleeping daughter. After the joy, he felt an even deeper sense of urgency. Martial arts manuals. He opened his phone and searched for martial arts forums in Jiangchang. Fierce Wind Fist, a Mingjin martial art, is priced at 300,000. Layered Wave Palm, a martial art using internal energy, is priced at 1.8 million. Tiangang Qi Ju, a mental cultivation method for Gangjin, is priced at 10 million and requires a level 3 or higher authorization from the Martial Arts Association. Looking at those glaring numbers, the passion that had just ignited in his heart was instantly extinguished. The tens of thousands of yuan in his bank account weren't even enough to buy the most basic martial arts skills. Just as Chen Fan was at his wit's end, the little one lying peacefully on the bed suddenly stirred, pouted, and let out a pitiful whimper. Chen Fan immediately put away his phone and bent down. Anen, be good. Daddy's here. Did you have a nightmare? He gently coaxed her, reaching out to pat his daughter's back. But before his hand could even touch her, Chen Anen suddenly opened her eyes as if startled by something, and then, wow! A loud cry, so loud it almost lifted the roof off, erupted without warning. It's not that the baby is hungry, the bottle is still warm. It's not that the baby peed, the diaper is dry. So why is that? Don't cry, Anen, don't cry. He clumsily picked up his daughter and paced back and forth in the small room, gently rocking her. But the little one in his arms was completely unmoved, crying louder and louder, squirming in his arms, his little face turning red, and big tears falling down his cheeks. His daughter's cries made his chest feel tight, and he felt extremely distressed. He tried every method he could think of, but none of them worked. The daughter's cries were tinged with terror, as if she were trapped in some terrible nightmare from which she could not escape. Exhausted, he suddenly thought of his deceased wife, Su Qing. Before Anen was born, Su Qing's favorite thing to do was to lean in his arms and hum a very simple nursery rhyme over and over again. She said the baby could hear it even when it was still in her belly. Memories flooded back, and Chen Fan's eyes welled up with tears. He held his daughter, who was crying uncontrollably, in his arms, and unconsciously, softly, began to hum a tune. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. His voice was a little hoarse, out of tune, and even a bit off key. But he sang very seriously and with great focus. It was as if the whole world had shrunk to just him, his daughter in his arms, and this song that belonged to the three of them. Hanging in the sky to shine brightly. Amazingly, the crying of my daughter in my arms actually subsided a little. Although she was still sobbing, it was no longer the heart-wrenching crying she had been experiencing. It works. Chen Fan perked up and continued humming softly. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. He immersed himself completely in this simple melody. His mind was more focused than ever before, and the image of Su Qing's gentle smile as she leaned against him and hummed a song floated into his mind. He was immersed in the melody, and the internal energy flowing quietly in his dantian seemed to be summoned by something, and began to flow spontaneously and slowly along with the melody he was humming. The flow of internal energy and the fluctuations of his spirit created a wonderful resonance. Like a silent ensemble. The sky was full of little stars. The song ended. Hiccup. Chen Anen in his arms let out a small hiccup, rubbed her little head against his chest, found a comfortable position, and actually fell asleep. On her long eyelashes, glistening teardrops still clung. Chen Fan lowered his head, gently kissed her forehead, and carefully placed her back on the small bed. The world finally fell silent again. Chen Fan let out a long sigh of relief and was about to sit down to rest when his body suddenly stiffened. He saw that the internal energy within him had not subsided even after the singing stopped. It is still flowing. Following a specific and clear trajectory, it starts from the dantian, flows through the major meridians of the limbs and bones, and finally slowly returns to the dantian. A complete, stable, and efficient cycle. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. He tried to concentrate and use his mind to guide the internal energy, accelerating its flow. Buzz. Under his will, his internal energy surged forth without hindrance, like a tamed stream flowing joyfully through his meridians. The sense of power is several times stronger than before. Chen Fan was stunned. He clenched his fist tightly. The internal energy circulation method, was that it? This is internal energy circulation method. This is the first step that all martial artists dream of after entering the Mingjin realm. There were no cultivation techniques, no mentors, and not even any secret manuals to guide them. He sang a children's song that his wife loved most, just to lull his daughter to sleep. Just like that, without any teacher, he grasped the foundation of all martial arts, the method of internal energy circulation. Raising a child is not just a form of self-cultivation. Can you gain enlightenment while raising a child? After the initial euphoria, Chen Fan quickly calmed down. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to actively try to circulate the technique he had just comprehended. He carefully mobilized the wisp of internal energy within his dantian, letting it travel along that mysterious path. At first, the flow of internal energy was still a bit awkward, like a child who has just learned to walk, stumbling and staggering. But as the number of cycles increases, the flow of internal energy becomes smoother. Half an hour later, Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. He stood up, stood still in the cramped space, took a deep breath, recalled the punching stance of the Su family bodyguards, and imitated them, slowly throwing a punch. Call. The moment he threw his fist, he had a thought, and the internal energy within his body surged through his meridians to his right arm. A force far exceeding the power of one's own muscles was poured into the fist. The force of the punch brought a slight whistling sound. Although it was silent, Chen Fan could clearly feel that the power of this punch was at least 3 times stronger than his previous brute force. This is what a martial artist is all about. Chen Fan withdrew his fist, feeling the exhilarating sensation of power surging through his body, his eyes growing brighter. Internal energy can now circulate freely within the body. It's like a gun already loaded with bullets. But he hasn't learned how to fire a gun yet. The threat from the Su family hangs like a sword over our heads, ready to fall at any moment. He desperately needs a real martial arts manual to transform his strength into real combat power to protect his daughter. Chapter 4, Practicing Boxing While Holding a Baby, The Wind of the Punches Howls. Martial Arts and Boxing Techniques. The thought swirled in Chen Fan's mind, exciting him, but he quickly calmed down. He swiped his phone screen and opened the bank app. Balance, 48,352.6 yuan. This was all the savings he had accumulated by living frugally before marrying Su Qing. During his 3 years with the Su family, he was penniless and had no income. This money needs to be used to pay rent, buy milk powder and diapers for Anan, and cover all daily expenses. Chen Fan stared at the number and fell silent. He simply couldn't afford the martial arts manuals that cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars on the martial arts forums. Without any martial arts techniques, he possessed internal strength but didn't know how to use it, making it impossible for him to protect himself and his daughter. The Su family could send someone at any time. He can't wait. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm yellow dappled patterns on the floor. After feeding his daughter and changing her diaper, Chen Fan secured the sleeping baby to his chest with a newly bought baby carrier. Annan's little head rested against his chest, her breathing even. He lowered his head and kissed his daughter's forehead, then closed the door and walked into the old town of Jiangchang. Online martial arts training was too expensive, so he decided to try his luck at a physical martial arts store. After passing through several narrow alleys filled with clothes hanging to dry, he found a martial arts supply store called Lining. The shop was small, the signboard was old, and some crudely packaged qi and blood pills and body-tempering liquid were scattered in the glass counter. An old man dressed in a worn-out tang suit was trimming his nails with nail clippers when he heard someone come in. He raised his eyelids and his gaze swept over Chen Fan and the baby in his arms. "Buying something?" the old man asked slowly. He was the owner of the shop, and his surname was Lu. "Uncle Lu, I'd like to see some martial arts manuals," Chen Fan said, getting straight to the point. When he was at the Su family's house, he had heard the bodyguard mention this shop, which was the most frequented place by ordinary martial artists in Jiangchang. Secret manuals? Uncle Lu put down his nail clippers, stood up, and pulled a dusty iron box from under the counter. "They're all here. Pick one yourself. Chen Fan squatted down and opened the box. Inside was a pile of yellowed booklets, crudely printed. 36 forms of mountain opening, an external martial art, priced at 50,000. Introduction to Iron Palm, an external martial art, priced at 80,000. Chen Fan stopped flipping through the booklet. Even the most basic external martial arts techniques are so expensive. He patiently continued searching. Finally, at the very bottom of the box, he found the thinnest booklet. Basic Boxing Techniques. The cover didn't even indicate which level of martial arts it was, it only had 4 simple words on it. He flipped through it and saw some simple human anatomy diagrams and movement breakdowns, explaining how to infuse internal energy into fists and feet, which were the most basic methods of using internal energy. How much is this? Chen Fan asked, pointing at it. Basic boxing techniques? Uncle Lu glanced at it and lazily held up 3 fingers. 30,000, no bargaining. This is a genuine Mingjin martial art that will allow you to use your internal energy. I'm the only one in the entire old town that has it. 30,000. Chen Fan's fingers tightened slightly. This is almost all of his remaining wealth. Give me 3 more bottles of the cheapest body tempering fluid. He finally made up his mind, his voice a little hoarse. All right. Uncle Lu finally smiled and deftly took out 3 bottles of murky green liquid from the counter. Grade F tempering fluid, 2,000 per bottle, 6,000 for 3 bottles. That's 36,000 in total. Cash or bank transfer? Transfer. After paying, Chen Fan's bank card balance was reduced to just over 10,000 yuan. He put the thin booklet and 3 bottles of body tempering fluid into his backpack, picked up his daughter, and turned to leave. Stepping out of the store, the sunlight was a bit too bright. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. He touched his empty backpack, then looked at his daughter's peaceful sleeping face in his arms, and gritted his teeth. As long as I can become stronger and protect her, it's all worth it. Back to the rented room. Chen Fan carefully placed his daughter on the bed and covered her with a small blanket. Then, he took a deep breath, stood still in the narrow living room, and took out the book Basic Boxing Techniques. He flipped through the pages one by one, memorizing every movement diagram and every annotation about the circulation of internal energy. Half an hour later, he closed the booklet and shut his eyes. In my mind, those diagrams and words flowed back and forth again and again. When he opened his eyes, his gaze had become focused. He slowly assumed a stance, which was the starting position of the basic boxing techniques. Then, following the method of internal energy circulation he had learned the day before, he mobilized the warm internal energy in his dantian and let it flow slowly along the meridians to his right arm. Then, he threw a punch. Call. The moment the fist was thrown, a clear whistling sound rang out in the air. The air in front of the fist visibly distorted. The wind howled from the punch. Chen Fan himself was stunned. He looked at his fist, somewhat incredulous. The manual clearly states that ordinary martial artists with the Mingjin skill need to train diligently for at least a month to achieve a minor level of mastery in their fist techniques before they can develop a powerful fist style. But this was only his first time practicing, his first punch. It was done. He suddenly understood. It wasn't that the basic boxing techniques were so powerful, but rather that the internal energy that Anin had given him was far more refined and of higher quality than he had imagined. An ordinary martial artist's internal energy is mixed and impure, while his internal energy is incredibly pure. Using such internal energy to propel fist techniques naturally produces vastly different results. Chen Fan's breath hitched, and his heart raced. He forced himself to calm down and continued cultivating. The second punch, the third punch. He repeated the moves from basic boxing techniques over and over again. At first, he was a bit awkward, but as he practiced more, his movements became smoother and his punches became more and more fierce. Phew! 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 In the small rented room, the wind howled, making the papers on the table rustle. Fortunately, Anin was fast asleep in bed and was not disturbed at all. An hour later, Chen Fan stopped and stood still, his whole body soaked in sweat, his chest heaving violently. He could feel that the internal energy in his dantian was almost completely depleted. Then came a strong feeling of hunger, rising from my stomach and sweeping through my whole body. He unscrewed a bottle of F-grade body tempering fluid, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. A faint warm current spread through his body, replenishing his depleted blood and energy. But it was only a slight decrease. That little bit of energy couldn't fill his empty dantian at all. Something is better than nothing. Chen Fan frowned. The effects of his cultivation were remarkable, but he also discovered a fatal problem. This method of cultivation consumes far too much energy. In just 1 hour, he exhausted all his internal energy, and a bottle of F-grade body tempering liquid worth 2,000 yuan had little effect. He touched his empty backpack and then looked at his sleeping daughter on the bed. Baby formula, rent, living expenses, and then there's this bottomless pit of cultivation resources. Chen Fan felt a little suffocated. We have to find a way to make money. And it has to be fast. Chapter 5. My daughter smiled, and I broke through to a higher level on the spot. Money. This word made Chen Fan feel a little breathless. He lived an extremely frugal life for the next few days. Aside from basic living expenses, he spends every day practicing the basic boxing techniques. The living room of the rented apartment was small, but he had gotten used to moving around in this tiny space. Phew! Phew! His punches became more and more ferocious, and his use of internal energy became increasingly skillful. But new problems soon arose. On the third day of his cultivation, after finishing the last bottle of F-grade body tempering liquid, he discovered that the warm internal energy in his dantian was growing at a slower and slower pace. It felt like something was blocking it, and no more internal energy could be poured in. Above the internal energy, there seems to be an invisible and intangible barrier. No matter how hard he tried to cultivate or how he tried to break through the barrier with his internal energy, it remained completely unmoved. Chen Fan stopped what he was doing, panting heavily, sweat streaming down his face. Bottleneck. The word popped into his head. He opened the martial arts forum and searched for posts about bottleneck. The answers varied, but they all pointed to one thing: resources. With insufficient qi and blood, and a lack of internal energy, breaking through the bottleneck is like throwing an egg against a rock. A bottle of grade D qi and blood pills will help you break through easily. Still struggling with your bottleneck? Breakthrough Liquid, certified by the Martial Arts Association, is an essential item for Ming Jin martial artists to break through their limits. Now only 88,000. Chen Fan silently turned off his phone. He sat on the floor, looking at his empty backpack, then at the last can of milk powder in the corner, his body stiffening. He was restless and couldn't calm down. Ah. On the bed, Anan, awakened by the noise of his boxing practice, was looking at him with her big, dark eyes full of curiosity. The little one didn't cry or fuss, but just waved his little hands and made meaningless monosyllables. Looking at his daughter's innocent face, Chen Fan's irritation suddenly subsided. He went over and picked up his daughter. A small, soft bundle, with a faint milky scent. Chen Fan held his daughter and stood by the window. Outside the window, the sun is shining brightly. The afternoon in the old neighborhood was quiet, with the sound of birds chirping in the distance. Have I been too tense these past few days? Anan, how about Daddy takes you outside to get some sunshine? There is a small community park downstairs from the rented apartment. A few old camphor trees, a few stone benches, and some rusty fitness equipment. Chen Fan carried Anan and sat down on a bench in the sunlight. The warm sunshine felt wonderful on my skin. It was Anan's first time in this outdoor place full of new things. She stared wide-eyed with curiosity, turning her little head back and forth. She looked at the leaves swaying in the wind, and then at the old man playing chess not far away. Everything seemed so new and exciting in her clear eyes. Chen Fan's heart also calmed down completely. He didn't want to think about anything, not the Su family, not the bottleneck, and not money. He held his daughter quietly, watching her explore the world, and a slight smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Just then, a brightly colored butterfly fluttered its wings and flew over. It circled in front of Anan, as if it too was attracted by this exquisitely beautiful little baby. Anan's gaze was immediately drawn to the butterfly. Her little mouth opened slightly, and she cried out as she reached out her little hand, trying to grab it. The butterfly was also mischievous, fluttering around her little hand, but it wouldn't let her touch it. Then, it gently landed on Anan's small, pert nose. The wings were still flapping gently. It's itchy. Anan paused for a moment, her little nose wrinkling unconsciously. Then, giggle. A clear, crisp laugh escaped from her little mouth without warning. It wasn't the satisfied, quiet humming that came before. It's a genuine, pure, and joyful laugh from the heart. The moment his daughter's clear laughter rang out, Chen Fan's body stiffened abruptly. Boom! An unprecedented surge of pure energy, dozens of times greater than when he used to make formula or sing nursery rhymes, poured into his body like a burst dam, flowing wildly from his daughter. The energy surged into his body, warm and comforting, and wherever it passed, his meridians relaxed and opened. It moved forward relentlessly, and nothing could stop it. It surged and flowed along Chen Fan's meridians, washing over his entire body almost instantly. Then, all the energy converged and crashed hard into the invisible barrier that had been troubling him for days. Snap! A crisp cracking sound, seemingly existing only on the spiritual level. That seemingly indestructible bottleneck shattered instantly in the face of this immense and pure energy. After breaking through the barrier, the internal energy within Chen Fan's body seemed to surge into a wider river. They surged joyfully, undergoing a wondrous transformation. It has become more solid, more substantial, and more dynamic. Ming Jin. The first formal step on the path of martial arts. It's done. Chen Fan was completely stunned. He held his giggling daughter in his arms, feeling the surging, revitalized energy within him, and a tidal wave of emotion surged within him. So that's how it is. It's not just about making formula, changing diapers, or simply putting someone to sleep. It turns out, all she wanted was for her daughter to be happy. As long as her happiness is genuine and pure, she can bring him the highest quality energy feedback. Cultivating oneself while raising a child. It turns out to be such a simple yet extravagant thing. After the initial euphoria, the harsh reality hit them like a bucket of cold water. Before he could even savor the joy of his breakthrough, a powerful hunger, more intense than ever before, surged from every cell in his body. He felt incredibly empty inside, so hungry he could swallow a whole cow. Having just broken through to the early stage of Ming Jin, the body urgently needs a massive amount of energy to consolidate and replenish itself. He subconsciously touched his pocket, it was empty. He took out his phone and opened the bank's app. Balance, 952.6 yuan. Looking at that glaring 3-digit number, the smile on Chen Fan's lips gradually froze. We can't wait any longer. He held his daughter, his eyes filled with an unprecedented determination. We must, immediately, make money. Chapter 6. Money. 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 The sun was shining warmly on the park bench. Chen Fan held his daughter, who was laughing happily, in his arms, but his body gradually stiffened, and the smile on his lips slowly froze. The joy of the breakthrough seemed to be instantly sucked away. A powerful hunger, more intense than ever before, surged from every cell in his body. It's not that my stomach is empty, it's that my body is empty. The body, which had just broken through to the early stage of Ming Jin, was frantically and urgently seeking a massive amount of energy to consolidate and replenish itself. He felt like he could swallow a whole cow. He subconsciously touched his pocket, it was empty. He took out his phone and opened the bank's app. Balance, 952.6 yuan. That glaring 3-digit number sent chills down his spine. We can't wait any longer. He held his daughter, his eyes filled with an unprecedented determination. We must, immediately, make money. Back in his rented room, Chen Fan rummaged through the house and found everything edible. 2 packs of instant noodles, a few eggs, and half a bag of toast that was about to expire. He wolfed down the food, but the little bit he ate was of no use whatsoever. The hunger was not relieved at all, on the contrary, the stimulation from the food made it even more intense. He looked at the empty kitchen, then at his own body that was frantically craving energy, and gave a wry smile. This is the predicament of ordinary martial artists. Having lofty ideals but lacking resources makes progress extremely difficult. An is asleep, her little face is rosy. Chen Fan covered her with a small blanket, picked up his backpack, and went out the door. Chen Fan went to the largest imported goods supermarket near his residential area. When he was at the Su family home, he remembered that Su Qing had prepared imported milk powder in a blue can for their unborn child. He stopped in front of the shelf and reached out to grab a can. The sales assistant enthusiastically introduced, "Sir, you have excellent taste. This is our best milk powder, imported directly from New Zealand. It costs 988 yuan per can, and if you buy 2 cans now, you'll get a set of pure cotton baby bibs for free." 988. Chen Fan tightened his grip on the milk powder can. He glanced at his sleeping daughter in his arms, then at the less than 1,000 yuan balance on his phone. Just 1 can. His voice was a little dry. Okay. The sales assistant's smile faded slightly. When it came time to pay, the cashier glanced at the baby in his arms, then at his faded t-shirt, and finally at the expensive can of formula, her gaze a little strange. Chen Fan was very familiar with that look in his eyes. During his 3 years with the Su family, he had seen it too many times. It is contempt, it is inquiry, and it is also a little bit of undisguised disdain. A man who looked destitute, holding a child, came to buy milk powder that cost nearly 1,000 yuan a can. That doesn't make sense. Chen Fan didn't say anything, but silently took out his phone and scanned the code to pay. Drop. The payment success notification tone did not sound. Another cold, electronic notification tone sounded. Insufficient balance. The cashier area fell silent. The cashier's gaze became even stranger, carrying a hint of understanding and impatience. An older woman in the queue behind her craned her neck and muttered to her companion, "Oh my, buying something so expensive when you don't have the money, what's with the show-off?" The voice wasn't loud, but every word reached Chen Fan's ears. His face instantly burned, stinging. He held his daughter's arm, instinctively tightening his grip, as if that would shield him from those piercing gazes and whispers. Chen Fan remained silent, exited the payment app, opened the bank app, and with somewhat stiff fingers, transferred the remaining 952.6 yuan from one card to another card linked to WeChat. This process felt incredibly long. He could feel the cashier tapping impatiently on the counter, and he could also hear the urging voices coming from the queue behind him. He forced himself not to listen, not to think, and just stared intently at his phone screen. Scan the code again. This time, the payment was successful. He put the baby formula into his backpack, didn't look anyone in the eye, and carrying his daughter, he hurried out of the supermarket as if fleeing. The sun outside is still warm. But Chen Fan felt a little cold. He found a bench by the roadside and sat down, wanting to catch his breath. Ding dong. My phone rang. It was a text message. It was sent by the landlord. Xiao Chen, the rent for this month is due, 3,000 yuan. Please transfer it to me as soon as possible. Chen Fan stopped in his tracks, stared at the text message, and froze completely. He opened the bank's app. Balance, 35.4 yuan. Because of the recent interbank transfer, he even owes the bank several tens of yuan in handling fees. A bright red, glaring negative number. He looked at the negative number, then at the empty refrigerator and the last can of milk powder in the corner that was about to run out. An unprecedented pressure pressed down on him like a mountain, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He can go hungry, and he can choose not to cultivate. But an can't live without formula or diapers. He couldn't let his daughter suffer with him. Late at night. The rented room was quiet, with only an uneven breathing. Chen Fan sat in the darkness, the light from his phone screen illuminating his silent face. He opened an encrypted martial arts forum. This forum, with its crude interface and filled with slang and code words, was something he learned about by chance from a dismissed bodyguard when he was at the Su family's residence. This is a lawless zone beyond the reach of the official martial arts association. It is also the only place in Jiangcheng where ordinary martial artists can quickly acquire resources, or rather, risk their lives for money. His finger slid across the screen, and his gaze finally settled on a pinned post written in coded language. The post title is very simple. Jiangcheng's night market opens at midnight, come if you dare. Below this is an address and a blood-red skull icon. Chen Fan stared at the address, his eyes gradually hardening with determination. He knew where that place was. It is both heaven and hell. Some people became rich overnight there and bought the martial arts manuals they had always dreamed of. Many more people simply vanished without a trace. He remained silent for a very long time. Suddenly, the face of his deceased wife, Su Qing, appeared in his mind. He remembered once accidentally clicking on a similar website. Su Qing saw it, gently took his hand, and softly said, "Chen Fan, that world is too dangerous, it's not suitable for us. Promise me, let's live a peaceful, ordinary life, okay?" He agreed with a smile. But now. He closed the forum, got up and walked to the bedside, looking down at his daughter's sleeping face. Small, soft, and so dependent on him. This is his whole world. A peaceful life? The life of an ordinary person? When the Su family trampled him underfoot, when he couldn't even afford a can of milk powder for his daughter, he realized that those were all just wishful thinking. "Qingqing, I'm sorry." He silently recited it in his heart. "I had no choice but to do this for Ann's sake. For her sake, what does it matter if it's a dangerous place or a den of thieves?" Chen Fan bent down and gently kissed his daughter's forehead. He carefully secured his daughter to his chest with a soft baby carrier, put a small windproof hat on her, and tucked her in with a blanket to make sure she wouldn't be exposed to the night wind. After doing all this, he stood up, the hesitation and struggle in his eyes gone. Instead, he exudes a coldness and sharpness that is completely incongruous with his identity as a stay-at-home dad. "Anan," he said softly, his voice low, as if he were talking to himself. Dad will take you to a place where we can earn money for milk powder. Chapter 7: A Dragon's Den and a Tiger's Lair. Those with the guts will come. Chen Fan gently closed the door. Click. A soft sound shattered the small, peaceful space within the rented room. The motion-activated lights in the hallway were off, leaving the hallway completely dark. The night breeze seeped in through the cracks in the window. It was a bit chilly. Chen Fan subconsciously tightened the baby carrier straps on his chest, making sure the small blanket in his arms wrapped his daughter up more securely. Anen was sleeping soundly, his little face was rosy, and his even breathing gently brushed against his chest, warm and comforting. He walked down the creaking stairs, step by step. Stepping out of the building, a cool, damp breeze hit me. It was already midnight. The old neighborhood was unusually quiet, with only a few dim streetlights casting lonely patches of light on the ground. The place he was going to was an abandoned dock in the old port area of Zhongcheng. It's very far from here. He didn't have money for a taxi, so he had to walk. After breaking through to the Mingjin level, his physical strength was far superior to what it used to be, but the hunger in his stomach was like a small flame that kept burning. He forced himself not to think about it. After passing through several dark alleys, the view suddenly opened up before us. The city's neon lights come into view, and glittering advertisements scroll across the LED screens of skyscrapers. Luxury cars speeding by and the clamor emanating from bars that stay open all night seem like another world. A world that doesn't belong to him. He was like a shadow, clinging to the edge of this bustling world, silently walking towards deeper darkness. The post from that encrypted forum kept popping into my head. Zhongcheng's night market opens at midnight, come if you dare. Besides the address, the post contained mostly graphic and gruesome comments. Newcomers, don't go. It's full of ruthless wolves who will devour you without spitting out the bones. Yesterday, Mad Dog had his Dantian destroyed, all for a chi and blood pill of unknown origin. Ah, I'm rich. I found a tattered boxing manual and sold it for 300,000. Tonight, I'll be at the club with some hot models. Someone quickly replied below, hey upstairs, will we see you again tomorrow? Heaven, hell. In the blink of an eye. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment. He looked down at his sleeping daughter in his arms. Small, soft, and so dependent on him. He thought of his deceased wife, Su Qing. If she were still alive, she would surely use the gentlest voice to persuade him not to go. She would say that being safe and sound is more important than anything else. But stability comes at the cost of money. When his bank account balance turned into a glaring negative number, when the landlord sent him rent reminder text messages, and when he couldn't even afford the next can of formula for his daughter, he looked at the glaring negative number on his phone, and the word peace and stability became a luxury. Ching, I'm sorry. He clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white. I had no choice but to do this for Anen's sake. His steps became firm again, and he walked step by step toward the unknown land shrouded in the shadow of the city. More than an hour later. The hustle and bustle was left behind, and the air was filled with a growing smell of moisture, mixed with the metallic scent of rust and the fishy smell of the river. Chen Fan has arrived. Before me lies the abandoned Zhongcheng No. 3 wharf. A massive crane cast a menacing shadow in the night. Rusty railway tracks stretched into the dark distance through the weeds. In the distance, the huge outlines of several abandoned cargo ships could be seen, like the stranded carcasses of behemoths. The silence here is unsettling. The only sound was the river water lapping against the bank, one after another, accompanied by the occasional metallic scraping sound from somewhere, which made one's scalp tingle. Following the instructions in the post, Chen Fan found Section C, the lone container standing at the edge of the dock. The shipping container was dark blue with a huge, crooked skull painted on it in red. 2 people were standing under the skull. They stood there casually, yet they possessed a calm and imposing aura that made people hesitant to approach them. They were different from the bodyguards of the Su family. The Su family's bodyguards are elite and disciplined. The 2 people in front of us had a murderous aura about them. It is something that only comes from being truly tempered in blood and fire. They wore ordinary black jackets, but their waists were bulging, clearly concealing weapons. What chilled Chen Fan even more was their calm and sustained aura, far surpassing that of the external force martial artists he had encountered before. These 2 gatekeepers are at least at the Mingjin level. Chen Fan's breath hitched. This is the night market. A place where even the gatekeeper is a Mingjin martial artist. He carried his daughter, his steps heavy, and slowly walked over. The 2 guards' gazes immediately fixed on him, cold and sharp. When they saw the tiny, pink baby in the baby carrier on Chen Fan's chest, a barely perceptible strangeness flashed in their eyes. But it only lasted for a moment. They quickly reverted to that numb indifference. Chen Fan stopped 3 meters in front of them, unsure of what to say. He was just a newbie who came here after seeing the address on the forum. One of the guards, who had a scar on his left cheek, looked him up and down. His gaze lingered on his faded t-shirt for a moment, then swept over and in his arms. Finally, he coldly uttered 2 words. "Rule." His voice was hoarse and grating. Chen Fan was taken aback. "Rule? What rules?" It wasn't mentioned on the forum. Chapter 8. First look at the black market, those who don't know what's good for themselves. Chen Fan's silence made the atmosphere suddenly turn cold. The guard with the scar on his face curled his lip, his contempt deepening. Another guard impatiently tapped the metal of the container with his finger, making a dull clang sound. "New here? The rules of the night market are, there are no rules." The scarred guard's voice carried a hint of mockery. "However, you need a ticket to get in." He stretched out one hand, spread his 5 fingers, and flipped it over again. 10,000. Cash. 10,000. Chen Fan froze. All his possessions consisted of the can of milk powder in his backpack and the glaring negative 35.4 yuan in his bank card. Where is he going to find 10,000 yuan in cash? The night wind blew, stirring up dust on the ground. Chen Fan subconsciously turned to the side, using his back to shield Anin in his arms from the wind, and held her even tighter. He can't just go back like this. If he goes back, what will he do about the rent? What will he do about the next can of formula for his daughter? And how will his hungry body consolidate the realm he just broke through? He looked at the 2 composed Mingjin martial artists in front of him and clenched his fists. Force your way in? Impossible. Let alone 2, even if there was only 1, he wouldn't stand a chance against his daughter. His gaze fell on his wrist. There is a watch there. It was a birthday gift Su Qing gave him when she was still alive. It cost over 200 yuan and was the only thing he had that was worth something. Chen Fan remained silent and took off his watch. "I don't have any cash." His voice was a little dry as he handed over his watch. "This will do as payment." The scarred guard glanced at the cheap watch with its worn strap, chuckled, and didn't even reach out to take it. "Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar?" Chen Fan's hand remained frozen in mid-air. A strong feeling of hunger mixed with anger surged in his chest, and he clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Just then, Chen Fan's body became too stiff, making Anin in his arms uncomfortable. Anin moved her little mouth and let out a soft, babyish whimper. That groan instantly extinguished Chen Fan's anger. He couldn't act impulsively. He slowly withdrew his hand, put his watch back on, raised his head, and looked calmly at the 2 guards. The next second, a faint aura emanated from him. It's not intense, but it's very pure. It has a bright and powerful aura. The expressions on the faces of the 2 guards froze simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. A Mingjin martial artist? Wearing a faded t-shirt, a cheap watch, and holding a baby, they came to stroll through the night market? What kind of approach is this? The scarred guard's mockery lessened considerably, and he began to re-examine Chen Fan. That's interesting. He stroked his chin. Since we're kindred spirits, charging you 10,000 yuan for a ticket is indeed a bit unfair. He paused, then changed the subject. However, the rules can't be broken. How about this? He pointed at Chen Fan, $1,000, or let us see what you're capable of. That's worth the price. Chen Fan remained silent. He couldn't come up with 1,000 yuan either. As for skill, taking action here would be the most unwise choice. This is all I have. Chen Fan opened his backpack, revealing a brand new can of imported milk powder inside. 988. Just bought it. The air became quiet. The expressions on the 2 guards' faces became incredibly strange. They've seen people carrying money, weapons, and even their lives to storm the night market. But holding a baby and using a can of formula as an entrance ticket, they swear this is the first time. The scarred guard stared at the can of milk powder for a full 10 seconds, then glanced at Anin, who was sleeping soundly in Chen Fan's arms. Finally, he waved his hand in disgust and made way for him. Forget it, bad luck. He turned to the side. Go in. Remember, if someone dies in here, no one will collect their body. Chen Fan didn't say anything, but silently tightened his backpack, hugged his daughter, and walked into the container with the skull painted on it. At the end of the container was a rough, downward-facing iron staircase. A pungent smell, a mixture of blood, sweat, and strong alcohol, hit him, making his stomach churn. He endured the discomfort and continued walking down step by step. The further down you go, the louder the noise gets. As he descended the last step, a breathtaking view suddenly opened up before him. This is a huge underground space, resembling an abandoned air raid shelter that has been converted. The air is stale and the light is dim, with only a few hanging, flickering industrial light bulbs providing illumination. This place is like a chaotic marketplace. Ragged cloths were haphazardly spread on the ground, and all sorts of strange and unusual things were placed on them. Weapons stained with dark red blood, tattered animal hides unearthed from an ancient tomb, strangely colored liquid in glass bottles, and piles of herbs and pills exuding a strong medicinal smell. People were everywhere. Most of them were casually dressed, with wary expressions, and carried an air of menace. Each person lingered in front of their own stall or someone else's, their eyes filled with undisguised greed as they examined the goods and everyone around them. There are no shouts of vendors here, only hushed haggling and the occasional heated argument that breaks out because prices can't be agreed upon. Chen Fan frowned. He tightened his embrace around his daughter, tucking the blanket around her even more, afraid that the foul air and the smell of blood would bother her. He stood there holding his child, completely out of place with everything around him. A dad holding a baby. His appearance immediately attracted a lot of attention. Those gazes were a mixture of curiosity and inquiry, but more than anything, they were scrutinizing like prey. Here, weakness is the original sin. A man with a child in his care is undoubtedly a symbol of weakness. Chen Fan forced himself to ignore those stares, carrying his daughter, and carefully walked along the passage. He desperately needed to replenish his energy, and his goal was clear the qi and blood pill. He quickly found a stall selling pills. The stall owner was a bald, burly man with a face full of scars, and a ferocious dragon tattooed across his shoulder on his bare upper body. He leaned back in his chair, a pile of beer bottles lying at his feet, and squinted at the passing crowd. He possesses the strength of the peak of external force. Chen Fan stopped and his gaze fell on an inconspicuous porcelain bottle on his stall. Inside were several crimson pills, the very lowest grade cultivation resource he needed most right now, qi and blood pills. "How much is this?" Chen Fan asked. The bald, burly man lazily opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Chen Fan. When he saw an in Chen Fan's arms, his eyes lit up. He could tell that this person was a newbie. A newbie who doesn't know the rules and has a burden to carry around. Oh, what a rare guest. The bald, burly man sat up straight, grinned, and revealed a mouthful of yellow teeth. He extended two thick fingers. 20,000 per pill. Chen Fan's brows furrowed instantly. While he was at the Su family's residence, although he didn't have access to these things, he had heard the bodyguards talk about them. A very ordinary low-grade qi and blood pill, on the black market, would cost at most 2,000 yuan. He quoted 20,000. This is like treating yourself like a fat sheep to be slaughtered. It's too expensive, Chen Fan said calmly. Expensive? The bald, burly man laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Kid, don't you know when anything bald biao, sell has ever been cheap? His laughter stopped, and his eyes turned cold. If you can't afford it, get out. Don't delay my business. Several thugs who were loitering nearby heard the commotion and surrounded Chen Fan with ill intentions, subtly blocking his escape route. Chen Fan didn't move. He just looked at Baldy Biao and repeated, 2,000 per piece, market price. The smile on Baldy Biao's face vanished completely. He stood up, and his height of over 1.9 meters brought a strong sense of oppression. Kid, are you here to cause trouble? He approached step by step, his greedy gaze sweeping over an in Chen Fan's arms. Look at your poor, pathetic appearance, you can't even come up with 20,000 yuan. But... He chuckled and pointed his finger in An's direction. The little thing in your arms looks fair and tender, it should be worth quite a bit of money. Chen Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. Bald Biao was completely oblivious and continued to grin maliciously to himself. Kid, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. In this night market, you either have money or you have fists. Since you don't have money, let me show you how hard your fists are. He clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, and the thugs around him grinned cruelly. Either leave all the money you have on you, I don't care how much you have, just take it all out. Baldy paused, his tone turning sinister. Either, you stay here, along with the little one in your arms. If I don't teach you a lesson today, do you think the night market is a place just anyone can come to? Chen Fan tightened his grip on his daughter's arms. He slowly raised his head, looking at the extremely arrogant bald man in front of him, his tone eerily calm. You just said you wanted to harm my daughter? His voice wasn't loud, but it made the temperature in the noisy air around him drop a few degrees. Chapter 9. Dare to touch my daughter? I'll send her flying with one punch. The voice was very soft and calm. It's like asking, how's the weather today? But Bald Biao and the thugs around him felt a chill inexplicably run down their spines, from the soles of their feet to the tops of their heads. The surrounding crowd of onlookers also subconsciously fell silent for a moment. They looked at the man holding the child, at his unfathomably dark eyes, and suddenly felt that this seemingly poor and down on his luck stay-at-home dad seemed a little off. Ha ha ha. Bald Biao seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. He paused for a moment, then burst into even more arrogant laughter. So what if I made a move? I didn't just make a move on her, I'm going to. His words were cut short before he could finish speaking. Because Chen Fan made a move. Facing Baldy Biao's fist, as big as a clay pot and swirling with the force of a punch, Chen Fan neither dodged nor evaded. However, Chen Fan's action stunned everyone. He simply and calmly, even somewhat gently, took something out of the side pocket of his faded backpack. A pink plastic rattle with a bear pattern. Just as the force of the punch was about to hit his face, he held the rattle drum in front of an in his arms and shook it gently. Whoosh, whoosh. The crisp, plastic-sounding voice seemed so out of place in this underground space filled with bloodshed and greed. Everyone stared wide-eyed at this unbelievable scene. A man, in the midst of a life-or-death struggle, pulled out a baby toy. Has he gone mad? The sneer on Baldy Biao's face froze. He couldn't understand what this kid was up to. Just then, Anan, who was feeling uneasy from the noise, saw the familiar toys in front of her and heard the familiar voices. Her little mouth moved slightly, and her big, dark eyes curved into two tiny crescent moons. Giggle. A clear, childlike laugh escaped from her little mouth. Pure, clean, and untouched by any dust. In this filthy underground world, it appears exceptionally clear and clean. The moment that laughter rang out, a huge and warm current suddenly surged from his daughter into Chen Fan's limbs and bones. It was more turbulent than ever before. The internal energy within him, which was originally just a stream, instantly converged into a raging river. An invisible barrier shattered, and his hungry body was completely filled with a warm current, a sense of power permeating his limbs and bones. Mid-stage of Ming Jin. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Baldy Biao's fist was already inches away. His expression shifted from astonishment to rage. He felt he had been played for a fool. Die, he roared, pouring all his strength into this punch. Chen Fan slowly raised his other hand. He even maintained the posture of holding a baby in one arm and a rattle drum in the other. His movements were slow and unremarkable. It was just an ordinary straight punch. There was no howling wind from the punches, no terrifying aura. Like an old man doing his morning exercise in the park, casually throwing a punch. But this punch, delivered after the initial strike, landed lightly on Baldy Biao's chest, where a dragon was tattooed across his shoulder. Bang! A dull, almost inaudible sound. The sinister smile on Baldy Biao's face froze completely. An indescribable, terrifying force surged into his body, instantly shattering all his strength. Well. His eyes bulged out, and he couldn't even let out a scream. He was blasted off the ground by a tremendous force, flying 7 or 8 meters away before crashing heavily into a concrete pillar and sliding back to the ground. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of internal organs, his head lolled to the side, and he fainted on the spot. The cruel smiles on the faces of the thugs around him were still frozen. They stared blankly at their leader lying in a pool of blood, then slowly turned their heads to look at the culprit. The entire venue was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. All the noise of bargaining, arguing, and clamor vanished without a trace at that moment. Hundreds of eyes were focused on the same person. Chen Fan. He slowly withdrew his fist, while the rattle in his other hand was still gently shaking, making a whoosh-whoosh sound. He looked down at his daughter, who was laughing even more happily in his arms, and rubbed his cheek against her little forehead. Then, he raised his head and coldly swept his terrifyingly calm eyes over the silent crowd around him. Those gazes that were originally filled with greed, scrutiny, and ill intent all lowered their heads as if electrocuted the moment they met his eyes, no longer daring to look. Awe, fear. Here, might makes right. Several thugs surrounding him suddenly collapsed to their knees with a few thuds, trembling violently. Sir, please spare us, we were blind to your greatness. Chen Fan ignored them. Holding his daughter, he strode over to Baldy Biao's stall, which was now a complete mess. He bent down and picked up the porcelain bottle containing the qi and blood pill from the ground. Then, he glanced at the metal money box behind the stall that had been pried open, with stacks of cash scattered inside. Chen Fan reached out and pulled out 200 yuan bills, neatly stacked them, and placed them in the only relatively clean corner of the stall. 2,000 yuan. Market price. After doing all this, Chen Fan held his daughter in one arm and the porcelain bottle in the other, then turned to leave. No one dared to stop them. Everyone made way for him as if he were a plague carrier, creating a wide passage for him. Just as he was about to step onto the iron staircase leading back to the ground, a voice came from behind the crowd. "Friend, please wait a moment." His voice was tinged with laughter and he was very polite. Chen Fan stopped and turned around. The crowd parted, and a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a tang suit, walked briskly over with a big smile on his face. He first glanced at the unconscious Bald Biao in the distance, a fleeting, unreadable emotion flashing in his eyes, then turned his gaze to Chen Fan, his smile widening. "My friend, you have excellent skills. I am Manager Wu, one of the managers of this night market." He cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Chen Fan. "Our boss would like to invite you upstairs for a cup of tea. Would you do me the honor?" Chen Fan looked at the smiling Manager Wu in front of him, then looked up at the inconspicuous three-story building hidden in the shadows deep in the black market. He knew that this cup of tea probably wouldn't taste so good. Chapter 10, Fragment, The Inch Punch. Chen Fan's gaze lingered on the small building hidden in the shadows for a few seconds. Drinking tea. He held his daughter in his arms, clutching the qi and blood pill he had just acquired, wanting nothing more than to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Any unexpected complications could bring unforeseen dangers. Manager Wu's smile remained unchanged. He was very patient and showed no sign of being in a hurry. Chen Fan withdrew his gaze, looked at him, and shook his head. "No, thank you." His voice was soft, but clear. "I'm just an ordinary person who brought my child out to buy some things. I don't want to cause any trouble." After saying that, he hugged his daughter tighter in his arms and turned to walk up the iron staircase. He refused very decisively. Manager Wu's smile faltered slightly, but he quickly regained his amicable and prosperous demeanor. He didn't stop him anymore, but just looked at Chen Fan's back and said with a smile, "Friend, you misunderstood. Our boss didn't mean any harm. He just admires your skills and wants to make friends." Chen Fan didn't stop walking. "This is our night market VIP card. Friends can get a 10% discount on all transactions when they come again." A black metal card flew from behind and landed steadily on the steps in front of Chen Fan without making a sound. This control over force indicates that Manager Wu is at least a skilled practitioner in the late stage of Mingjin, a martial arts technique. Chen Fan stopped and looked down at the card. He was silent for a few seconds, then bent down, picked it up, and put it in his pocket. "Thank you." He didn't look back, but carried it in and quickly walked up the stairs. Manager Wu stood there, watching Chen Fan's figure disappear into the container entrance, before the smile on his face slowly faded and his eyes became somewhat deep. He stroked his chin and muttered to himself. Holding a baby, crippling Baldy Biao with a single punch. Mid-stage Mingjin? Interesting. Back on land, breathing in the salty sea air of the dock, Chen Fan's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he found a dark corner, cautiously observed his surroundings, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he confirmed that no one was following him. Anen slept soundly in his arms, her little face rosy. Chen Fan lowered his head and rubbed his cheek against his daughter's warm forehead, feeling much more at ease. With the qi and blood pill, he can stabilize his mid-stage Mingjin realm and even have the strength to break through to a higher level. This trip to the night market was worthwhile. He put the porcelain bottle and the black card into his backpack, preparing to leave the area completely, when his peripheral vision caught his eye at a corner not far away. It was a stall that hardly anyone visited. A tattered tarpaulin was spread on the ground, on which a pile of rusty ironware, broken pottery jars, and a few old books that were swollen from being soaked in water and whose covers were almost rotten were piled up haphazardly. The stall owner was an old man who was so thin he looked unrecognizable. He leaned against the corner of the wall, drowsy, and indifferent to everything around him. Chen Fan had already started walking, but then he stopped, his eyes fixed on that corner. Without thinking much, he walked over. His gaze fell on the few tattered old books. One of them was only a thin book of a dozen pages, with a grayish-brown cover on which two characters were written crookedly in calligraphy. Inch punch. The handwriting was blurry, the paper was yellowed and brittle, and looked like it would break at the slightest touch. Chen Fan squatted down, reached out his hand, and wanted to pick it up and take a look. "Don't move." The old man suddenly opened his eyes and scolded in a dry, hoarse voice, "If you want to see it, you have to buy it." Chen Fan's hand froze in mid-air. "How much is this?" he asked, pointing to the booklet. The old man glanced at it as if it were a pile of waste paper, and impatiently held up 3 fingers. 300. Chen Fan didn't say anything, but took out his wallet from his pocket. Besides the 200 yuan he had left over from buying the qi and blood pill, he only had a few hundred yuan in change that he had prepared before coming. He counted out 300 yuan and handed it over. The old man grabbed the money, stuffed it into his pocket, then closed his eyes and continued to doze off, as if looking at it even once more would be a waste of energy. Chen Fan then picked up the thin booklet. It's very light, and the paper is rough. He stood up, stuffed the booklet into his backpack, turned and strode away. Behind him, the old man half opened his eyes, watched his departing figure, and snorted, muttering, "Idiot." It was already 3 in the morning when I got back to that dilapidated rented room. Chen Fan gently placed An on the crib and covered her with a small blanket. The little guy smacked his lips, rolled over, and continued to sleep soundly. Looking at his daughter's sleeping face, his shoulders, which had been tense all night, finally relaxed. He took off his sweat-soaked t-shirt, first taking out the porcelain bottle and pouring out a qi and blood pill. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, a warm current instantly spread, surging through his limbs and bones, replenishing his body, which was extremely depleted due to the breakthrough. The hunger was relieved slightly. After doing all this, he took out the tattered booklet he had bought for 300 yuan from his backpack inch punch. He sat on the edge of the bed and, by the dim light of the desk lamp, carefully turned to the first page. The very first line made him tighten his grip on the booklet. A single inch of force can break through 10,000 techniques. However, those who lack the mental strength to control their power will inevitably injure themselves if they practice this method. Mental strength? Chen Fan's breathing paused for a second. He recalled the wonderful feeling he had when he sang nursery rhymes to his daughter to sleep, and his spirit resonated with the internal energy within his body. Isn't that just the application of mental power? He continued reading. The booklet was incomplete, with many pages illegible and some even torn out. But the remaining content was enough to make Chen Fan's heart pound. This style of boxing doesn't emphasize specific moves, but rather the generation of power. He compresses all his internal energy into a small space, and then unleashes it with a roar the moment he makes contact with the target. Domineering, pure, and with ultimate penetrating power. However, the threshold for cultivation is frighteningly high. This boxing technique emphasizes using mental energy to tightly contain one's internal strength before unleashing it in one breath. If one cannot contain it and the internal energy becomes disordered, the first one to be crippled will be oneself. This is practically a self-harming technique. No wonder it was treated as waste paper and thrown in a corner. For the average martial artist, the concept of mental power is unheard of. It's something only grandmasters can handle. To use that to control internal energy? That's practically suicide. But Chen Fan is different. As long as he makes his daughter happy, his mental energy will naturally merge with his internal strength. This incomplete book, which was worthless in the eyes of others, was to him. It was practically tailor-made for him. Chen Fan gripped the booklet tightly in his hand, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He had a strong premonition. This inch punch will become the sharpest weapon in his hand, protecting his daughter. Chapter 11: The Assassin Crow. Chen Fan gripped the booklet tightly in his hand, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He had a strong premonition. This inch punch will become the sharpest weapon in his hand, protecting his daughter. Chapter 11: The Assassin Crow. Chen Fan gripped the booklet tightly in his hand, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He had a. Carefully placing the thin booklet and the porcelain bottle containing the qi and blood pills into his backpack, Chen Fan's shoulders, which had been tense all night, finally relaxed completely. A very fruitful experience. Not only did it solve the immediate crisis, but it also unexpectedly provided a martial arts technique that perfectly matched its own abilities. He lowered his head and gently rubbed his cheek against Anan's warm little face in his arms. The little one was sleeping soundly, her little mouth slightly open, making even breathing sounds. "Anan, let's go home." Chen Fan lowered his head and whispered in his daughter's ear. He carried his daughter, turned and strode away from this underground world filled with the stench of blood and greed. Back on the ground, the salty sea breeze on his face brought a touch of coolness, calming Chen Fan's feverish mind. the night grew deeper. At the dock, stacks of containers cast huge shadows under the dim lights. Chen Fan did not take the main road, but chose a more secluded path with fewer people. His trip to the night market made him realize that the world is far more dangerous than he imagined, and that it's always better to be safe than sorry. Just as he was about to leave the dock area and turn into an alley leading to the city, he slowed down. Not far away, two martial artists who had just come out of the night market were leaning against a corner of the wall, talking in hushed tones. Chen Fan didn't want to cause trouble, but his keen hearing as a martial artist allowed him to catch a few key words. "Have you heard? Crow has made his move again." A tall, thin martial artist lowered his voice, glancing around repeatedly. His companion, a short, fat man, spat upon hearing this. "Damn it, this madman is getting more and more outrageous. Are those people in the Martial Arts Association just sitting around doing nothing? Doesn't anyone do anything about it? Manage? How?" The tall martial artist sneered. "Crow is an evil martial artist, notoriously elusive. He's said to be a master of internal energy, specializing in targeting talented young children, sucking their life essence to train his skills. His methods are terrifyingly cruel. Just the other day, old Lu's grandson in the west of the city, who had just turned 1, was killed by him." The tall martial artist didn't say anything more, but his meaning was already quite clear. The short, stout martial artist shuddered and cursed. "What a damn beast! How could he lay a hand on such a small child? Who can argue with that?" So, those with children at home should be careful these days. Especially those who seem to have good potential, they are the most likely to be targeted by these evil martial artists. Sigh, this world. Their voices gradually faded, and they walked away arm in arm. Chen Fan stood still, without moving. His body seemed frozen. Toddlers. Talented. Sucking human essence. Upon hearing those words, his heart skipped a beat, and his hands and feet turned ice cold. He instinctively hugged his daughter tighter, his arms taut like iron. Anan felt a little uncomfortable and shifted in his arms, letting out a muffled murmur in her sleep. At that very moment, Chen Fan's martial arts instincts kicked in, and he suddenly felt a sharp, piercing pain. He suddenly looked up, his sharp gaze sweeping around. The dock lights were dim, casting large, heavy shadows between the containers. The wind blew by, making a whistling sound. There was nothing there. But Chen Fan felt a chill rise from behind him. A gaze fell upon him. A cold, emotionless gaze, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, was fixed on him through the layers of darkness. No, I wasn't staring at him. She was staring at Anan in his arms. Those eyes were greedy, cold, and filled with nauseating malice. Chen Fan's body stiffened. The rumors I had just heard and the killing intent I was feeling at that moment instantly connected. He remained calm and showed no sign of anything amiss. He simply held his daughter and turned to walk into the alleyway leading home. His pace was neither fast nor slow, just like before. But the muscles throughout his body had already subtly tensed, and the internal energy within him flowed slowly like a flood waiting to be released. He could clearly feel that chilling killing intent, like a leech, following him closely. There were no footsteps. The other party was clearly a master at concealing their whereabouts. Chen Fan's heartbeat was steady, but his eyes grew colder and colder. He did not choose to run away. He knew that running away was the most foolish choice when facing such evil martial artists who targeted children. Once targeted, they would not rest until they had completely eliminated you. Moreover, he cannot run away. He was holding the center of his entire world in his arms. Any sudden movement could hurt Anan. His mind raced, his gaze sweeping over the intricate terrain around him. The alleyways of the old town were his only advantage. Suddenly, he turned and darted into a narrow alleyway that could only accommodate one person at a time. The alley was pitch black, but he didn't stop at all. His footwork followed an inconspicuous footwork diagram from the incomplete Inch-Fist manual. He was like a weightless leaf, gliding forward silently. At the alley entrance, the chilling killing intent paused slightly, as if somewhat surprised. In the darkness, Chen Fan rounded a corner piled with clutter, emerged from another alley, and returned to the main road. The whole process took only a few seconds. He glanced back. That feeling of being locked in place disappeared. Did he successfully shake off the other person? No. Just 3 seconds later, that nauseating malice reappeared, colder and more focused than before. The other party was enraged. Chen Fan knew in his heart that this was only temporary, and the other party would soon find him again. But his actions just now proved at least one thing: the other party was not a god, and could also make mistakes. This gave him a tiny bit of confidence. He glanced around at his surroundings. It was an old town, filled with narrow, crisscrossing alleyways and old residential buildings. His gaze finally settled on a dead-end alley ahead with a sign that read, "Under construction, please detour." Chen Fan paused for a moment, then, as if he hadn't seen the warning sign, he carried his daughter and walked straight inside. The alley was deep and narrow, with mottled walls on both sides, and a high wall blocked its end. There was only a dim street lamp overhead, its light flickering and casting a long shadow over him. As Chen Fan walked deeper into the alley, he stopped. He could feel the murderous intent behind him stop, right at the alley entrance. That cold gaze, like a searchlight, swept back and forth between him and his daughter, full of scrutiny and assessment. The alley suddenly fell silent, with only the sound of their breathing remaining. Finally, faint, almost imperceptible footsteps came from the alley entrance. Step by step, unhurriedly. The footsteps in the silent night sounded like they were treading on one's heart. Chen Fan slowly turned around. He looked at the alley entrance. A tall, thin man wearing a black trench coat, who seemed to blend into the shadows, was slowly walking towards him. The man was tall and thin, wearing a black baseball cap with the brim pulled low, obscuring his face. But the chilling killing intent emanating from him was so tangible that it caused the surrounding air temperature to drop several degrees. "Crow." Chen Fan looked at him and calmly uttered 2 words. The figure at the alley entrance paused. He seemed somewhat surprised, not expecting his code name to be called out so easily. He raised his head, revealing a pair of sinister eyes beneath the brim of his hat. "Oh?" The hoarse voice sounded like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, which was extremely unpleasant to listen to. "You know me? I just heard about it." Chen Fan tightened his grip on An's arms. The crow chuckled softly, a dry and unpleasant sound. He licked his lips, his gaze fixed on the baby in Chen Fan's arms, his greed undisguised. Good potential, a promising talent. He stopped talking nonsense, and his voice suddenly turned cold. "Now that you found out, you might as well die." The moment the words left his mouth, the crow vanished from its spot. A sharp whooshing sound rang out from Chen Fan's side and rear. Hidden force. Injuring someone from a distance. Chen Fan was startled. Without thinking, he twisted his daughter's body at an incredible angle. Laugh. An invisible force grazed his ribs, leaving a half-inch deep scratch on the wall behind him. Cement debris flew everywhere. Chen Fan felt a burning pain under his ribs, his clothes were torn and blood was seeping out. Wow, so fast. So strong. This is what a martial artist with hidden strength looks like. Before he could even catch his breath, another attack came. Chen Fan had just steadied himself when a dark shadow flashed from the other side. A crow was already beside him, its 5 fingers forming claws, aiming straight for in his arms. "Give me the child." Chapter 12 Peak of Ming Jin, the power of a single punch. That hand was dry and thin, with nails that had an unhealthy bluish-black tinge. It carried a putrid stench and a chilling killing intent as it lunged straight at An. Chen Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. Time seemed to slow down, very slowly, at this moment. The cracked lines on that claw, the nauseating smell of blood, and the undisguised greed and malice directed at the daughter, everything was crystal clear. A surge of burning anger instantly rushed to Chen Fan's head. An, seemingly sensing the chilling killing intent emanating from her arms, could no longer sleep peacefully. The little one frowned, pouted, and let out a soft, tearful murmur in its sleep. Her small hands instinctively tightened, gripping Chen Fan's collar tightly. It was a very light movement. Like a little kitten, seeking the warmest and safest harbor. At that very moment, an indescribable warm current, larger and purer than ever before, surged from the point where father and daughter were connected into Chen Fan's limbs and bones. This warm current carries with it a sense of security, reliance, and trust. Warm, pure, and unstoppable. Boom! A muffled thunderclap echoed in Chen Fan's mind. His internal energy surged violently, breaking through an invisible barrier. Originally only at the mid-stage of Ming Jin, his cultivation level skyrocketed under the infusion of this massive energy, climbing all the way to the highest point of Ming Jin. Peak of Ming Jin. The burning pain in his ribs, previously inflicted by the hidden force, vanished instantly, replaced by a tingling warmth. The emptiness in his body caused by the continuous breakthroughs was completely filled by this warm current. Power, an unprecedented sense of power, filled every corner of his body. And all of this happened in the blink of an eye. The crow's claws were already in front of An. He grinned, a cruel and triumphant smile. In his eyes, this martial artist at the mid-stage of the Ming Jin realm was already dead, while this infant with exceptional potential would soon become a tonic to greatly enhance his power. However, the scene he had envisioned Chen Fan awkwardly dodging while holding the child did not occur. Chen Fan did not dodge. He simply held his daughter, slightly turning his body to the side, using his back to completely block any possible exposure of an. Then, he threw a punch. There are no moves, no techniques. It was simple. He clenched his fist, threw a punch at the ghostly claw that was reaching out to grab him. This punch contained all the power he possessed at the peak of his Ming Jin level. Bang! Fist and claw collided solidly. There was no loud bang as expected, only a dull, grating thud that made one's heart clench. The crow's smile froze. The next second, his sinister eyes widened suddenly, filled with horror. A violent and powerful force, completely incomprehensible to him, surged forth from the opponent's fist like a tidal wave. This power is something that a mid-stage Ming Jin martial artist could never possess. Snap! A soft cracking sound was heard. The crow felt a sharp pain in its wrist, and a tremendous force surged through it, instantly numbing its entire arm. He was blasted backward by a tremendous force. Thump! The crow's back slammed heavily against the wall at the end of the alley, making a dull thud, and plaster crumbled off the wall. He slid down the wall and fell to the ground. He felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood welled up, but he forced it back down. He braced himself on the ground, raised his head in disbelief, and looked at Chen Fan. In the alley, under the dim yellow streetlights, Chen Fan remained standing in the same spot, holding his daughter in the same position, without even changing his posture. But his overall demeanor was completely different from before. A powerful and solid internal energy surge emanated from him without any concealment, making the surrounding air thicken. You! The crow gripped its trembling right hand, its fingers dislocated, its hoarse voice filled with astonishment and doubt. You've been hiding your true strength? He just couldn't understand it. In a single exchange, just one exchange, a renowned master of internal energy was sent flying by a single punch from an unknown kid. Moreover, the opponent's cultivation level clearly increased dramatically in an instant. Chen Fan did not answer him. He bent down and gently patted his daughter's back to comfort the frightened little one. Anan snuggled against him, seemingly finding a sense of security, and then fell into a deep sleep again. After doing all this, Chen Fan raised his head again, his cold gaze falling on the crow. The wariness and seriousness in his eyes were gone. All that remained was pure, undisguised killing intent. The crow felt a chill run down its spine as he was stared at, but then, the horror in its eyes was slowly replaced by a more twisted and greedy fanaticism. Good, very good. The crow slowly stood up from the ground, letting out a dry laugh. I misjudged you. I never expected you to be at the peak of Ming Jin. The offspring of such a powerful being must have exceptional talent. Even better, this furnace is even better. He seemed completely unconcerned about his injured hand, and instead became even more excited because of Chen Fan's strength. He licked his chapped lips and smiled coldly. However, you seem to have some misunderstanding about power. Peak of Ming Jin sounds impressive, but Ming Jin is still just Ming Jin. The crow raised its intact left hand and made a light tap on the wall a meter away. The movement was so light that it didn't even make a sound. Chen Fan's gaze sharpened slightly. 1 second later. Puff! A soft sound came from inside the wall. On that seemingly solid cement wall, spiderweb-like cracks silently spread from the spot where the crow had made its swooping sound. It wasn't a surface crack, but rather it was completely shattered from the inside by a subtle, yin-like force. The crow withdrew its hand, looked at Chen Fan's solemn face, and laughed cruelly. Have you ever seen a kind of hidden force that can penetrate a person's body and turn their internal organs into a mess? Chapter 13 The Inch Punch shows its power. Chen Fan looked at the wall. Spiderweb-like cracks spread from the inside of the wall, silent yet deadly. His throat felt a little dry. This is called hidden strength. It wasn't smashed, it was shattered. If that palm strike had landed on him instead of the wall, Chen Fan dared not think about it. He hugged in and tightly. The little one was sleeping soundly, her little face rosy. Are you scared? The crow's hoarse laughter echoed through the alley. He seemed to enjoy this cat and mouse game, especially the fear on people's faces before despair. At the peak of Ming Jin, no matter how great your strength is, if you can't hit anyone, you're just a piece of trash. And my hidden power, if it just brushes against you, can penetrate into your body. He stuck out his dry tongue and licked his lips, his eyes brimming with greed and cruelty. Guess which will break first, your bones, or your internal organs. Before the words were finished, the crow's figure became blurry again. He didn't pounce directly like before, but moved at high speed through the narrow alley like a fleeting ghost. Laugh. Hiss. Unseen forces shot towards Chen Fan from all directions. Some of them aimed directly at Chen Fan's vitals, while others insidiously attacked any gaps that an in might expose in his arms. Chen Fan's expression turned completely cold. You can't force it. The only option is to hide. Holding his daughter, Chen Fan used footwork he had learned from the Inch Fist manual, twisting and dodging at angles that were incomprehensible to ordinary people. His back, shoulders, and arms became the last barrier protecting Inan. He held Inan firmly in front of his chest to withstand the attacks that were unavoidable. Puff! A hidden force grazed his lower back, his clothes instantly ripped open, and a chilling force penetrated his body, causing his blood and chi to surge. It hurts. It wasn't a physical injury, but rather a numb and painful sensation that came from within. Chen Fan gritted his teeth and remained silent. A few lines of text from the incomplete inch punch flashed through his mind. Internal strength is the manifestation of chi and blood. Manifest strength is visible on the outside, while hidden strength is concealed within. However, those who possess divine power can control both the internal and external worlds. Using spiritual energy as a guide, they gather internal strength into a single thread, unleashing it from a mere inch, making them invincible. Mental strength? What is mental strength? Chen Fan didn't understand. All he knew was that whenever Inan was happy or relied on him, a warm current would flow into his body. That warm current was gentle and comfortable, and it made his strength surge. What if that warm current is what is called spiritual power? The moment the thought crossed his mind, he froze. Sizzle! Another hidden force slashed across his thigh, drawing out a string of blood beads. Chen Fan stumbled and almost fell. The crows laughed even more triumphantly. Go ahead and hide, let's see how long you can hide. Once I wear you down, this little baby will be mine. The crow suddenly stopped moving and, like a large bird, swooped out of the shadows, its withered fingers reaching for Inan once more. This time, he used all his strength, and his speed was twice as fast as before. A chilling, killing intent swept over us. Chen Fan was locked onto by this aura, and he felt that the air around him had become viscous, making it difficult to even dodge. There's no escaping it. In his arms, Inan seemed to sense the danger as well, her small body shifting restlessly. Now! Chen Fan felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He stopped thinking about what spiritual power was, and simply relied on instinct to feel the warmth in his chest where he was connected to his daughter. He concentrated all his thoughts to guide and mobilize the surging, powerful internal energy at its peak within the body. Then, he threw a punch. Faced with the crow's seemingly inevitable claw strike, Chen Fan did not retreat but instead advanced, taking a sudden half-step forward. This half-step shortened the distance between the two to an extremely dangerous level. A distance with almost no room to exert force. The crow froze, not understanding what this martial arts master was trying to do. Court death? Within that distance of less than an inch, Chen Fan's fist moved. There was no arm swinging, no waist twisting. With just a flick of the wrist, the fist suddenly shot out from within an inch. With this punch, all the power and internal energy were compressed tightly onto the fist by that inexplicable spiritual force. There was no howling wind from the punches, no outward release of energy. There was only one extremely dull sound, like a hammer striking a muffled drum. Bang! Fists and claws clashed. The crow's expression instantly turned to horror. A brute force struck his hand, but that was only a superficial appearance. Following that force was a penetrating force as sharp as a steel needle, incredibly domineering. This force instantly tore through his protective inner energy and drilled into his arm. Snap! The sound of bones breaking rang out, even crisper than before. Puff! The crow was struck as if by lightning. It flew backward, its body arched, and spat out a mouthful of blood while still in midair. He fell heavily to the ground a few meters away, clutching his limp left hand, his eyes filled with disbelief. He raised his head and stared intently at Chen Fan. What kind of fist technique is that? For the first time, fear crept into his hoarse voice. That's not Ming Jin. It's not a hidden force either. It was a strange force that he had never seen before, brutal, concentrated, and full of explosive power. Chen Fan did not answer. He stood there, holding his daughter, breathing heavily. His right arm was also trembling slightly. That punch just now almost drained all the strength from his body. The cost of inch punch was much greater than he had imagined. But he succeeded. He looked at the crow lying on the ground, his cold eyes filled with even stronger murderous intent. The crow struggled to stand up, but spat out another mouthful of blood, which even contained fragments of internal organs. He knew he was badly injured. But he laughed, a laugh even more maniacal and twisted than before. Good boxing. He looked at Chen Fan with a twisted fanaticism and possessiveness in his eyes. But do you think you've won? A strange smile appeared on the crow's face. Just now, you took at least 3 blows from my hidden force while protecting the child, right? Chen Fan stiffened, a bad premonition rising within him. The crow sneered, what I practice is the bone-corroding force. That force should have already penetrated your bone marrow and internal organs. Soon, you'll feel itching and pain all over your body, then your bones will crumble inch by inch, and your internal organs will gradually turn into blood, slowly rotting away in endless pain. He watched Chen Fan's expression change instantly and laughed smugly. Give me the child, and I'll give you a quick death. Chapter 14 Desperate Situation. The terrifying power of hidden force. Corrupting bone strength. These 3 words left Chen Fan momentarily stunned. He froze, staring at the cruel yet triumphant smile on the crow's face. The crow's words echoed in his ears, bones would crumble, internal organs would turn to water. Chen Fan's face gradually paled. He tried to mobilize his internal energy to drive away the cold, gloomy energy that had seeped into his body. It's useless. His internal energy was like a surging river, but the crow's hidden energy was like a slippery loach, impossible to catch or stop. They followed the meridians, burrowing deeper and deeper, leaving behind a strange, tingling, itchy sensation wherever they went. Hee, ho ho. The crow looked at Chen Fan's ugly face and let out a nasty laugh. He used his intact right hand to support himself against the wall and stood up unsteadily. His left hand, shattered by the inch punch, hung limply at his sides, but he didn't care at all. Can you feel it? He asked hoarsely. Is that force making you feel itchy and painful right now? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. The more you use your internal energy, the faster your blood and qi circulate, and the faster my bone-corroding energy can flow throughout your body. When you can no longer feel the itch, it means your bones have rotted into dust. Every word the crow uttered made Chen Fan's palms sweat. This is a dead end. Hitting will hasten your death. If we don't fight, we're just waiting to die. The only chance of survival is to kill the person in front of me. Perhaps he has the antidote. But, how do I kill him? That punch just now was completely unexpected and exhausted all his strength. Now that the enemy is on guard and I am poisoned, with the balance of power shifting, I have no chance at all. The crow approached Chen Fan step by step, slowly and deliberately. With each step he took, the oppressive feeling in the alley grew stronger. Chen Fan, holding his daughter, tried to back away. Don't let him get close. The power of the inch punch lies only in a small space. Once distance is created, facing the unpredictable and hidden force, you become a sitting duck. But as soon as he moved, a piercing tingling sensation shot through his spine and spread throughout his body, making him go limp and almost kneel down. He bit his tongue hard, using the excruciating pain to gain a moment of clarity and forcefully steady himself. Oh no. It started so quickly. Trying to run? The crow saw through his predicament, grinned maliciously, and its figure blurred without warning, instantly appearing behind Chen Fan. That's too fast. Chen Fan's pupils contracted sharply as he tried to turn around to block, but his body reacted a beat slower due to the toxins and injuries. The crow's intact right hand, carrying a chilling, malevolent wind, was firmly imprinted on his back. Bang! A muffled thud. Chen Fan felt as if he had been hit hard by an invisible hammer. A bone-corroding force more insidious than ever before surged into his body like a flood bursting its banks. Puff! As if struck by lightning, Chen Fan lunged forward, spitting out a mouthful of blood in a horrifying arc through the air. His internal energy defenses were completely and utterly destroyed by this palm strike. My internal organs started to cramp. The excruciating pain overwhelmed his senses. He could no longer hold on and collapsed heavily to his knees. Thump! The knees slammed against the hard concrete, making a dull thud. Even in his last moments before losing consciousness, he used all his strength to twist his body, using his arms and chest to tightly protect in his arms, creating an absolutely safe buffer space. Wow! The violent tremors and the pain emanating from her father finally roused Anan from her slumber. The little one was startled by this sudden change. Its tightly closed eyes snapped open, its little mouth pursed, and it let out a loud, fearful cry. The cries were shrill and helpless. The sound of crying caused him a pang of pain in his heart. He wanted to move, to lift his head, to pick up his daughter, and to tell her, "Baby, don't be afraid, Daddy's here." But he couldn't move. The corrosive energy that had invaded his body was frantically destroying everything around him. His consciousness was rapidly sinking into a cold darkness. Footsteps sounded behind me. One step at a time. It's very slow. The crow walked up to him and looked down at Chen Fan, who was kneeling on the ground and couldn't even lift his head. The smile on his face was one of extreme smugness. "It's over." He spoke hoarsely, extending a withered finger and slowly touching Chen Fan's brow. In the alley, only Annen's heart-wrenching cries and Chen Fan's increasingly faint breathing remained. Chapter 15 Changing a Diaper. I comprehended the power of internal energy. What does death feel like? Chen Fan didn't know. Cold. The withered finger, carrying a decaying, chilling aura, gradually enlarged in front of his brow. The decaying energy within him was like countless greedy ants, gnawing at his bones and his internal organs. Numbness, itching, pain. Then came endless darkness. Consciousness is being swallowed up by this darkness. He wanted to resist, but his body was no longer under his control. He didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Wow. Wow. Just then, her daughter's cries, like the finest needle, pierced through the thick darkness. That was very loud. I feel so wronged. With a little bit of fear. Chen Fan's heart clenched suddenly. "Baby, don't cry. Dad is here." He wanted to say that, but no sound came out. His world consisted only of his daughter's heart-wrenching cries and the ever-approaching finger that signified the end. He's going to die. Then, this monster called Crow will take away his Anan. No. No. Absolutely not. A strong obsession rekindled a faint light in a consciousness that was on the verge of extinction. Wa'ada. Wa. The crying continued. Chen Fan's scattered thoughts were drawn back to those trivial daily routines by the sound of crying. Countless images flashed through my mind. When changing Annen's diaper, her soft little legs would kick, and I could only gently lift her up following her force when dressing her. I couldn't struggle with her little arms, I could only gently guide her. Softness, compliance, guidance, and yielding. These images, these sensations, these most ordinary daily routines flashed rapidly through his mind, which was about to fall silent. They overlapped with another passage on the fragment of Inch Punch. Hidden strength is fierce and violent, breaking through the surface with a single point. However, excessive strength is easily broken. Above it is neutralizing strength, like mercury seeping into the ground, penetrating everywhere. It weakens when encountering the strong and strengthens when encountering the weak. Its key is not in resistance, but in neutralizing. Change? How to apply it? Like changing Annen's diaper? Go with her force, instead of fighting against her? This idea is absurd and laughable. But at this moment, it was like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through all the fog in Chen Fan's mind. He understood. And in that very instant, that warm current, which had only appeared when Annen was happy, surged into his limbs and bones with unprecedented force, fueled by Annen's terrified cries and Chen Fan's resolute will to protect her. This warm current brings more than just strength. It acts like a catalyst, a binder. Wherever it passed, the internal energy within Chen Fan's body, which was on the verge of collapse due to the erosion of corrosion bone force, and the rampaging, unruly external force, seemed to find their backbone. They no longer resisted, no longer charged. Instead, it became softer. Just like Annen's little body. Those few insidious bone-corroding energies, originally deadly poisons, were now like cotton wool after colliding with this force, completely enveloped and bound, unable to penetrate any further. Subsequently, this new force carried them along the meridians, expelling them bit by bit from the pores. The tingling and itching sensation has disappeared. The stinging sensation also disappeared. Instead, there is an unprecedented feeling of clarity and harmony. His body seemed to have become a fluid whole. He felt that his internal energy was no longer surging violently, but had become gentle and flowed throughout his body. Transform your internal force. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. In the crow's eyes, Chen Fan was still kneeling on the ground, on the verge of death. The sneer on his face had reached its peak. His finger finally touched Chen Fan's forehead. Die! He roared, gathering all the remaining internal energy in his body, and unleashed it from his fingertips. He could almost see the bloody scene of the other person's head bursting open from the inside like a watermelon. However, it didn't explode. His finger touched Chen Fan's brow, but it felt like touching a slippery, oil-covered pebble. That hidden force, powerful enough to shatter steel plates, crumbled upon contact. No, it's not a collapse. It was gently pulled by an extremely small yet extremely subtle force, and slid into the empty space. All the effort was in vain. The crow's sinister grin froze instantly. What happened? In that very instant of his horror, Chen Fan, who was kneeling on the ground, moved. He didn't look up. He didn't even stand up. While kneeling, her body twisted slightly at an angle that is incomprehensible to ordinary people. This twist allowed him to avoid the crow's subsequent force, while simultaneously placing his right shoulder against the crow's chin. The distance was less than an inch. Then, he threw a punch. It's still inch punch. There was no arm swinging, no waist twisting, and not even a flick of the wrist. With a slight slump of his shoulder, his fist landed lightly, within an inch of his reach. Pop. A soft sound. It's like gently popping a blister with your finger. This punch looked soft and weak, without any force at all. But the crow's body suddenly stiffened. The shock in his eyes turned into endless fear and bewilderment. A strange force, gentle yet possessing destructive penetrating power, emanated from Chen Fan's fist. This force did not destroy his jawbone, nor did it damage his flesh. The crow felt a soft, eel-like force enter his head, making him dizzy. He opened his mouth, as if to say something. But he couldn't utter a single word. The sparkle in his eyes faded rapidly. He couldn't understand it. Why is this martial artist with the Ming Jin skill able to deliver such a bizarre punch? That's neither obvious force nor hidden force. Thump. The crow's body fell straight backward and crashed heavily to the ground. His eyes were still wide open. Inside, the last vestiges of fear and bewilderment remained. Life, cut off. The alleyway fell silent instantly. Only Anan remained, still making soft, sobbing sounds out of fear. Huff, huff. Chen Fan knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. He looked up at the crow's corpse, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. An indescribable sense of exhaustion instantly overwhelmed him. Chen Fan swayed and almost fell over. Anan, don't be afraid. With his last bit of strength, he adjusted his position and held the sobbing little one in his arms even tighter. He gently patted his daughter's back, soothing her again and again in a hoarse voice. Baby, don't cry. Daddy's here. It's all right, it's all right. The warmth of the father's love, mixed with the sense of relief after surviving the ordeal, slowly soothed the little guy's fear. Anan's crying gradually stopped. She buried her face in her father's chest, her little hands gripping his clothes tightly, as if she were clinging to the safest harbor in the world. Chen Fan held his daughter and knelt on the cold ground for a long time before he could catch his breath. He looked down at his slightly trembling right hand. Was that punch just now a manifestation of neutralizing internal energy? This is the transformation of internal energy. He stood up and walked to the crow's carcass. He dared not be careless. He first carefully checked the other's breathing to make sure it was dead before squatting down and starting to search the crow's body. Antidote. He didn't know if there was an antidote for the bone-corroding force, but he had to look for it. The crow was very poor, it had nothing but a few coins. Just as Chen Fan was about to give up, his fingers touched something cold and hard in the lining pocket of the crow. He took it out and looked at it. It was a black token, made of an unknown material. The token was only the size of a palm and felt cold to the touch. On the front, a raven with outstretched wings is engraved in scarlet color. The lines of the totem are eerie and sinister. Chen Fan flipped the token over. On the back, there is only one character. Film. Chapter 16: The Dark Alley, the Token, and a Father's Awakening. Film. One word. It feels cold to the touch, with an ominous texture. Chen Fan held the black token in his hand, feeling the sticky, undried bloodstains from the scarlet shadow character carved on his fingertips. He didn't recognize the power represented by the word, but the raven totem with outstretched wings, and the raven's own resentment and fear before its death, all told him that this thing was troublesome. It's very troublesome. The stench of blood in the alley grew stronger. I can't stay here any longer. Chen Fan quickly stuffed the token into his pants pocket. The crow's carcass was right at my feet, its wide-open eyes staring straight at the sky. This was the first time he had truly killed someone. There was no time for him to feel fear or discomfort. The slight trembling of his daughter in his arms was the only reality he had at that moment. Anan, don't be afraid. Chen Fan lowered his head, kissed his daughter's forehead, and rubbed his cheek against her warm little face. I pulled up the hoodie over my head, adjusted my position while holding Anan, and wrapped the little one up completely with the loose clothing, leaving only a small gap for ventilation. Then, without looking back, he strode out of the dark alley that had claimed a life. The night breeze was cool. The wind blowing on him made him shiver involuntarily. The adrenaline is rapidly fading, followed by a belated, overwhelming wave of pain. A sharp pain shot through his back, and with each breath, the wound throbbed, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. My body was also drained. The moment he grasped the essence of internal energy, and the punch he delivered to kill the crow, almost drained all his mental and physical strength. He is very weak right now. With each step, my legs felt incredibly heavy. He held his daughter tightly, as if she were the most precious treasure in the world, his only support at that moment. We must not fall. Absolutely not. Chen Fan forced himself to walk to the roadside and flagged down a taxi. When he got into the car, he tried his best to make his movements appear normal so that the driver wouldn't notice anything unusual. Driver, to Kingyiwan residential area. He gave the address, his voice a little hoarse. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror, saw that he was holding a child, and without thinking much of it, stepped on the gas. The neon lights outside the car window rushed past. Chen Fan leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and breathed heavily. Anan stirred in his arms, letting out a few plaintive woof-woof sounds, as if responding to his pain. Sweetie. Daddy's here. Chen Fan opened his eyes and looked down at his daughter. His gaze was so gentle it could melt hearts. He gently patted Anan's back, just as he had done countless days and nights before. The little one quickly calmed down again, nestled against his father's warm chest, and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at her daughter's peaceful sleeping face, a sliver of strength returned to her previously exhausted body. I returned to that dilapidated rented room, closed the door, and locked it. Chen Fan leaned against the cold door panel, finally unable to hold on any longer, and slowly slid down to the ground. It's safe now. As soon as his tense nerves relaxed, exhaustion and excruciating pain overwhelmed him instantly. He sat on the cold floor, panting heavily, and it took him a while to recover. He carefully stood up, moving very gently, afraid of waking his daughter in his arms. He walked to the creaking old wooden bed, gently placed Anan on it, and pulled the thin blanket over her small body. Only after doing all this did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. He walked to the side, took off his coat, which was covered in blood and sweat, revealing his muscular upper body. On the back of his heart, a dark palm print was clearly visible, and the surrounding skin was an abnormal bluish-purple color. He tried to circulate the newly mastered internal energy. The internal energy within the body is warm, smooth, and flows slowly, bringing a cool and soothing sensation as it passes through the wound. But the injury was too severe. His internal organs were all injured by the hidden force, and it's unknown how long it will take for him to recover on his own. Chen Fan thought of the things he bought from the Jiangqing night market. He pulled out the small porcelain bottle containing the qi and blood pill from a box under the bed. This is something he earned with his life. He poured out one and, without the slightest hesitation, threw it directly into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, a warm current slid down the throat into the abdomen, and then spread out with a roar, surging to every part of the body. Chen Fan immediately sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and guided the gentle medicinal power to repair the damaged meridians and internal organs. Time passed little by little. He was immersed in healing, but his mind kept replaying the battle with the crow over and over again. From initially being passively attacked, to mastering the inch punch to severely injure the opponent, to the despair of being afflicted by the bone-corroding force, and finally, the moment when the force is neutralized and a single punch is used to counterattack. Every detail is crystal clear. The image of the punch he had thrown earlier with Ming Jin flashed through his mind. It was powerful and violent, but it left his arm numb, and Anan in his arms was always disturbed by the aftershocks. That final punch. Pop. Light and fluffy, yet it took the crow's life. He understood. One option is to smash it, and the other is to give it away. Transformation is not merely a higher level than hidden strength. It is the ultimate control over power. Just like when he changes Anan's diaper, he lifts her up with the gentlest force along her calves, instead of struggling against her. Just like when he was dressing Anan, he would guide her little arms instead of forcing her into the clothes. This power is not for destruction, but for protection. The force of the impact is immense, and it's inevitable that innocent people will be injured. The power sent in is precise and restrained, only harming those who deserve it. When fighting while holding your daughter, isn't this the kind of strength you need most? This is the martial art that best suits me. A father's martial arts. Thinking about this, Chen Fan felt an unprecedented clarity and tranquility in his mind. The medicinal power of the qi and blood pill within the body seemed to be circulating more smoothly due to the change in state of mind. The injury is healing rapidly. He opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. His gaze fell on his sleeping daughter on the bed, his eyes filled with determination. The Shadow Organization. Crow. No matter who you are or how powerful you are. If you want to hurt my daughter, step over my dead body. Chen Fan lowered his head, looked at his fist, and slowly clenched it. The peaceful days are over. From this day forward, he will use these fists to create an absolutely safe haven for his daughter. Chapter 17: The Secret of the Inch Punch, the Money-Burning Martial Arts. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the old windows, casting long streaks of light in the dusty air. Chen Fan opened his eyes, feeling the long-lost sense of fullness within his body. The injury to his back has been mostly healed thanks to the combined effects of the Qi and Blood Elixir and the Transforming Energy Elixir, and it no longer affects his mobility. He turned his head and looked at his daughter, who was sleeping soundly beside him. Annen's little face was rosy, her little mouth was slightly open, her breathing was even, and her sleeping face was peaceful. The fright from last night seemed to have completely dissipated in my father's arms. Chen Fan's heart softened instantly. He bent down and gently kissed his daughter's forehead. He lifted the blanket very gently. The bed frame inevitably creaked. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat, but when he saw that Annen just smacked her lips, turned over, and continued to sleep, he breathed a sigh of relief. He walked to the corner of the room and took out Crow's wallet and the token engraved with the word shadow from the blood-stained coat. The token was still cold, but Chen Fan was no longer as terrified as he had been the night before. He put the token away and opened his wallet. Inside was a thick wad of cash. I counted it, and it was over 30,000 yuan. In addition, there was a small porcelain bottle, exactly the same as the one he bought at the Jiangsheng night market. Upon opening it, there were 3 qi and blood pills left inside. This is all the wealth a martial artist with internal strength possesses. The path of martial arts truly dictates that those who are poor in literature become rich in martial arts. With the money, Chen Fan felt much more at ease. The first thing he had to do was to stop making his daughter suffer. Half an hour later, at the largest maternity and baby store near Qingyiwan community. "Hello sir, how can I help you?" A young female shop assistant greeted him with a smile. "Let me check the formula," Chen Fan said softly, holding Annen in his arms. Annen had just woken up and was still a little groggy. Her little head rested on her father's shoulder as she curiously looked around at this colorful new world. "Okay, how old is your baby? What kind of formula did your baby drink before?" The salesperson was very professional. "It's been almost 5 months. Before Chen Fan paused, a little embarrassed, "The formula we were drinking before wasn't very good, so I wanted to switch to the best one." The sales clerk was very perceptive and immediately understood. Her smile remained unchanged as she continued, "It's all right. Dad loves your baby so much, he definitely wants to give him the best. For this age, I recommend this one. It's imported directly from the Netherlands, from pure natural pastures, and has the most comprehensive nutritional formula. Many families choose this one." She pointed to a type of milk powder on the top shelf. Chen Fan glanced at the price. 1 can, 888 yuan. A price he never dared to dream of before. But now, he doesn't hesitate at all. "Okay, I'll take this one, 10 cans to start." The shop assistant's eyes lit up, and her smile became even more sincere. "Yes, sir. You have excellent taste." Next, on the recommendation of the shop assistant, Chen Fan picked out the softest pure cotton clothes and socks for Annen, as well as some cute rattles and small bells. When it was time to pay, watching Annen clutching a soft little bear toy and giggling non-stop, Chen Fan felt that it was all worth the money. He carried his daughter in bags as he walked out of the baby store, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This, perhaps, is the simplest joy a father can experience. Back in the rented room, Annen drank the sweetest milk she had ever tasted in her life, and soon fell asleep contentedly. After settling his daughter in, Chen Fan finally had time to calm down. He pulled out the incomplete copy of Inch Punch that he had bought from the night market in Jiangsheng from under the bed. The pages were yellowed, the paper was fragile, and it had a musty smell. Last night, relying on the few words in this incomplete book, he comprehended the transformation of internal energy at the critical moment of life and death. Now, he wants to study the true secrets of this boxing style carefully. Chen Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, carefully turning the pages one by one. The fragment contains little content. Apart from the description of transformation of strength that I had seen before, it mainly consists of obscure diagrams and practice routes. Using mental energy as a guide, compressing internal strength into a small space, and unleashing it instantly, its force is like a needle, capable of piercing stone and splitting metal. Mental strength? Upon seeing these 3 words, Chen Fan had a sudden inspiration. He immediately thought of the warm current that only appeared when he interacted with an N. Isn't that power a kind of spiritual power? Happiness, joy, protection. These emotions gave rise to that warm current. The fragments of Inch Punch state that the key to mastering this style of boxing is spiritual strength. Could it be? Chen Fan's heart started racing uncontrollably. He closed the manual, shut his eyes, and began to try. I didn't think about those complicated diagrams, I just tried to recall my daughter's smiling face over and over again. When he was born, he was all wrinkled and looked like a little old man. The first time I smiled at him, my toothless gums were glistening with saliva. Yesterday at the baby store, I was holding a teddy bear and laughing so hard my eyes were practically slits. Scenes flashed clearly in my mind. The next second, that familiar warm current indeed surged from the bottom of my heart and slowly flowed to my limbs and bones. Now! Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes, and following the simplest punching diagram in the manual, he stood still, lowered his shoulders, and slowly extended his right fist. He mobilized that warm current, and the internal energy within his body immediately reacted, as if it had received a command. They rapidly converged towards the fist, and under the guidance of mental energy, they were continuously compressed and compressed again. The originally flowing energy was instantly compressed and condensed into one force. Chen Fan gently sent the punch out into the air in front of him. There was no whistling wind from the punches, not even a sound. However, just as the fist was thrown, pop! A muffled bang exploded in the air. As if an invisible bubble had been popped, a visible shockwave emanated from his fist and spread forward. It's done! Chen Fan looked at his fist, his eyes filled with ecstatic joy. He found it! I found the perfect match between this martial art and my own abilities. His fatherly love power is the most crucial spiritual power for cultivating Inch Punch. This is practically a martial arts technique tailor-made for him. The immense joy didn't last long before a strong sense of weakness and hunger struck. Chen Fan's vision went black, and he almost lost his balance. He quickly sat down and checked his internal condition. It's empty. That single punch almost drained nearly half of his internal energy. This energy consumption is terrifying. Chen Fan's expression immediately turned serious. He finally understood why this martial art, despite its astonishing power, was only a fragment and was left unwanted on a second-hand market. The threshold for cultivation is ridiculously high. Not only does it require rare mental strength, but the consumption of this energy is also beyond what ordinary people can afford. One punch takes away half of your mana. How are you supposed to fight like that? Just as Chen Fan was feeling a wave of weakness, a noise came from the bed. Yeah. Anan woke up. The little one turned over, rubbed her eyes, looked at the ceiling, and let out a cute, indistinct babbling sound. She seemed to be in a good mood, kicking her legs around in the blanket. And in that very instant, a warm current, larger and purer than ever before, surged into Chen Fan's body. The empty meridians were instantly filled. Chen Fan felt a jolt throughout his body. His meridians, which had been empty due to cultivation, were instantly replenished by this massive energy, becoming even fuller than before. He was both surprised and delighted. It turns out, my daughter's unconscious growth and happiness can also bring me energy. And the energy it brings is much more than what I consciously try to recall. This is practically a perpetual motion machine. However, the surprise lasted only 3 seconds. As this immense energy merged into his body, a hunger 10 times more terrifying than that after the punch surged wildly from his stomach and from every cell in his limbs. Chen Fan's face turned pale instantly. He understood. What the daughter provided was the blue bar, which represents the spiritual power and internal strength that drive martial arts. But what maintains bodily functions and repairs cell damage is the red bar, which is real blood and energy. My body is like an engine. The higher the energy level my daughter gives me, the more vigorously the engine runs, and the more terrifying the fuel it consumes. Chen Fan clutched his rumbling stomach, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his expression worse than if he were crying. He glanced at the remaining 20,000 yuan in his wallet, then thought about the 3 qi and blood pills. This meager fortune probably won't last more than a few days. The path of martial arts is indeed a path that burns through money. We still need to find a way to make money. Chapter 18: The Money-Burning Martial Arts, A New Crisis. A sharp, burning pain shot through my stomach. No, it's worse than being burned. It was a terrifying hunger that seemed to devour reason, like countless ants gnawing at every corner of his body, starting from his internal organs. Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes, not from being startled awake, but from being hungry. He was panting heavily, his throat was dry and sore, and his stomach was spasming and protesting violently. Just by delivering that one short punch imbued with neutralizing force, he had drained nearly half of his internal energy. Afterward, to verify his hypothesis, he held his daughter in, who was giggling with delight at her new toy, and immersed himself in the wonderful feeling of warm energy flowing into his body, quickly replenishing his depleted internal energy and mental strength. He succeeded. The power of fatherly love is the key to Inch Punch, and its training system is a perfect closed loop. But the price is the strong warning signals my body is sending out right now. Gurgle. The rumbling in his stomach grew louder, and Chen Fan's forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. His vision even began to blur. Without the slightest hesitation, he struggled to reach for the porcelain bottle he had taken from the crow on the bedside table, poured out a qi and blood pill without a second thought, and threw it directly into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, and a warm yet powerful current surged into his abdomen. This heat, flowing into his stomach, finally eased the cramping pain somewhat. The hunger that was almost tearing him apart was finally barely suppressed. Chen Fan let out a long sigh of relief, leaned against the headboard, his back covered in a cold sweat. He looked at the porcelain bottle with only 2 qi and blood pills left in his hand, and then at the more than 30,000 yuan in cash next to him. An unprecedented sense of urgency welled up in his heart. This amount of money and these pills are simply not enough. In order to verify his cultivation efficiency and to consolidate his newly comprehended transformation force as soon as possible, Chen Fan did not waste any time. He piled all the edible things around the bed, within easy reach. Then, he took a deep breath, picked up his daughter in again, and gently shook the newly bought little rattle in front of her eyes. Ring ring ring. The crisp sound made In's big, dark eyes light up instantly. She waved her little hands excitedly and made cheerful yeah-yeah sounds. A warm current surged from his daughter into Chen Fan's body, stronger than ever before. He immediately closed his eyes and, following the mental techniques of Inch Fist, guided this spiritual power to begin refining and compressing the internal energy that had just been restored within his body. The internal energy that originally required painstaking practice to master was transformed into a docile lamb under the catalysis of this magical power. The generation, flow, gathering, and dispersal of internal energy were all accomplished with a single thought. He could clearly see that the internal energy within his body was becoming more condensed and refined at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was originally just a rudimentary understanding of the transformation energy was rapidly stabilizing towards the perfect state of the early stage of transformation energy. The ecstasy of cultivation made him almost forget the passage of time. Until another, even more terrifying hunger struck, forcibly pulling him out of that wondrous state. Chen Fan's face turned pale, and he immediately swallowed another qi and blood pill. So, he ate when he was hungry, and practiced after eating. A day passed quietly. As the setting sun cast its last rays into the small rented room, Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. He opened his eyes, and his gaze was different from before. He was just sitting there, yet he exuded a sense of oppressive power that kept strangers at bay. The initial stage of transformation realm is now completely stable. There's even a hint that it's moving towards the midterm. However, along with the rapid increase in strength came the complete depletion of resources. Beside the bed, the porcelain bottle containing 3 qi and blood pills was empty. The high-energy nutritional supplements he bought for over 30,000 yuan were also devoured in no time. He returned to abject poverty once again. Damn, this cultivation is way too expensive. Chen Fan smiled wryly and touched his still somewhat empty stomach, feeling the perfectly controlled and flawless power within his body. His emotions were extremely complicated. The 30,000 yuan I just got is gone in a day. What should I do next? He needs to find a way to make money, and a long-term, stable source at that. Holding his sleeping daughter, Chen Fan quietly turned on his old laptop and logged into the anonymous forum for martial artists, Zhengcheng Night Talk. He wanted to see how other martial arts masters at the transformation realm made money. The forum was bustling with activity, filled with all sorts of posts. Some were looking to buy elixirs, others were forming teams to hunt ferocious beasts outside the city, and still others were posting private bodyguard missions. Chen Fan's gaze was quickly drawn to a popular post that had been highlighted and pinned to the top. Help! I just finished refining my internal energy, and I'm almost completely drained. Is this normal? This title is practically tailor-made for him. Chen Fan immediately clicked on it. The poster was a newcomer who had just broken through to the transformation realm, and his words were filled with confusion and anxiety. OP1L, brothers, I just broke through to the transformation realm. I thought it was a huge joy, but it turns out it's a bottomless pit. I'm starving every day, nothing I eat works, I can only take pills. The 200,000 yuan my dad gave me is almost gone in a month. Am I just too weak, or is this how it is for everyone? How much money will I have to spend later? The replies below the post quickly grew to a long list. 2L, welcome to the real world. What does the poster think transformation realm is? That's the real watershed in martial arts. External strength and manifest strength are, frankly speaking, still within the realm of ordinary people. Only after transformation realm does one begin to transcend. Transcendence, you know? It requires burning money. 3L, that's normal, it would cost at least several 100,000. 4L, take it slow. Every transformation realm expert has to spend money to achieve it. When I first consolidated my transformation realm, I spent nearly 800,000 yuan and still have a huge debt. I'm currently working as a contract worker for Pango Martial Arts Company to pay off my debts. 5L as Sai, who can argue with that? On the path of martial arts, wealth, companions, methods, and land are all important, but wealth comes first. Without resources, even a genius like you will be stuck. Opie, try to think positively, just take it slow, everyone goes through this. Chen Fan flipped through the posts page by page, his expression gradually shifting from initial empathy to blankness, and finally to utter shock. 3 months? Half a year? 500,000? 800,000? He looked at the shocking numbers and dates, then looked down at himself. 1 day. In just 1 day, he covered the distance that others would take months or even half a year to cover. All the resources consumed, even if you calculate it all, are 3 chi and blood pills plus over 30,000 high-energy food items. The total value is less than 100,000 yuan. Our efficiency is 100 times that of others. The consumption is less than 1/5 of that of others. At this moment, Chen Fan truly and intuitively realized just how extraordinary this inheritance called fatherly love cultivation he had received was. That wasn't just a cheat code, that was a miracle. After the immense euphoria came an even deeper despair. Even if his energy expenditure is only 1/5 of others, it's still an astronomical figure that Chen Fan simply cannot afford. Consolidating the early stage of transformation energy requires nearly 100,000 units. What about the middle stage? The late stage? And breaking through to Danjin or Gangjin? Not to mention, he also has to raise a money-devouring beast that drinks the most expensive imported milk powder. Money. He needs money. He needs a huge amount of money. Chen Fan's eyes sharpened, and his fingers slid rapidly across the touchpad, searching for all the posts about making money on the forum. Being a bodyguard is out of the question. I can't take care of an in that way. Hunting ferocious beasts outside the city? That's even worse, too dangerous. Fighting in underground boxing matches for a life or death stakes? It's quick money, but also very risky. What would happen to an if something happened to her? Just as he was feeling agitated and even began to consider going to the night market again to see if he could snag another evil martial artist like Crow. Buzz. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Chen Fan instinctively picked it up and saw an encrypted text message pop up on the screen. The sender was a name etched into his very being, Su Wanqing. The text message was short, but it carried an overwhelming, chilling, killing intent. Useless trash, enjoy your last few good days. In 3 days, I will send someone to take it away, and your life as well. Chapter 19: The 3-Day Agreement. The money-making strategy of a transformation-level martial artist. The light from the phone screen reflected off Chen Fan's face, flickering on and off. That line of text made his eyes hurt. Useless trash, enjoy your last few good days. In 3 days, I will send someone to take it away, and your life as well. Inside the rented room, the last rays of the setting sun had faded, leaving only darkness. The rented room suddenly fell silent. Chen Fan didn't move, just sat there, looking down at his sleeping daughter in his arms. Annen's little face was rosy from sleeping, her little mouth was slightly pouting, and her breathing was even and long. She seemed to be having a sweet dream, and she snuggled closer to her father in his arms, finding a more comfortable position. This tiny, soft little thing, whom he had to protect with everything, was going to be taken away by that woman in 3 days. And his life. An indescribable, chilling killing intent slowly crept up from the deepest part of Chen Fan's heart. It wasn't the kind of furious, menacing killing intent. Rather, it was an extremely calm and resolute decision. He reached out and gently touched his daughter's warm little face with the back of his fingers. Then, he carefully put Annen back on the bed and pulled the blanket up. After doing all this, he stood up and paced back and forth in the room. 3 days. There are only 3 days left. The money is gone, the chi and blood pills are all used up, and the next person the Su family sends will only be stronger than the crow. Hidden strength? No, absolutely not. Su Wanqing must already know about the crow's death. Since she dared to make such a statement, the next one to arrive will be at least at the transformation realm, or even, something even more terrifying. What to do? Chen Fan clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the force. Go rob it? That was the first thought that popped into my head. Should I find a ruthless, wealthy martial artist, or simply rob a black market bank? No. The thought had barely formed when he extinguished it himself. He's not alone now, he has Annen. Robbery is the work of desperate criminals. Once he's wanted by the Martial Arts Association, where can he run to with Annen? He can't let his daughter live a life of hiding and uncertainty with him. Go to underground black boxing matches for a fight to the death? It's a quick way to make money, but the risks are too high. He's now a transformation realm martial artist, so his opponents will inevitably be equally strong. He's confident in himself, but what if something unexpected happens? What if something goes wrong and he dies? What will happen to Annen then? Chen Fan stopped in his tracks, fine beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. He even came up with an even crazier idea to go to the night market again, wait for the right opportunity, and see if he could pick up another evil martial artist like Crow, and then double-cross him again. But this idea is too unreliable. How could luck possibly be on his side every time? Time ticked by, and he grew increasingly agitated. Chen Fan scratched his head in frustration, forcing himself to stop and sit back down in the creaky old chair. Don't panic. Especially at times like these, it's crucial not to panic. He closed his eyes, breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently a few times before slowly calming down. Calm down, Chen Fan, you need to calm down. He opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the old laptop. Instead of looking at the forum, he opened a blank document. He needs to organize his thoughts. Chen Fan stretched out his slightly trembling hand and typed a few words on the keyboard. My strengths. Advantages? What advantages does he have? A martial artist who had just stabilized at the early stage of the transformation realm was penniless and had a crying, hungry daughter to feed. What kind of advantage is that? Chen Fan chuckled self-deprecatingly, but his fingers continued to move. 1. Early stage of transformation realm. 2. Young. 3. Knows the inch punch technique. 4. The inheritance of fatherly love in upbringing. He stared at the 4 lines of text on the screen, motionless. His greatest trump card is the inheritance of fatherly love, but this secret must never be revealed. The inch punch is incredibly powerful, but its consumption is equally terrifying. Without sufficient resources, it can only be used as a last resort. Being young, that's a bullshit advantage. So, the only asset he can currently put on the table and use immediately is? His gaze was fixed on those 4 words. Something suddenly flashed through Chen Fan's mind. Etc. Why does he always think about fighting, killing, robbing, and risking his life? Those are the survival methods of low-level martial artists. He is now a martial artist who has mastered the transformation realm. A living, free, and very young martial arts master. In the Jiangqing Night Talk posts, it was mentioned that a newly promoted martial artist who had just broken through to the transformation realm could have his father spend 200,000 yuan a month on him. A transformation realm martial artist was willing to work as a contract worker for Pangu Martial Arts Company to pay off his debts. What does this tell us? This shows that the identity of Master of Transformation itself represents immense value. He himself is a rare and expensive commodity. The moment that thought popped into his head, Chen Fan's mind cleared up instantly. The idea suddenly clicked. He wasn't going to rob anyone, he was going to do business. using his status as a master of internal energy to make a big deal. A deal that can bring in a massive amount of money and cultivation resources within 3 days. Chen Fan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He thought of someone. Wu, the manager, at Jiangcheng Night Market. The man who showed him obvious goodwill and investment intentions. Chen Fan remembered clearly that manager Wu had said that the night market owner admired him. What is there to appreciate? I admire his talent, I admire his potential, I admire that he is a young martial artist with unlimited potential. In that case, this deal is open to discussion. He can sell his services. For example, short-term top-tier bodyguards. How many wealthy people in Jiangcheng are willing to spend a fortune to hire a martial arts master at the transformation realm for a few days of personal protection? Definitely quite a few. For example, as a sparring partner. How many martial artists stuck at the peak of internal strength would be willing to go bankrupt for a chance to spar with a martial artist at the transformation level and seek a breakthrough opportunity? He could even sell some of his insights into martial arts. Of course, not core secrets like inch punch and fatherly love training, but some experience about Ming Jin, and Jin, and even the initial stage of Hua Jin would be invaluable to those large families training their descendants. The more Chen Fan thought about it, the faster his heart beat. He found it. They found a way to quickly make money without exposing the core secrets and while ensuring Annen's absolute safety. Without further hesitation, he immediately found the encrypted account that manager Wu had left for him on the Jiangcheng Night Talk forum. He took a deep breath and typed a line on the keyboard. Manager Wu, there's a big business deal out there. Would you be interested in discussing it? Click to send. After sending the message, Chen Fan felt completely at ease. He stared at the screen, his eyes darting around. He didn't know how manager Wu would respond, but he knew that this was his only way out at the moment. He's gambling. Manager Wu, or rather the behind-the-scenes boss of the night market, was quite interested in this young martial arts master. The stakes were his and Annen's lives. In the rented room, only the light from the laptop screen illuminated the darkness. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Time seemed to drag on endlessly. Just when Chen Fan almost thought the other party wouldn't reply. Buzz. A notification popped up in the bottom right corner of the screen. The other party replied. Chen Fan stared at the prompt, took a deep breath, and clicked on it. Chapter 20. The power of the 1-inch punch comes from an epiphany while changing diapers. Night has fallen. In the old town of Jiangcheng, the light inside a rented room resembles a tired eye. Chen Fan sat motionless on the creaking old wooden chair. The laptop screen glowed dimly in the encrypted chat window. Manager Wu's question, "Where are you?" was followed by silence. He did not reply. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. 3 days. Su Wanqing's threats made him uneasy. He always felt that a pair of eyes were watching his daughter on the bed, ready to strike at any moment. 3 days later, the Su family will send someone. Who could it be? Chen Fan knew without a second thought that it couldn't possibly be the same kind of bodyguard he'd knocked back with a single punch last time. The Su family had learned their lesson the hard way. The next person they sent would only be stronger. At the very least, he was a martial artist of the same level as him, or even a stronger Dan Jin. And what does he have now? A newly established early stage of transformation realm, and a fragment of the inch fist manual that he hasn't fully mastered yet. He was agitated and paced back and forth in the room. He had to turn his meager trump cards into real threat within 3 days. The inch punch was his only hope. Chen Fan slowly got up and walked to the small open space in the center of the room. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to clear his mind of distractions, and recalled the power generation method recorded in the incomplete manual. Using mental energy as a guide, compressing internal strength into a small space, and then unleashing it instantly. He lowered his waist and immediately brought his right fist slowly back to his side. The internal energy of the early stage of the transformation realm flowed through his meridians. He mobilized the warm current originating from his daughter and tried to compress the internal energy within his body. However, ideals are often grand, while reality is often harsh. The internal energy within him flows smoothly and harmoniously, but as soon as it is compressed, it clashes with the explosive power of the inch punch, creating a conflict between them. Drink! He gave a low shout and forcefully thrust his fist forward. There was no whistling wind from the punches, nor any booming force. With a muffled pop, a chaotic force exploded in his right arm. His entire arm went numb instantly, his blood surged, and he felt a sweet taste in his throat, almost spitting out blood. Damn it! Chen Fan shook his numb arm, his face looking rather pale. This isn't integration, it's internal strife. If he continues training like this, forget about killing enemies, he'll ruin himself before the Su family even arrives in 3 days. He refused to believe it and tried again. Bang! There was another muffled thud, this time with a stronger rebound that made him stagger. Outside the window, a dark shadow seemed to flash by. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes instantly sharpened like knives. Was it a spy from the Su family? He felt a chill run down his back and his palms broke out in a cold sweat. He threw punches again and again, each time his chaotic force sending his blood churning. In the cramped space of the rented room, only his heavy breathing and suppressed growls after each defeat remained. Why? Why not? He had clearly mastered the art of neutralizing internal energy, and the method of the inch punch was perfectly compatible with his fatherly power, so why couldn't he combine the two? Put. Just as Chen Fan was feeling frustrated and almost reached a dead end, a soft but highly recognizable sound came from the crib. Immediately afterwards, a familiar molecule with a distinctive scent began to permeate the air. Chen Fan was taken aback, his tense nerves relaxing slightly. He turned his head and saw Anan's little face scrunched up on the bed, her little mouth pouting, as if she was a little uncomfortable. It's diarrhea. Chen Fan's tightly furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and the irritation on his face vanished, leaving only helplessness and doting. He couldn't help but smile. He walked to the bedside, skillfully picked up his daughter, and gently coaxed her. "Oh my little baby, how much of your stock did you consume? It smells so strong." He gently and skillfully laid Anan on the diaper-changing pad, untied the diaper, and picked up a wet wipe. Just then, Anan, whose little bottom had been freed, seemed to feel very comfortable, and her 2 chubby little legs kicked playfully in the air. That was it. It's very light and soft. But Chen Fan could clearly feel a complete and supple force in his palm, which traveled from Anan's little toes, down her calves, to her small waist and hips, and finally moved her entire small body. That's not just about leg strength. Rather, it is a unified and integrated exertion of force. Chen Fan's mind went blank for a moment, and he instantly understood. He froze, still clutching the dirty diaper in his hand, motionless. 1-inch punch. The power of inch punch. He always thought that the power of the inch punch came from the arm, from the mental energy compressing the internal force and then exploding in the arm. Therefore, all his attention was focused on how to use his internal energy to integrate with that explosive power. But he was wrong. Absolutely wrong. An infant's movements are the most instinctive and in line with human biomechanics. Anan's unconscious kick wasn't actually her legs exerting force, rather, she used her feet as a fulcrum, generating power from the ground even though she was kicking against the air, transmitting it through her core muscles in her waist and hips, twisting the power of her entire body into a single rope, and finally transmitting it out from her toes. This is what true overall effort looks like. The power of the inch punch doesn't originate from the arms, but from the ground and the waist and hips. The arms are merely the final outlet and channel through which this power is transmitted. Chen Fan realized that all his previous attempts had only focused on generating power through his fists, forgetting the source. True power should come from his feet and his waist and hips. So that's how it is. Chen Fan muttered to himself, his eyes growing brighter and brighter, almost frighteningly so. All his previous confusion and all the obstacles he had faced suddenly became clear in that moment. Chen Fan thought to himself, the smoothness of neutralizing force is not the problem, but the key. It can smoothly transmit the force from the feet and waist to the fist. Anan, my baby, you are truly daddy's lucky star. Chen Anan seemed to understand her father's praise, and she grinned with her toothless little mouth, giggling. Chen Fan quickly cleaned his daughter up, changed her diaper, and then gave her a big kiss on her pink little face. He held Anan safely in his arms and walked back to the center of the room. This time, he did not deliberately compress the internal energy in his arms. He stood with his feet slightly apart, his soles gripping the ground firmly. He closed his eyes and felt a force rising from his feet, running down his calves and thighs, twisting his waist and turning his hips. The harmonious power of the neutralizing force played a perfect role in the transmission at this moment. The power from bottom to top flowed up his spine and into his arm. Only at the very last moment did his mental power suddenly activate, compressing this surging force to its limit just an inch before his fist. He opened his eyes and threw a punch, seemingly unremarkable. There was no sound. There was no blast wave. There wasn't even a gust of wind from the punch. However, a meter in front of his fist, the old newspaper pasted on the wall suddenly shattered into countless pieces with a whoosh. It's done! Chen Fan was overjoyed. His arm was completely unharmed after that punch. Although it had taken a lot of effort, the power looking at the newspaper reduced to shreds, he finally felt confident. 3 days later, the people from the Su family will come, and we might just have a showdown. Just as Chen Fan was filled with excitement and wished he could hold his daughter and spin her around a few times. Bite. A crisp notification sound came from the laptop. Chen Fan's pupils contracted, and he quickly walked over. On the screen, Manager Wu finally replied. The content was short, but it instantly froze Chen Fan's initial elation. Business is negotiable. There's an abandoned third textile factory in the west of the city. I'll be waiting for you there at 10 o'clock tonight. Remember, come alone. Let me see the guts of a martial arts master like you. Chapter 21. This is the courage of a martial artist who has reached the transformation realm. It's 10 p.m. in the old city of Jiangcheng. The moonlight was obscured by thick clouds, and only a few dim streetlights cast dappled shadows in the narrow alley. Chen Fan gently closed the door of the rented room and glanced back. Inside the room, in her small crib, her daughter Anin was fast asleep, a sweet smile on her rosy cheeks. Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang from next door were waiting in the living room. Although the two elderly people were not martial artists, they were kind and reliable. They were the only warmth and trust that Chen Fan could find in this cold city. Xiao Fan, don't worry, we'll take care of Anin, Aunt Zhang said in a low voice with a smile. That child is very well behaved, we love her very much. Thank you both so much. Chen Fan's eyes were full of gratitude. He took out a thick wad of cash from his pocket, a full 20,000 yuan, and stuffed it into Uncle Wang's hand. Uncle Wang, Aunt Zhang, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. This is all the money he got from the crows. Uncle Wang couldn't refuse, so he had to accept it, but he kept saying, "You're being too polite. We're all neighbors. It's not easy for you to raise a child alone. We'll definitely help if we can." Chen Fan felt a warmth in his heart, which also strengthened his resolve. He cannot rely on the kindness of others forever. He must have enough power to provide his daughter with an absolutely safe haven, instead of entrusting her to an unarmed old man like he did tonight, while he himself ventures into an unknown den of wolves. It was excruciating pain, but it was the only way. The threat from the Su family hung like a sword over his head. He had no way out in 3 days. I'll be back soon. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Fan turned and disappeared into the deep night. His steps were light and silent, and he quickly blended into the darkness. West of the city, the abandoned third textile factory. This place was once the pride of Jiangcheng's industrial era, but now only ruins and dilapidated machines whistling in the night wind remain. The enormous factory buildings lay sprawled in the darkness, empty and quiet. Chen Fan stood at the factory gate, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings. The air was thick with the smell of rust and dust, and a faint, almost imperceptible stench of blood. He could sense at least 4 or 5 auras lurking in the shadows, all carrying the composure unique to martial artists. It seems tonight is a trap. He took a deep breath and stepped into the factory. In the center of the factory, a lone incandescent bulb hung from the high dome, dispelling a small patch of darkness. Under the light, an antique mahogany tea table stood, and Manager Wu sat leisurely in a grand chair, a broad smile on his face, brewing tea. Young Master Chen, you finally arrived. Please have a seat. Manager Wu waved with a smile, his tone very familiar. Behind him stood a burly man with bulging muscles in his arms, throbbing temples, and eyes fixed on Chen Fan. Peak of Ming Jin. And he's a veteran of countless battles, the kind whose hands are stained with blood. Chen Fan remained expressionless, walked straight to the opposite side of the coffee table and sat down, looking calmly at Manager Wu. Manager Wu, you invited me to a place like this late at night, surely it wasn't just for tea? Ha, young man, you're quick-witted and straightforward, I like that. Manager Wu laughed, picked up the purple clay teapot, and poured Chen Fan a cup of steaming tea. We'll drink tea and talk business. But before we discuss business, I need to inspect your goods first and see if your capital is worth my investment. As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on his face vanished instantly, and his eyes became sharp as knives. Who exist? The burly man behind him stepped forward in response. Boom! With a muffled thud, a ring of fine cracks appeared on the concrete beneath his feet. A fierce aura surged skyward, carrying a strong killing intent, heading straight for Chen Fan's face. Kid, you're lucky the foreman thinks highly of you. Don't be ungrateful, let me see what you're capable of. Who grinned maliciously, his thick right arm suddenly tensing, veins bulging. He threw a heavy punch, but before the fist even arrived, a fierce gust of wind from the punch already whistled through the air, making Chen Fan's hair fly backward. The wind howled from the punch. This was the effect that only a martial artist at the peak of external strength could produce with a full force strike, and this Ah Hu had clearly honed his power to the extreme. This punch is enough to break steel bars and shatter boulders. Manager Wu picked up his teacup, blew on it to cool it down, and smiled. He wanted to see if this young man, who was rumored to have crippled Baldy Bia with a single punch, was just lucky or truly skilled. What chance did a mere novice who had just entered the transformation realm have against someone like Ah Hu, a peak Ming realm cultivator who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood? However, what happened next completely froze the smile on his face. Faced with this punch, Chen Fan neither dodged nor avoided it, and didn't even change his sitting posture. He simply raised his right hand and threw a punch, just as calmly and casually. There was no howling wind from the punch, no terrifying aura, it was just like an ordinary person casually raising their hand to block. In Ah Hu's and Manager Wu's eyes, this was courting death. You're asking for death. A cruel glint flashed in Ah Hu's eyes, and he increased the force of his punch by 3 points. The next instant, their fists met in mid-air. There was no earth-shattering collision as expected, nor the crisp sound of bones shattering. The moment the two fists made contact, a bizarre scene unfolded. Ah Hu felt as if his powerful punch had missed its mark, vanishing instantly. The terrifying force was completely neutralized by a supple and sustained power the moment they made contact. He was terrified and tried to pull his fist back, but it was too late. Chen Fan's fist was like the center of an invisible vortex. While deflecting the force of his opponent's punch, a highly condensed spiraling internal force silently erupted from the point of contact between their fists. Inch punch. Neutralize force. Click. Click, click, click. A series of teeth-grinding sounds of bones dislocating rang out. Ah Hu's sinister smile turned into extreme terror. He watched helplessly as his power vanished without a trace, and a terrifying, insidious force, which was utterly irresistible, rebounded upon him. That force, like a maggot clinging to a bone, traveled up his fist and into his wrist, forearm, elbow, and upper arm. The joints of the entire arm seemed to be twisted and dislocated inch by an invisible giant hand. Ah! A scream shattered the silence of the factory. Ah Hu's tall body was as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. The force of the impact sent him staggering back 7 or 8 steps before he finally collapsed to the ground with a thud. His face was filled with horror, cold sweat poured down his back, and he looked down at his limp right arm, which was twisted at an eerie angle, as if he had seen a ghost. It's ruined. His iron fist, honed through countless trials and tribulations and capable of splitting stone and shattering monuments, was crippled in a single exchange. The factory suddenly fell silent. The hidden auras in the shadows showed obvious fluctuations, filled with shock and disbelief. Smack! With a soft thud, the teacup in Manager Wu's hand fell onto the mahogany coffee table, splashing scalding tea all over his hand, but he was completely unaware. The playfulness and scrutiny on his face had vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and horror. He stared intently at Chen Fan, a look of unfathomable confusion appearing in his shrewd eyes for the first time. What kind of tactic is this? Dissipate the force. Neutralize the energy. Moreover, it is a spiraling hidden force that can only be unleashed when one has mastered the control of force to a very subtle level. This kid isn't just a beginner in the transformation realm. He is clearly a true master whose understanding of the transformation of internal energy has reached a very high level. Chen Fan slowly withdrew his fist, without even a wrinkle on his sleeve. He picked up the steaming cup of tea in front of him, took a small sip, as if he had just casually swatted a fly. He raised his eyelids, looked at Manager Wu, whose face was ashen, and said in a flat tone, "Manager Wu, now, do I have enough capital?" Manager Wu's Adam's apple bobbed, and he forced a smile. Enough. Young brother Chen, I was blind to your greatness. He waved his hand, and immediately 2 people ran out from the shadows and dragged the wailing Ah Hu away. Manager Wu remained silent for a moment, then sat down again. Tell me, what do you want? Chen Fan was secretly delighted, but his face remained expressionless. However, Manager Wu changed the subject, a shrewd and calculating look flashing in his eyes, and sneered, "However, the resources of my night market didn't come from thin air. I admire your strength, but being good at fighting isn't enough. The martial arts world is never short of brute force fighters. What I want to invest in is a partner who can create greater profits for me." Chen Fan frowned. "What do you mean?" "The meaning is very simple." Manager Wu held up 3 fingers, his eyes icy cold. "The Su family gave you 3 days, and I'll give you 3 days too. Within 3 days, I want you to earn 1 million in cash cleanly and honestly. Remember, it has to be done by any means other than fighting and killing. If you can do that, it proves that you not only have strength, but also intelligence and the ability to create value. At that time, the resources of my night market will be fully open to you. You can have pills if you want, and intelligence if you want. But if you can't do that, Manager Wu sneered and shrugged, then it proves you're just a brute with nothing but strength, not worth me risking offending the Su family to invest in. As for the Su family, you'd better take care of yourself. Chen Fan was stunned. 1 million? 3 days? And we can't use force? He was a little dazed. He had expected the other party to impose all sorts of harsh conditions, perhaps even asking him to kill or risk his life. But he never imagined that Manager Wu would present him with such a challenge. Seeing Chen Fan's shocked expression, Manager Wu seemed quite satisfied. He sat back down in his chair, picked up another teacup, and said slowly, "What? You can't do it? That's a real shame." He turned away, no longer looking at Chen Fan, leaving him only with a cold, distant back view. Remember, starting from now, you have less than 3 days left. As soon as he finished speaking, Manager Wu disappeared into the darkness deep within the factory. In the empty factory, only Chen Fan remained, sitting quietly under the cold lights. The threat from the Su family to abduct and kill his daughter in 3 days, and the business challenge of Manager Wu to earn 1 million within 3 days, weighed heavily on his mind like two invisible mountains, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. 3 days, 1 million. This is almost an impossible task. Chapter 22 1 million in 3 days. This is a business war, not a martial arts battle. The night wind blew in through the broken window, causing the lone incandescent bulb to sway gently. The light and shadow flickered on Chen Fan's face as he sat motionless alone in the empty factory. Manager Wu's figure had long since disappeared, but those cold words lingered in his mind like a demonic chant. Within 3 days, show me how to cleanly earn 1 million in cash using your own abilities. If you can't do it, then you'd better take care of the Su family's affairs. 1 million. 3 days. We cannot use force yet. Chen Fan clenched his fist so tightly that his knuckles turned white. This is not a test, it's a challenge, it's an insult. How could a martial artist who knows nothing but fighting, who is penniless and has no relatives or friends, possibly earn 1 million in 3 days? Manager Wu never intended to help him, he just wanted to see him make a fool of himself, to see him die in despair under the Su family's butcher's knife like a stray dog. The immense pressure surged like a tidal wave, almost overwhelming him. He stood up and kicked the metal frame next to him. Clang! With a loud crash, the rusty iron frame collapsed, the sound echoing through the empty factory. Chen Fan's chest heaved violently, and his eyes were red. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of what would happen to his daughter, and if he died. The thought of his daughter forced him to suppress his rage and despair. He cannot fall, and he cannot give up. Chen Fan took a deep breath, turned around and walked out of the suffocating ruins, his figure disappearing back into the night. It was already past midnight when I got back to my rented room. Chen Fan gently pushed open the door. In the living room, Uncle Wang was asleep, slumped over the table, covered with a thin blanket. Hearing the noise, Aunt Zhang came out from the inner room and said in a low voice, "You're back? Anan is very well behaved, she just fell asleep not long ago. Thank you both so much." Chen Fan's eyes were full of gratitude. "Go check on the child," Aunt Zhang said with a smile, waving her hand. Chen Fan entered the bedroom and went to the small bed. By the faint moonlight filtering through the window, he saw his daughter sleeping soundly, her little chest rising and falling, a trace of drool at the corner of her mouth, and she smacked her lips in her sleep, as if dreaming of something delicious. Looking at his daughter's sweet sleeping face, Chen Fan's heart was touched to the softest spot. All his previous irritability, anxiety, and anger gradually subsided at this moment. He cannot go astray. Robbery? Or fighting in underground boxing matches in the black market? These are quick ways to make money, but they involve risking your life. What will happen to Anan if something happens to him? He wants to give his daughter a bright future, not let her live in the shadow of her father being a wanted criminal. Although Manager Wu's test was harsh, the phrase "make money cleanly" served as a wake-up call for him. A true strong person should not only know how to destroy. Chen Fan sat down by the bed and quietly watched his daughter until late at night. As dawn approached, he got up and walked to the old, worn-out square table in the living room. He took a pen and a piece of white paper from the drawer and sat down. He must remain calm. He forced himself to clear his mind of all the jumbled thoughts and began to analyze his current situation. He wrote down his only advantage, or rather, his only asset, on the paper. Master of Transformation Realm. He stared at those 4 words, lost in thought. What else can a martial artist at the transformation realm do besides fight? Bodyguard? No way, the time frame is too short. Legitimate security companies have lengthy processes, and they certainly wouldn't pay $1 million in just 3 days. Private? Even less likely. Who would trust someone of unknown origin? Selling martial arts manuals? He only knows one incomplete inch fist, which is his lifeline. He would never sell it. Chen Fan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, as if every possible path in his mind was blocked. What Manager Wu wants is the ability to create value. Value. What is the greatest value of a martial arts master who has mastered the transformation realm to society? Chen Fan's gaze fell once again on the 4 words on the paper. Transforming strength. The internal strength of neutralizing force is harmonious, smooth, and endlessly regenerating. He suddenly remembered something. Previously, an N would sometimes have indigestion, bloating, and cry incessantly. He would hold an N in his arms and carefully transfer a wisp of his internal energy to gently massage and soothe her stomach and intestines. After each of these events, an N would quickly feel better, then let out a few little farts and giggle. At the time, he only felt that it was the effect of internal energy nourishing him. But now, a crazy idea flashed through his mind like lightning. Yes. Transform internal energy. For martial artists, this is the power of combat and defense. But what about ordinary people? An ordinary person who has been tormented by illness for many years, whose bodily functions are declining and whose vitality is constantly fading. Isn't this pure, gentle, and vibrant inner strength the ultimate life energy? Isn't it the elixir that no amount of money can buy? Unblocking clogged blood vessels, nourishing failing organs, and revitalizing aging cells. Although it cannot cure terminal illnesses, it can definitely greatly improve a person's quality of life and even extend their lifespan for a period of time. Who is most afraid of death in this world? Of course, it refers to those top billionaires who possess immense wealth but are plagued by illness and whose lives are nearing their end. For them, money is just a number. They would be willing to spend $1 million, $10 million, or even $100 million, as long as they could live one more day or reduce their suffering a little. Chen Fan's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and his breathing became somewhat rapid. He found it. This is the value that Manager Wu was talking about. This isn't about fighting and killing, it's about using our unique abilities to provide unique services. This is legitimate business. Chen Fan stood up excitedly and paced back and forth in the living room a few times, his mind suddenly clear. The key to this business lies in finding the target customers. What kind of wealthy people are both rich and in dire need of life extension? The answer is self-evident. Chen Fan immediately took out his phone, opened the browser, and quickly typed in several keywords on the screen. Zhangchang, top tycoons, hospital, critical care. The search results appeared quickly. Among countless messages, one term caught his eye. Zhangchang First Hospital, VIP Special Care Ward. The description states that this is an exclusive ward set up for the most powerful and wealthy people in Zhangchang, with top-notch medical equipment and expert teams, and the cost of each bed is astronomical. Those who can live here are either rich or noble, and they are all people who have one foot in the grave. This is it. A confident smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips. 3 days, 1 million? Manager Wu, you underestimate the earning power of a martial arts master. This isn't martial arts, this is business warfare. And he has found the key to breaking the deadlock in this business war. Chapter 23 Diapers and Inch Punch, the strongest dad's epiphany. The next day, early morning. Sunlight streamed through the old windows, casting warm, dappled patterns on the floor of the rented room. Chen Fan stood in the center of the living room, his brows furrowed. He maintained an odd posture, with his right foot forward and his left foot back, his body slightly lowered, and his right fist held about a foot in front of him. This is the starting stance of Inch Punch. He's been standing here for almost an hour. The threats from the Su family and the difficulties caused by Steward Wu left him breathless, and he had to quickly transform the Inch Fist martial art, which was supposed to neutralize internal energy, into real combat power. However, cultivation was much more difficult than he had imagined. The Inch Punch emphasizes generating power within an inch, penetrating the whole body, requiring the entire body's power to be concentrated in the fist in an instant and then unleashed. It sounds simple, but it's incredibly difficult to do. Chen Fan took a deep breath, recalled the techniques in the manual, twisted his waist and back suddenly, and his right fist struck out like lightning. Bang! A muffled thud. His fist struck the air, and a recoil force traveled back up his arm, making his entire right arm feel sore and numb. It failed again. He felt that most of his internal energy dissipated in his arms, making it impossible to gather. His strength always dissipated in his arms, unable to be concentrated. No. It's still not right. Chen Fan shook his numb arm and tried again. Bang! The result was the same. After practicing for an hour, my boxing skills haven't improved, and my right arm is almost ruined. Chen Fan felt a tightness in his chest and couldn't help but want to smash something. The internal energy of a martial artist who has mastered the transformation realm is perfectly smooth and inexhaustible. But why did it become like a wild horse that wouldn't obey his commands? Wow, wow, wow. Just then, loud cries came from the bedroom from her daughter, Anan. Chen Fan's agitation instantly dissipated. He quickly put down his boxing stance and strode into the bedroom. On the small bed, Anan was twisting her little body, her face flushed red, her mouth pouting, crying with great grievance. Oh, don't cry, Anan, Daddy's here. Chen Fan skillfully picked up his daughter and gently patted her back. It's not hunger. He reached into the swaddling clothes, the diaper was wet. Okay, it's time to change it. Chen Fan smiled helplessly, placed an omping on the bed, and took out new diapers and wipes from the bedside table. Good girl, Daddy will change your diaper. You'll feel better after it's changed, he said softly as he untied the soiled diaper. Anan seemed to understand her father's words. Her crying subsided, leaving only a sob of grievance, and her little legs kicked restlessly in the air. Chen Fan carefully wiped his daughter's bottom clean with a wet wipe, then picked up a new diaper and prepared to put it on her. He supported Anan's two chubby little legs with one hand and lifted her little bottom a little so that he could put the diaper underneath. Just then, Anan seemed to find the position very amusing, and her two little legs playfully kicked out in his hands. Thump! A supple force came from the heel, all in one smooth motion. Chen Fan was stunned. This force didn't come from his legs. Chen Fan, holding his daughter's tiny feet, froze completely. The sensation of transmission from his waist and hips, those 4 words were all that remained in his mind. A few lines from the manual flashed through his mind. Wrong, completely wrong. The arm isn't the source, it's the waist. Like Anan. So that's how it is. He was so excited that his hands were trembling. He quickly helped Anan put on her diaper and kissed her little face. My dear daughter, you are truly my lucky star. Anan giggled as he kissed her, her little hands gripping his fingers, babbling softly. Chen Fan coaxed his daughter to sleep and put her back in her crib. Back in the living room, Chen Fan stood still. This time, he didn't rush to throw a punch. Close your eyes and savor the feeling of power transmitted when Anan kicked her legs. Power originates from the ground, and the soles of the feet are the roots. The waist and hips rotate, connecting each joint. Shoulders sink, elbows drop, power reaches the fist. He slowly raised his right fist and stopped in front of his body. The focus shifted from the arms to the feet. The ball of his right foot slid slightly across the ground. A force suddenly rebounded from the ground, flowing up his ankles and knees and into his waist and hips. Immediately afterwards, his waist twisted violently. This force, like ignited gunpowder, traveled up his spine, instantly rushing past his shoulder and into his arm. Finally, at the moment he threw his punch, this accumulated power exploded from his fist. There was no sound. There wasn't even any wind from the punch. The air in front of the fist was dented by the impact. Chen Fan slowly withdrew his fist. His entire arm felt neither sore nor numb. Instead, he felt a sense of exhilaration as if his power had been completely released. He looked at his fist, his eyes filled with ecstatic joy. It's done. This is the real 1-inch punch. This is the power a martial artist with the transformation realm should possess. At this moment, he truly realized that the power of transforming energy does not lie in how profound one's internal strength is, but in the ultimate control over power. Just then, his phone, which was on the table, suddenly vibrated. Chen Fan walked over and picked it up. On the screen is a new text message. It came from an unfamiliar number, but Chen Fan knew it belonged to Manager Wu. Tonight at 10 p.m., at the abandoned third textile factory in the west of the city, one person comes. Chapter 24: A Nighttime Rendezvous. A feast at the abandoned factory. On the phone screen, the short line of black text stood out starkly in the dimly lit living room. Tonight at 10 p.m., at the abandoned third textile factory in the west of the city, one person comes. Chen Fan stared at the text message, and the ecstasy he had just felt from his sudden enlightenment about the inch punch technique instantly cooled down. Manager Wu. He finally contacted me. But the timing, the location, and the phrase coming alone all hinted at something sinister. The feast at Hongmen? He thought to himself. Chen Fan knew very well that he and Manager Wu were not friends, and could not even be considered business partners. The last time they met, I crippled Ahu, which completely severed all ties. Manager Wu is the kind of person who holds grudges and won't let it go so easily. If someone invites you to a remote, desolate place these days, it's most likely a trap. Perhaps he has already found his man, just waiting for you to walk right into his trap, then tear you to pieces and throw you into the river to feed the fish. Chen Fan gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white. To go or not to go? Going there would mean facing a near certain death. If he didn't go, the threat from the Su family would be right in front of him, and Manager Wu was the only lifeline he could grasp. He had no choice. Chen Fan took a deep breath and put his phone back in his pocket. He walked to the bedroom door and gently pushed it open a crack. Anen was fast asleep, her little mouth slightly open, making even breathing sounds. Chen Fan gazed at his sleeping daughter's face for a long while, his eyes filled with tenderness and determination. For Anen's sake, he would brave any danger, even an abandoned factory or a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. It's 9:30 p.m. Chen Fan greeted Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang, saying that he had something to do outside and would be back later. Seeing his serious expression, the elderly couple didn't ask any further questions, but simply told him to be careful. Stepping out of the rented room, the night breeze brushed against my face, carrying a slight chill. Chen Fan didn't go straight to the car, but instead walked around the alleys of the old town a few times. As he walked, he listened carefully to the sounds around him, his eyes scanning every dark corner. His experience at the night market taught him that in the world of martial arts, one must never let one's guard down. He needed to make sure he wasn't being followed. Manager Wu was a meticulous person. He might have already planted spies near his home to monitor his every move. The night was deep, and there were almost no streetlights in the alley. Only the light from the distant high-rise buildings cast long shadows on the ground. Chen Fan's steps were slow, each step light and almost silent. His ears twitched slightly, taking in all the sounds around him. The sound of the wind, the sound of cars passing by in the distance, the sound of a stray cat jumping down from the wall. Everything is normal. After walking for about 10 minutes, he made sure no one was following him before turning out of the alley and onto the main road, where he hailed a taxi. Master, go to the third textile factory in the west of the city. The driver, a middle-aged man, turned around and glanced at him with a strange look in his eyes. Young man, that place has been abandoned for many years, it's in the middle of nowhere, what are you going there for at night? I made up an excuse to pick up some things from a friend. Seeing that he didn't want to say more, the driver didn't press him further and started the car. The taxi drove away from the brightly lit city center and headed west. The scenery outside the window became increasingly desolate, with tall buildings turning into low-rise bungalows, and eventually even the bungalows disappeared, leaving only bare tree shadows under the streetlights. Chen Fan leaned back in the back seat, closed his eyes to rest, and adjusted himself to his best state. If tonight's feast is truly a trap, then his only chance of survival lies in his own fists. The car drove for another 20 minutes or so before stopping in front of a rusty gate. We're here, young man, the driver said. Chen Fan paid the fare and got out of the car. The taxi quickly turned around and drove away, its taillights disappearing into the night, and the surroundings instantly fell into dead silence. Before us lies the abandoned third textile factory. The massive factory building was faintly visible in the darkness, with rows of dark windows that obscured the view inside. A gust of wind blew by, and a whooshing sound came from the factory area. Chen Fan stood still, not going in immediately. He checked again. There was no other person breathing around him. Manager Wu, did you really only send him alone? He was puzzled, but he didn't stop and walked straight toward the factory specified in the text message. The factory gate was ajar. Chen Fan pushed it open, and a smell of rust and dust wafted out. It was pitch black inside, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Without hesitation, Chen Fan stepped inside. The moment he stepped into the factory. Smack! A lone incandescent light bulb suddenly lit up overhead. The blinding light made Chen Fan squint instinctively. When his eyes adjusted to the light and he could see the person in front of him clearly, he froze. The center of the factory was empty. There was only one person. Manager Wu. He sat in a chair, still wearing that tang suit, with 2 walnuts in his hands, and a faint smile on his face. There were no axemen lying in ambush behind him, nor any armed thugs. There was no one there. This was completely different from what Chen Fan had expected. You've arrived? Manager Wu stopped what he was doing, looked up at him, and spoke in a very calm tone, as if he were greeting an old friend. Chen Fan didn't speak, but stood at the door, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. No need to look, Manager Wu seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled. Today, it's just the two of us here. Just the two of them? Chen Fan was even more confused. What exactly is Manager Wu up to? Have a seat, Manager Wu said, pointing to a chair opposite him. Chen Fan hesitated for a moment, but still walked over and stood 3 meters away from Manager Wu without sitting down. This distance allows for both offense and defense. Manager Wu didn't seem to care and continued, I know what you're thinking right now. Do you think that I called you here because I want to harm you? Chen Fan remained silent. Kid, stop guessing, Manager Wu laughed. Instead of wasting time figuring out people, you should think about how to make money for the boss. He paused, his eyes sharpening as he stared at Chen Fan. What do you think about my test? 3 days, 1 million. Manager Wu smiled, took out a photo from his pocket, and pushed it in front of Chen Fan. The photo shows Anan playing in the community park, smiling brightly. Your daughter is very cute. A day has now passed. Chapter 25 The Deal. 1 million for a life. In the photo, An's smiling face looks particularly warm under the incandescent light, but also particularly glaring. Chen Fan shifted his gaze from the photo to Manager Wu's ambiguous smile. The air in the factory was cold, carrying the smell of rust and dust, but Chen Fan felt his blood gradually warming up. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms, and his knuckles turned white. He stared intently at Manager Wu, something seemed to be rolling in his throat, and he let out a low growl like a wild beast. Just now, he had a sudden enlightenment about the 1-inch punch, and his confidence and strength had reached an unprecedented peak. He was confident that he could punch through Manager Wu's throat within 3 meters. But he couldn't. He knew that Manager Wu wasn't coming alone to die. Behind him stood the entire Jiangqing night market and that mysterious boss. Killing him would mean facing endless pursuit for him and Anan. More importantly, Anan in the photo is reminding him. He is not alone anymore. He is a father. He cannot act on impulse. Chen Fan slowly loosened his fist, his chest heaving violently before finally calming down. He forcefully suppressed the violent aura that was about to burst forth from his body. He looked at Manager Wu and spoke, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. You mean, in your eyes, my life is worth 1 million? Manager Wu paused for a moment while fiddling with the walnuts. He looked up in surprise and scrutinized Chen Fan. He had considered many possibilities. Chen Fan might fly into a rage, or he might submit and beg for mercy. But he didn't expect that this young man could suppress his emotions in such a short time and calmly ask back. This kid is more than just a reckless fighter. Manager Wu removed the hint of disdain in his eyes, smiled, and his tone became more serious. No, you're mistaken. He held up one finger and shook it. 1 million isn't for your life. It's about buying your value. Manager Wu leaned back in his chair and said slowly, Kid, being good at fighting is useless. Every day, there are tough guys who die on the streets of the night market. What the boss cares about is whether you can turn your fists into money. He pointed to his head. What the boss values is this place. It's how much value you can create for the night market. 3 days, 1 million, that's the boss's test for you. Prove you have the brains to turn your skills into real money. If you do it, you'll be a friend of the night market. The owner will provide you with protection and help you resolve the Su family's troubles. I can't do it. Manager Wu smiled, not finishing his sentence, but the meaning was clear. If you can't do it, you're a useless piece of trash, and the night market won't waste any resources on a piece of trash. Chen Fan understood. This is not a test at all, but a naked humiliation and selection process. Manager Wu, or rather his boss, is like a high and mighty investor, evaluating whether this product is worth investing in with an almost condescending attitude. Then how much is my life worth in the eyes of the Su family? Chen Fan asked again. He had to figure out the prices offered by all his competitors. The Su family? Manager Wu scoffed, as if he had heard a joke. Ancient martial arts families like the Su family value their reputation the most. If you make them lose face, what they want is not money, but your life. He paused for a moment, then finally dropped the bombshell for tonight. If you accept the test, I can give you a deposit first. Chen Fan stared at him. The Su family already knows you're still alive. Manager Wu said slowly and deliberately, moreover, they sent people. Not the same kind of low-class scum as last time. He raised his wrist and glanced at the gold watch on it. A martial artist with the Dan Jean skill. Dan Jean. Chen Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. Above the transformation realm lies the core realm. Internal strength is condensed into a core, with abundant and long-lasting chi and blood, making its combat power far superior to that of the transformation realm. Although he has now mastered the inch punch and has the ability to fight against a peak transformation realm expert, his chances of winning against a true core formation realm expert are almost zero. So, are you satisfied with this deposit? Manager Wu smiled, seeing Chen Fan's shocked expression. He picked up the teacup beside him, gently blew on it, and slowly took a sip. He didn't look at Chen Fan, but he kept observing the other's reaction out of the corner of his eye. Chen Fan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He knew that what Manager Wu said was true. The night market's intelligence capabilities are beyond question. Now, he faces a double predicament. Earn $1 million within 2 days to prove your worth. At the same time, they also had to evade the pursuit of a Dan Jean martial artist. Any one of these paths leads to a dead end. I accept, Chen Fan slowly uttered 3 words. Without hesitation, without delay. Because he had no choice. Very good. Manager Wu nodded in satisfaction. You have guts. Now that's what someone who can work for the boss should do. He stood up and put the photo of an back in his arms. Here's a friendly tip. Manager Wu walked over to Chen Fan, patted him on the shoulder, and a chilling aura emanated from him. The Su family will find you in 48 hours at most. Now, your time is counting down. Chen Fan ignored him and suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but it made Manager Wu, who was about to leave, pause in his steps. 1 million for 2 days of my time. But if I succeed, you name your price for the head of the Su family. Manager Wu stiffened for a moment, then slowly turned his head, his eyes becoming sharp as knives for the first time. Kid, do you know what you're saying? Of course I know. For the first time, a smile appeared on Chen Fan's face, but it carried a hint of reckless madness. Didn't the boss want to see value? Isn't someone who can kill the head of the Su family valuable enough? Manager Wu stared at him for a full 10 seconds before laughing again, but this time the laughter was somewhat dry. Interesting, very interesting. Let's talk about it after you survive these next 2 days. After saying that, he didn't linger and turned to walk quickly out of the factory. The sound of footsteps echoed in the empty factory, gradually fading into the distance. Clatter. The incandescent light overhead went out. The whole world was plunged back into darkness and silence. Chen Fan stood there for a long time, his breathing growing heavier in the darkness. He thought of an smiling face, the threats from the Su family, and that high and mighty boss. Dan Jean warrior? 1 million? 2 days? Good. Very good. Finally, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes, and he took out his phone. Instead of calling Uncle Wang, he dialed an unfamiliar number. This was left by the old man who sold him the incomplete inch punch at the night market last time. The old man said that if you have any problems that you can't solve, you can come to him. At the time, Chen Fan took it as a joke, but now he had no choice but to try anything. The phone was dialed and rang for a long time before being answered. A lazy, sleepy voice came from across the street. Hello? Who is it? It's the middle of the night, can't a person get any sleep? It's me. Chen Fan's voice was a little hoarse. I bought your inch punch at the night market. Oh. The voice on the other end drawled, I remember now, that kid with the kid. So, you've mastered the boxing? You've mastered it. That's great, why did you contact me? Chen Fan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I want to take on a job that can earn me $1 million within 2 days. It needs to be fast and clean. There was silence on the other end of the phone. A full half-minute passed before the voice came from the other end again, but this time, there was no longer any sleepiness in the tone, only a chilling coldness. Kid, do you know what you're saying? This kind of work can kill people. Chapter 26, The Underground Boxing Match. $1 million to buy his life. The night wind blew, stirring up dust from the ground, and the cold voice on the other end of the phone was even more biting than the night's chill. This kind of work can kill people. Chen Fan gripped his phone tightly, standing in the dark, empty factory, where he could clearly hear his own steady heartbeat. He did not back down in the slightest, nor was he intimidated by the other party's tone. He simply repeated it calmly. I need money, I need to survive. Silence fell again on the other end of the phone. This silence lasted longer than before. So long that Chen Fan thought the other party had already hung up the phone. Just as he was about to take a look at his phone, that lazy voice rang out again, but this time, it had an indescribable quality to it. Half an hour later, at Jiangcheng Port, in the abandoned warehouse number 7. After saying that, the phone was abruptly hung up. Chen Fan put away his phone and did not leave immediately. He quickly went through all the conversations he had just had with Manager Wu and the old man in his mind. Manager Wu's test, the pursuit of the Dan-Jin martial artist, the 48-hour countdown to death, and the job that the old man said would kill people. All the clues pointed to one word: death. But there was no fear in Chen Fan's eyes, only a calm that came from being forced into a desperate situation and having no other choice. Because he didn't have time to die. An end is still waiting for him at home. Chen Fan turned around, strode out of the abandoned factory, and his figure quickly disappeared into the deep night. Half an hour later. Jiangcheng Port, abandoned warehouse number 7. This place is even more desolate than the textile factory in the west of the city. A huge warehouse stands alone by the dock, the sea breeze making a whistling sound. As soon as Chen Fan reached the warehouse door, the rusty iron door creaked open a crack from the inside. A small, thin figure peeked out from under the door. It's still that old man selling his inch punch at the night market. However, the old man at this moment was completely different from the sleepy and lazy man he was in the night market. His back was ramrod straight, and his pair of cloudy old eyes were now frighteningly sharp. "Kid, you've got guts, you actually dared to come." The old man looked Chen Fan up and down, his voice dry. Chen Fan didn't speak, he just looked at him quietly. "Come in with me." The old man didn't say anything more, turned around and walked into the warehouse. Chen Fan followed him inside. The warehouse was empty, with only a few dim lights shining down from above, barely enough to make out the surroundings. "Want to make money? It's easy." The old man stopped and turned around, his eyes shone brightly in the dim light. "Putting in a boxing match. Underground boxing matches." The old man pointed deep into the warehouse. "See that cage? Go in, win. One match, 100,000. This is the lowest level of meat grinder in Jiangcheng. There are no rules, no restrictions, only life and death." Chen Fan stiffened for a moment. He had thought this job would be dangerous, but he hadn't expected it to be a life or death arena where you trade your life for money. "What if we keep winning?" Chen Fan asked. The old man chuckled, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Kid, no one has ever won 5 games in a row while still alive. If you can win 10, I'll give you $1 million. It's not too late for you to regret it now." The old man stared at him. "Walk out through this door and pretend you were never here." Chen Fan raised his head and met the old man's gaze. "When can I begin?" The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he were somewhat surprised. He remained silent for a good 10 seconds before slowly speaking and asking a question. "Aren't you afraid of dying?" A faint smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. He thought of Anand's sleeping face and the way she babbled daddy. "Afraid," he answered, his voice soft but clear. "But because my daughter is still waiting for me to come home for dinner, I don't have time to die." The old man's body trembled almost imperceptibly. His sharp eyes were fixed on Chen Fan, and for the first time, there was a flicker of emotion in them. He had seen too many desperate criminals, some for money, some for fame, some for revenge. They all claimed they were not afraid of death, their eyes gleaming with madness and greed. But he had never seen anyone like Chen Fan. He uttered the harshest words with the calmest tone, his eyes showing no madness, only an unwavering determination. "Others box for fame, fortune, and enjoyment. This kid is boxing, actually for baby formula money? Good lad, you're interesting." The old man chuckled dryly, his probing gaze vanishing, and for the first time truly looked the young man before him squarely in the eye. He pulled something out of his pocket and tossed it to Chen Fan. "Put it on." Chen Fan took it and saw that it was a very ordinary rusty iron mask, just enough to cover the upper half of his face. Without hesitation, he put on the mask. "Very good." The old man nodded, seemingly satisfied with his decisiveness. He pointed to an inconspicuous large iron gate deep inside the warehouse. "Why did you ask me to box?" Chen Fan suddenly asked. The old man glanced at him sideways. "Didn't you say it was for your daughter?" Chen Fan was stunned for a moment, then he understood. "Once you go in, you won't have a name, only a code name." The old man looked at him and said, word by word, "Let us call you Nanny." "Good luck." Chen Fan didn't say anything more, but just nodded to the old man, then turned around and walked towards the large iron gate that determined life and death. He reached out, grasped the cold doorknob, and pushed hard. Boom! The iron gate slowly opened. A wave of heat washed over us, mixed with the smell of sweat and blood. The deafening shouts nearly lifted the roof off. Behind the door lies a completely different world. The deafening music, the blinding flashes of light, and the frenzied screams of hundreds and thousands of people combined into a torrent that got people's blood pumping. In the center of the arena, inside an octagonal cage enclosed by thick iron chains, one man straddled another, his fists pounding into the other's face with dull thuds. Blood splattered everywhere. The moment Chen Fan pushed open the door, at least dozens of cold, cruel gazes, mixed with a strong smell of blood, were fixed on him, the newcomer, from the shadows near the entrance at the edge of the venue. Chapter 27 One Punch Kills. The first blood of the stay-at-home dad. The moment the iron gate was pushed open, all eyes were fixed on Chen Fan. Cold, cruel, and filled with the strong smell of blood. When they saw Chen Fan's figure clearly, they were taken aback. Too thin. Chen Fan's physique can only be described as slender. Then, when their gaze fell on the comical iron mask on Chen Fan's face, a low, undisguised sneer rang out from the oppressive shadows. Ha, another one coming to die. What, is this mask? Newcomer? Doesn't look like someone who can take a punch. Chen Fan ignored the discussions and looked past the boxers, focusing on the huge octagonal cage in the center of the arena. Inside the cage, the battle was over. The victor, fist stained with blood, roared amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd. The loser lay on the ground, chest caved in, and was dragged away by staff. The smell of blood was even stronger. Next match. Butcher vs. Dad. In the center of the field, a referee wearing a black vest shouted out the next match list in a hoarse voice. Butcher? The moment the name was uttered, the surrounding boxers immediately cast respectful glances at him. A burly man with a thick, fleshy body and a hideous scar on his face stood up. He was nearly 2 meters tall and probably weighed 300 kilograms. He is the Butcher, a peak-level expert in the Mingjin realm. He has achieved 3 consecutive victories here, each time beating his opponent to death. A stay-at-home dad? Someone paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Some veteran gamblers frowned, finding the name odd. Did I hear that right? Ha 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 ha. What kind of code name is this? Are we here to box or to breastfeed? I bet he won't last 30 seconds. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Fan strode forward, passing through the gloating boxers, and walked step by step toward the octagon. The iron mask concealed his expression. He simply stared at the octagonal cage, ignoring the surrounding noise. Kid, you're the fucking babysitter? The Butcher had already reached the cage. He looked down at Chen Fan, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Are you here to breastfeed me? The audience laughed even louder. Chen Fan didn't say anything, but simply lifted his foot and stepped into the octagon. The referee walked over and said expressionlessly, "No sportsmanship. Fight until you die or admit defeat. Understand?" The Butcher waved his hand impatiently. Chen Fan nodded. When? A piercing bell rang out. The match begins. You little brat, I'll tear your arm off first. The Butcher roared, his massive body carrying a gust of wind as he charged towards Chen Fan. His power was immense, a straight punch, accompanied by a whistling wind, aimed directly at Chen Fan's face. That punch is enough to kill a bull. The audience screamed excitedly, all shouting beat him up. Faced with this powerful punch, Chen Fan did not back down. The Butcher's heavy fist came crashing down with a vicious gust of wind. Instead of retreating, Chen Fan advanced, taking a half step forward to avoid the fist. He turned to the side, lowered his waist, and channeled all the power in his body along his spine into his right fist. They came later but arrived first. A powerful punch landed squarely on the Butcher's wide-open chest. Bang! A muffled thud. The Butcher's sinister smile froze. He looked down and saw a deep fist-shaped indentation on his chest. Puff! He opened his mouth, but what came out was not blood, but a cloud of blood mist mixed with fragments of internal organs. The entire room fell silent. The Butcher's massive body froze in place, for a second, 2 seconds. Then, his massive body was lifted off the ground, and he was sent flying backward with a boom. Clang! His heavy body slammed into the thick iron chains several meters away, causing the sturdy octagonal cage to make a loud bang. Fresh blood gushed from his mouth and nose. His body slid slowly down the iron chain, fell to the ground, twitched twice, and then remained motionless. One punch. Sold out instantly. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gaped, dumbfounded at the thin figure in the cage wearing a rusty iron mask. He slowly withdrew his fist and stood there quietly, as if he had just done something insignificant. The referee stood there stunned for a good 10 seconds before scrambling over to the butcher, reaching out to check his breath. He then recoiled as if he'd been electrocuted, his face turning deathly pale. He stood up tremblingly, raised Chen Fan's hand, and roared in a terrified voice. The winner is the stay-at-home dad. At the same time, in the VIP box on the top floor of the boxing ring, Manager Wu was holding a glass of red wine, leisurely leaning back on the sofa, looking at the huge monitoring screen in front of him. The screen is divided into more than a dozen small squares, displaying live footage of various corners of the boxing ring. When Chen Fan entered the octagonal cage, Manager Wu smiled. A stay-at-home dad? Interesting. Hopefully, this kid won't get killed in the first match, or the boss's investment will be wasted. He gently swirled his wineglass, having no expectations for this mismatched match. A mere early-stage transformation realm cultivator facing a desperate fugitive at the peak of the manifest realm can at best achieve a Pyrrhic victory, Manager Wu thought to himself. However, the next second, when he saw Chen Fan's movements on the screen, he narrowed his eyes. Immediately afterward, as the butcher's body flew backward and crashed into the iron cage, Manager Wu's hand, which was holding a wineglass, trembled violently. Splash! The crimson wine spilled out, staining his expensive trousers, but he was completely unaware. He stared intently at the screen, his eyes unblinking. He replayed the slow-motion video over and over again. That seemingly simple punch was completely different in the eyes of a master like him. Manager Wu's inner monologue, that force dissipation, that explosive power, and the timing of that punch. This is something that someone in the early stages of the transformation realm cannot achieve. Transforming internal energy, an inch punch? Manager Wu put down his wineglass, leaned forward, and rested his hands on his knees. For the first time, he abandoned all his contempt and amusement, staring intently at the screen. He muttered to himself, his voice carrying a hint of shock and excitement that he himself was unaware of. No, this isn't a regular 1-inch punch. This kid, he's getting interesting, increasingly interesting. Chapter 28 Dad. The daughter's first cry. More than half of the 48-hour deadline given by Manager Wu has passed. Jiangcheng, the old city area. The afternoon sun was warm and gentle, casting dappled light through the sparse branches and leaves of the old locust tree in the courtyard of the rented house. Chen Fan was shirtless, his bronze skin glistening with sweat, gleaming healthily in the sunlight. His feet were firmly planted on the ground as he practiced his 1-inch punch over and over again. Call. The punch was delivered, seemingly ordinary, even somewhat slow. But as the fist passed through, the air emitted a faint hissing sound. A thought struck him: the subtle control of force when releasing and releasing a small burst of energy was remarkably similar to the gentle control of force when coaxing his daughter. He could feel that every bit of power was under his control. Since mastering the method of power originating from the ground and penetrating joint by joint, Chen Fan's understanding of inch punch has progressed by leaps and bounds. This unique martial art, which requires mental strength to control, seems to have been tailor-made for his fatherly love-nurturing system. However, he remained anxious. The Su family. Danjin warrior. These two mountains weighed heavily on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. He didn't know when the other person would arrive or how they would appear. All he could do was seize every minute and second to become stronger. Yeah. Not far away, in a slightly worn stroller, the beautifully sculpted Chenin stared intently at her father practicing martial arts in the yard with her large, dark eyes. She neither cried nor made a fuss. Occasionally, she would wave her little hand in the air, as if cheering for her father. Sunlight fell on her long eyelashes, casting a small, lovely shadow. Chen Fan caught a glimpse of his daughter out of the corner of his eye, and the anxiety and murderous intent in his heart were instantly washed away by a warm current, leaving only endless tenderness. This is his way of martial arts. A father's martial arts, fighting to protect. He took a deep breath, slowly calming his blood and energy, and ended his training for the day. Sweat slid down his angular face and dripped into the soil beneath his feet. He walked to the stroller, bent down, and gently touched his daughter's soft little face with the back of his hand, his voice full of doting affection. "Anan, watch Daddy practice his boxing, isn't it fun?" Anan seemed to understand, and her little mouth opened into a sweet, toothless smile. It was this smile that repeatedly infused Chen Fan with the purest energy, enabling him to create miracles in dire circumstances. Chen Fan's heart softened instantly, and all his fatigue and stress vanished. He prepared to reach out and pick up his daughter, to give her a loving kiss, to cherish this world that was his everything. However, at this very moment, Anan, who was in the stroller, suddenly started to make a new movement. She stopped just smiling and instead stretched out her chubby little hand towards Chen Fan, her little mouth opening and closing as if she were imitating something. Ya pull. A mumbled, soft syllable was squeezed out of her small mouth with difficulty. Chen Fan's outstretched hand froze instantly. He thought he had misheard. Seeing her father's stunned expression, Anan seemed a little anxious. Her small body twisted in the stroller, and her little face turned a little red. She opened her small mouth again, and with all her might, shouted out the words more clearly and forcefully than before. Pull, pull. Chen Fan froze instantly, his mind going blank. It's not a hallucination. It's true. His daughter is calling him Dad. He felt as if his heart had been struck hard by the softest thing, his nose stung, and his eyes instantly reddened. This man, who had just knocked out his opponent with a single punch in the underground boxing ring, wanted nothing more than to cry at this moment. This is the sound he has longed to hear most after all his struggles. What delighted him more than breaking through to the transformation realm, and what excited him more than winning $1 million prize? Anan. Chen Fan's voice trembled. He rushed over and carefully picked up his daughter from the stroller, holding her tightly in his arms as if he wanted to meld this tiny body into his own bones. Call me again, Anan, call me Daddy again. He rambled on, as excited as a child. Pull, pull. Anan's little hands gripped her father's clothes, and she seemed to sense his excitement as she called out again in her childish voice. Hey! Dad's here! Chen Fan responded loudly, a foolish smile on his face that he himself was unaware of. At that moment, he felt his blood and energy surging and boiling in response to the call. A warm current, larger and purer than ever before, flowed from his daughter's small body and instantly spread throughout his limbs and bones. His martial will and his protective heart were unprecedentedly united and sublimated under the call of Dad. The bottleneck of the peak of the transformation realm seemed to be trembling violently under the impact of this enormous emotion, as if it would be completely broken through at any moment. He found it. He found the confidence to fight against a Dan Gene expert. He's invincible as long as his daughter is by his side. Holding his daughter in his arms, Chen Fan felt so happy in the sun-drenched courtyard that he wanted to show it off to the whole world. However, it was precisely at this happiest and most tender moment of his life. Boom! With a loud bang, the wooden door of the rented room exploded. Wood chips mixed with dust shot into the courtyard like an explosion. The ecstasy on Chen Fan's face froze instantly, replaced by extreme coldness and shock. He instinctively turned around, tightly shielding his daughter in his arms, using his back to block all the flying wood chips and pebbles. As the smoke and dust dissipated slightly, a cold figure, exuding a suffocating killing intent and the terrifying aura unique to a Dan Gene expert, slowly walked in through the broken doorframe. Chapter 29. My daughter called me Dad, and I instantly advanced to the Dan Gene level. Wood chips and dust came flying at us. Chen Fan felt a sharp pain in his back and groaned, but he didn't move. He simply hugged his daughter tighter, using his own body to create a safe haven for her. Wah! Anan, who was in my arms, was startled by the loud noise. Her little mouth twitched, and she looked like she was about to cry. Chen Fan gently patted her back, his voice low and gentle. Don't be afraid, Anan, Daddy's here. The smoke and dust cleared. The man walked in through the broken doorframe. He looked to be in his 40s, dressed in a well-fitting gray training uniform. His face was ordinary, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, or rather, sharp. He just stood there, and an invisible pressure enveloped the entire courtyard. Chen Fan's breath hitched. This is a master of Dan Gene, a type of internal energy cultivation. A true master who has condensed his internal energy into a core, possesses a long and abundant life force, and whose every move exudes terrifying power. The man didn't look at Chen Fan, his gaze immediately fell on Anan in Chen Fan's arms. That gaze was complex, containing scrutiny and indifference, but also seemed to conceal something subtle. By order of the head of the family, we are taking Miss back. He finally spoke, his voice calm and devoid of emotion, as if stating something perfectly natural. He didn't even mention Chen Fan, as if Chen Fan was just an object holding a child, not worth his attention at all. She is not going anywhere, Chen Fan said, his voice equally calm, but beneath the calm was a solidified killing intent. The Su family warriors then turned their gaze to Chen Fan, raising their eyebrows slightly as if somewhat surprised. Transformation realm? And at its peak? He was a little surprised, but then regained his aloof indifference. You have some talent, what a pity. Pity? Chen Fan understood what he meant. It's a pity that a talented martial artist with the transformation realm is going to die here today. Give me the child. The Su family martial artist stretched out his hand, his tone leaving no room for argument. Chen Fan remained silent. He slowly and carefully bent down and put the somewhat uneasy Inen back into the stroller. Then, he straightened up. Want her? Chen Fan looked at the other person and said, word by word, you'll have to step over my dead body. The Su family martial artist smiled. It's a kind of pity that comes naturally to the strong when they look down on the weak. As you wish. The moment he finished speaking, he moved. There were no fancy moves, just a step forward and a punch thrown out. It was a very simple punch. But this punch made Chen Fan feel as if all the air in the entire courtyard had been sucked away. The quality of internal energy possessed by a Dan Jin master far surpasses that of a Hua Jin master. It is heavy, condensed, and carries a terrifying power that can crush everything. Chen Fan dared not be careless in the slightest. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, generating power from the earth, twisting his waist and hips, and pouring the peak power of his internal energy into his right fist without reservation. 1-inch punch. Bang! The two fists collided solidly. A muffled thud. Chen Fan felt an irresistible force coming from his opponent's fist. His inch punch, powerful enough to kill someone at the peak of the Ming Jin realm, was instantly crushed and shattered upon impact with his opponent's fist. Snap! The sound of bones cracking rang out. Chen Fan staggered backward 7 or 8 steps, each step leaving a deep footprint in the mud. He steadied himself, his right hand hanging limply at his sides, his arm twisted unnaturally, and a trickle of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. One punch, just one punch, and he was defeated. Even at the peak of the transformation realm, one is still utterly vulnerable before the core realm. I told you, it's a pity. The Su family martial artist withdrew his fist, shook his head, and seemed unsurprised by the result. He didn't even glance at Chen Fan again, and turned to walk towards the stroller. In his view, the battle was over. Don't touch her. Chen Fan roared, the excruciating pain in his right arm making his vision go black, but he ignored it and kicked off with his left foot, lunging forward again. Using his intact left hand, he transformed his palm into a knife and slashed fiercely at the back of the opponent's neck. The Su family warriors didn't even turn around. He simply swung his hand back. Smack! A crisp sound. Chen Fan's left palm was easily blocked, and an even more ferocious force rebounded back. Puff! Chen Fan was struck hard, and was sent flying backward, crashing into the old locust tree in the yard. The tree trunk shook violently, and withered leaves fell all over the ground. He slid to the ground, spitting out another mouthful of blood. It felt like all my internal organs had shifted. The gap is too big. It's so big it's despairing. Dad! Just then, a weak cry, tinged with sobs, came from the stroller. Inen was terrified. She looked at her father lying on the ground, her small body trembling, her big, dark eyes filled with tears. She didn't know what had happened. All she knew was that her father had been beaten down. She was terrified. Dad! Inen stretched out her chubby little hand, used all her strength, and shouted clearly with a sob in her voice. This sound was like a thunderclap, exploding in Chen Fan's mind. It was like a fire, instantly igniting the boiling blood and energy throughout his body. At that moment, Chen Fan felt something shatter in his dantian. The warm current that had been building up because of his daughter's first cry of daddy was completely ignited by this cry. Blood and chi are burning. Chen Fan felt a sudden heat in his dantian, and all the internal energy in his body surged uncontrollably towards the center of his dantian, frantically crowding together. Boom! An invisible roar. A scorching core of energy, seemingly containing boundless power, suddenly formed in his dantian. Dan Jin, it's done. The Su family martial artist was about to reach out to hug Inen when his movements suddenly froze. He suddenly turned around and looked at Chen Fan lying on the ground, his face showing an expression of disbelief and horror for the first time. He sensed that Chen Fan's aura was surging at an alarming rate. He went from a powerful transformation realm martial artist to a Dan realm expert of the same level as him. You. The Su family warrior's expression changed drastically, and he had only uttered one word when Chen Fan made a move. He slowly stood up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His right arm, which had been broken, was healing at a visible speed under the nourishment of the Dan Jin Qi and blood, making a crisp crackling sound. He raised his head and looked at the Su family martial artist. That look in his eyes was no longer solemn, no longer resolute, but rather an absolute domineering in coldness. I told you, Chen Fan's voice was soft, yet it carried a chill that made the temperature in the entire courtyard drop sharply. Don't touch her. Before he finished speaking, he had already vanished from the spot. Alarm bells rang in the hearts of the Su family martial artists. Without thinking, they gathered all the Dan Jin power in their bodies into their arms and crossed them in front of their chests to protect them. The next second, Chen Fan appeared in front of him. It's still the same 1-inch punch. But this punch was completely different from the one before. The newly generated Dan Jin power was perfectly integrated into the method of the inch punch. That power, condensed to the extreme, was compressed into an invisible yet real point on the fist. Boom! A fist was imprinted on the crossed arms of the Su family martial artist. There was no loud noise, only a dull tearing sound. The fear on the faces of the Su family warriors froze instantly. He felt an indescribable penetrating force that instantly pierced through his internal energy defenses, tore his muscles apart, and shattered his bones. Snap! Snap! With 2 sharp cracks, his proud arms broke off simultaneously. He was hit head-on by a battering ram, his feet left the ground, and he flew backward. Boom! His heavy body crashed through the earthen wall of the courtyard, flying 7 or 8 meters away before landing in the alley outside, kicking up a cloud of dust. The defeat is inevitable. Chen Fan slowly withdrew his fist and stood there quietly. He didn't chase after them. He simply turned around, walked quickly to the stroller, picked up his tearful daughter, and held her tightly in his arms. Don't cry, Anan, Daddy won. Pull, don't cry. Anan stretched out her little hand and wiped his face haphazardly, as if trying to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth. Chen Fan's heart softened instantly. A violent coughing sound came from the alley. The Su family warrior struggled to his feet. Leaning against the broken wall, he coughed up blood and glared venomously at the father and daughter in the courtyard. He couldn't understand it. A breakthrough during combat? From transformation realm to core realm? How is that possible? You wait. He gasped, his voice hoarse and venomous. You think this is over? The Grand Elder will not let you get away with this. Grand Elder? The most powerful elder in the Su family? Chen Fan, holding his daughter, turned around and gave him a cold look. I'll wait. Chapter 30 The Power of Dan Jin, the Su family's countermeasures. The air in the alley was filled with a mixture of dust and a faint smell of blood. Chen Fan held his daughter, coldly watching the struggling Su family martial artist, without saying another word. Grand Elder? He didn't know how powerful that being was. Perhaps it was at the peak of Dan Jin, or even Gang Jin. But so what? Chen Fan looked down at his daughter, who was clumsily wiping away the bloodstains with her little hands, and the softest part of his heart was gently touched. As long as Anan is there, he has nothing to fear. At the alley entrance, the Su family martial artist leaned against the wall, staring intently at Chen Fan in the courtyard, his teeth grinding together. A breakthrough in the heat of battle? Impossible. This kid is a monster. He'd tell the Grand Elder this, and make sure this kid dies a horrible death. He glared venomously at Chen Fan for a long time, but finally, leaning against the wall, he limped away and disappeared into the depths of the alley. The surroundings finally became completely quiet. Only Chen Fan and his daughter remained, along with the small courtyard ravaged by the battle. Anan, let's go home. Chen Fan's voice was very soft and gentle. He carried his daughter, stepped over the broken doorframe, and went inside. The room was in a mess. Things were scattered all over the floor due to the shockwave. Chen Fan carefully placed Anan on the still relatively intact small bed, and then quietly began to tidy up. Anan was already asleep in the crib, breathing evenly. She must have been frightened today. She was sleeping very soundly. Chen Fan's heart calmed down immediately. The Su family, the Grand Elder, the Dan Jin and Gang Jin, all became less important at this moment. He stood up, bent down, and gently kissed his daughter's forehead. It's soft and has a milky aroma. This is his whole world. After tidying up the house, Chen Fan finally had time to check his own body. His internal injuries were severe. He had been directly attacked by a Dan Jin expert, and his internal organs had been shaken. But at this moment, a brand new power is flowing through his body. Within his dantian, the newly formed, scorching core of energy was continuously radiating pure qi and blood, nourishing his damaged meridians and internal organs. He could feel that his strength, speed, and recovery ability were all much stronger than when he was at the transformation realm. Especially his right arm, which had been crippled, had now mostly healed. Although he still couldn't exert any force, the excruciating pain was gone. This was the self-healing ability of a Danjin expert. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. Chen Fan sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed and began to stabilize his newly broken-through realm. He closed his eyes and focused his mind on his Dantian. That core of power, like a miniature sun, radiates a warm and boundless energy. With a thought in mind, he began to try to mobilize this power. Boom! The blood and energy in the whole body were instantly ignited. A terrifying force seemed about to explode from his body. Blood and chi are burning. The ultimate trump card of a Danjin master. Chen Fan could sense that once he ignited his blood circulation, he might be able to unleash power far exceeding his own, but the cost would likely be severe physical depletion. This was a death-defying move. Chen Fan understood that if he hadn't broken through his limits in the heat of battle and his power hadn't surged, he could never have defeated his opponent so easily with that punch. In his current state, this burning sensation can only last for a moment. He might only be able to throw one punch before reaching his limit. But even this brief outburst was enough to terrify him. This is his true trump card, his capital to fight against even stronger enemies. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes. The sky outside the window was completely dark. Meanwhile, at the Su family mansion, the study was brightly lit. Su Wanqing sat in the main seat, her face ashen, listening to a report from a middle-aged man below. This man was the Danjin martial artist who had escaped from Chen Fan's courtyard. At this moment, his face was pale, his arms were in slings, and his expression was a mixture of fear and resentment. "Master, I am incompetent, the mission has failed." He lowered his head, his voice hoarse. Su Wanqing didn't speak, but simply tapped the table lightly with her fingers, one tap after another, making the atmosphere in the room extremely oppressive. "Tell me what happened." After a long pause, she finally spoke coldly. The martial artist, Danjin, dared not conceal anything and recounted the entire battle in detail, especially the details of Chen Fan's breakthrough in the face of danger just as he was about to take it away. "You mean, he broke through from the peak of the transformation realm to the core realm during the battle?" Su Wanqing stopped tapping her fingers on the table, a look of disbelief flashing in her eyes. "Absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes." "The surge in that aura is undeniable," the Danjin martial artist hurriedly said. "Moreover, the quality of his Danjin after his breakthrough is extremely high, incredibly refined. I couldn't even withstand a single punch from him." A deathly silence fell over the study. Su Wanqing's expression shifted between light and dark. A martial arts practitioner in his 20s with Danjin skills? Or was it a breakthrough achieved during the battle? This talent can no longer be described as genius, it's simply monstrous. She originally thought that sending a Danjin, a high-level martial arts expert, to offer sacrifices was already overkill, enough to completely eliminate Chen Fan, this little troublemaker. Who would have thought that he would give himself such a big surprise? Useless. Su Wanqing slammed her hand on the table, her eyes flashing with cold light. "A newly promoted Danjin cultivator has scared you like this? Patriarch, please calm down." The Danjin martial artist was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground. That kid is too strange." Su Wanqing took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Things had spiraled out of her control. A Danjin expert was no longer someone she could easily manipulate. Especially one so young and with limitless potential. If we can't kill him in one go, he will definitely become a major threat in the future. "Patriarch, should we report this matter to the Grand Elder?" the Danjin martial artist asked cautiously. "No need," Su Wanqing interrupted him coldly. "This is such a small matter, there's no need to bother the old man." She stood up and paced back and forth in the study. The first elder is the pillar of the Su family, a half-step Gangjin expert, and cannot be easily mobilized. Asking him for help for Chen Fan would only damage her prestige within the family. Moreover, she has other methods. "Go down and recover from your injuries first," Su Wanqing waved her hand. "Yes, Patriarch." The Danjin martial artist felt as if he had been granted a pardon and retreated in a disheveled state. Su Wanqing was left alone in the study. She walked to the window, looking at the deep night outside, her eyes growing colder. "Chen Fan, you really gave me a pleasant surprise," she murmured to herself, "but do you think that breaking through to the Danjin realm will protect that bastard child?" She took out her phone and dialed an encrypted number. The call was quickly connected, and a hoarse, metallic sound came from the other end. Manager Wu. Master Su, it's so late, what can I do for you? Manager Wu's voice on the other end of the phone was polite, but more so it was a businesslike distance. I need your shadow organization to help me kill someone, Su Wanqing said bluntly. Oh? Someone that even Patriarch Su can't handle must be extraordinary, right? Steward Wu chuckled. A martial artist who has just broken through to the Dan Jin realm. Su Wanqing's voice was icy. I want him dead, and that 1-year-old baby girl next to him must also be dealt with. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. A Dan Jin martial artist this price isn't cheap. Manager Wu's voice became somewhat amused. Moreover, Patriarch Su, you should know our shadow rules, we only accept missions and don't ask why. But, when it comes to a 1-year-old baby that's a bit of a violation of the rules. Money is no problem, Su Wanqing sneered. As for rules? Manager Wu, don't forget how much my Su family helped your shadow organization gain a foothold in Zhangcheng. Now, I need you to do something, and you're talking to me about rules? Manager Wu fell silent again. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, send me the target information. I'll give you an answer within 3 days. Good. Su Wanqing hung up the phone, sent Chen Fan's information and photos, and a cruel sneer curled at the corner of her mouth. If force doesn't work, then use money. Use momentum. She refused to believe that a newly emerging Dan Jin could withstand the pursuit of the Shadow Organization, the underground emperor of Zhangcheng. Chen Fan, you and your bastard child must both die. Chapter 31 The Secret of Dan Jin, She in Blood Like Mercury. The night breeze was a bit cool, blowing through the alley and carrying with it a whiff of dust and a faint smell of blood. Chen Fan held his daughter, coldly watching the struggling figure disappear into the depths of the alley, without saying a word. Grand Elder? Gang Jin? He had no idea how powerful that being would be. But so what? Chen Fan looked down at his daughter, who was clumsily wiping away the bloodstains with her little hands, and felt a gentle touch on the softest part of his heart. As long as an N is in his arms, he is not afraid of anything. The surroundings finally became completely quiet. All that was left was him, his daughter, and the small courtyard that had been smashed to pieces. Anan, let's go home. Chen Fan's voice was very soft and gentle. He carried his daughter, carefully stepped over the broken doorframe, and went inside. The room was a mess. Things were overturned all over the floor, and tables and chairs were overturned. Chen Fan first placed Anan on the still relatively intact small bed, tucked her in, and then began to quietly tidy up. Anan was already asleep in the crib, breathing evenly. She must have been frightened today. There were still tear stains on her little face, and she was sleeping very soundly. Looking at his daughter's sleeping profile, Chen Fan's heart immediately calmed down. The Su family, the Grand Elder, the Dan Jin and Gang Jin, all seemed to become less important at this moment. He stood up, bent down, and gently kissed his daughter's forehead. It's soft and has a milky aroma. This is his whole world. After tidying up the house, Chen Fan finally had time to check his body. His internal injuries were quite severe. He had been hit twice head-on by that Su family martial artist, and his internal organs felt like they had been violently shaken, still throbbing with pain. He sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed, closed his eyes, and focused his mind on his dantian. A blazing core of energy floats silently, radiating light and heat. This elixir was continuously emitting incredibly pure qi and blood, like a warm stream, nourishing his damaged meridians and internal organs. His previously broken right arm had mostly healed. Although he still couldn't exert force, the excruciating pain was gone. Such strong recovery ability, much faster than when it was in the neutralizing stage. With a thought, Chen Fan felt a slight tremor in the core of his internal energy. A heavy, viscous flow of qi and blood surged out through the meridians and flowed through the limbs and bones. This power is completely different from the transformation realm. He clenched his fist. He had to be faster and stronger. Otherwise, the next time, he might not be so lucky. Gurgle. Just then, my stomach growled at an inopportune moment. Breaking through to the Dan Jin realm consumed a huge amount of energy, and coupled with a fierce battle, Chen Fan felt completely drained, and a strong sense of hunger struck him. He glanced at his sleeping daughter on the bed, stood up quietly, picked Anan up and wrapped her in a small blanket. It's still most reassuring to keep it with you. He carried his daughter out of the dilapidated courtyard, intending to go to the nearby food street to buy some late-night snacks. The food street was still bustling late at night, brightly lit, and filled with the aroma of various foods. Chen Fan found a stall selling fried rice. "Boss, one order of Yangzhou fried rice, with 2 extra eggs." "All right." The owner, a man in his 50s, deftly tossed the wok around. Chen Fan held his daughter and stood quietly to the side, waiting. Just then, a few young men with dyed yellow hair and a sleazy look walked over from the side. They spotted Chen Fan immediately, with the beautifully shaped Nen in his arms. "Hey buddy, out with your kids so late at night?" The blonde-haired leader squinted and grinned maliciously. Chen Fan ignored them and simply hugged his daughter tighter. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Another thug stepped forward and reached out to poke Nen's cheek. "This little girl is quite pretty." Chen Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. He grabbed the other person's outstretched wrist and applied slight force. Snap! With a sharp crack, the thug's wrist was snapped. Ah! A pig-like scream pierced the night sky. "I'll say it again, don't touch her." Chen Fan's voice was soft, but it carried a chilling coldness. The blonde-haired man and his remaining companions were stunned, their smiles frozen on their faces. They hadn't even seen how Chen Fan made his move, they only saw their companion's wrist twisting grotesquely, writhing on the ground in pain. Chen Fan simply raised his head and glanced at them calmly. Just one glance. There was no murderous intent, no anger, only an unfathomable indifference. The smiles on the faces of those thugs froze instantly. They felt like they couldn't breathe, as if something was choking them, and they couldn't move their bodies. The blonde-haired leader's legs buckled, and he knelt down. A skinny guy next to him tried to run, but his legs wouldn't obey him, and he sat down hard on his backside. Another guy was so frightened that he turned around and bumped into a telephone pole with a thud, then squatted down, clutching his head. Big brother, I was wrong, we didn't recognize your greatness." The kneeling blonde man kowtowed, his voice full of sobs, and his crotch was quickly soaked. The fried rice vendor was stunned, and the spatula in his hand fell to the ground with a loud clatter. He just saw the young man holding the child glance at those thugs in an ordinary way, and then those usually domineering guys were all crippled. Chen Fan withdrew his gaze and stopped looking at them. The mountain-like pressure vanished as a result. The 2 remaining thugs, who were still able to move, were overjoyed. They scrambled to their feet, helped up their companion with the broken hand, and fled into the night without uttering a sound. Your fried rice." The owner stammered as he handed over the packaged fried rice, his hands shaking. "Thanks." Chen Fan paid the money, took the fried rice, picked up his sleeping daughter, and turned to go home. Back in the rented room, he put his daughter back on the bed and then sat at the table, wolfing down his food. After finishing his meal, he began to tidy up his clothes, which had been torn in the fight, preparing to throw them away. When he reached into his jacket pocket, he touched a cold, hard object with strange patterns. Chen Fan took it out. It was a black metal token that felt cold to the touch. The front of the token features intricate patterns, while the back is engraved with a blood-red character. Film. Chen Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. This is a token seized from that assassin Crow. Chen Fan recalled the organization that the Dan Jin martial artist from the Su family had mentioned before leaving, and also remembered Su Wanqing's cold threat on the phone. 2 seemingly unrelated clues suddenly became connected at this moment. The Su family, Shadow. He gripped the token tightly, its icy touch seemingly merging with the murderous intent within him. Film. He murmured the name, his eyes filled with an unprecedented chill. "So, you guys were in cahoots all along. Su Qing's death is indeed related to you." Chen Fan put away the token, took out his phone, and found a number. "Manager Wu, you said before that you would take any kind of business, right?" His voice was icy. "I want to buy a life, the life of Su Wanqing, the head of the Su family." Chapter 32, a bounty of 100 million. This is Dan Jin's high-stakes gamble. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. The rented room was quiet. Chen Fan could even hear his own steady heartbeat and the soft breathing of another person on the phone. After a long while, Manager Wu's hoarse voice rang out again, carrying a hint of amusement and undisguised sarcasm. "By the life of the Su family head?" He chuckled softly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "Young man, do you know what you're saying?" "I know." Chen Fan's voice was calm, unmoved by the other party's sarcasm. "Do you know what the Su family means in Zhongcheng? Do you know what Su Wanqing's strength is?" Manager Wu's voice turned cold. "Even if she's not a martial artist, the weakest of the guards who follow her around all year round is at least at the transformation realm. Not to mention the Su family's hidden retainers, there's more than one Dan Jin expert among them. Killing her is 10 times, no, 100 times harder than killing an ordinary Danjin martial artist. Can you afford this price? Chen Fan remained silent, listening quietly. Manager Wu seemed to think that wasn't enough, and continued to analyze in a commercial, cold tone. Assassinating Su Wanqing means making an enemy of the entire Su family. This kind of mission is too risky, so risky that even our shadow organization is unwilling to take it on easily. Even if we did, the price would be an astronomical figure. He paused, seemingly giving Chen Fan a chance to back down. Seeing that Chen Fan remained silent, Manager Wu finally revealed his true intentions, stating a number that would send anyone into despair. 100 million. Cash. This is just a deposit. We'll settle the rest after the deal is done. After saying that, he stopped talking, seemingly waiting to see Chen Fan make a fool of himself. 100 million in cash, let alone Chen Fan, who had just escaped poverty. Even most of the so-called wealthy people in Jiangcheng would find it impossible to come up with that amount in a short period of time. This is a task that is simply impossible to complete. Chen Fan held his phone, his expression unchanged. He glanced at his sleeping daughter in the crib. An's little face was rosy, and she was sleeping soundly. His voice remained calm, but his words caused Manager Wu on the other end of the phone to gasp for breath. I don't have 100 million. But the value of my life in the future is more than 100 million. I'm betting my future, and I'm betting on your night market's foresight. There was complete silence on the other end of the phone. Inside the VIP box on the top floor of the underground boxing arena in Jiangcheng, Manager Wu sat on the sofa, a cigar between his fingers. The mockery on his face froze. He didn't answer immediately, but instead put his phone on speakerphone and placed it on the table. Manager Wu's mind was not on business at all. Chen Fan's words kept echoing in his mind. I'm betting my future, and I'm betting on your night market's foresight. Arrogant. That's utterly arrogant. How dare a young man in his 20s, a martial artist who has just entered the Danjin realm, say that his future value is more than 100 million? But it was precisely this arrogance that made Manager Wu's heart pound. He recalled the surveillance footage of the nanny wearing an iron mask who, with a clean and decisive 1-inch punch, instantly killed the butcher who was at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. He then recalled the phone call Su Wanqing had just made. The woman was furious on the phone, saying that Chen Fan had broken through to the limit while being chased by a Danjin expert from the Su family. A 20-something-year-old who can break through to the Danjin level in battle. What does this mean? This is a monster. This is a demon. As long as he doesn't perish along the way, he's almost certain to become a giant in the world, and there's even a slight chance that he'll become a grandmaster. A future grandmaster is worth far more than 100 million. The shock in Manager Wu's eyes slowly faded, replaced by the greed and excitement of a merchant who had discovered a priceless treasure. This is no longer just a single transaction. This is an investment. A high-stakes gamble that uses the resources of the entire night market to bet on a young person's future. If they win the bet, the night market will have another top expert protecting it from now on. Even if you lose the bet, it's just offending the Su family, which is already on the decline. This deal is a great one. Tell me your bargaining chips. Manager Wu picked up the phone again, his voice becoming extremely serious, devoid of the previous contempt and mockery. My only bargaining chip is myself. Chen Fan's voice came through the phone, clear and firm. The Su family sent someone with the Danjin skill to kill me, but I broke through in the face of battle and fought back. They won't let this go. Next time, they might send someone at the peak of Danjin, or even that half-step Gangjin elder. My feud with the Su family is now irreconcilable. I need power, I need resources, and I need an ally who can help me resolve my worries. And your night market needs an investment target with unlimited potential. Chen Fan paused, then tentatively said, the Su family wants to kill me, and your shadow organization also wants to kill me. But I've heard that in organizations like yours, not everyone listens to one person, right? If the Su family wants me dead, are there people in your organization who want me to live and specifically oppose the Su family? These words made Manager Wu's pupils shrink sharply. This young man is far smarter and more terrifying than he imagined. He not only has talent, but also brains. He wasn't begging himself, he was negotiating. He was demonstrating his value to the night market, or rather, to the owners behind the scenes of the night market. A future powerhouse with talent, intelligence, and a blood feud with the Su family. This person is absolutely worth voting for. Manager Wu took a deep breath, the cigar smoke swirled in his lungs, and then he slowly exhaled. Very well. He said hoarsely, I like your arrogance. On behalf of the night market, I accept this bet. Chen Fan felt a sense of relief, but he didn't show it. He knew things weren't that simple. Sure enough, Manager Wu continued. However, words are not enough. If you want us to take such a big risk for you, you have to prove your worth first, prove that your so-called future is not just empty talk. How do you want me to prove it? Chen Fan asked. It's very simple. Manager Wu smiled, a smile that seemed to hold amusement. Pay a deposit first. I told you, I don't have 100 million. Of course I know you don't have it, Manager Wu laughed. So, the deposit doesn't need to be that much. 1 million, in cash. 1 million? Chen Fan frowned. This number is still an astronomical figure for him. What? A future Dan gene expert worth more than 100 million can't even come up with $1 million? Manager Wu's voice carried a hint of mockery. I can go boxing, Chen Fan said calmly. With his current strength, going to the underground octagon would only cost him $1 million in just a few matches. No, Manager Wu refused decisively. It won't work. From now on, you are not allowed to set foot in any underground boxing ring. Your role as a stay-at-home dad has fulfilled its purpose. Chen Fan frowned and remained silent. How can you earn $1 million in a short time if you're not allowed to box? Manager Wu's voice seemed to read his mind. What the night market needs to see is your value beyond mere bravado. A brute who only knows how to solve problems with his fists is not worth our investment. 2 days. I'm giving you 2 days. Earn 1 million in cash using any legal, or rather, not so underground means, and send it to me. You've done it. Our bet has officially begun. Night Market has accepted the job to assassinate Su Wanqing. I can't do it. Manager Wu didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was self-evident. If you can't do that, your so-called future is a joke, and you don't deserve for the night market to take any risks for you. The call was disconnected. In the rented room, Chen Fan held his phone, lost in thought. He raised his head, his gaze falling once again on his daughter, Anan. The little guy smacked his lips in his sleep, as if he was dreaming of something delicious. The solemnity in Chen Fan's eyes slowly dissipated, replaced by an unyielding tenderness and determination. For Anan, and to avenge Su Qing. Let alone $1 million. Even if it's 10 million or 100 million, he has to earn it. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the city lights outside. His mind raced, trying to find a way to make quick money without resorting to violence. If not force, then what? The identity of a Dan gene expert? But this identity cannot be easily exposed to the public. Etc. He suddenly thought of a solution. Dan gene. Are the abilities of a Dan gene master limited to strength, speed, and recovery? He closed his eyes, and his mind once again sank into his dantian. That scorching core of energy was like a small fireball. He could clearly see the flow of every meridian, every bone, and even every drop of blood in his body. This kind of subtle control over the body is completely incomparable to the state of neutralizing internal energy. What if this control were used elsewhere? For example. Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. He came up with a possible solution. A similarly crazy approach, one that also requires a huge gamble. He took out his phone and dialed an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Director Li from the Department of Cardiothoracic Surgery at Jiangcheng First People's Hospital? Yes, this is me. A tired but professional voice came from the other end of the phone. My name is Chen Fan. Chen Fan's voice was calm and strong. I can perform a surgery that you can't. Chapter 33. With a body of Dan Jin, I can perform surgery. The night was as dark as ink, and the lights in the rented room seemed somewhat lonely. Chen Fan hung up the phone with Manager Wu, the cold and challenging words still seemingly echoing in his ears. Earn 1 million within 2 days as a deposit. Remember, you are not allowed to step into any underground boxing rings again. The night market needs to see your value beyond your mere bravado. 1 million. 2 days. Furthermore, it also cut off his most direct and familiar channel for monetizing through violence. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, walked to the bedroom door, and looked through the crack in the door at his daughter Anan, who was fast asleep in the crib. The little one was sleeping soundly, a sweet smile on his rosy cheeks, as if he were having a wonderful dream. This moment of tranquility was bought with Chen Fan's life. In the future, Ning Xing will need to exchange even more for something else. The flames of revenge burned in his heart, while his resolve to protect was as firm as a rock. He had to find a way, no matter what, to pass Manager Wu's test. This wasn't just for the $1 million deposit, but also to secure investment from the vast underground power of night market, to load the crucial fuse for his vengeful bullet, the assassination of Su Wanqing. Where does the money come from? He leaned against the wall, his mind racing. Robbery? Extortion? These thoughts flashed through his mind and were immediately extinguished. No. These violent methods may bring in money quickly, but they have endless consequences. Once he's targeted by the Martial Arts Association's enforcement team, he'll face endless pursuit. He can't give in a turbulent, precarious future. What he wants is to provide his daughter with a safe and secure future, openly and honestly. Manager Wu's forbidding him from fighting in underground boxing matches stemmed from this deeper meaning. The night market was investing in a future powerhouse with immense potential, not a desperate thug who only knew how to throw punches in dark corners. What they wanted to see was value, a higher level of value that a Dan Gene expert could create beyond mere combat. So, what is the value of a Dan Gene expert besides combat? He turned his gaze away from his daughter and began to re-examine himself. He slowly closed his eyes, his mind sinking into his body. After advancing to the Dan Gene level, his world underwent a dramatic transformation. The beating of his heart, the flow of his blood, the trembling of his muscles, the course of every capillary, everything in his body was crystal clear to him. This feeling is mysterious and powerful. He can manipulate his chi and blood at will, allowing wounds to heal at a visible speed. He can precisely control his muscles, unleashing power beyond his limits. He can even. An idea suddenly popped into my head, absurd, yet seemingly feasible. What if this subtle control over one's own body could be applied to others? For example, a sophisticated surgical procedure. The moment this thought popped into his head, Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. Performing surgery using internal energy? That sounds like pure fantasy. But, is it really not possible? He suppressed his shock and forced himself to calm down. What are the challenges of modern surgery, especially top-tier cardiothoracic and neurosurgical procedures? Stability, field of vision, cutting. A martial artist specializing in Dan Gene, a type of internal energy cultivation, can achieve a level of skill in these three areas that even modern medicine cannot reach. A hand stabilized to the micrometer level. Real-time endoscopic capabilities comparable to CT and MRI scans. An internal force scalpel capable of simultaneously performing cutting, separation, and hemostasis. The combination of these three factors means that he can perform a perfect, miraculous surgery that is simply unimaginable in modern medicine. Chen Fan's breathing became rapid, and his heart pounded wildly. This wasn't from nervousness, but from extreme excitement. He found it. We found what Manager Wu wanted, a unique value that transcends mere bravado. Those powerful and wealthy individuals, who can guarantee they will never get sick. When they lie in a hospital bed, given a death sentence by the world's best doctors, what price are they willing to pay if someone capable of creating a medical miracle appears? 1 million? That's nothing but a joke. An unprecedented glint flashed in Chen Fan's eyes. He immediately sprang into action, rummaging through drawers and cabinets, and pulled out a yellowed business card from a hidden compartment in an old wallet. This was handed to me with utmost respect by Director Li, the most authoritative cardiothoracic surgeon in China, at Jiangqing First Hospital, when my wife Su Qing was still alive, during a medical checkup with her father. He took a deep breath and dialed the number on the business card. It was nearly midnight when the phone rang for a long time before being answered. A tired and impatient voice came from the other end. Hello? Who is it? It's so late. Is this Director Li from the Department of Cardiothoracic Surgery at Jiangqing First Hospital? Chen Fan's voice was calm and steady. It's me. Who are you? Speak quickly, I just got off the operating table and I'm exhausted. Director Li's tone was sharp, clearly indicating that he was in a bad mood. My name is Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. I can perform a surgery that you can't. There was silence on the other end of the phone. A full 3 seconds passed before Director Li seemed to realize what was happening. His voice instantly rose, filled with anger at being mocked. Who are you? You've got the wrong number. You're crazy. I didn't make a mistake, and I wasn't joking. Chen Fan's tone was completely calm, as if he were stating a given fact. I know that you have a patient, Director Li, a 67-year-old male, whose aortic aneurysm is severely adhered to the surrounding tissues. You have consulted with all the experts at home and abroad, but they are all helpless and have determined that the success rate of the surgery is less than 1%. There was silence on the other end of the phone, only rapid breathing could be heard. This case is a top secret of the hospital. No one outside the core expert group could possibly know such details. Director Lee's voice instantly turned wary. Who exactly are you? How did you know? Who I am is not important. Chen Fan continued in a calm tone, dropping a bombshell. What is important is that I can perform this surgery. My hands will never tremble. Director Lee was taken aback for a moment, then subconsciously asked, not shaking? Everyone says they don't shake, but once they're on the operating table. When I say not shaking, I mean at the micrometer level, Chen Fan interrupted him. Director Lee fell silent again, with only heavy breathing coming from the other end of the phone. Chen Fan didn't give him time to think and continued, moreover, I can see the situation inside clearly, which blood vessel, which nerve, where there are adhesions, I can see it all clearly. This is impossible. Director Lee exclaimed, his voice filled with shock and absurdity. No open chest internal inspection? Are you telling a science fiction story? This is a miracle that even the most advanced modern medical equipment cannot achieve. It wasn't a miracle. Chen Fan's tone remained calm. Director Lee, you should understand what the success rate of that surgery would be if what I said were true. This means the success rate of the surgery will skyrocket from less than 1% to 99%. Director Lee's breathing became extremely rapid. He gripped his phone tightly, his palms were sweaty, and his hands even began to tremble slightly. As a top surgeon, his lifelong pursuit was for more precise, less invasive, and more perfect surgeries. But what the young man on the phone described was completely beyond his comprehension. It wasn't medical skill, it was divine magic. Is he a fraud? Or a peerless genius capable of revolutionizing the entire medical field? Either way, he had to witness it with his own eyes. You said, is it all true? Director Lee's voice trembled violently with excitement, all of his previous impatience and exhaustion gone, replaced by an almost frantic desire. Whether it's true or false, we'll know once we meet. Fine. Director Lee practically roared. You come to the hospital right now, immediately. Jiangqing First Hospital, VIP ward on the top floor of Building A. I don't care who you are, if what you're saying is true, 1 million is no problem. But if you're a liar, I guarantee you'll regret making this call. Chapter 34 Dan Jean Divine Technique, I can perform surgery. The phone was abruptly disconnected. On the other end, Director Lee's almost screaming roar, still seemingly carrying the lingering warmth of an electric current, echoed in Chen Fan's ears. The rented room was quiet, with only the occasional hum of the old refrigerator. Chen Fan held his phone, standing still, without taking any immediate action. He first listened to the sounds coming from the bedroom to make sure his daughter An was still sleeping soundly and breathing steadily. Then, he turned his gaze to the wall that had been smashed by a punch and the mess on the ground. Going to the hospital means leaving An temporarily. It's no longer safe here. The Su family could make a comeback at any time, and the mysterious shadow organization could also make its move at any moment. He had to arrange an absolutely safe place for his daughter before he left. Chen Fan immediately thought of one person, Uncle Wang. The community security guard who was still willing to lend a helping hand when he was at his lowest point. Although Uncle Wang was just an ordinary person, in times like these, the most inconspicuous places are often the safest. The Su family and the shadow organization were after him, and would never focus their attention on an ordinary security guard. Without further hesitation, Chen Fan walked to the bedroom door and gently picked up the sleeping An. The little guy smacked his lips, seemingly sensing a familiar embrace, snuggled closer to him, and fell into a deeper sleep. Chen Fan moved very gently. He found a small blanket and wrapped his daughter up tightly, leaving only her rosy little face showing. In the dead of night, the old neighborhood was completely silent. Holding his daughter, Chen Fan moved like a ghost through the shadows of the buildings, avoiding all the surveillance cameras. His keen senses, typical of a Dan Jean expert, allowed him to be fully aware of everything around him. Soon, he arrived at the security booth at the entrance of the residential area. Uncle Wang was dozing off in his chair when he heard a soft knocking on the window and was jolted awake. Upon seeing Chen Fan holding a child outside the window, Uncle Wang paused for a moment before quickly opening the door. Xiao Fan? It's so late, what are you doing here? Uncle Wang, can you do me a favor? Chen Fan's voice was low, but his tone was unusually serious. I have something urgent to attend to and need to go out for a couple of hours. Could you please look after An for me? What's the trouble? Uncle Wang looked at Anan, who was sleeping soundly in Chen Fan's arms, and quickly reached out to take her. "Give her to me quickly, it's cold outside." But as soon as he reached out his hand, Chen Fan didn't let go. "Uncle Wang," Chen Fan stared into his eyes and said, "Word by word, if I don't come back in 2 hours, or if you receive any calls about me, no matter what the other person says, don't believe them." Uncle Wang was stunned. He sensed something unusual in Chen Fan's tone. "Take Anan and go to the bus station in the west of the city right away. Buy the earliest ticket to the neighboring city, the farther the better." Chen Fan took out all the cash he had on him, along with the bank card containing tens of thousands of yuan, and stuffed it into Uncle Wang's hand. "The password is 6 zeros. This money is enough for you to live on for a long time." "Xiao Fan, what happened to you?" Uncle Wang was frightened by his actions, which sounded like he was making his last wishes. His hands, holding the money and cards, were trembling. "It's nothing." Chen Fan smiled, but there was a hint of determination in his smile. "It's just in case. Remember my words, Uncle Wang, I'm counting on you." After he finished speaking, he carefully handed Anan into Uncle Wang's arms. Seeing his daughter lying peacefully in Uncle Wang's arms, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He gave Uncle Wang a deep look, then turned and disappeared into the night. Jiangcheng First Hospital. On the top floor of Building A of the inpatient department, the corridor outside the VIP special care ward was brightly lit, but a group of doctors in white coats all had their heads down and no one spoke. A group of chief physicians and experts, whose mere presence in Jiangcheng's medical community could cause a stir, were all gathered around an elderly man with gray hair and gold-rimmed glasses, barely daring to breathe. This elderly gentleman is none other than Director Li Jianguo, the absolute authority in the Department of Cardiothoracic Surgery at Jiangcheng First Hospital. Director Li was pacing back and forth in the corridor, looking at his watch every now and then, and muttering to himself. "A liar. He's definitely a liar. Playing tricks on an old man like me in the middle of the night. But how did he know the medical records? He even described the adhesions in detail. Micron level stability? No open chest internal inspection? That's insane, absolutely insane." A young doctor behind him couldn't help but whisper, "Sir, you've been standing for almost an hour. Why don't you go and rest for a bit? Maybe it really is just a prank call. What do you know?" Director Li whirled around, glaring at him. What if what he said is true? What would that mean? How many lives could be saved? The young doctor shrank back, too afraid to speak again. Just then, the elevator at the end of the corridor dinged and the doors slowly opened. A young man, who looked to be in his early 20s and was wearing a regular t-shirt and jeans, walked out from inside. The young man remained calm, his gaze sweeping over a group of doctors in white coats in the corridor before finally settling on Director Li. Director Li? Director Li was also looking at him, his brows furrowed. Too young. He was younger than he had imagined. How could this be a genius capable of creating medical miracles? He looks more like a recent college graduate. You're Chen Fan? Director Li's voice was full of scrutiny and suspicion. It's me. Chen Fan nodded and walked straight towards him. You say you can perform this surgery? An expert standing next to Director Li couldn't help but question him, his tone unfriendly. Young man, do you know where you are? Do you know who the patient lying here is? This kind of joke is not something you can make lightly. Whether it's a joke or not, we'll find out once we try. Chen Fan didn't even glance at him, his gaze remaining fixed on Director Li. His calmness and confidence shook the doubts in Director Li's heart. How do you want to try it? Director Li asked in a deep voice. Chen Fan stretched out his right hand, opening it in front of him. It was just an ordinary hand. Give me the finest embroidery needle, and give me a raw egg. The crowd looked at each other, completely baffled as to what he was trying to do. Soon, the nurse brought him what he wanted. Chen Fan pinched the thin embroidery needle between two fingers, while holding the smooth raw egg in his other hand. Amidst everyone's astonished and uncertain gazes, he made a move. With a slight twitch of his wrist, the needle pierced the eggshell. There was no sound. There are no cracks. The embroidery needle, so thin it was almost invisible, pierced the thin eggshell silently without damaging its integrity. Immediately afterwards, Chen Fan's fingers began to pierce the eggshell at a frequency that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. Quick! That's too fast. All the people could see was a blurry afterimage and the occasional glint of a needle tip in the lamplight. The entire process lasted less than 10 seconds. When Chen Fan stopped, he handed the eggs to Director Li. Director Li, you can try shaking it. Director Li took the egg with some skepticism and gently shook it near his ear. The sound of water could be clearly heard from inside. Egg liquid, or liquid. This means that during those hundreds or thousands of punctures, the needle tip precisely pierced the eggshell each time, but did not damage the thin membrane that was tightly attached to the eggshell. This is terrifying stability and control. The corridor was deathly silent. Several young doctors stared wide-eyed, unable to close their mouths for a long time. All the experts stared wide-eyed at Chen Fan's hand, as if they had seen some kind of monster. This is beyond the capabilities of human hands. This is an operation that only the most sophisticated industrial robots can perform. Now, do you believe me? Chen Fan asked Director Li calmly. Director Li's breathing became extremely rapid. He stared intently at Chen Fan, his aged face a mixture of shock, horror, and ecstasy. His voice trembled as he asked, enunciating each word clearly, How did you do that? I said that. Chen Fan withdrew his hand, his voice still calm, yet carrying a confidence stemming from absolute strength. This is divine magic. Chapter 35 After the Divine Magic. Divine Magic. When Chen Fan calmly uttered those two words, the air in the entire corridor seemed to freeze. The egg in Director Li Jiangmo's hand had become scalding hot. He looked at Chen Fan, that excessively young face, those calm and still eyes, and for a moment, he was speechless. Divine magic? As a staunch materialist and a surgeon who had stood at the operating table for 40 years, Director Li should have scoffed at such a statement. But the facts are right in front of us. The eggshell was pierced, but the membrane remained intact. This level of control has exceeded his understanding of the limits of the human body. You. Director Li's lips trembled, a mixture of excitement, confusion, and shock on his aged face. Who exactly are you? A doctor, Chen Fan replied simply and directly, a doctor who can save your patients. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the other experts who were also in a state of shock, and continued, I need an absolutely quiet operating room, a full set of top-of-the-line minimally invasive surgical equipment, and, moreover, I need you, Director Li, to be my assistant. Me, to be your assistant? Director Li was stunned. He is a leading authority in cardiothoracic surgery in Zhangchang. Countless young doctors would kill to become his assistant. Now, this young man actually wants him to be his assistant. Yes. Chen Fan nodded, his tone leaving no room for doubt. During the surgery, I need you to tell me the patient's vital signs data at any time, as well as contingency plans for various emergencies. I don't understand medical instruments, but I need your experience. These words were reasonable and gave Director Li a way out. He took a deep breath, stopping himself from dwelling on things beyond his comprehension. Saving lives was now his top priority. Good. Director Li made a decisive decision and shouted to his assistant behind him, prepare the A1 special grade operating room immediately. Clear all personnel. Notify the anesthesiology department and the blood transfusion department to be on the highest level of alert. Teacher, this. An expert nearby tried to dissuade them. Stop talking. Director Li's eyes sharpened, his authority evident even without anger. If any problems arise, I, Li Jianguo, will take full responsibility. Now, everyone go and prepare. The group of experts looked at each other, but seeing the resolute look in Director Li's eyes, no one dared to say anything more and immediately took action. The entire top floor, because of Chen Fan's arrival, instantly started operating at high speed like a sophisticated war machine. The surgery fee is 1 million. Chen Fan looked at Director Li and calmly stated his price. A deposit of 500,000 is required now. The remainder will be paid after the surgery is successful. Director Li was taken aback, then gave a wry smile. Sure enough, these extraordinary individuals also have a unique style of doing things. Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled out his phone and said, I'll pay for it myself first. Give me your card number. He knew very well that if Chen Fan could really perform the surgery, the patient's family would pay 10 million without hesitation, let alone 1 million. The value of this surgery was immeasurable. Chen Fan gave out his bank card number, and soon his phone received a text message confirming that 500,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. Looking at the numbers on the text message, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The deposit issue with Manager Wu has been resolved. More importantly, Annan's future life has a more solid guarantee. The red light in the operating room came on. Under the operating lights, Chen Fan changed into a green surgical gown, wearing a mask and gloves, revealing only his eyes. Those eyes, at this moment, were as sharp as an eagle's, yet as calm as still water. He stood in front of the operating table, but instead of immediately picking up the scalpel, he closed his eyes. The internal energy, like a trickle, flowed slowly along the meridians of his arms, eventually converging at the tips of his 10 fingers. He can clearly see the pulsation of every capillary in his fingertips and feel the movement of every dust particle in the air. The whole world, in his perception, became incredibly clear and slow. "We can begin." Chen Fan opened his eyes, his voice coming through his mask, carrying a strange, calming power. Director Li, who was standing opposite him, and several top experts who had been granted special permission to observe, all held their breath. Through the large display screen of the endoscope, they could clearly see the fragile heart inside the patient's heart chambers. On the aortic arch, that deadly aneurysm was like a bomb that could explode at any moment. Even worse, the aneurysm had severely adhered to the surrounding pulmonary artery and tracheal walls, almost growing together with them. This is the biggest challenge of the surgery. If not handled carefully, the dissection could cause a major blood vessel to rupture, and the patient would die within seconds, beyond saving. A scalpel. Chen Fan held out his hand. Director Li immediately handed him a specially made minimally invasive scalpel. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen. The slender scalpel seemed to come alive in Chen Fan's hands. The blade tip cut into the adhesions with incredible precision at an incredible angle. There wasn't the slightest tremor. Stable. It's ridiculously stable. Next came the peeling, cutting, and freeing. Chen Fan's movements were fluid and fast, yet they possessed a calm and unhurried rhythm. That was no longer surgery, but an art performance. The blade moved less than a micrometer away from the aortic wall, precisely peeling away the adhered tissue piece by piece without damaging the blood vessel wall in the slightest. "My God!" An expert couldn't help but exclaim, then quickly covered his mouth. Director Li's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. In his 40 years of medical practice, he had never seen such an unbelievable operation. These hands don't look like human hands at all. It's the hand of God. He finally understood why Chen Fan called it divine magic. Because in the eyes of mortals, this is a miracle. Time passed by, second by second. In the operating room, the only sounds were the beeping of the instruments and the occasional commands from Chen Fan. Blood pressure is dropping, heart rate is increasing. Director Li reported urgently, his eyes glued to the monitor. Normal reaction. Chen Fan didn't even look up, his hands moving without pausing. It will return to normal in 3 minutes. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, all vital signs data miraculously stabilized. Director Li watched Chen Fan's retreating figure, feeling nothing but awe. He not only possesses superb operational skills, but he can even predict the patient's physiological reactions with perfect clarity. Finally, under the tense gaze of everyone, the last bit of adhesion was successfully removed. The fatal aneurysm was completely removed. The surgery was a success. In the corridor, the doctors who saw the scene on the broadcast screens erupted in thunderous applause. Director Li was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He rushed forward, grasped Chen Fan's hand tightly, and said in a choked voice, "Dr. Chen, no, Teacher Chen. You created a miracle. You ushered in a new era." Chen Fan calmly took off his blood-stained gloves, looked at Director Li, and said indifferently, "The rest of the stitching is up to Director Li." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the locker room, leaving behind this tremendous achievement and honor without any hesitation. He came here only to make money. Now, the money and goods are settled. When Chen Fan changed back into his own clothes and walked out of the operating room, a man in a black suit was already waiting at the door. The man was expressionless, like a robot. "Mr. Chen Fan? It's me." The man in black took out an exquisite black envelope from his pocket and handed it to him with both hands. "This is what Manager Wu asked me to give you." After saying that, he turned and left without any hesitation. Chen Fan returned to the hospital's lounge and opened the envelope. Inside was only a finely crafted card with a line of elegant yet cold handwriting in fountain pen. "The Jiangcheng Youth Martial Arts Tournament will be held in 1 month. This is your only chance to survive." On the back of the card, there is a line of even smaller text. Chen Fan turned over, his pupils suddenly contracting. The substance inside Anan's body is about to burst. Chapter 36: The Seed of Murderous Intent, the Beginning of Revenge. The door to the VIP lounge was gently pushed open, and a strong smell of disinfectant wafted out. Chen Fan ignored the almost worshipful gazes of Director Li and the others behind him, calmly walked to the window, and opened it. The cold night wind rushed in, dispelling the lingering stench of blood on his body and clearing his head, which had been throbbing from prolonged concentration. The surgery was a success, and the $1 million reward will be credited to my account soon. This money is enough for An to live a very stable and affluent life for a long time to come. But at that moment, he felt a tightness in his chest and felt no joy whatsoever. The cold touch of that thin card still lingered on his fingertips. The card sent by Manager Wu contained only 2 lines of text, which made him feel suffocated. The Jiangcheng Youth Martial Arts Tournament will be held in 1 month. This is your only chance to survive. The substance inside An's body is about to burst. The first sentence is a threat, and also a path predetermined by the enemy. The Su family, or rather the Shadow Organization, will no longer send assassins, but instead want him to die honorably on the arena in full view of everyone. But the second sentence stung Chen Fan deeply. None. After advancing to the Dan-Jin realm, he could clearly perceive every change in his body. He had long known that within An's small body lay a faint but exceptionally pure energy fluctuation. This energy was usually gentle and harmless, and even subtly resonated with the power he had nurtured through fatherly love. But he always thought it was a sign of his daughter's exceptional talent. It wasn't until he saw Manager Wu's words that he realized this might not be talent, but a ticking time bomb. What does "it's about to burst" mean? Does it mean it will erupt? Or will it dissipate? Either way, it would be absolutely fatal for a 1-year-old baby. No, I have to go home right now. Alarm bells rang in Chen Fan's mind. He couldn't wait a moment longer. He briefly said goodbye to Director Li, who was still excitedly discussing the divine magic, and without even waiting for the other party to transfer the remaining 500,000 yuan, he rushed out of the hospital without looking back, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for his rented apartment. He had to stay by his daughter's side and never leave her. In the early hours of the morning, at Qingyuan residential area, the lights in the security booth were still on. Chen Fan pushed open the car door and almost stumbled as he ran to the pavilion. Through the glass window, he saw Uncle Wang dozing off, while An slept soundly on the small bed next to him, a sweet smile on her little face. Seeing that his daughter was safe and sound, Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He gently knocked on the window. Uncle Wang was startled awake. When he saw it was Chen Fan, he was first taken aback, then breathed a sigh of relief and quickly opened the door. "Xiao Fan, you're back. Is everything done?" Uncle Wang looked at him with concern. "It's done, Uncle Wang, thank you so much." Chen Fan's voice was a little hoarse. He took out the wad of cash he had left over during the day from his pocket, and took another 100,000 yuan from the 500,000 yuan that had just been deposited into his account. He stuffed it into Uncle Wang's hand. "You and Aunt Zhang can keep this money. Consider it a small token of my appreciation." "Hey! What are you doing, child?" Uncle Wang was startled and quickly refused. "We're helping you take care of your child out of neighborly kindness. How can we take so much money from you?" "Uncle Wang, you must accept this." Chen Fan firmly pressed the money into his hand. He glanced at his sleeping daughter in the pavilion and lowered his voice, saying, "I've gotten myself into big trouble, and in the future, it might even implicate you. Please take this money, just in case." Sensing the unwavering resolve in Chen Fan's words, Uncle Wang fell silent. He sensed something was amiss. Chen Fan said no more and carefully picked up his sleeping daughter. The soft, small body curled up in his arms, carrying a faint milky scent. The peace he felt, regained after being lost, eased his tense nerves slightly. But the more he felt this bliss, the more his murderous intent boiled over. Anyone who tries to take this warmth away from him deserves to die. When he got home, he gently placed An on the bed and tucked her in. After gazing at his daughter's peaceful sleeping face for a long time, Chen Fan turned and left the bedroom, entering the narrow living room. He pulled out a hard object wrapped in layers of cloth from under the bed. Unpacking the cloth bag, a jet black token lay quietly in my palm. The token was cool to the touch. The front featured a scarlet raven totem, while the back bore the flamboyant character Shadow. This was found on the body of the assassin known as Crow, who possessed hidden strength. Chen Fan placed the Crow token and the warning card that Manager Wu had given him side by side on the table. The Crow represents the Shadow Organization. Manager Wu represents the night market, which is also an external force of the Shadow Organization. After the Su family sent Dan-Jin martial artists to hunt him down and they failed, Manager Wu received news that Su Wansheng had hired the Shadow Organization to assassinate him. Now, Manager Wu has sent another warning, urging me to participate in the competition, while also pointing out the hidden dangers within Ann's body. Clues and names swirled and collided rapidly in his mind. Chen Fan suddenly stood up, took out a pen and a piece of white paper from the drawer, and began to write frantically on it. The death of Su Qing, the Crow Token Shadow, the Su family's pursued Dan Jin, and Anne's physique hidden danger, the night market Manager Wu, the youth martial arts tournament. He wrote down the keywords one by one, and then he began to connect them with lines. The crows of the Shadow organization have come to hunt down An. The Su family sent Dan Jin martial artists, their target being An as well. Manager Wu warned himself that the core issue was still An's physical condition. All the blame was pointed at his infant daughter. Why? Chen Fan's breathing suddenly quickened, and a thought that he had deliberately suppressed deep in his heart surged up uncontrollably: his wife's death. Su Qing was once the most dazzling genius in the Su family, yet she insisted on marrying him, whose meridians were blocked. After the marriage, the Su family treated her coldly and subjected him to all sorts of humiliation. It wasn't until An was born and Su Qing died mysteriously that the Su family finally broke off all pretense and tried to forcibly take An away. Previously, he thought the Su family simply looked down on him and wanted to reclaim the Su family's bloodline. But now, with the Shadow organization coming to light, everything has changed. Chen Fan picked up the pen and, with trembling hands, drew the most crucial connecting line. He circled the words Su family and Shadow organization, then used a thick line to connect them tightly through the point of Su Qing's death. Boom! He understood everything at once. The Su family and the Shadow organization are in cahoots. Or rather, at least in some matters, they are accomplices. The wife's death was not an accident at all, but a complete murder. They killed Su Qing, and now they want to take away or even harm An. An uncontrollable, violent killing intent surged from the depths of Chen Fan's heart. This killing intent was no longer the vague emotion born of protection, but had transformed into an incomparably clear and chilling target. Su Wanqing. Film. At this moment, the seed of revenge took root and sprouted completely in his heart. He wants everyone who has hurt his family to pay for their crimes in blood. Just as Chen Fan's killing intent reached its peak, his eyes turned bloodshot. Thump, thump, thump. A series of very regular knocks suddenly rang out in the middle of the night. Chen Fan's eyes narrowed, and his killing intent subsided. He walked behind the door and looked out through the peephole. A strange man in a black suit stood outside the door, expressionless and with a cold demeanor. They are from the Su family. Chen Fan slowly opened the door. The man in the suit didn't even glance at Chen Fan. He simply mechanically took out a beautifully crafted black envelope from his pocket and handed it over. The patriarch has given an order, the man said coldly, his voice devoid of any emotion, to win the Jiangcheng Youth Martial Arts Tournament 1 month from now. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. After saying that, he stuffed the envelope into Chen Fan's hand, turned around and left without any hesitation, quickly disappearing into the night. Chen Fan looked down at the letter in his hand, which resembled a challenge letter, and a cold smile slowly curved his lips. Competition? Perfect, saves me the trouble of going to find you all one by one. He gripped the envelope tightly, his eyes blazing with a mixture of fighting spirit and murderous intent. Chapter 37: Uncontrolled Qi, the sweet troubles of a Dan Jin expert. Night has fallen. Chen Fan stood motionless in the center of the narrow living room. He gripped the letter from the Su family tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. The cold challenge letter and Manager Wu's card, which concealed murderous intent, were placed side by side on the table. 1 month. Jiangcheng Youth Martial Arts Competition. Champion. 3 keywords weighed heavily on him, making it hard for him to breathe. But Chen Fan's heart was calmer than ever before. The goal of revenge is clear. The path forward has also been thoughtfully pointed out by the enemy. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, allowing his boiling killing intent and fighting spirit to settle back into the depths of his dantian. After advancing to the Dan Jin level, he could clearly see the changes within his body. The Dan formed from internal energy was suspended in his dantian, slowly rotating. Each rotation brought forth a vast amount of internal energy, flowing through his limbs and bones. Its power is unprecedented. But what follows is trouble. His control over this new force is still too rough. Chen Fan merely had a slight thought, wanting to try mobilizing a trace of his internal energy. Crack! Beneath my feet, a fine spiderweb silently appeared on the hard floor tiles. He glanced down and gave a wry smile. This is the 3rd floor tile he has broken tonight. This force is too fierce and too difficult to control. The slightest thought he might have could cause destruction. Just as Chen Fan was troubled, a faint sobbing sound suddenly came from the bedroom. Wah! It's Anan. The little one is hungry. Chen Fan's heart tightened, and all thoughts of revenge and the competition were instantly banished. He rushed into the bedroom and carefully picked up his daughter. Don't cry, Daddy's here. He gently coaxed her, skillfully checked her diaper, and then carried his daughter to the living room. Preparing the formula and testing the water temperature were all done in one smooth motion. But when he picked up the cold glass bottle and was about to warm it with warm water, he suddenly stopped. He looked at his hands, which felt somewhat unfamiliar due to the surge in power, and an idea popped into his head. Since the internal energy of Dan Jin is so powerful, could we use it to heat milk? Just like using Dan Jin to control the scalpel before, it allows for the most precise control. This not only allows my daughter to drink milk faster, but it's also an excellent exercise in controlling her strength. Let's get right to it. He held the baby bottle in his left hand, gently placed his right hand on the bottle, and then carefully mobilized the wisps of internal energy in his dantian, letting them flow slowly along the meridians in his arm to his palm. However, bang! A crisp popping sound. A powerful force, far exceeding his expectations, erupted from his palm in an instant. The poor glass baby bottle didn't even last a second before shattering into countless flying fragments. Warm milk, mixed with shards of glass, splashed all over him. The air fell silent instantly. Anan in his arms stopped crying, opened her big, dark eyes, and looked curiously at her father, who was covered in a mess. Her little mouth was open in an O shape. Chen Fan stood frozen in place, his right hand still holding the bottle, looking both amused and exasperated. A dignified Dan Jin expert, capable of defeating a Dan Jin master from the Su family with a single punch, is now unable to even heat up a bottle of milk properly. This is probably the sweet trouble of a Dan Jin expert. He shook his head helplessly, quickly cleaned up the mess on the floor, changed to a new bottle, and prepared the baby formula again. One more time. He doesn't believe in superstitions. This time, he was even more careful, mobilizing only 1/10 of his previous internal energy, as thin as a strand of hair. His breath hitched, and he focused intently, controlling the wisp of internal energy to slowly cover the bottle. 1 second, 2 seconds. Click. Another soft, crisp sound. A crack appeared on the baby bottle. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly withdrew his inner energy. But it was too late. The crack spread rapidly, and soon, the entire baby bottle was ruined once again. The two failures left him somewhat frustrated. Wah, woo woo. Anan, nestled in my arms, seemed to have grown impatient and started crying again, looking aggrieved. Hearing his daughter cry, Chen Fan felt a pang of heartache. He took a deep breath, looked at his daughter's tear-streaked face, and a scene suddenly flashed through his mind. That was the overwhelming tenderness that welled up in his heart when he kissed his daughter's forehead, a feeling of wanting to protect her at all costs. Guard. It's not about destruction. It is gentleness, it is tolerance, it is tender love. Chen Fan's heart calmed down immediately. He took out the last spare bottle and tried for the third time. This time, he did not deliberately control the quantity of his internal energy, but changed its quality. A thought crossed my mind. A completely different internal force surged from his palm. It is no longer fierce and violent, but has transformed into a layer of light film radiating a gentle warmth, gently enveloping the entire bottle. There was no bursting or cracking. The bottle lay quietly in his palm, the milk inside reaching the perfect temperature at a visible speed. Chen Fan was stunned. He looked at his hands, then at his daughter in his arms who had stopped crying and started smacking her lips, and a warm smile slowly crept onto his lips. It turns out that the ultimate power is not destruction. It is creation. It is about protection. He put the bottle, which was at just the right temperature, into his daughter's mouth, and the little one immediately began to suckle contentedly. Chen Fan held his daughter, sat on the sofa, and watched her drink milk, feeling a sense of peace and contentment in his heart. Nothing in this world could make him happier than this moment. However, this warm tranquility was soon shattered. Thump, thump, thump. A series of very regular knocks sounded particularly abrupt in the dead of night. Chapter 38: The Late Night Visitor, the Su family's ultimatum. The night was as dark as ink, completely engulfing the old urban area of Zhongcheng. In Qingyuan residential area, this corner, which appears particularly dim under the neon lights of the city, is now completely silent. Inside the rented room, Chen Fan carefully placed his sleeping daughter, Anan, back into her crib. The little one smacked his lips, a satisfied smile on his rosy face, as if he was still savoring the warm milk in his dream. Looking at his daughter's peaceful sleeping face, the cold killing intent in Chen Fan's eyes quietly faded, replaced by tenderness. He bent down and gently kissed his daughter's smooth forehead. While warming milk for his daughter, the sudden realization of protection gave him a qualitative leap in his control over Dan Jin. Although he had only just begun to understand it, this progress gave him more confidence in the face of the impending storm. Straightening up, Chen Fan's gaze fell back on the living room table. There, a warning card from the Shadow Organization and a challenge letter from the Su family lay side by side, radiating a silent chill. The Jiangcheng Youth Martial Arts Competition will be held 1 month later. The Su family and the Shadow Organization both set up the same stage for him, a stage that seemed glamorous but was actually fraught with danger. Chen Fan's eyes regained their calm. Just then. Thump, thump, thump. The dull, rhythmic knocking broke the silence of the night. The sound wasn't loud, but it was deep and powerful, making people uneasy. Chen Fan's body tensed instantly, his vigilance rising to its peak again. He glanced back at his sleeping daughter in the bedroom to make sure she wasn't awake before slowly walking towards the door. His footsteps were light, landing silently, his muscles were tense, and the internal energy in his dantian flowed slowly, ready to explode at any moment. Through the peephole, a figure stood outside the door. An elderly man dressed in an elegant black tang suit, with his hair neatly combed and his posture as straight as a spear. He is Uncle Long, the head butler of the Su family. Chen Fan frowned slightly. He remembered this man at Su Qing's funeral. It was he who stood behind Su Wanqing, looking at him with that disdainful gaze. His aura was calm yet sharp. He was a genuine master of internal energy cultivation. What is he doing here so late? Chen Fan's mind raced, but his hands moved quickly, and he calmly opened the door. Mr. Chen, I apologize for disturbing you so late at night. Uncle Long stood outside the door, his tone polite, but the arrogance in his eyes was undisguised. His gaze swept around the narrow, dilapidated living room, and he flicked non-existent dust off the sofa with his finger, a hint of undisguised contempt flashing between his brows. What is it? Chen Fan stepped aside to let him in, his tone flat, revealing neither joy nor anger. Uncle Long strode in and sat down on the only relatively clean sofa, as if this were his own home. He fixed his gaze on Chen Fan with the scrutiny of a superior looking down on a subordinate. The patriarch sent me here to see you, Uncle Long said calmly. To see what kind of person this genius who could severely injure the Su family's Dan Jin master with a single punch really is. He deliberately emphasized the word genius, making it sound sarcastic. Chen Fan ignored his provocation, turned around, poured a glass of water from the kitchen, and placed it on the coffee table in front of Uncle Long. Does the patriarch have any further instructions? For example, do you want me to cripple my cultivation and go to the competition to apologize to the Su family? Chen Fan asked calmly. Oh? Uncle Long raised an eyebrow, surprised that Chen Fan was so cooperative. He sneered, leaning forward slightly, and an aura belonging to a transformation realm martial artist slowly emanated from him, pressing down on Chen Fan. It seems you have a good sense of self-awareness. Chen Fan, don't think that just because you've broken through to the core formation realm by chance, you can disregard the Su family. In the path of martial arts, realm doesn't represent everything. A nouveau riche without any foundation will never know how terrifying a true ancient martial arts family can be. As he spoke, that invisible aura became increasingly solid. Uncle Long's goal was simple. He wanted to intimidate Chen Fan with his imposing presence. If Chen Fan showed even the slightest sign of panic or was overwhelmed by his aura, then the Su family would gain absolute control in the ensuing conversation. He had even planned that if Chen Fan made the slightest move, he would unleash his inner strength to cause the cup of water in front of Chen Fan to explode, giving him a rude awakening. A newly advanced Dan Jin cultivator would inevitably have extremely rough control over his power and would be absolutely unable to defend against this exquisite move. However, Chen Fan simply stood there quietly, without even turning his head, his gaze still gently fixed on the direction of the bedroom, as if listening to his daughter's steady breathing. He seemed completely oblivious to the oppressive aura emanating from Uncle Long, who was at the peak of the transformation realm. Uncle Long frowned even more deeply, somewhat displeased. Playing tricks. He sneered inwardly and secretly activated his internal energy. An invisible force silently spread towards the glass of water on the coffee table. He wanted to splash that glass of water all over Chen Fan's face. The moment the force touched the water glass, Uncle Long's lips were already poised to curl into a mocking smile. But the next second, the expression on his face froze completely. The expected scene of water splashing everywhere did not occur. The glass of water remained completely still. No, it moved. To Uncle Long's utter astonishment, a thin layer of white frost rapidly condensed on the calm surface of the water in the glass, visible to the naked eye. Crystal clear, and chillingly cold. Uncle Long's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, making the hairs on his body stand on end. All the intimidating words and backup plans he had prepared were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a single word. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Water freezes into ice. This is not something that Dan Jin can achieve. Dan Jin's power is fierce and explosive, emphasizing the burning of chi and blood, an extreme burst. But this kind of control over power to such a minute degree, transforming violent energy into extremely cold and energy with exquisite skill, is clearly a realm that only a grandmaster can dabble in. This Chen Fan is not Dan Jin. Or rather, he was by no means an ordinary Dan Jin expert. Uncle Long stared at Chen Fan's still calm back, his eyes filled with unprecedented shock and fear. He thought the other party was there to keep things under control, but he never expected them to be a monster. This isn't just Dan Jin, this is a grandmaster. His meager internal force was utterly a joke in front of his opponent. Gulp. Uncle Long swallowed hard, feeling his mouth dry. His previous arrogant demeanor vanished without a trace, replaced by a deep-seated reverence. He slowly stood up, his previously straight back unconsciously bending down. Mr. Chun, his voice trembled slightly. Chen Fan finally turned around slowly, his calm gaze falling on him. Under that gaze, Uncle Long felt an invisible pressure envelop his entire body, much stronger than the pressure he had just released. Master asked me to deliver a letter to you. Uncle Long no longer dared to be arrogant. He took out a letter sealed with sealing wax from his pocket and handed it over respectfully. He now finally understood why the patriarch had changed his strategy, no longer sending people to launch a direct attack, but instead choosing another approach. Faced with such a powerful individual whose control over power has reached an unbelievable level, any threat of force could lead to consequences that the Su family could not bear. Chen Fan took the letter and opened it. The handwriting on the letter was sharp and delicate, yet possessed a woman's graceful charm. The content is very simple, it's just an order. He was ordered to participate in the Jiangcheng Youth Martial Arts Tournament a month later, and he had to win the championship. Seeing this, Chen Fan's eyes remained completely unmoved. But when his gaze fell to the end of the letter, his usually calm pupils suddenly contracted, and a chilling glint flashed across his eyes. At the end of the letter, a line of small print was attached. The champion's trophy will be presented to you personally by the Grand Elder of the Su family, Su Zhentian Half-Step Gangjin. I hope your neck can bear this honor. A blatant threat. This is no longer a declaration of war, but a death ultimatum. The Su family is telling him that even if he wins the competition and becomes the champion that Jiangcheng is watching, it will still be easy for the Su family to kill him. Chen Fan thought to himself, an award ceremony? It's more like a guillotine. He slowly raised his head, looked at Uncle Long, who was already too scared to breathe, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Tell Su Wanqing. I received the letter. Chapter 39, The Challenge, the Su family's guillotine. Uncle Long is gone. He staggered, almost fleeing in panic. He didn't even dare to look back at Chen Fan again, and rushed into the elevator without looking back. The narrow living room returned to the quiet that should be present in the dead of night. Chen Fan closed the door, leaned against the cold door panel, and slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. That move, condensing water into ice, almost drained a third of his internal energy. This is a new technique he comprehended from the concept of protection, transforming the originally fierce and explosive Dan energy into an extremely restrained and cold power. He didn't know how powerful it was, but it was surprisingly effective at scaring people. He looked down at the letter in his hand. The letter paper was thin, yet it felt incredibly heavy. Su Wanqing, Su Zhentian, half-step into the Gangjin realm, a month later, they'll kill me at the award ceremony. What a perfect guillotine. What a brilliant, open scheme. The Su family wants the entire martial arts world of Jiangcheng to come and see how I die. If he doesn't go, it will be seen as cowardice, and the Su family will have countless reasons to eliminate him openly and legitimately. If he goes and loses, he will also face certain death. If he wins, he will have to face the wrath and killing intent of a half-step Gangjin expert. Gangjin refers to the outward release of internal energy, which is condensed into a powerful force. They were simply not in the same league as the opponent. Half-step Gangjin means that one foot has already stepped into that realm. Chen Fan recalled the previous Dan Jin worshipper from the Su family, whose mere burning of his blood and chi almost cost him his life. How terrifying must a half-step Gangjin be? He didn't know. But he knew he had no way out. Chen Fan brought the letter to his nose and took a gentle sniff. There was a faint, familiar scent on the letter paper. It was the perfume that Su Wanqing usually used, the same one that his deceased wife, Su Qing, used. However, Su Qing always carried a warm, sweet scent. The only scent on this letter is coldness. Chen Fan walked to the table and placed the Su family's death ultimatum next to the warning card from the Shadow Organization. Two completely different forces, for the same goal, have set their sights on the same stage. He suddenly smiled. His laughter was tinged with self-deprecation and a hint of coldness. He just wanted to live a peaceful life, but he was forced into this situation step by step. Since you all want to see my performance. Chen Fan stretched out his finger and gently tapped the two challenge letters on the table. Then watch carefully. His eyes turned cold. He turned around and gently pushed open the bedroom door. Anen was sleeping soundly in her crib, her rosy cheeks looking like a cute little angel under the dim bedside lamp. Her little mouth was slightly pouting, and she would smack it every now and then, as if she were having a sweet dream. Chen Fan walked over, squatted down by the bed, and quietly looked at his daughter. His anger vanished instantly. Chen Fan's gaze became complicated. Both the Su family and the Shadow Organization knew of Anen's existence. They knew that with Anen around, I wouldn't dare not go. Chen Fan reached out, wanting to touch his daughter's face, but stopped halfway through. He looked at his hands. These hands can save lives, but they can also harm Anen. He must become stronger. He was strong enough to keep all dangers out of his daughter's world. So powerful, that he could personally avenge his wife. Chen Fan slowly withdrew his hand, the tenderness in his eyes replaced by a resolute madness. He needs money, a lot of money. 1 million is simply not enough. Manager Wu. The image of that smiling, treacherous fat man flashed through Chen Fan's mind. Jiangcheng Night Market. That lawless land where people trade their lives for money. Perhaps he should go again. This time, he will take the initiative. He stood up, took one last look at his daughter, and gently closed the bedroom door. In the living room, Chen Fan sat cross-legged, his palms facing upwards. He closed his eyes, repeatedly pondering the feeling of water freezing into ice. That feeling was like holding Anen. The Dan in his dantian began to spin at a subtly faster speed. Strands of internal energy, more refined and agile than before, separated from it and slowly flowed through his limbs and bones, repairing his hidden injuries and nourishing his meridians. The night passed without incident. The next day, early morning. The first ray of sunlight streamed through the window and fell onto the living room floor. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Although his internal energy cultivation did not break through after a night of enlightenment, his control over power has reached a new level. If he were to heat the milk now, he would be confident that he could reach the perfect temperature in just 1 second, without damaging the bottle. Ugh, ah! From the bedroom came the babbling sounds of Anen after she woke up. Chen Anen's biological alarm clock rings on time. A genuine smile appeared on Chen Fan's face as he got up and went into the bedroom. For the next 20 days, Chen Fan spent all his time cultivating, except for spending time with Anen. He no longer pursued the fierceness of power as before, but instead practiced the exquisite control of Dan Jin internal energy. This kind of practice is tedious and extremely mentally taxing. But Chen Fan enjoyed it immensely. Because he knew that this was the true path to a higher realm. Time passed day by day in this peaceful yet fulfilling practice. There are only 10 days left until the Jiangcheng Youth Martial Arts Tournament. And Chen Fan's money finally ran out. Chapter 48 Kiss in Desperation, I advance to the Gangjin realm and repel the enemy with a single finger. Inside the brightly lit study of the Su family home. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Uncle Long knelt on the ground, his face pale, his body still trembling uncontrollably, and recounted in detail what had happened at Chen Fan's house. Water freezes into ice. He only used one look. Behind the desk, Su Wanqing, dressed in an elegant cheongsam, had her brows furrowed tightly. Uncle Long, did you see that clearly? It really is water turning into ice? It's absolutely true. Miss, that chilling power is definitely a technique only a grandmaster of chi refining can possess. I almost didn't make it back. Uncle Long's voice was choked with sobs. Su Wanqing fell silent, her fingers tapping lightly on the table. She believed that one Dan Gene type of internal energy cultivation could scare away another. But for one Dan Gene to be able to unleash the techniques of a grandmaster was beyond her comprehension. Waste. A cold snort came from the shadows of the study. An old man in a gray robe emerged from the shadows. He was very thin, and the skin on his face was wrinkled. He was the most powerful elder of the Su family, the first elder Su Zhentian. A mere live-in son-in-law has scared you like this? Su Zhentian looked down at Uncle Long, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if he were looking at a stone. You have completely disgraced the Su family. Uncle Long shuddered in fright and lowered his head even further. Elder, I dare not lie. That kid is really strange. Humph, weird? Su Zhentian sneered disdainfully. In the face of absolute power, everything is just a chicken and a dog. Wan Qing, you don't need to worry about this matter. I will go there myself and wipe this arrogant good-for-nothing and that bastard off the face of the earth. Elder, you mustn't. Su Wanqing suddenly stood up. The challenge has been issued. If you make a move now, wouldn't the entire Jiancheng martial arts world laugh at the Su family for breaking their word? Su Zhentian frowned. An ant like you dares to talk about credibility? Yes, no aunt. Su Wanqing shook her head, a complex look flashing in her eyes. He was able to grow from an ordinary person to a Dan Gene level in such a short time, and even scare away Uncle Long. This person must have a great secret. Elder, you are the pillar of the Su family. If you take action for him and bring unnecessary trouble upon yourself, it will be a loss. How about we proceed according to plan? At the award ceremony, in front of everyone, you personally crush him to death. This will not only demonstrate the prestige of our Su family, but also eliminate future troubles. Su Zhentian was silent for a moment, then nodded. Very well, let him live for 10 more days. After 10 days, I will make him understand what true despair is. After saying that, his figure disappeared back into the shadows. 10 days later. The night was as deep and heavy as iron. Half of the wall of the rented room had collapsed, and a cold wind was blowing in, making the tattered rags rustle. My daughter's favorite teddy bear toy lay on the floor, covered in dust. A suffocating sense of oppression filled the air. Chen Fan knelt on the ground, tightly holding his trembling daughter in his arms. A large section of his chest had caved in, and the sound of bones cracking could be clearly heard in the deathly silence of the night. Every breath was accompanied by excruciating pain and a metallic taste rising in his throat. Even with his late-stage Dan Gene cultivation, he was utterly helpless against his opponent. Ants. Su Zhentian hovered in mid-air, looking down at Chen Fan. Hand over that bastard, and I'll give you a quick death. Su Zhentian's voice was hoarse, carrying an undeniable authority. A faint, almost imperceptible, pale white aura swirled around him. The nascent form of is a type of internal energy in Chinese martial arts. Under the oppressive force, Chen Fan's bones creaked and cracked. This is the half-step Gang Gene. The internal energy has begun to combine with the spirit, and can be initially released outwards to form an invincible aura. Compared to the burning of qi and blood in Dan Gene, this is a qualitative crushing victory. Don't even think about it. Chen Fan forced out 2 words through gritted teeth, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He tried to circulate the internal energy in his dantian, but the oppressive force pierced his meridians, making it impossible to move his internal energy. He can't even burn his blood in qi. Dad, I'm scared. Anan, nestled in his arms, trembled and cried even harder. Her tender, tearful voice pierced Chen Fan's heart. Don't be afraid, Anan, Daddy's here. Chen Fan mustered all his strength to force a smile that looked more like a grimace, trying to comfort his daughter. Su Zhentian frowned. Stubborn and obstinate. He slowly raised a finger, and at the tip of his finger, a wisp of condensed, almost tangible, pale white aura began to gather. In that case, you and your daughter can set off together. The shadow of death loomed over the place like never before. Chen Fan's heart tightened. The oppressive force emanating from that wisp of qi caused him excruciating pain, as if he were being torn apart. He knew that in this instant, he and his daughter would be pierced through and turned into a bloody mist. No. I can't die. Anan must not be harmed. I promised Su Qing that I would protect our daughter with my life. A fleeting image of his wife's voice and smile flashed through Chen Fan's mind. He had married into the Su family and endured countless scornful treatments. Only Su Qing had given him warmth. He had promised her that he would ensure their daughter grew up happily, no matter what. But now, he can't even protect his daughter? It's over. Chen Fan's consciousness began to blur, and he almost didn't have the strength to hold his daughter. Just then, Anand's cries rang out again in his arms, her little hands tightly gripping his clothes. Daddy! Don't leave Anand behind. This call instantly cleared Chen Fan's muddled mind. No! I can't die. Anand is still waiting for me. A thought screamed wildly in his mind. Guard! I will protect my daughter. No one can take her away from me. This pure and extreme paternal love transformed into an indescribable and vast spiritual power, instantly surging into his shattered body. Boom! It was as if the chaos at the beginning of the universe was split open by a beam of light. The core within Chen Fan's body, formed from internal energy, shattered with a deafening roar at that moment. But the shattering did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into billions of even purer energy torrents, frantically merging with that vast spiritual power. That obsession, mixed with the energy from the shattered core, transformed into a torrent that crashed fiercely against the barrier between the internal energy and the external force. This is... An overwhelming aura surged into the sky from below. Su Zhentian, who was in mid-air, suddenly widened his eyes. Without hesitation, the chi from his fingertips shot out. However, just as that deadly aura was about to touch Chen Fan made a move. He ignored the potentially fatal attack, and he also ignored the horrified Su Zhentian in mid-air. He slowly lowered his head, using all the tenderness in his life, and gently placed a kiss on his daughter's smooth forehead, on her tear-streaked face. A father's kiss in a desperate situation. Anand, close your eyes. The moment the words fell, a pure white wave of energy erupted from Chen Fan's center. A burst of inner energy. Buzz. A layer of condensed, almost tangible, pale white aura suddenly appeared on Chen Fan's body, forming an indestructible barrier. Protect your body with protective energy. Su Zhentian's finger strike, powerful enough to pierce steel plates, struck the protective aura, producing only a crisp ding sound, without even causing a ripple, and simply vanished. What? The indifference on Su Zhentian's face vanished completely, replaced by deep horror and disbelief. A breakthrough in the heat of battle? From Dan Jin to Gang Jin? How is this possible? This completely violates the principles of martial arts. However, something even more horrifying was yet to come. Chen Fan slowly raised his head. His gaze towards his daughter in his arms was so tender it could melt hearts, but when he turned his gaze to Su Zhentian, it was as cold as ice. He held his daughter and slowly straightened up. With his movement, the bones that had been shattered by Su Zhentian's oppressive aura began to crackle and pop under the nourishment of the newborn chi, healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. He pointed his fingers like a sword, casually pointing at Su Zhentian in mid-air. There was no whistling wind from the punches, no booming force. Only a single, perfectly condensed, pure white finger-shaped energy, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens, silently tore through the air. Quick! Extremely fast! Su Zhentian's hair stood on end instantly, a fear stemming from death gripping his heart. He wanted to dodge, but the finger strike seemed to have locked onto his soul, leaving him no way to escape. Not good! Su Zhentian let out a horrified scream. His half-step Gang Jin strength exploded without reservation at this moment. Gang Chi surged throughout his body, and his body twisted to the limit at an incredible angle. Sizzle. A soft sound. A sharp force flew past his cheek. A trickle of blood slowly slid down Su Zhentian's cheek. Behind him, a deep, smooth, mirror-like finger hole was left in the wall, having pierced through countless sections of the wall. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Su Zhentian froze in mid-air, his body ice-cold, too afraid to move. He knew in his heart that if that finger had been even an inch off course, his head would have exploded. He looked down at the young man holding a child, his body radiating aura and surrounded by energy, his eyes filled with unprecedented fear. This is the Gang Jin that I just broke through to? The power of this finger strike is several times stronger than that of this old monster who has been immersed in the half-step Gang Jin for more than 10 years. What an extraordinary talent! Who are you? Su Zhentian's voice was dry and hoarse, filled with fear. Chen Fan didn't answer him, but gently patted his daughter's back with one hand and softly comforted her, and don't be afraid anymore, the bad guys are leaving. His gaze fell on Su Zhentian again, cold and devoid of any emotion. Roll. A single word, yet it carries an undeniable authority. Su Zhentian felt as if he had been granted a pardon, but his dignity as an elder of the Su family prevented him from leaving in such a sorry state. He narrowed his eyes. You think that breaking through to the Gang Jin realm means you can contend with the Su family? You're too naive. You have no idea what terrifying beings your wife's death has involved. The death of his wife. Chen Fan's gaze turned cold, and a terrifying killing intent instantly locked onto Su Jintian. Startled by the murderous intent, Su Jintian quickly exclaimed, "It's Shadow. It's the Shadow organization. Your wife's death is related to them. If you kill me today, the Su family will hunt you down at all costs, and you will never know the truth." Shadow organization. It's that organization again. Chen Fan felt a surge of killing intent, but reason made him suppress the urge to act immediately. Want to know everything? Su Jintian, seeing Chen Fan's reaction, knew he had made the right bet. He took a deep breath and threw out his last card, "Then live. I'll tell you more at the Jiangcheng Youth Martial Arts Tournament Finals. Otherwise, you and your daughter will both die without a burial place." Having said that, he dared not linger any longer. His figure transformed into a gray shadow, crashing through the wall in a disheveled state and disappearing into the night. Amidst the ruins, only Chen Fan remained, holding his daughter, standing quietly. As his inner energy slowly receded, the cold killing intent in his eyes gradually faded. Wife, film, contest. Clues began to connect in my mind. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was an encrypted message from Su Wanqing. The message was short, but filled with a condescending, commanding tone. "Chen Fan, I don't care what kind of sorcery you used. Since you survived, you'd better participate in the Youth Martial Arts Tournament. Winning the championship is your only chance to earn the right to speak with me." Chen Fan looked at the message, a cold smile curving his lips. Qualification for dialogue? No. From today onwards, I will set the rules. He looked down at his daughter, who had fallen asleep again in his warm embrace, and his eyes became incredibly firm. "Anan, Daddy promises you. From now on, no one will be able to harm my daughter and me in the slightest." Chapter 41. She infused hot milk, the romance of a martial artist. It was very late at night. The ruins of the rental house had not yet been cleared, and cold wind blew in through the holes in the walls, chilling one's skin. Chen Fan sat cross-legged beside his daughter's bed, carefully regulating his internal energy. After advancing to the Gang Jin level, the feeling is completely different. If Dan Jin is like having a fiery core within the body, then Gang Jin is like the entire Dantian transforming into a surging ocean of energy. The qi is powerful, vigorous, and domineering. It surges through the meridians with a savage force. These substances surge through the meridians, each flow repairing the hidden wounds left by previous battles. Bones, muscles, and internal organs, nourished by this newfound power, became more resilient and stronger. However, this force is too difficult to control. Chen Fan tried to activate his protective qi, but with a boom, an out-of-control burst of qi crashed into the opposite wall, creating a hole the size of a wash basin, with brick fragments scattered all over the ground. He looked at the newly added hole, feeling both amused and exasperated. If this happens a few more times, this already dilapidated rental house will probably collapse completely. Ugh. Wow. Wow wow. Anan, who was lying in bed, was awakened by the loud noise. Her little mouth twitched and she burst into tears. "Oh my little darling." Chen Fan immediately became flustered and quickly hugged his daughter, gently patting her back. Don't cry, Daddy's here. It's Daddy's fault for disturbing Anan's sleep." While coaxing the baby, he skillfully got up to make the formula. Anan snuggled closer to him, her little nose twitching, and her crying gradually subsided into a pitiful whimper. The formula was quickly prepared, and Chen Anan's biological alarm clock rang again, the little guy kicking his legs from hunger. Chen Fan held the cold baby bottle and instinctively tried to heat it up with his internal energy. Even when he was still at the Dan Jin level, he could already control the temperature precisely. Now that he's advanced to the Gang Jin level, it should be even easier for him. With a thought, he mobilized a wisp of his inner energy to envelop the baby bottle. Bang! A crisp sound. He only used a wisp of his inner energy, and the glass milk bottle shattered as if it had been hit by a giant hammer, spilling warm milk mixed with glass shards all over his hand. Chen Fan froze. He looked down at his disheveled hands, then at his daughter in his arms, her little mouth pouting again in bewilderment because she hadn't had any milk, and sighed. He felt even more tired than fighting Su Jintian. "You used too much force. Don't cry, Daddy will make you another bottle." Chen Fan quickly cleaned up the mess, changed to a new bottle, and prepared the baby formula again. This time he learned his lesson and only used a tiny bit of his inner energy, carefully attaching it to the surface of the bottle. He was completely focused and highly concentrated. Crack! A crack appeared on the surface of the baby bottle. Immediately afterwards, the cracks spread rapidly. Bang! Another one has been discovered. Milk spilled all over the floor again. Chen Fan was completely speechless. What kind of situation is this? A powerful expert who can severely injure someone at the half-step Gang Gene level with a single finger can't even warm up a bottle of milk for his daughter? Anan, nestled in his arms, seemed to sense her father's embarrassment. She clutched his clothes with her little hands, stopped crying, and simply looked at him quietly with her big, dark eyes. Looking into his daughter's clear eyes, Chen Fan took a deep breath, and his tense shoulders relaxed. He recalled the moment of his breakthrough, and the tender kiss he had placed on his daughter's forehead. At that moment, he had only the purest desire to protect. She should not only be destructive explosions. It originates from the obsession with protection, so it should possess the gentleness of protection. Chen Fan closed his eyes, repeatedly reliving that feeling in his mind. Chen Fan picked up the last clean baby bottle and prepared the formula again. This time, Chen Fan did not deliberately mobilize the internal energy in his dantian. He was only thinking about his daughter in his arms, her soft body, her sweet milky smell, and wanting to give her milk at the most comfortable temperature. A gentle thought rose from the depths of his heart. The surging ocean of chi within his dantian seemed to receive some kind of guidance, and its violent aura gradually subsided. Strands of pure white chi peeled away from it, no longer in its previous ferocious state, but becoming as gentle and smooth as flowing water. Chen Fan reached out and gently transferred the gentle chi to him. This time, there was no explosion, no cracks. A thin, pale white halo, as thin as a cicada's wing, gently enveloped the entire bottle. The chi flowed evenly across the surface of the bottle, like a thin film with a constant temperature, gently and quickly penetrating the heat. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Chen Fan withdrew his protective aura and tested the temperature of the pacifier on the back of his hand. Just right. He looked at the intact baby bottle in his hand, and couldn't help but smile slightly. He put the bottle into Anan's little mouth. The little guy immediately began to suckle contentedly, his little feet swinging happily as he swallowed with a glug-glug sound. The night wind blew in through the hole in the wall, and it was a bit cold. But holding his daughter who was drinking milk in his arms, Chen Fan felt a warm glow in his heart. The Su family, the Shadow Organization, the martial arts tournament, all seemed less important at this moment. After feeding and burping, the little one quickly fell asleep contentedly in his warm embrace. Chen Fan gently placed her back on the small bed and covered her with a blanket. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was an encrypted text message from an unknown number. Chen Fan clicked on it. The sender was Su Wanqing. If you want her to truly belong to you, win the Jiangchang Youth Martial Arts Tournament in a month. The message is short, and the content is no longer a command, but more like a transaction. Chen Fan deleted the message, his eyes calm. He looked down at the Su family's death ultimatum and the Shadow Organization's warning card on the bedside table. Now, there's another goal. Champion. He gently closed the bedroom door, walked to the center of the ruins in the living room, and sat down cross-legged again. This time, he did not cultivate, but simply sat quietly. His gaze fell on the hole in the wall that had been shattered by Su Jintian's powerful aura. Through that hole, you could see the deep night sky and the cold, clear moon. A long time. Chen Fan slowly extended a finger towards the hole. A wisp of pure white energy quietly gathered at his fingertips. This time, the protective energy was neither as explosive as before, nor as gentle as when it was hot milk. Rather, it is the ultimate condensation. It was as if all the power was compressed into that tiny point. He recalled the power of Su Jintian's finger strike, and also the decisiveness of his own finger strike during his counterattack. Gang Jin refers to the outward release of internal energy, which is condensed into a powerful force. It turns out that what is being released is not just power. More than that, it's a thought. Chapter 42 Martial Arts Association, First Impressions of the Rules. The wisp of condensed chi at his fingertips slowly dissipated. Chen Fan stood up and dusted himself off. The night passed, and it was already broad daylight. The dilapidated rental house looked even more desolate in the morning light, and the cold wind blew in through the large hole in the wall, chilling one's skin. Chen Fan went to the bedroom to check on Anan, who was sleeping soundly with a rosy face, completely undisturbed by the noise outside. He quietly closed the door and began to clean up the mess. Su Jintian's attack almost destroyed half of the living room. Chen Fan spent the whole morning clearing away the broken stones and bricks, and found some wooden planks to temporarily plug the hole in the wall. After doing all this, he checked the time. It was time to get down to business. Jiangcheng Youth Martial Arts Competition. Both Su Wancheng and Su Jintian mentioned this competition, which was his only clue and his only way out. He left a note for his daughter, asking his neighbor Aunt Zhang to look after her, then changed into clean clothes and left home. Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association is located in the most bustling area of the city center. It was a skyscraper made entirely of black alloy and glass, towering into the clouds, exuding solemnity and a sense of oppression. Chen Fan stood at the foot of the building, looking up at it. This was his first time here. Before, he was just an ordinary person, and this place represented another world that he could never reach. He took a deep breath and went inside. The hall was very spacious and its surface was so bright it reflected light like a mirror. There weren't many people coming and going, but everyone was in a hurry, carrying a subtle yet powerful aura. Chen Fan's gaze quickly fell on a huge electronic screen in the center of the hall. Lines of information were scrolling across the screen. He walked up to the information desk. "Hello, I would like to inquire about the registration process for the Jiangcheng Youth Martial Arts Competition." Behind the information desk sat a young man in a uniform. The staff member glanced at Chen Fan, saw that he was dressed plainly and didn't seem like a martial artist with any background, then lowered his head again and pointed to the side. "Queue up over there." Chen Fan looked in the direction he pointed and saw a long queue there. He walked to the end of the line and stood quietly. The line moved slowly, and those at the front were chatting with the staff at the registration desk. "Have you heard? That old guy Wang Haishan registered too, and his chi and blood value is 12,000. He's a monster." "Hey, that's nothing. I heard that Flying Dragon Martial Arts Academy is offering high salaries to recruit instructors of Transformation Realm. In this world, strength is money." Chen Fan listened to those unfamiliar words, his expression becoming somewhat serious. Chi and blood value? Martial arts license? In his self-taught worldview, martial arts is all about fists. Whoever has the strongest fist wins. But now it seems that there is a set of rules in this world that he doesn't understand at all. After waiting for about half an hour, it was finally Chen Fan's turn. "I'll sign up," Chen Fan said succinctly. Another staff member was in charge of registration. That person glanced at Chen Fan and handed him a form. Name, age, martial arts license number. Chen Fan, 25 years old. Chen Fan paused for a moment and does not have a martial arts license. The staff member's fingers stopped typing. He raised his head and looked Chen Fan up and down again, his eyes revealing an undisguised contempt. "No martial arts license?" His voice rose slightly. "You're not even a martial artist, what are you registering for?" He'd seen too many of these hotheads who wanted to get rich quick, thinking the martial arts tournament was some kind of talent show. Chen Fan frowned, then calmly said, "I can fight." "Ha," the staff member scoffed, "this is the Martial Arts Association, not a vegetable market." "You think you can fight? Who can't? Want to go over there and do a set of calisthenics?" The people queuing around him immediately cast all sorts of glances at him. Some sneered, some looked at him curiously, and most remained indifferent, clearly having seen this kind of thing many times before. Chen Fan ignored the surrounding chatter, looked at the staff member, and repeated, "I want to register." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear, carrying an undeniable calmness. The staff member's mocking expression froze for a moment. He felt uneasy under Chen Fan's gaze, and the rest of his words instinctively failed him. He curled his lip and impatiently tapped the table. "Without a martial arts license, you can't officially register. There's only one way to participate." He pointed to the other side of the hall, where there was a huge alloy door with the words "Martial Arts Test" written on it. There were even more people over there, almost filling the entire corner. "Go over there first to take the martial arts talent and level test, and get the temporary qualification first." The staff member's tone was full of contempt, and he waved his hand as if shooing away flies. "Go over there and prove that you are at least an external martial artist. Don't waste everyone's time here." After he finished speaking, he was about to lower his head to continue processing the documents when he suddenly felt an immense pressure pressing down on him, causing him to catch his breath and turn pale instantly. He looked up in alarm, only to see Chen Fan had already turned around and calmly walked towards the testing hall, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 43: The most leisurely stay-at-home dad exam in history. The alloy door slid open slowly, and a wave of heat mixed with the smell of sweat, the sound of metal rubbing together, and the noise of people rushed out. The testing hall was larger and more chaotic than the main hall outside. It's like a huge indoor training ground, with all sorts of oddly shaped testing instruments all around, and a large area in the middle that's crowded with young people waiting to be tested. Most of them were 18 or 19 years old, and their expressions varied. Some paced nervously, muttering to themselves. Others gathered in small groups, loudly discussing what record a genius had broken. Still others stood with haughty expressions, arms crossed, eyes closed, seemingly disdainful of those around them. Then, Chen Fan carried in an inn. He held his daughter's bottom in one hand, and in the other hand he held a small rattle drum, gently shaking it and making a dong-dong sound. Anin was amused by him and giggled. She grabbed the rattle drum with her little hands and tried to put it in her mouth. "Hey, you can't eat this." Chen Fan smiled and moved the rattle away a little. The father and daughter acted as if no one else was around, as if they weren't there to participate in a life-changing martial arts test, but rather to stroll around a family park on the weekend. The noisy hall suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned to the doorway. "A man holding a baby? Are you here to participate in the martial arts test?" After a brief moment of surprise, the crowd erupted in laughter. "Am I seeing things? What's that guy doing here? Did he come to the wrong place? Bringing a child to a martial arts test? Is he crazy? Or is he just a little internet celebrity desperate for fame? This is hilarious. What kind of performance art is this? Does he want the judges to give him a martial arts license because his daughter is cute? Don't be an idiot, this is a martial arts test, not child's play." Chen Fan ignored him. He simply held his daughter and scanned the crowded hall with his eyes, quickly finding a quiet corner. He walked over, took a clean small blanket from his backpack, spread it on the ground, and then placed Anin on the blanket. He took out a thermos, poured some warm water into the lid, tested the temperature, and then fed it to Anin little by little with a small spoon. Anin happily swung her little feet, finished drinking the water, and then started babbling and trying to grab the rattle on the ground. Chen Fan sat next to her, a gentle smile on his face, playing with her. "He's too relaxed." His relaxed demeanor stood out from the tense and eager candidates around him. This stark contrast made those who had been mocking him feel awkward and unable to continue laughing. Gradually, the laughter subsided, turning into whispers and curious stares. They wanted to see what this oddball was up to. Chen Fan ignored the stares and whispers around him. All he wanted was for his daughter to have fun. With a month to go before the competition, he has plenty of time. Just then, a discordant voice rang out above his head. "Hey, you with the kids?" Chen Fan raised his head. A young man dressed in an expensive martial arts uniform was looking down at him, his face displaying undisguised arrogance and mockery. The young man was in his early 20s, his aura fluctuating, indicating he was at the late stage of the Ming Jin realm, which was quite impressive for his age. He was followed by several followers. Chen Fan's gaze lingered on him for a second before returning to his daughter, and he continued shaking the rattle drum. They were ignored. The young man's face instantly turned pale. He felt offended. He raised his voice, a hint of anger in it. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Chen Fan finally raised his head again, glanced at him, and his eyes were calm and unwavering. "What is it?" he asked casually. The young man was even more enraged by his calm attitude. He sneered, pointed at Chen Fan, then at himself, and shouted to the people around him, "Everyone, watch closely. Today I'll show you what a real martial artist is and what a clown who tries to attract attention really is." He looked at Chen Fan, raising his chin even higher. "Dare to make a bet with me?" Chen Fan didn't speak, he just looked at him, as if waiting for him to continue. The young man enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. He announced triumphantly, "I'll bet on your test score. If I lose, I'll give you $1 million. He paused, then deliberately spoke in a humiliating tone, "You lost. Give me your daughter's milk powder money for this month. How about it, do you dare?" These words caused another stir among the surrounding crowd. "It's Wang Song from the Wang family. He's a genius in the late stage of Mingjin. Wang Song is trying to establish his authority by using this new dad. It's a bit bullying." Bullying people? I think that stay-at-home dad deserves it. Coming to a place like this to get attention, who else should we bully if not him? Hearing the surrounding chatter, Wang Song's smugness grew even stronger. That's exactly the effect he wanted. He wanted to trample this arrogant guy under his feet in front of everyone, making him his stepping stone and creating a great momentum for his upcoming competition. He waited to see Chen Fan's expression, whether it be anger, humiliation, or panic. However, Chen Fan's expression remained calm. He even took a moment to smile at his daughter before slowly standing up and brushing the dust off his pants. He looked at Wang Song and finally spoke. "The stakes are too low, I'm not interested." Wang Song was stunned, thinking he had misheard. The people around were also in an uproar. Not interested? He actually said he wasn't interested? Wang Song felt deeply insulted, and he laughed angrily. Ha! Not interested? I think you're just scared. If you're not sure, just say so, don't make up such ridiculous excuses. However, Chen Fan changed the subject, his calm gaze sweeping over Wang Song's expensive white martial arts uniform. If you lose, take this uniform off and use it as diapers for my daughter, and I might consider it. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's mouths were open, but no sound could be uttered. They stared in disbelief at Chen Fan, then at Wang Song, whose face turned from red to green, and then from green to white. Using Wang Song's clothes as diapers for his daughter? This is no longer a provocation. This is a blatant humiliation. It's 100 times worse than Wang Song's bet. Wang Song's body trembled slightly from extreme anger. He stared intently at Chen Fan, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Okay, very good. I'll take your bet. He roared, if you've got the guts, go and test it out on the device right now. Whoever has the lower health and mana value has to kneel down and kowtow 3 times to the other. Chen Fan glanced at him calmly, then bent down and picked up an and the rattle drum from the ground. Then, holding his daughter, he walked step by step towards the most conspicuous blood and chi value tester amidst the deathly silence of the entire audience. Chapter 44. One punch shatters the testing device. The entire audience is shocked. The entire room fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the young man holding the child. Holding his daughter, he walked step by step towards the most conspicuous blood and chi value tester amidst the deathly silence of the entire audience. That testing device was specially prepared for martial artists with the strength of Ming Jin. The target was made of a special alloy and was strong enough to withstand an impact of 10,000 Jin. Okay. Chen Fan walked to the testing device, nodded calmly, and accepted the bet. With the bet settled, the test continued. Wang Song was standing in front of Chen Fan. Wang Song took a deep breath and walked to the brand new Ming Jin testing device. Drink! With a roar, he channeled all his inner strength into his right fist. He powered through his feet and rotated his hips, delivering a perfect straight punch that slammed into the bullseye. Bang! With a muffled thud, the numbers on the tester's screen began to jump wildly. Finally, it settled on an astonishing number, 8,865. His late stage of Ming Jin. Approaching the peak. Such high chi and blood values. No wonder he's a genius of the Wang family. Wang Song is definitely a dark horse in this youth competition. A murmur of discussion arose around them. Most people were amazed, but a few arrogant individuals curled their lip in disdain. Some of the female examinees whispered amongst themselves about Wang Song's family background. Wang Song thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. He turned his head, looked at Chen Fan with the contempt of a victor, and defiantly raised his chin. However, Chen Fan remained calm and even took the time to feed in a sip of water from his thermos. Next, Chen Fan. Finally, the staff member in charge of registration called out Chen Fan's name. Wang Song immediately gave the tester a wink, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips. He had already bribed someone to give Chen Fan a surprise. Chen Fan, holding his daughter, slowly walked towards the testing area. All eyes were on him again, but this time, the mockery was mixed with more schadenfreude and anticipation of a good show. Could you please hold my child for a moment? Chen Fan didn't walk towards the testing device, but instead went to a female examinee next to him who was frowning and looked somewhat resentful. She was probably in her early 20s, with delicate features, and seemed very unhappy with Wang Song's arrogance. The female examinee was taken aback by Chen Fan's composed demeanor, and then nodded as if possessed, carefully taking an in from him. Anan wasn't shy at all, and blinked her big eyes curiously in her arms. Thanks. Chen Fan thanked them, then turned around and walked alone toward the testing device that had been prepared for him. The staff member in charge of the testing saw him approach and a hint of sarcasm flashed across his face. He pointed to the oldest and smallest looking machine next to him and shouted, "Candidate Chen Fan, you can use that one. That's for newbies. Take it easy, don't break your hand." As soon as he finished speaking, someone nearby burst into laughter. Isn't that a testing device used by martial artists with external strength? The audience erupted in laughter once again. Using the lowest grade tester? That's a blatant insult. Wang Song's smile grew even brighter. He crossed his arms, ready to watch the show with a relaxed air. Amidst the mocking gazes of everyone present, Chen Fan stood before the somewhat old-fashioned, low-level testing device. He didn't gather his strength like Wang Song, didn't shout, and didn't even adopt any standard punching posture. He just stood there casually, and then, gently, swung his right fist. There was no force of the punch. There was no momentum. The fist looked soft and yielding, as if it had gently touched the bullseye of the tester. TCH, all pretentious. Wang Tsong curled his lip in disdain. Everyone was ready to laugh again. However, the next second, time seemed to stand still. Chen Fan's fist hit the bullseye. After a second of silence, the tester screen flickered and then went black. Then, a piercing alarm blared throughout the hall. Warning. Energy overload. Warning. Energy overload. Before the alarm had even finished sounding, there was a deafening boom. The low-level testing device, which was considered sturdy and durable, seemed to have been stuffed with a high-explosive bomb. The entire device shook violently and then exploded. Countless precision parts and fragments of alloy casings, mixed with electrical sparks, were sprayed wildly in all directions. Ah! Several candidates who were nearby were so frightened that they ran away with their heads in their hands, and the scene was in chaos. The chaos lasted only a second. Then, there was deathly silence. A deathly silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. All the hundreds of people in the audience, their expressions of mockery, contempt, and schadenfreude, froze on their faces, like sculptures instantly frozen in ice. Wang Tsong's mouth dropped open, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and the smugness on his face turned into utter blankness and disbelief. The staff member in charge of the test dropped the record board to the ground with a thud, but he was completely unaware of it. Everyone had only one thought in their minds. One punch destroyed the testing device? Amidst the stunned gazes of everyone, Chen Fan seemed to have done nothing more than a trivial matter. He calmly turned around, walked to the equally dumbfounded female examinee, and smiled as he extended his hands. "Thank you, you can give my daughter back now." At the same time, the Martial Arts Association building, top floor, central monitoring room. A woman dressed in a black Martial Arts Association uniform, with her hair tied in a high ponytail and a sharp, capable demeanor, was idly drinking coffee while monitoring the situation in the testing hall below. The moment Chen Fan's fist shattered the testing device, she jumped up from her chair. She slammed the coffee cup down on the control panel, splashing brown liquid everywhere, but she didn't care. Her eyes were fixed on the man on the screen who calmly carried his daughter back, his figure eerily composed, and her breathing became rapid. Immediately. Seal off the scene. Level A clearance. She spoke into the communicator, issuing the order in a stern tone that left no room for argument. "I'll go take a look." Chapter 45 Martial Arts Association's A-level attention. The pretty female examinee still had her hand outstretched, but her arms were empty. She stared blankly at Chen Fan, then looked down at her hands, her mind buzzing. Everything that had just happened seemed unreal. Who am I? Where am I? What was I just hugging? Chen Fan held Anan in his arms, gently patted his daughter's back, and softly comforted her. Anan was very well behaved, neither crying nor making a fuss, but just staring wide-eyed at the stunned people around her. The little one grabbed his father's collar and babbled as if asking, "Daddy, why have they all turned into wooden figures?" Chen Fan smiled, ignoring the stunned people around him, and his gaze fell on Wang Tsong, who was pale-faced and swaying. "Now, it's your turn to fulfill the bet." Chen Fan's voice was calm and not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears in the deathly silent hall. Glug! Someone nervously swallowed. All eyes immediately shifted from Chen Fan to Wang Tsong. Wang Tsong's body trembled, his lips quivered, and he couldn't utter a single word. Kowtow? Should we kowtow to this stay-at-home dad? He took off his designer martial arts uniform and used it as a diaper for his daughter? How could Wang Tsong, the genius of the Wang family and the leading figure among the younger generation in Jiangcheng, possibly do such a thing? This is worse than killing him. You. Wang Tsong pointed at Chen Fan, stammering for a long time, unable to utter a complete sentence, his face drained of all color. His henchmen had long since hidden themselves to the side, terrified of being implicated. The staff member who had previously accepted bribes from Wang Tsong and deliberately made things difficult for Chen Fan wished he could disappear into the ground. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. One punch shattered the external force testing device. Where the hell is this Ming Jin? This is clearly the Dan Jin level, or even the Gang Jin level. A master of the Gang Jin realm comes to participate in the lowest level of martial arts test? And he's even carrying a child? What's this? Experiencing life? What? Chen Fan, holding his daughter, took a step forward. Trying to renege on your debt? Wang Song was so startled by his step that he stumbled back several steps, almost falling to the ground. He was scared. I'm genuinely scared. In the world of martial arts, the strong are respected. Faced with absolute power, his family background was simply insignificant. If the other party is truly enraged and cripples him here, the Wang family will have no choice but to swallow their anger. Just when the atmosphere in the room was frozen to the extreme, and everyone thought Wang Song was about to embarrass himself in public, a woman's voice broke the deadlock. Sir, please wait a moment. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A woman with a high ponytail, wearing the black uniform of the Martial Arts Association, strode quickly through the private passageway in the hall. Behind her followed two teams of Martial Arts Association law enforcement officers in black combat uniforms, fully armed. As soon as they appeared, they immediately dispersed and quickly sealed off the entire testing area, instantly turning the atmosphere extremely serious. A low gasp rippled through the crowd, clearly indicating that someone recognized the newcomer as someone of extraordinary status. When Wang Song saw the person who had arrived, it was as if he had seen his savior, and a glimmer of hope instantly appeared on his face. However, the woman named Wen Jinyu didn't even glance at him, walking straight up to Chen Fan and stopping in front of him. Her gaze first fell on the exquisitely beautiful Anan in Chen Fan's arms, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes, before she finally shifted her gaze to Chen Fan's face. She bowed slightly to Chen Fan, her tone sharp and efficient. Mr. Chen Fan, I am Wen Jinyu, the head of the Zhengcheng branch of the Martial Arts Association. What happened just now was a mistake on our part, and I apologize to you and your child on behalf of the association. These words caused another uproar in the audience. The head of the Martial Arts Association actually apologized to this stay-at-home dad in person? The last trace of color drained from Wang Song's face. He knew he was completely finished. Chen Fan looked at her, his expression remaining calm. So? Wen Jinyu seemed to have anticipated his reaction. She took out a black metal card from her pocket and handed it over with both hands. This is your temporary qualification card. With this card, you can directly participate in the Youth Martial Arts Tournament 1 month from now without having to take any preliminary tests. She paused for a moment, then continued, in addition, regarding the incident where you damaged the testing equipment, all repair costs will be borne by our association. At the same time, we will compensate you for emotional distress, which will be deposited directly into your account later. Chen Fan glanced at the black card but didn't immediately take it. His gaze passed over Wen Jinyu and landed on Wang Song again. Wen Jinyu followed his gaze, turned around, and looked at Wang Song and the trembling staff member. As for you, her voice turned icy, Wang Song, for openly provoking and disrupting the testing order, you are disqualified from this test and from participating in the next 3 years. And you, she pointed to the staff member, abused your power and engaged in favoritism and fraud, from now on you are fired. Enforcement team, take them away and deal with them according to the rules. Yes. 2 law enforcement officers immediately stepped forward, grabbed Wang Song and the staff member, and dragged them out. From beginning to end, Wang Song didn't dare to utter a single word of begging for mercy. After dealing with all of this, when Jinyu turned to Chen Fan again, her expression returning to its polite demeanor. Mr. Chen, are you satisfied now? Chen Fan glanced at her, then finally reached out and took the black card. Can. He gave a curt reply, picked up his daughter, and turned to leave. Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. When Jinyu called out to him again, I have a small request. Chen Fan stopped and turned to look at her. When Jinyu wore a businesslike smile, but her gaze lingered on Chen Fan and the child in his arms for a couple of seconds longer. According to the regulations, all special participants who obtain temporary qualifications need to complete a formal martial arts level certification before the official start of the competition. This is just a procedure and will not affect your competition. She looked at Chen Fan and said, your official certification will be arranged in the first round of the competition. I hope to see your true strength then. Chapter 46. The wallet of a master of the Gang Jin realm was left with only coins. Chen Fan stopped and turned to look at her. When Jinyu wore a businesslike smile, but her gaze lingered on Chen Fan and the child in his arms for a couple of seconds longer. According to the regulations, all special participants who obtain temporary qualifications need to complete a formal martial arts level certification before the official start of the competition. This is just a procedure and will not affect your competition. She looked at Chen Fan and said, your official certification will be arranged in the first round of the competition. I hope to see your true strength then. These words sounded like business, but in reality, they reflected the Martial Arts Association's strong curiosity in probing towards this mysterious powerhouse who shattered the testing device with a single punch. Chen Fan held an, looked at her calmly, and didn't say anything. Wen Jinyu maintained her smile and continued, "Of course, as a sign of respect for the strong and to make up for our mistakes, Mr. Chen, please come with me. I will explain the rules and precautions for this competition to you in detail." She made a pleased gesture, pointing to the dedicated passage next to her. This was both a gesture of goodwill and an attempt to get to know Chen Fan better and explore his background. Chen Fan thought for a moment. He knew nothing about the martial arts competition in this world, so it wouldn't hurt to learn more, especially since Su Wanqing had specifically sent him a text message urging him to win the championship. There must be some crucial information in that message that he didn't know. Okay. He nodded in agreement. The top floor of the Martial Arts Association building. In a spacious and bright VIP reception room, the air was filled with the faint aroma of tea. When Jinyu personally poured Chen Fan a cup of hot tea, then sat down on the sofa opposite him, pulled up an electronic document, and projected it into the air between the two of them. "Mr. Chen, this is all the information for the Jiangcheng Youth Martial Arts Competition." When Jinyu began to introduce the competition in a professional tone. The competition is divided into two stages, the preliminary rounds and the knockout rounds. With your strength, you can skip the preliminary rounds. She paused, then emphasized, the elimination rounds consist of 7 rounds, all of which are one-on-one duels. Starting from the top 32, the winner of each round will receive a corresponding cash prize. And the ultimate champion. When Jinyu looked at Chen Fan and said a number. The prize money for the champion is 5 million. She had barely finished speaking. Chen Fan's eyes lit up instantly. His breathing became slightly more rapid. 5 million? Chen Fan blurted out, his voice filled with barely concealed excitement and disbelief. When Jinyu was taken aback by his reaction. When Jinyu's professional smile froze for a moment. She watched Chen Fan counting the baby formula on his fingers, her gaze turning somewhat strange. A can of milk powder costs 300 yuan, so 1 million yuan can buy more than 3,000 cans, 5 million yuan would be more than 16,000 cans. If you drink 1 can a day, you can drink it until an is over 40. Hiss. Chen Fan gasped, staring intently at the numbers on the virtual screen, his eyes burning. Wen Jinyu. She was completely stunned. Would a powerful expert, who is suspected of possessing the Gang Jin skill, show such a naive and greedy expression when faced with a mere 5 million in cash? Was he doing it on purpose? Or was it for real? For the first time, when Jinyu began to doubt her own judgment. Who exactly is this man? Alarm bells rang in her mind, and her curiosity and vigilance towards Chen Fan instantly reached their peak. Chen Fan, on the other hand, was completely immersed in his beautiful fantasies about the future. 5 million. With this money, and won't have to worry about milk powder, diapers, clothes, toys, anymore. He could even move to a bigger house, the kind with a yard, and get in a small swing. Thinking of this, Chen Fan's heart warmed up, and he wished he could rush onto the stage right now and take home the championship trophy and the 5 million yuan prize money. He finished reviewing all the materials with satisfaction, and after confirming that nothing had been missed, he stood up with his daughter in his arms. Thank you. Chen Fan thanked Wen Jinyu, picked up an and turned to leave. With the goal of 5 million, all he wants now is to go home as soon as possible, spend time with his daughter, improve his skills, and ensure that the championship is his for the taking. When Jinyu watched his decisive departure, feeling both amused and exasperated. She felt that all her carefully prepared attempts to probe and win her over had been in vain. This man, from beginning to end, only reacted to the 5 million yuan prize money. Chen Fan carried his daughter as he walked out of the Martial Arts Association's gate. The afternoon sun shone on my body. An yawned in his arms, rested her little head on his shoulder, and got ready to take a nap. Chen Fan slowed his pace, gently patted his daughter's back, and hummed an off-key nursery rhyme. Just then, a limousine pulled up in front of him. The car door opened. An elderly man dressed in a tang suit with his hair neatly combed stepped out of the car. It was Uncle Long, the butler of the Su family. Uncle Long wore a fake smile, his eyes filled with condescending scrutiny. The patriarch changed his strategy. Since threats of force failed, he would resort to another method: humiliation. Uncle Long walked up to Chen Fan, and the bodyguard behind him placed a silver metal briefcase on the ground and opened it. A whole box of red banknotes, neatly arranged, looked dazzling in the sunlight. Chen Fan. Uncle Long's voice carried a condescending tone. The head of the family said that it's not easy for you to live outside with your child. He pointed to the box of money and said with a forced smile, "Here is 1 million. Consider it money for the baby's formula." After all, our Su family bloodline cannot live too poorly outside and disgrace the Su family. After he finished speaking, he stared intently at Chen Fan, observing his reaction. People passing by also cast curious glances and pointed at the scene. However, Chen Fan's reaction once again surprised everyone. He felt neither anger nor humiliation. He simply glanced calmly at the money in the box, then looked at Uncle Long's face and asked a question. For me? Uncle Long's fake smile froze. What kind of reaction is that? What do you mean? Uncle Long frowned. Chen Fan held Anan, who was almost asleep, and gently rocked her before looking at Uncle Long, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Thanks. As he spoke, he actually bent down and lifted the heavy money box with one hand. The movements were relaxed and effortless, as if the contents inside were not $1 million in cash, but a case of bottled water. Carrying the money box and holding his daughter, Chen Fan turned around and was about to leave. Uncle Long was completely dumbfounded. That's not how the script goes. Shouldn't he be furious? Shouldn't he feel utterly humiliated and throw the money back in his face? How could I just accept it like that? And even say thank you? What's this? Uncle Long felt as if his prepared punch had landed squarely on thin air, leaving him feeling incredibly frustrated. You stop right there, he couldn't help but shout. Chen Fan stopped and looked back at him, his eyes questioning, as if asking, is there anything else? Looking into his calm, unwavering eyes, Uncle Long felt a lump in his throat and couldn't utter a word for a long time. Chen Fan ignored him, picked up the money box, hugged his daughter, and turned to leave. I'll take the money. His voice came softly. By the way, please pass on a message to Patriarch Su, her life is worth far more than this million. Chapter 47 The Use of 1 Million. The Su family loses face. Chen Fan held his daughter and carried the money box, his shadow stretching long in the afternoon sun. His steps were unhurried, and there was even a faint smile on his face, as if what he had just received was not a great humiliation, but a perfectly timed gift. Stop! A low growl, barely suppressed with anger, came from behind. Uncle Long quickly caught up, his wrinkled old face slightly contorted with extreme frustration and confusion. He stared intently at Chen Fan and demanded, what exactly do you mean? Did you accept this money to bribe the Su family, or do you think a mere million can make you and Miss Anan live a good life? Uncle Long couldn't understand it. He had imagined countless possibilities. Chen Fan would fly into a rage and smash the money box back at his face. Chen Fan would feel humiliated and grit his teeth, swallowing his anger. Chen Fan would sneer and utter a few polite words. The only thing I never expected was that Chen Fan would accept the money so calmly, even with a hint of pleasure. This rendered all his prepared countermeasures and rhetoric for continuing to humiliate Chen Fan utterly useless, like punching cotton, leaving him feeling indescribably uncomfortable. Chen Fan stopped, but didn't turn around. He simply looked down at his daughter, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, and said softly, Uncle Long, tell Patriarch Su that I will use this money in the most valuable way. After saying that, he ignored Uncle Long behind him, picked up his daughter, carried the money box, and walked straight to a bank across the street. Uncle Long was stunned for a moment, then his eyes turned fierce. The most valuable thing? What kind of vision could a penniless good-for-nothing have? All he wants is to buy a car and a house and live a luxurious life he never dared to dream of before. That's fine. Uncle Long sneered inwardly. The patriarch wanted him to fall into depravity. A martial artist who is obsessed with money and pleasure will inevitably have his martial spirit tarnished and will never be able to make any progress. He wanted to see what tricks Chen Fan could pull. Thinking of this, Uncle Long followed without saying a word, his face grim. He wanted to witness firsthand how Chen Fan was corrupted by money, and then report this welcome scene to the head of the family in its entirety. VIP lounge at the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China in Jiangcheng. Chen Fan placed the heavy metal box on the table, opened it with a click, and a whole million brand new red banknotes were revealed, emitting the unique smell of ink, almost dazzling the eyes. The bank manager standing to the side wore a professional smile, while Uncle Long, standing not far from the door, stood with his arms crossed, watching coldly. Mr. Chen, are you here to make a deposit? The manager asked solicitously. No. Chen Fan shook his head. He gently placed Anan, who was in his arms, on the sofa, covered her with a small blanket, and then picked up a stack of banknotes from the table and weighed them in his hand. Seeing this, Uncle Long's sneer deepened. See? Their naivete, which suggests they've never seen money before, is starting to show. However, Chen Fan's next words stunned both Uncle Long and the bank manager. I'm going to donate all of this million. Chen Fan's tone was as calm as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Donate, donate? The bank manager's smile froze on his face. Uncle Long's eyelids twitched, and his heart skipped a beat. Yes. Chen Fan looked at the manager and smiled. The entire amount will be donated to the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Orphanage. Please help me with the transfer. Jiangcheng Martial Arts Orphanage. These 5 words exploded in Uncle Long's mind like a thunderclap. That's the official charity under the Martial Arts Association, dedicated to taking in the orphans of martial artists who died in missions or were orphaned by enemies. It enjoys extremely high prestige throughout the entire Jiangcheng martial arts community. What is Chen Fan up to? Sir, are you sure it's 1 million, all of it? The bank manager asked again, his voice trembling slightly. A donation of 1 million was considered a huge sum in their branch. All of it. Chen Fan nodded, then turned to Uncle Long, whose expression was beginning to change, and gave him a bright smile. By the way, Uncle Long, this money came from the Su family, representing their kindness. So, please write Su family as the donor. You. Uncle Long took a step forward, his aura of mastery uncontrollably emanating from him, and shouted sharply, Chen Fan, how dare you? He finally understood. Chen Fan is using the money the Su family used to humiliate him to buy the Su family a great reputation. This is simply killing someone by breaking their spirit. Why wouldn't I dare? Chen Fan's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes suddenly turned cold. Isn't this money the love-filled milk powder money that Patriarch Su gave to Anan? Since it's out of love, it should naturally be used in the most loving places. As a top-tier ancient martial arts family in Jiangcheng, isn't it only right that the Su family cares about the next generation of the martial arts world and shows concern for the orphaned and helpless orphans of the martial arts world? Every word he uttered was like a slap across Uncle Long's face. Uncle Long was so choked up that his face turned red and his blood was churning, but he couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. Because everything Chen Fan said was an open conspiracy. Can the Su family say that this money wasn't charitable? Can they say that this money was used to humiliate people? Cannot. Once admitted, the Su family's reputation in the entire Jiangcheng martial arts world will be completely ruined. But if they don't admit it, they can only watch helplessly as Chen Fan uses the Su family's money to glorify himself, putting the Su family in a very difficult position. Also, Chen Fan added with a smile, looking at the stunned bank manager, please provide a formal donation certificate. Oh, and by the way, a witness. His gaze slowly fell on Uncle Long. Uncle Long, please sign your name in the witness column on behalf of the Su family. Half an hour later. Uncle Long walked out of the bank, looking dejected, holding a photocopy of a donation certificate. His mind was buzzing. He still couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. He not only witnessed Chen Fan donate the money, but also, under the enthusiastic invitation of Chen Fan and the bank manager, inexplicably signed his name in the witness column. Just then, Chen Fan walked past him carrying an in, casually took out his phone from his pocket, and dialed a number. Hello, is this Jiangcheng Martial Arts Channel? I have some major heartwarming news to break. Uncle Long's body stiffened abruptly. He stared at Chen Fan in horror as the latter described the touching deeds of the Su family's noble character and care for the younger generation of martial arts practitioners over the phone, while giving him a kind smile and even mouthing 2 words to him. Thanks. Puff. Uncle Long could no longer hold back and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt like a fool who had been sold out and was even helping to count the money, being led by the nose by Chen Fan and step by step into this carefully laid trap. Humiliation? Who is humiliating whom right now? The study in the Su family mansion. The fragrance of sandalwood wafts through the air. Su Wanqing sat gracefully on the mahogany chair, sipping her fragrant tea with an elegant posture, a faint, almost imperceptible, cold smile on her face. She was waiting for news from Uncle Long. She was looking forward to seeing what kind of humiliated yet timid expression the man would have when he received the $1 million baby formula money. Just then, the huge LCD screen on the study wall suddenly lit up, abruptly cutting off the financial news broadcast and inserting an emergency news report. Breaking news, another heartwarming story in Jiangcheng's martial arts world. This afternoon, the Su family, a renowned ancient martial arts family in Jiangcheng, donated 1 million yuan in cash to the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Orphanage to improve the living and training conditions for the children there. Su Wanqing's hand, holding the teacup, froze in mid-air. On the screen, an excited female reporter is standing at the entrance of an orphanage, her voice high-pitched. It is understood that this donation was personally authorized by Ms. Su Wanqing, the head of the Su family, and carried out by a mysterious martial arts father named Chen Fan. Mr. Chen Fan stated that the Su family, as a role model in Jiangcheng's martial arts community, has never forgotten to give back to society. The scene shifts, and the orphanage director, overcome with emotion and tears streaming down her face, leads a group of children in a deep bow to the camera. "Thank you, Su family. Thank you, head of the Su family, for your noble character." Immediately afterwards, the camera focused on a close-up. Uncle Long, the Su family's butler, was standing next to the dean, represented by someone else, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace as he mechanically clapped his hands. His ashen old face looked particularly comical under the high-definition camera. Click. A crisp sound. The precious porcelain cup in Su Wanqing's hand shattered into dust. The scalding tea, mixed with porcelain powder, slipped through her fingers without her noticing. Her chest heaved violently, and for the first time, an uncontrollable rage appeared on her usually cold and calm face. "Chen Fan, you're something else. How dare they take my money to buy the Su family's reputation? Now the whole of Jiancheng knows about the Su family's noble character? Great. Excellent." The Su family was slapped hard across the face by him with 1 million. "Master." Uncle Long pushed open the door and entered, kneeling on the ground with his head bowed low, feeling ashamed and indignant. Su Wanqing did not look at him. Her gaze was fixed on Uncle Long's distorted face on the screen, and her cold voice echoed in the room. "Uncle Long, inform Lin Xian. Finals." She spoke each word slowly and deliberately, her voice carrying a chilling coldness. "I want to see Chen Fan's limbs broken off inch by inch." Chapter 48. The whole city is buzzing. The Su family is being put on the hot seat. The atmosphere at the Su family mansion was oppressive. In the study, Su Wanqing stared at Uncle Long's distorted face on the screen, her knuckles turning slightly white from the force. Uncle Long, kneeling on the ground, lowered his head even further, his body trembling slightly with shame and indignation. He dared not raise his head, dared not speak, and could only await the patriarch's thunderous wrath. But to his surprise, Su Wanqing did not immediately react. The news was full of praise for their noble character, and the martial arts forum was full of praise for the Su family's ambition. After a long while, she slowly spoke, her voice revealing neither joy nor anger. "Get up." Uncle Long froze, unable to believe his ears. "Master, it's my fault, I told you to get up." Su Wanqing's voice remained calm, but beneath that calmness lay a chill that sent shivers down Uncle Long's spine. Uncle Long struggled to his feet, head bowed, like a prisoner awaiting trial. Su Wanqing finally looked up from the screen and onto Uncle Long. "What do you think we should do now?" "This." Uncle Long was speechless. How to do it? He didn't know. Go clarify? Tell everyone in Jiangcheng that the Su family didn't want to donate money, but wanted to humiliate people, only to be outmaneuvered? Then the Su family would become a laughingstock in the entire martial arts world. If they don't clarify, then they can only swallow their pride and accept this good reputation, watching helplessly as Chen Fan tramples on the Su family's reputation and makes the Su family grateful to him. This is a dead end. An unsolvable conspiracy orchestrated by Chen Fan with 1 million. Seeing Uncle Long's frustrated expression, Su Wanqing suddenly sneered. "Notify the public relations department," she said calmly. "Ha?" Uncle Long was stunned. "Cooperate fully with the media to solidify the Su family's reputation for caring for the younger generation of martial arts practitioners and establishing a charitable foundation." Su Wanqing's tone left no room for doubt. In addition, donate an additional 2 million to the martial arts orphanage in the name of the family. Uncle Long was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand what the patriarch was trying to do. Had he lost his temper? No, the patriarch wasn't usually so impulsive. There must be a deeper scheme behind this. "Patriarch, this is absolutely unacceptable," Uncle Long exclaimed urgently. "Wouldn't this just fulfill that brat's wish? Our Su family. Can reputation kill?" Su Wanqing interrupted him, her eyes icy cold. "If he wants to play, I'll play along. Doesn't he like being praised? Then let him be praised to death," she said, enunciating each word clearly. "Praise him, the higher the better. When he falls, he'll suffer an even more gruesome death." Uncle Long was stunned for a moment, then shivered. He looked at Su Wanqing's cold profile and slowly understood. This is a case of flattery to kill. They would completely bind Chen Fan and the Su family together, shaping them into a charitable couple. Then, if Chen Fan displayed any ruthlessness or behavior inconsistent with his noble and virtuous persona during the competition, the Su family could immediately turn their guns on him, portraying themselves as deceived partners of justice, and manipulate public opinion to tear him apart. What a ruthless plan! This old servant understands. Uncle Long's body trembled, and hope rekindled in his eyes. If you understand, then do it. Su Wanqing waved her hand and turned her gaze back to the screen. The monitoring feed on the screen has been switched. In the video, Chen Fan is pushing a stroller in the small park downstairs, occasionally looking down to talk to his daughter in the stroller, with a gentle smile on his face. Su Wanqing stared intently at that smiling face, her fingers on the mahogany armrest slowly tightening. Uncle Long. This old servant is here. Go and call Lin Xian here. Uncle Long's heart skipped a beat. Lin Xian. The true ace among the younger generation of the Su family. A true genius whom the family has never publicly revealed. Su Wanqing stared at Chen Fan's hateful face on the monitor, her voice forced out through clenched teeth. Tell him that from today onwards, all the family's resources will be directed toward him. The competition in a month. I want him to personally crush the halo above Chen Fan's head, along with his bones. Meanwhile, at the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association building. In her top-floor office, Wen Jinyu frowned slightly as she looked at the overwhelming news on the screen. The Su family donated 1 million, the agent is Chen Fan? She opened the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Forum, and the title of the most popular post was very eye-catching. Such vision. This is the vision of an ancient martial arts family. The Su family is awesome. In the post, countless martial artists praised the Su family's actions. Holy crap, they just donated 1 million like that. The Su family is so generous. Yes, that's the style of a great family, unlike some families that just hoard their resources. Who is that Chen Fan who was acting as an agent? He seems to be a contestant in this youth competition, right? To be entrusted with such an important task by the Su family, he must be no ordinary person. Upstairs, I just checked, and this Chen Fan is the ruthless guy who blew up the testing device before. I didn't expect him to be so kind-hearted in real life. The Su family is recruiting talent ahead of time. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. As Wen Jinyu read these discussions, her beautiful brows furrowed even more deeply. She always felt that things weren't that simple. Based on her understanding of Su Wanqing, the head of the Su family, she was an extremely arrogant and ruthless woman who would never do something like doing something that benefits someone else. What's more, this Chen Fan had just expressed his extreme desire for the 5 million prize at the Martial Arts Association, and then immediately donated 1 million to the Su family. That doesn't make sense. She switched the screen and pulled up the surveillance footage after Chen Fan left the bank. In the scene, Chen Fan, holding his daughter, walked briskly into a maternity and baby store. Half an hour later, he came out carrying large bags of top-quality imported milk powder and various baby products, with a satisfied smile on his face. Wen Jinyu watched this scene and fell into deep thought. This man is full of contradictions. Interesting, she murmured to herself, her fingertips tapping lightly on the table. Su Wanqing, Chen Fan, this youth competition is going to be even more exciting than I imagined. Chapter 49, The Su Family's Trump Card. Lin Xian's killing intent. Night fell, enveloping the Su family mansion. Unlike the hustle and bustle of the daytime, the Su family home was unusually quiet at this moment. Uncle Long walked along the corridor, his footsteps so light they were almost inaudible. He had just carried out the patriarch's orders to contact the public relations department, solidifying the Su family's reputation as a philanthropic family, and even personally transferred the additional 2 million in donations. With each step, he felt his old face burning. He's now a celebrity in Jiangcheng's martial arts world, attracting attention and whispers wherever he goes. Just thinking about those looks makes his face burn. After passing through several gates, Uncle Long arrived at a secluded courtyard. This is one of the forbidden areas of the Su family. No one is allowed to approach without the order of the family head. The courtyard was dark, without any lights, and there was a faint smell of medicine and rust in the air. The moonlight shone on the bluestone slabs, making it seem even colder. Uncle Long stopped in front of the courtyard gate, standing respectfully with his hands at his sides, without going in or making a sound. He is waiting. The real trump card that the Su family has kept hidden until now. After an unknown amount of time, a figure slowly emerged from the darkness. He was a young man, around 25 or 26 years old, dressed in a simple black training uniform, his figure as straight as a spear. His facial features were hard and cold, his eyes were icy, and he remained silent when looking at people. That was Lin Xian. Uncle Long thought to himself, this is truly the number one among the younger generation of the Su family. Uncle Long, he said, his voice flat. Young Master Lin Xian. Uncle Long bowed even lower, his expression extremely respectful. The head of the family requests your presence. Lin Xian nodded, asked no further questions, and walked away. Uncle Long followed behind him, looking at that straight back, his mind in turmoil. That Chen Fan is too cunning and difficult to deal with. And Lin Xian in front of me is too sharp and only knows how to confront things head on. Soon, the two arrived at Su Wanqing's study. Patriarch. Lin Xian nodded slightly, as if to pay his respects. Su Wanqing shifted her gaze from the monitor screen to Lin Xian. Her usually icy expression softened slightly. Sit. Lin Xian sat down as instructed, his back still ramrod straight. I asked you to come here because I want you to see someone, Su Wanqing said, pressing the remote control. The image on the huge screen on the wall switched to a surveillance video of a testing hall. In the video, a man holding a baby throws a punch casually, and the next second, the sturdy testing instrument explodes, with parts flying everywhere. Uncle Long watched from the side, his heart skipped a beat. He had seen this scene many times, but every time he saw it, he still felt terrified. However, Lin Xian's expression did not change at all, as if he had only seen a boring circus act. Su Wanqing didn't pause and continued switching scenes. Inside the courtyard, Chen Fan pointed a finger, and Elder Su Zhentian, who was at the half-step Gang Jin level, was struck as if by lightning, spitting blood and flying backward. The final image freezes on Chen Fan's calm face. The atmosphere in the study was somewhat heavy. His name is Chen Fan. Su Wanqing's voice was cold. He has the cultivation level of Dan Jin, but his combat strength is strange. He can injure people of a higher level. Your opponent in the final of the youth tournament in a month is him. Lin Xian finally looked away from the screen, and for the first time, a hint of expression appeared on his face. It was a hint of contemptuous laughter. Him? He only said 2 words, but the disdain that came from the bottom of his heart made Uncle Long feel a chill. Su Wanqing looked at him, her eyes turning serious. I don't care what methods he used, or what extraordinary encounters he had. For the finals, I have only one request. She paused for a moment, then said, word by word, I want him dead. After saying that, she took out a small metal tube from the drawer, gently placed it on the table, and pushed it in front of Lin Xian. Inside the metal tube was a pale blue potion, which exuded a dangerous aura under the light. This is Rage, the latest one. Using it will take you to the next level, just in case. Uncle Long gasped when he saw the medicine. Banned drugs. The Patriarch actually wants young Master Lin Xian to use this kind of thing? This shows how much importance they place on Chen Fan. And how determined they are to kill him. Lin Xian's gaze fell on the potion, and he remained silent for a moment. He suddenly smiled. Master, do you think we need to use this to deal with this kind of person? He stood up and walked to the center of the study. There was no build-up of power, nor any astonishing burst of energy. He casually threw a punch at the expensive alloy coffee table a few meters away. Call. A barely perceptible gust of wind from a punch swept past. Uncle Long didn't even see what happened. With a muffled hum, the heavy alloy coffee table silently dented a clear fist-shaped indentation in the center of its surface. The qi is condensed to the point of being substantial. This is the mark of the peak of Dan Jin, just one step away from Gang Jin. Uncle Long gasped, his body stiffening. He knew Lin Xian was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Lin Xian withdrew his fist, turned to look at Su Wanqing, his tone still calm, but carrying an undeniable pride. It's just a fancy, unorthodox approach. Its foundation is unstable and it's full of flaws. Does someone like that even deserve my use of banned drugs? Su Wanqing glanced at the dented coffee table, her eyes flickered for a moment, but ultimately returned to their cold expression. Lin Xian, I won't interfere with your pride. But this concerns the reputation of the Su family, and I won't allow any surprises. She stared into Lin Xian's eyes. Take the medicine. Whether you use it or not is up to you. But the result must be what I want. Lin Xian frowned but didn't move. Su Wanqing said coldly, this is an order. Lin Xian remained silent for a few seconds before reaching for the potion, stuffing it into his pocket without even looking at it. He looked at Chen Fan's face on the screen, a cold killing intent flashing in his eyes, along with an even stronger sense of disdain. Don't worry, master. He spoke with a cold arrogance. Does killing a chicken require this much? One punch is enough to deal with him. Chapter 50. The stay-at-home dad's qi, the temperature is just right. The door to the Su family study closed behind Lin Xian. Uncle Long watched that proud figure disappear into the night, then glanced at the clear fist mark on the table, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Having lived to such an old age, this is the first time he feels he can't quite understand today's young people. One of them, with a mind as deep as the sea, can stir up a storm in the entire city with just 1 million in donations. The other one, sharp as a sword, possessed peak Dan Gene strength, yet was excessively arrogant. The two people collided. Uncle Long shook his head, not daring to think about it any further. He only hoped that young Master Lin Xin's words, "one punch is enough," wouldn't become a joke. The following day, Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association. A few days before the competition registration, the service hall was bustling with people, the air filled with the smells of sweat, medicine, and the barely contained excitement of young people. Those coming and going were mostly young men in their early 20s, all wearing tight-fitting training clothes, their muscles bulging, and their eyes filled with a fierce look. Therefore, when Chen Fan appeared with his daughter Anan, he seemed particularly out of place. He was dressed in ordinary casual clothes, wearing sneakers, holding a baby in his left arm and carrying a pink diaper bag in his right. His appearance made him stand out from the others. He looked more like someone who had come to the park for a stroll. All eyes immediately turned to them. There was curiosity, there was confusion, but there was mostly disdain. "Hey, kid, you've come to the wrong place, haven't you? Turn right after you go out and you'll find the park," a young man with a buzz cut said with a smirk. A burst of laughter immediately erupted from the side. "Ha, maybe they're here to provide logistical support for us? Still want to fight? I bet if he punches her, her daughter will be crying for her mother." The whispers weren't loud, but they reached Chen Fan's ears clearly enough. Chen Fan ignored him. He held Anan in his arms, and Anan opened her big eyes curiously, turning her little head back and forth, looking at the strange uncles around her. He went straight to the registration window and joined the queue. After the people in front of him finished their procedures, it was his turn. Behind the window sat a staff member in his 20s, wearing the Martial Arts Association's uniform, with a professionally impatient expression on his face. He looked up at Chen Fan, then at Anan in his arms, and frowned. "What are you doing?" "Register," Chen Fan said calmly. "Register?" The staff member scoffed. "Register for what? A child care program?" Several of his colleagues behind him also laughed. Chen Fan ignored him and repeated, "Youth Martial Arts Tournament." The staff member's face darkened, and he tapped on the table, "ID card, martial arts license." "I have an ID card," Chen Fan said, taking it out of his pocket and handing it over. "I don't have a martial arts license." "No license?" The staff member tossed the ID card back, his tone even more impatient. "Why are you registering without a license? Do you think this is a vegetable market? Get out of here and don't hold up the people behind you." He spoke quite loudly, and everyone in the queue around him heard him. The laughter grew louder. "I knew it. A lawless person without even a martial arts license, holding a baby, dares to sign up? You can find all sorts of birds in a big forest. What does he think the youth competition is? Playing house? Let's go, buddy, don't embarrass ourselves here." Chen Fan frowned, ignoring the voices. He simply looked at the staff member and calmly said, "I have read the competition rules. Independent martial artists without a martial arts license can also register as long as they pass the on-site strength verification." The staff member was taken aback, seemingly not expecting that this seemingly ordinary guy had actually read the regulations. His face fell slightly, and he sneered, "There is such a rule, but it's a special channel prepared for true powerhouses, not for troublemakers like you. Strength certification? Fine, go over there and line up, pay the 10,000 yuan certification fee first." He pointed to a long queue in the corner of the hall. Chen Fan looked in the direction he was pointing and saw that there were at least 100 people in line. It looked like it would take at least 3 to 5 hours to get a turn. Anan's afternoon nap time is almost here. Just then, probably frightened by the noisy environment and the unfriendly stares around her, Anan's little mouth twitched and she burst into tears. "This is so annoying. Whose kid is this? Can't you discipline him? I told you this isn't an amusement park, are you really acting like you're at home? Where are the security guards? Throw them out." The staff member slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "Stop crying. Get out of here. If you don't leave, I'll call security." His shout made Anan cry even harder. Her little body trembled in Chen Fan's arms, her face flushed red, and she looked extremely pitiful. Chen Fan looked up and stared coldly at the staff member. He didn't look at the person again, but instead looked down and took out a baby bottle and a formula container from his diaper bag. The surrounding laughter grew even more unrestrained. "Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. He actually started making baby formula in front of everyone. This guy's got some serious slapstick humor, right? This is the most outrageous contestant I've seen this year, bar none. Chen Fan ignored everything around him, carefully poured the milk powder into the bottle, and gently shook it. Then, he made a gesture that instantly silenced the entire hall. He held the baby bottle in one hand. A wisp of pale white energy emanated from his palm, silently enveloping the milk bottle. The aura made no sound and had no astonishing power. It simply covered there quietly. Fine bubbles began to rise from the water in the bottle. A few seconds later, Chen Fan withdrew his protective energy. The whole process was smooth and natural. He tested the temperature of the pacifier on his wrist before confidently putting it into Anand's little mouth. Okay, stop crying, drink your milk now. Anan immediately stopped crying, hugged the warm bottle, and began to suckle contentedly. The entire service hall was completely silent. In the hall, all sound fell silent. Those who had been mocking him stood there, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. The staff member who was yelling to kick people out had his mouth agape, his expression shifting from impatience to astonishment, then to horror, and finally turning deathly pale. In the corner, a composed Dan Jean martial artist's hand trembled, and the registration form fell to the ground. He stared intently at Chen Fan's hand, his lips quivering, muttering to himself. Can be used like this? This is a grandmaster? These words caused an uproar in the deathly silent hall. All eyes were on Chen Fan, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Grandmaster? This seemingly harmless young father holding his baby is actually a grandmaster? Holy crap, heating milk with internal energy? Are you crazy? The staff member behind the window slumped into his chair, his body going limp. He looked at Chen Fan, cold sweat soaking his forehead. Just now, he actually yelled at a terrifying being who might be a grandmaster, and even asked the security guards to kick him out. The thought made him tremble even more violently. Just as the entire venue fell into a chilling silence, a clear, cold female voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. Using your inner energy to warm milk for your daughter, Mr. Chen Fan, you always surprise us like this. The crowd automatically parted to form a path. Wen Jinyu walked over slowly in her high heels. She was wearing a smart black business suit today, her expression still cold, but when she looked at Chen Fan, her eyes were complicated and filled with shock. She had just witnessed this unbelievable scene through the security camera in her office. She thought to herself, this guy is ridiculously strong. Can the president have that kind of control? When Jinyu walked up to Chen Fan, her gaze falling on Anan, who was obediently drinking milk in his arms, and her eyes softened for a moment. She then looked at the staff member who was almost paralyzed with fear, her voice returning to its icy tone. What happened? The staff member jumped, stood up trembling, and stammered, I don't know, he doesn't have a martial arts license. Can't I register if I don't have a license? Wen Jinyu asked rhetorically. Yes, but it needs to be certified. Wen Jinyu said coldly, then give him the certification. Yes. The staff nodded vigorously. Wen Jinyu ignored him and turned to look at Chen Fan, taking out a pure black metal card from her pocket and handing it over. Your situation is special ordinary certification is not suitable for you. She stared into Chen Fan's eyes and said, word by word, the president wants to see you in person. The certification test will begin now. Chapter 51 The President's Invitation, S-Class Secret. That pure black metal card felt icy to the touch. Chen Fan didn't take it, he just held his daughter and quietly looked at Wen Jinyu. Anan's little mouth had already left the bottle, and she was smacking her lips, her little face full of satisfied contentment. Wen Jinyu led Chen Fan through an internal passage instead of the main entrance to the hall. The corridor was quiet, with cold, metallic walls, bright lighting, and the faint sound of ventilation. Along the way, occasionally staff members in Martial Arts Association uniforms would pass by. Upon seeing Wen Jinyu, they would immediately stop, bow respectfully, and then quickly glance at Chen Fan behind her with a look that was a mixture of surprise and confusion. A man dressed casually, holding a baby, and carrying a pink diaper bag, was following Minister 1, who was known as an iceberg in the association. The scene looked strange no matter how you looked at it. Chen Fan paid no attention to these stares. He simply patted Anan's back gently, letting her rest her head on his shoulder and burp comfortably. Soon, the three arrived at a private elevator. The elevator doors slid open silently, revealing a spacious interior covered with a soft carpet. Wen Jinyu went in first and pressed the button for the top floor. The elevator ascended smoothly. Bite. We've reached the top floor. The elevator doors opened, revealing a wide and quiet corridor. At the end of the corridor was a heavy mahogany door, where two guards dressed in black training uniforms stood, their auras calm and collected. Both were martial artists at the peak of the transformation realm. Upon seeing Wen Jinyu, the two immediately bowed in greeting. Wen Jinyu nodded, led Chen Fan to the door, and gently knocked. "Please come in." A voice, aged yet full of energy, came from inside. Wen Jinyu pushed open the door and stepped aside to let Chen Fan go in first. This is a very spacious office with a calm and sophisticated style. There are no excessive decorations, only rows of bookshelves that reach the ceiling, and the air is filled with a faint aroma of tea and books. An elderly man with gray hair, dressed in a gray tang suit, was sitting behind a huge mahogany desk, holding a steaming cup of tea in his hand. He looked very kind, with a faint smile on his face. He is the president of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association. Upon seeing Chen Fan enter, the chairman put down his teacup, stood up, and smiled even more broadly. "Young friend, please have a seat." His voice was very gentle. Wen Jinyu and several other senior executives in the office stood respectfully to the side, watching this scene with some shock in their hearts. The president was surprisingly polite to a young man, even getting up to greet him. Chen Fan held his daughter, nodded slightly in return, and then sat down on the sofa where guests were being entertained. The president also came out from behind his desk and sat on the sofa opposite Chen Fan. His gaze fell on Anan in Chen Fan's arms, and his eyes softened. "I saw it all in the hall just now." The president smiled. Using his internal energy to warm milk for his daughter, that thoughtfulness and self-control are unmatched in the Jiangcheng martial arts world. He changed the subject abruptly, saying with absolute certainty, "We already know your abilities. You don't need any certification tests, you're a direct seed for this youth competition." Upon hearing this, Wen Jinyu, who was standing next to him, was stunned for a moment. A seeded player? This qualification is reserved for the most outstanding geniuses from ancient martial arts families, or martial artists with great potential who have been observed by the association for a long time. The president just gave it to him like that? However, Chen Fan's reaction was indifferent, as if he had only heard about a trivial matter. The president looked at him and said, "Young friend, you are so young yet possess such master-level cultivation and control. May I ask who your master is? If it's convenient." Before he could finish speaking, Anan, who was in Chen Fan's arms, probably because the environment was too quiet and comfortable, tilted her little head, leaned on her father's shoulder, rubbed her eyes, and yawned a little. "Soft and chewy, it's so cute." Chen Fan immediately stopped thinking and looked down at his daughter. He raised his head and calmly interrupted the chairman. "President, thank you for your kindness." His voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear. "However, my daughter needs to take a nap." He stood up, holding Anan, his tone polite but firm. "Let's talk about it after the competition. I have to take her home." In an instant, the entire office became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Wen Jinyu and the other executives stared at Chen Fan in disbelief. They wondered if the young man had gone mad. Does he know who he's facing? The highest authority in Jiangcheng's martial arts world. A figure that countless people long to meet but can never attain. The president personally received him, granted him special privileges, and inquired about his lineage. This was clearly an attempt to win him over. He actually refused outright, using the excuse that his daughter wanted to take a nap? Wen Jinyu was both anxious and angry. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the expression on the president's face. The president paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on Chen Fan and Anan for a few seconds before he nodded, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. "Okay, the child is more important." The president stood up, walked up to Chen Fan, and nodded approvingly. The path of martial arts cultivates not only the body, but also the mind. If you can't even distinguish the importance of what you most want to protect, what's the use of reaching the level of a martial god? He looked at Chen Fan and slowly nodded. "Young friend, you are very good." As he spoke, he turned to Wen Jinyu and said, "Jinyu, go personally and complete Mr. Chen Fan's competition application. Make sure all procedures are handled to the highest standards." "Yes, President." Wen Jinyu suppressed her shock and replied respectfully. Chen Fan, holding his daughter, nodded to the chairman, "Thank you." After saying that, he turned around, picked up Anan, who was almost asleep, and walked out of the office. Wen Jinyu quickly completed the formalities and handed Chen Fan a gold card representing his status as a seated player. Chen Fan thanked them, then carried his daughter and left the Martial Arts Association building. He didn't look back, walking straight into the crowd. In the top floor office. After Chen Fan left, The president's smile vanished instantly, replaced by an unfathomable air of authority. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the figure holding a child, disappearing into the crowd. His expression became extremely solemn. When Jinyu stood behind him and asked softly, "President, are we really just going to let this person go like this? Otherwise what?" The president didn't turn around, his voice low. A young man who can control his internal energy to that extent, with such a firm mind, and who knows what's most important to him. We either have to win him over and use him for our purposes, or we have to find a way to keep him from ever speaking. He remained silent for a moment. Jinyu. Exist. The president slowly spoke, issuing an order that sent a jolt through Wen Jinyu's heart. The name Chen Fan and all his video materials are classified as S-level top-secret files. Activate the highest level of observation privileges, only record, do not interact. From this moment forward, all information about him is strictly prohibited from being leaked to any person or force outside the Martial Arts Association. Not a single word is allowed. When Jinyu's pupils suddenly contracted. S-class secret. This has never happened before in the history of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association. The president watched the figure disappear around the street corner, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile that no one could understand appeared on his lips. This year's youth competition. This is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 52: The relaxed life of a stay-at-home dad, and the Su family's torture. The afternoon sun was just right. Unlike the oppressive atmosphere that was almost tangible in the top-floor office of the Martial Arts Association, Chen Fan felt unusually relaxed as he carried his daughter and on his way home. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of the plane trees along the roadside, casting dappled patterns of light that fell warmly on the father and daughter. Anen had already fallen asleep in his arms, her little head resting on her father's broad shoulder, a sweet smile on her lips, her long eyelashes fluttering gently with her even breathing. Chen Fan's steps were light and steady. He looked down at his daughter's adorable sleeping face, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up slightly. S-level secrets, special approval from the chairman, seeded player status and the youth competition, all of these seem insignificant in the face of his daughter's peaceful sleep. For him, nothing is more important than his daughter's afternoon nap. Back in their rented apartment in Qingyiwan community, Chen Fan carefully opened the door, gently placed Anen back on her small bed, and carefully covered her with a soft blanket. After doing all this, he finally breathed a long sigh of relief and sat down on the old sofa in the living room. Sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a long band of light across the floor. Tiny dust particles danced in the beams of light in the air. Everything seemed so quiet and peaceful. Chen Fan closed his eyes, enjoying the rare tranquility before the storm. The Martial Arts Association's high-profile actions must have alerted the Su family. Holding his daughter, he quickened his pace instinctively. He needed to get home quickly and couldn't let Anen linger outside. He slowly opened his palm, and a wisp of pale white energy, like a gentle sprite, wrapped and danced around his fingertips, finally transforming into a small, crystal-clear ice flower. Gang Qi, the mark of a martial arts master. But he had already transcended that realm. All he has to do now is stay with his daughter and quietly wait for the competition to begin. In stark contrast to Chen Fan's leisurely and carefree atmosphere, the oppressive atmosphere inside the Su family mansion was almost frozen solid. In the study. Smack! A blue and white porcelain teacup was smashed to the ground and shattered into pieces. Su Wanqing's chest heaved violently, her face was taut, and her eyes were terrifyingly gloomy. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. She looked at Uncle Long kneeling on the ground, not daring to lift his head, gritted her teeth, and spoke in an icy voice. I sent you to humiliate him, and what did you get? Not only did you give away $1 million, but you also became a witness to his reputation as Mr. Chen the Great Philanthropist? Uncle Long, you've been with me for so many years, are you getting worse and worse? Uncle Long knelt on the floor, his head bowed low, not daring to look Su Wanqing in the eye. Patriarch, it's my fault. I didn't expect him to pull such a move. He doesn't play by the rules at all. Playing by the rules? Su Wanqing laughed angrily. He's a peasant who climbed up from the bottom. What kind of high society rules do you expect him to follow? He's just using the most direct and shameless way to slap the Su family in the face. The news was still playing on TV, and Uncle Long's face was particularly jarring. When has the Su family, a top-tier ancient martial arts family in Jiangcheng, ever suffered such a humiliating disgrace? Using money to humiliate someone resulted in the other party using their own money to buy a good reputation known throughout the city, while the Su family became the sucker who was laughed at by the whole city. Uncle Long was so frightened that he didn't dare to say a word. With the head of the family so angry, any explanation now will only add fuel to the fire. After a long while, Su Wanqing slowly sat back down on the rosewood chair. The rise and fall of her chest gradually subsided, but her eyes became increasingly sinister. Okay, very good. She had initially thought that Chen Fan was just a martial artist who had broken through by chance, possessing only brute strength and not worth fearing. But now it seems that this man not only possesses uncanny strength, but also has a terrifyingly deep and cunning mind. First, they feigned weakness and calmly collected money, thus lulling Uncle Long into a false sense of security. Then, by transferring the money to the donation and contacting the media, the Su family was put in a very difficult position. After this elaborate scheme, the Su family is now in a difficult position. If they try to clarify, they will only be ridiculed for being petty. If they don't, they will have to swallow their pride and accept this forced good deed in silence. Master, what do we do now? A cold smile curved at the corners of Su Wanqing's lips. Doesn't he like to be a good person and stand on moral high ground? Then I'll praise him even more. A ruthless glint flashed in her eyes. Uncle Long, go and do 3 things now. First, in the name of the Su family, donate an additional 9 million to the martial arts orphanage, making it a round number of 10 million. Furthermore, have the media publicize this extensively, saying that our Su family was moved by Mr. Chen Fan's charitable act and decided to join in this great undertaking. Secondly, we must utilize all our media resources to promote the name Mr. Chen, the great philanthropist. I want everyone in Jiangcheng to know that he is a virtuous, compassionate, and truly good person. Third. Su Wanqing's voice paused, then became sharp and menacing, like a viper's tongue, filled with deadly chill. Go to the forbidden area and bring Lin Xian to me. Tell him that the family has poured all its resources into nurturing him for so many years. Now it's time for him to serve the family. When Uncle Long heard the name Lin Xian, he shuddered and all color drained from his face. Lin Xian. That's the Su family's hidden trump card. He's the undisputed number 1 among the younger generation. To deal with Chen Fan, the family head actually has to use this trump card? Patriarch, isn't this a bit too much? The higher you're lifted up, the harder you fall. Su Wanqing interrupted him, her voice filled with pleasure and cruelty. I want to make him a dead dog with one punch from Lin Xian when he's in the spotlight and at the peak of his fame. I want everyone in Jiangcheng to see just how utterly vulnerable this so-called philanthropist Chen is in the face of absolute power. By then, he will be disgraced, and the Su family will become a true model of philanthropy. Hearing Su Wanqing's vicious scheme of praising to death, Uncle Long felt a chill rise from the bottom of his heart, making him shudder. This time, Chen Fan has truly enraged the mistress of the Su family. Uncle Long accepted the order and left, his figure hurried away. In the study, Su Wanqing picked up the phone and dialed a number. Lin Xian, it's your turn. Chapter 53, The Last Calm Before the Storm. In the Su family study, Su Wanqing hung up the phone, the cold and ruthless look on her face still lingering. On the other end of the phone, Lin Xian's voice was as confident as ever, even carrying a hint of languor from being looked down upon. Master, rest assured. He's just a peasant, there's no need for such a big fuss. At the competition, I will show him what the difference between heaven and earth is. As Su Wanqing listened to the busy tone on the phone, a cruel smile curled at the corner of her lips. Very good. What she wanted was Lin Xian's inherent pride. She's just waiting to see how that guy surnamed Chen will die at Lin Xian's hands. She picked up the freshly brewed tea on the table, gently blew on it to cool it, and looked deep into the distance. Chen Fan, enjoy this last, brief moment of peace. Soon you will realize that everything you have done is just setting the stage for the Su family to put on a show. In the end, you will be the one who dies, while the Su family will be the ones who shine. The next day, the front pages of major media outlets in Jiangcheng were almost entirely dominated by the Su family and philanthropist Chen. The Su family generously donated 9 million yuan to join Mr. Chen Fan in a charitable endeavor, resulting in a 10 million yuan donation to the martial arts orphanage. The head of the Su family publicly stated he was deeply moved by Mr. Chen Fan's character. What defines a true hero? The philanthropist Chen and the Su family have set a new benchmark for martial arts in Jiangcheng. Overnight, public opinion completely reversed. The Su family not only washed away their previous embarrassment, but also transformed themselves into a model of philanthropy who admitted their mistakes, corrected them, and readily embraced good. With the Su family's relentless promotion, Chen Fan's reputation as the great philanthropist resounded throughout the city. Countless ordinary citizens and grassroots martial artists regard him as an idol of noble character and compassion. Chen Fan remained completely unconcerned about the turmoil in the outside world. At this moment, he is enjoying the last peaceful moments before the competition with his daughter, Anan. The commercial street was bustling with people in the afternoon. Chen Fan held Anan in his arms, and Anan was holding a soft little bear plush toy that she had just bought yesterday. The little guy was especially happy today, making ba sounds and patting the bear's head with his little hands, as if he was greeting a new friend. As Anan passed by a toy store, a colorful rattle in the window caught her attention. Her little finger pointed in that direction, her big eyes sparkling. Ah. Chen Fan smiled, picked her up, and carried her inside. Boss, could you please bring me that rattle drum? He bought his daughter a new toy and a cup of warm corn juice from a beverage shop. In the sunlight, Anan sat in her father's arms, sipping corn juice, her little feet swinging back and forth. Looking at his daughter's contented face, Chen Fan felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. He knew all about the Su family's little tricks even with his toes. Praised to death? They wanted to elevate him to a high position, and then have that ace named Lin Xian knock him down with a single punch in front of everyone. Unfortunately, they made a mistake. I don't care what others think. I want the championship, and I want the lives of the Su family too. After finishing the corn juice, Chen Fan checked the time. That's about it. Today is the last day to register for the youth competition. He held Anan in his arms, turned around, and walked towards the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association building not far away. Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association, Registration Hall. A long queue stood in the hall, silent except for the rustling of clothes. Everyone in line was dressed in training clothes, their eyes darting menacingly at those around them, their hands unconsciously resting on their waists or backs. For them, this was not a registration point, but a battlefield. In this oppressive atmosphere, an incongruous figure appeared. Chen Fan, carrying his daughter and a pink diaper bag, strolled leisurely into the hall. He glanced at the long queue and found a spot at the back. Anan had just finished drinking and was feeling a little sleepy, so she whimpered in his arms. Chen Fan took out the newly bought rattle from his diaper bag and shook it gently. Thump thump thump, thump thump. The crisp sound seemed particularly abrupt in the quiet hall. Suddenly, everyone turned to look. When they saw the source of the sound, they were all stunned. A man dressed casually? She was holding a baby in her arms? In his hand, he was still shaking a rattle drum? What's going on? Bringing a child? Someone in the group couldn't help but sneer. The people around them also started whispering among themselves, they're probably here to cause trouble. Where are the security guards? Why are they letting just anyone in? Disdainful, mocking, and puzzled gazes came from all directions. Chen Fan seemed not to hear, he just kept his head down, focused on coaxing his daughter in his arms, his eyes gentle. The procession moved forward slowly. Finally, it was Chen Fan's turn. The staff member in charge of registration looked up, saw Chen Fan and Anan in his arms, and frowned impatiently. Name, the staff member asked without looking up. Chen Fan. The staff member then asked, age? 24. Cultivation level? None. Nothingness? The staff member's pen stopped, and he looked up at Chen Fan as if he were an idiot. What do you mean by nothingness? External force? Manifest force? I simply lack cultivation. Chen Fan replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the martial artists queuing around burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, no cultivation? He really dares to say that. I thought he was a master who was pretending to be weak to take advantage of others, but it turns out he's a complete loser. The staff member's face darkened, and he slammed his pen on the table. What are you doing here registering if you have no cultivation? Are you trying to cause trouble? Get out of here, don't hold up the people behind you. Just then, Anan was probably disturbed by the noisy environment, her little mouth twitched, and she looked like she was about to cry. Chen Fan frowned slightly. He ignored the staff member, simply holding his daughter, gently patting her back, and softly coaxing her. He just stood there quietly, and the surrounding noise seemed to quiet down a little. When Jinyu, who was patrolling not far away, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Her gaze instantly locked onto the figure standing in front of the registration desk. Was it him? The man who used his inner energy to warm milk for his daughter. Why is he still queuing up? When Jinyu was a little confused. Didn't the president already give him a seed qualification card? Just as she was about to step forward, she saw Chen Fan take a gold card out of his diaper bag with one hand and gently place it on the table. The card gleamed brightly under the light. It was personally awarded by the president. It's a seeded player's identity card. The staff member who had been so arrogant just moments before suddenly lost all color in his face the moment he saw the card, and froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. The surrounding laughter abruptly stopped. Everyone stared intently at the golden card, their eyes filled with horror and disbelief. A seeded player? This dad holding his baby is actually a top contender? Chen Fan didn't look at them again. He held his daughter in one arm and picked up the registration form on the table with the other, calmly filling it out. After completing all the formalities, he received his race number, 007. He held an, who had calmed down again, glanced at the passageway with the signed strength certification test area not far away, and walked over calmly. That was the first hurdle for all participants. It was also the place where he made his first appearance on the official stage of the world. Chapter 54 Witness a Miracle. One punch shatters the testing machine. Chen Fan carried an in and walked into the passageway with a sign that read Strength Certification Test Area. The passage was short, but the view suddenly opened up at the end. This is a huge space several times larger than the registration hall, with an extremely high ceiling covered with complex metal tracks and lighting equipment. Drink! Ha! Shouts and the muffled thuds of fists and feet striking the equipment rose and fell incessantly. The place was packed with people, and the atmosphere was much more tense than in the registration hall outside. Dozens of testing instruments of various shapes and sizes are divided into different areas, ranging from the most basic strength and speed tests to complex nerve response and blood circulation tests. There was a queue in front of each instrument, and the young martial artists all had serious expressions, their eyes filled with anticipation and trepidation for the future. Chen Fan's appearance once again broke the tense atmosphere here. He was holding his daughter, carrying a pink diaper bag, and holding the number 007 tag, standing out from his surroundings. Hey, look over there. Another one with a child? What's going on today? I guess he came with a friend. This is a testament to strength, not an amusement park. The martial artists queuing around them cast curious, puzzled, and even slightly disdainful glances their way. Chen Fan didn't care. He found the shortest line and joined it at the back. He looked down and gently rocked an in his arms. The little one was curious about the noisy environment around her, her big eyes rolling around and making ya sounds. Finally, it was his turn. The tester in charge of the instrument was a young man wearing an association uniform. He glanced at Chen Fan, then looked at an in his arms, and his brows immediately furrowed. Name, number. The tester's tone was very impatient. Chen Fan, number 007. The tester swiped a few times on the tablet in front of him without looking up. Go over there, the one on the far left, the Mingjin fist strength test. He pointed to an instrument in the far corner of the testing area. It looked the oldest and simplest, with only a square punching bag connected to a display screen. That was prepared for those who weren't even considered martial artists but rather external martial artists, or for newcomers who had just reached the threshold of Mingjin manifested strength. The martial artists queuing around them reacted in various ways. A haughty young man scoffed and said to his companion, "See? I told you he was just here to cause trouble." A seasoned martial artist whispered a bet to the person next to him. "I bet his punch won't even get him to 3 digits. A cautious-looking middle-aged man simply frowned and remained silent. Faced with these questions, Chen Fan frowned slightly. He just found it a bit troublesome. He came here just to go through the motions, get his competition qualification, and then go home to make baby food for his daughter. It's pointless to get angry with these people. He held an in his arms and turned to walk towards the Mingjin testing device in the corner. There was another staff member standing next to the testing equipment. He looked younger, like an intern. He also looked surprised when he saw Chen Fan carrying the child over. Please aim your fist at the bullseye and attack with all your might," the intern said after a moment of hesitation. Chen Fan nodded. "That punching bag looks very simple. What can this thing detect?" He was a little skeptical, feeling that if he used even a little force, the old machine would fall apart. He intended to hold back, give it a perfunctory response, and finish quickly. But just then, Anan, who was in his arms, seemed to have discovered a new toy. The little guy excitedly pointed his tiny hand at the red bullseye, his big eyes sparkling, and he let out a clear, excited shout. "Fight! Fight!" The little guy shouted and waved his little fists, making a hey-ha sound at the air. His adorable appearance made the interns next to him laugh. Chen Fan smiled too. He lowered his head and kissed his daughter's chubby little face, his voice gentle. Okay, Daddy will hit you to see. My daughter's request must be fulfilled." He thought to himself, I'll just use a little bit of my inner strength to play with her. He held Anan in his arms, turned to the side, and, mimicking his daughter's earlier gesture, casually raised his right hand and made a fist. Then, just like that, he lightly slapped the center of the punching bag. He didn't even use 1/10 of his strength. The fist landed, and the numbers on the screen flashed by, instantly exceeding the maximum limit. Immediately afterwards, a loud bang rang out. The punching bag, made of special alloy and capable of withstanding the full force of a Ming Jin martial artist, exploded in everyone's horrified gaze. Countless metal parts, accompanied by electrical sparks, flew in all directions. The entire testing hall fell silent instantly. All the noise, shouts, and discussions vanished without a trace at that moment. Time seemed to stand still. Hundreds of martial artists and dozens of staff members were frozen in place, as if they had been frozen in place by a spell. Some people's mouths were agape, some instinctively took a step back, and others rubbed their eyes hard. The tester who had been making things difficult for Chen Fan suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud, his face ashen, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in it, making a hoarse sound but unable to utter a single word. All eyes were on the instigator. Chen Fan. He maintained the same posture of holding the baby with one hand, while the other hand remained suspended in mid-air. He looked at the testing instrument, which was now only half a stand and still emitting black smoke, and frowned slightly. The quality is terrible. He just wanted to make his daughter happy, who knew this thing would be so fragile. Anan, nestled in my arms, was startled by the loud noise. Her little mouth twitched, and she looked like she was about to cry. Chen Fan quickly withdrew his hand, gently patted his daughter's back, and softly coaxed, "Anan, don't be afraid, Daddy's here." The gentle soothing voice, in the quiet hall, sounded exceptionally clear, and also exceptionally creepy. The entire room fell silent. Shatter the previous ridicule and contempt in the most direct and violent way. In the midst of this frozen atmosphere, a clear and urgent voice rang out. "Everyone! Put down your tests. Enforcement team, clear the area." The crowd automatically parted to make way for them. When Jinyu walked over quickly in her high heels, her face full of solemnity and shock. Her gaze swept past the stunned martial artists and locked onto Chen Fan and the broken testing device. Her eyes narrowed when she saw the shattered punching bag. Although the Ming Jin testing instrument is the most basic type, its material can still withstand several punches from a martial artist with Huajina level of martial arts skill. But now, it's been blown up? One punch. This man. When Jinyu took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She waved her hand, and several martial artists wearing law enforcement armbands immediately stepped forward to disperse the crowd. Soon, the entire testing area was cleared out. When Jinyu walked up to Chen Fan, looking at him with complicated emotions, as well as at the little guy in his arms who had just been coaxed into quiet again. She remained silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking, her voice carrying a dryness she herself was unaware of. "Mr. Chen Fan. Your abilities have already exceeded the scope of regular testing." She gave Chen Fan a deep look and said in a deep voice, "Please come with me, the president wants to see you in person." When Jinyu turned around and walked deeper into the testing area, there was a heavy, unmarked metal door. She stepped forward, pressed her fingerprint on the authentication device next to the door, and then entered a long and complicated password. "Deep President's token authentication approved." The metal door made a soft sound and slowly slid open to both sides. Behind the door was a deep, downward-sloping passageway, with soft white light shimmering on the walls. A solemn and profound atmosphere, completely different from the outside world, emanated from behind the door. That's where the true core of the Martial Arts Association lies. A secret room requiring the president's warrant to open, designated as a Grandmaster Certification Room. Chapter 55 Grandmaster Level Chi and Blood, the Guild Master arrives in person. Deep and quiet. This was Chen Fan's first impression upon entering the Grandmaster Certification Secret Room. In stark contrast to the bustling, technologically advanced testing hall outside, this place felt like a secluded, quiet room. The heavy alloy door slowly closed behind us, shutting out the last trace of light and sound. The secret room wasn't large, only about 100 square meters. The walls were made of an unknown dark metal, engraved with complex and mysterious patterns that seemed to have the effect of absorbing sound and energy. A faint sandalwood scent filled the air, calming the mind and spirit. Led by Wen Jinyu, Chen Fan held his daughter and calmly looked towards the center of the secret room. There was a rustic pear wood tea table. An elderly man with gray hair, dressed in a gray tang suit, sat calmly, slowly brewing tea. He was clearly sitting there, yet his presence was imperceptible, his aura was calm and unfathomable. This person is none other than the highest authority of the Jiangchang Martial Arts Association, the president. President, the person has been brought. When Jinyu bowed respectfully, her eyes filled with barely concealed excitement and curiosity. The president slowly raised his head, his gaze passing over Wen Jinyu and landing directly on Chen Fan. His eyes seemed cloudy, but once they fell upon someone, they revealed everything. When his gaze swept over Anan, who was curiously looking around in Chen Fan's arms, a barely perceptible tenderness flashed in his eyes. Sit down. The president gestured to the seat opposite him, his voice gentle yet carrying an undeniable air of authority. Chen Fan nodded and sat down calmly, holding Anan in his arms. He knew that this hurdle wouldn't be easy to overcome today. Ever since he smashed that testing device, he had been standing in the spotlight. Mr. Chen Fan, right? The president personally poured him a cup of tea, the aroma of which filled the air. Don't be nervous. Our association holds the utmost goodwill towards every martial artist with potential. I'm just here to register my daughter for the competition, Chen Fan replied casually, hugging Anan a little tighter. Upon hearing this, the president smiled but didn't point it out. He pointed to a piece of equipment next to him that seemed completely out of place in the overall style of the quiet room. It was a sphere made entirely of pure crystal, about the size of a basketball, suspended on a metal base, its surface shimmering with iridescent light, connected to a huge display screen. This thing is far more advanced than those testing instruments outside. Since its registration, the strength verification process still needs to be followed. The president got straight to the point. The instruments outside are too fragile and not worthy of Mr. Chen's strength. This is our association's highest-level Grandmaster certification crystal ball, which directly tests your qi and blood value, and the results are more accurate. When Jinyu stood to the side, holding her breath. She knew this was the real show. The president was going to personally investigate this mysterious stay-at-home dad. Chen Fan looked at the crystal ball, feeling somewhat helpless. He hadn't wanted to be so high-profile, but it seemed he had no other choice. With his current early-stage qi refining cultivation, who knew what astonishing results he would get if he went all out? How do we test it? Chen Fan asked, already thinking about how much force to use to pass the test without being too frightening. Place your hand on it and infuse it with your inner energy. The guild leader picked up his teacup, took a small sip, but kept his eyes fixed on Chen Fan's every move. Chen Fan nodded, picked up Anan, stood up, and walked to the crystal ball. He took a deep breath and slowly placed one hand on the cool surface of the crystal ball. A wisp of extremely refined internal energy, like a gentle stream, was carefully infused into it. He only wanted the data to appear as that of a relatively powerful peak Dan gene cultivator, just enough to fool the system. Buzz. The crystal ball was instantly illuminated, emitting a pure white light that represented the martial artist's inner strength. Although the light was not particularly dazzling, its pure texture made Wen Jinyu's eyes widen and her breath catch in her throat. It really is Gang Jin. Such a young Gang Jin master. The president paused slightly in his teacup, a knowing glint in his eyes. However, just as Chen Fan was about to stop, Anan in his arms was completely captivated by the large, glowing ball. The little one clapped excitedly with his tiny hands, his big, dark eyes sparkling with curiosity, and he made indistinct syllables. Light. Light. Anan pointed her little finger at the crystal ball, then turned to look at her father, seemingly complaining that the light wasn't bright enough or fun enough. Chen Fan was at a loss for words, both amused and exasperated. My little darling, this is not a toy. Daddy, light. Anan pouted when her father didn't respond, seemingly a little unhappy. Seeing his daughter's almost aggrieved expression, Chen Fan no longer cared about concealing his strength. Nothing was more important than his daughter's happiness. You just want it to be brighter, right? Here you go. Chen Fan sighed helplessly. The qi he was about to withdraw not only failed to retract, but instead continued to flow steadily into the crystal ball, like a tap being turned on. He didn't dare to unleash his full power, but simply increased the flow of his inner energy a bit, hoping to make the ball's light even more dazzling and to please his daughter. However, he completely underestimated the quality of his own internal energy and the sensitivity of this master's certified crystal ball. Buzzing. In an instant, the previously soft, pure white light suddenly surged. The entire secret chamber became so bright that it was impossible to open one's eyes. The mysterious patterns on the walls seemed to come alive, flashing wildly. On the screen representing qi and blood levels, the numbers began to jump wildly at an almost insane speed. 50,000. 70,000. 90,000. Every jump in the numbers made Wen Jinyu and the president's hearts skip a beat. Wen Jinyu's breath hitched, and she instinctively covered her mouth. Her eyes widened, completely unable to believe what she was seeing. 90,000. This is a health value that only a veteran late-stage gang gene expert can achieve. Chen Fan looks to be only in his early 20s. Click. A soft sound. The president could no longer hold his teacup steady. The scalding tea spilled out, splashing onto his tang suit, but he was completely unaware. His deep eyes now held only one emotion: utter shock. And, after that shock, an uncontrollable ecstasy. The numbers on the screen are still soaring. 98,000. 99,000. 99,999. Finally, just as it was about to break the 100,000 mark, the number on the screen flashed and then froze. Following that were two glaring, scarlet characters: abnormal. The entire secret room fell into a deathly silence. Only the dazzlingly bright crystal ball and the terrifying value on the screen, which was infinitely close to the theoretical upper limit of gang gene, silently told the story of the birth of a myth. Bright. Cluck cluck cluck. Looking at the shiny, round ball, Anen was finally satisfied and laughed happily in her father's arms. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The task of soothing the baby was complete. He glanced at the glaring 99999 abnormal on the screen, and his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. It seems, we've gone a bit too far? He withdrew his hand, and the crystal ball's light dimmed instantly. The test is over. My daughter needs a nap, so I'm leaving now. Chen Fan didn't give the two of them any time to react. He picked up Anen, who was already yawning, nodded to the president and Wen Jinyu, who were still in a petrified state, and turned to walk towards the door. All he wants now is to get out of this troublesome place as soon as possible. Only after Chen Fan's figure disappeared through the alloy gate did the president seem to wake from a dream. He looked at the tea spilled on his body, then at the terrifying data on the screen that still hadn't disappeared, and the ecstasy on his face could no longer be contained, finally turning into a low and hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. Great. What a perfect daughter wants to take a nap. Far from being angry, he admired him even more. This kid is interesting. When Jinyu finally came to her senses, she quickly walked to the president's side, her voice still trembling uncontrollably. President, this data, he's only in his 20s. This is simply genius? Prodigy? The president's smile slowly faded, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and deep thought. No, these words are insufficient to describe him. Jinyu, do you think he stopped at the end because he was exhausted? When Jinyu was stunned. Recalling Chen Fan's nonchalant demeanor at the end, as if he had only done something insignificant, a thought that made her feel a chill run down her spine surfaced in her mind. You mean, he could still continue? That abnormality wasn't the instrument's limit, but rather he stopped it intentionally? The president did not answer directly, but stared intently in the direction Chen Fan had left, his eyes becoming incredibly deep. A young man who can casually drop these kinds of statistics just to make his daughter happy, just who is he? After a long while, the president turned around, his face completely darkening, and gave Wen Jinyu an order, his tone carrying an unquestionable decisiveness. Pass on my orders. Classify the name Chen Fan and everything that happened today as a top-secret S-level file. Activate the highest level of observation privileges. From this moment on, I need to know his every move. No one may make contact with him outside the rules until his origins and purpose are fully understood. Yes. When Jinyu's heart skipped a beat, and she nodded emphatically. S-level top-secret file. Highest level of observation access. This has never happened before in the history of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association. What exactly does this chairman want to do? What terrifying storm will the mysterious father who left with his daughter bring to the entire Jiangcheng martial arts world? Chapter 56: The doting dad martial artist who sweeps the arena. The atmosphere in the president's office was somber. When Jinyu stood in front of her desk, holding a newly printed document in her hand, her expression somewhat strange. President, Chen Fan's information has been entered into the system. Based on his strength certification results, the system has automatically assigned him to the seeded player group of the youth competition. Behind his desk, the old chairman held a cup of hot tea, gently blew on it, and looked calm. Oh? Seed group? Yes. When Jinyu nodded and explained, according to the competition rules, contestants whose strength reaches the peak of Dan Jin or above will be automatically listed as seeded contestants and directly enter the final round of the preliminary rounds to avoid exhausting themselves with ordinary contestants too early. Reasonable. The president took a sip of tea, seemingly unsurprised by the result. When Jinyu hesitated for a moment. Looking at a certain field in the data, she couldn't help but say, but President, the system's strength rating for him is Peak of Danjin. Peak of Danjin? The guild leader glanced at her and smiled. What, you think something's not right? Of course that's not right. When Jinyu's voice rose a little. The data on that crystal ball, 99999 abnormal, that's not something a peak Danjin cultivator could produce. Even I, at full strength. She stopped halfway through her sentence. Because she saw the president looking at her with a "you finally figured it out" look. When Jinyu understood instantly. You mean, you deliberately altered his authentication data? She asked in a low voice, somewhat incredulous. It's not a modification, it's a correction, not. The president put down his teacup and said slowly, just think about it, a young man in his 20s who comes to the competition with his daughter, suddenly reveals a terrifying statistic that far surpasses that of a grandmaster. How big of a storm would that cause? When Jinyu fell silent. She could imagine it. The entire martial arts world will be thrown into chaos. Major families, the military, and those hiding in the shadows will all be alarmed. For a young person who wanted to compete discreetly, this was not an honor, but a disaster. That kid just wants to play a match quietly, win some prize money, and buy milk powder for his daughter. The president leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Our martial arts association has to provide some small conveniences for true geniuses, doesn't it? A rating of peak Danjin is enough to make him the center of attention, but not so much that he becomes the target of everyone's criticism. It allows him to show his strength while avoiding most unnecessary trouble. When Jinyu listened, her eyes revealing admiration. The president has thought of everything. This is not only about protection, but also a test. I understand. When Jinyu nodded solemnly. I will handle the follow-up matters properly and ensure that the information is not leaked. Go ahead. The president waved his hand. I'm also very interested to see what tricks this interesting peak Danjin can pull off on the field. The next day. The preliminary rounds of the Zhengcheng Youth Martial Arts Tournament have officially begun. Inside the enormous stadium, the noise was deafening and the heat was intense. The cheers and shouts of tens of thousands of spectators were deafening. In the center of the arena, 10 huge arena areas were divided, where thousands of young martial artists who had passed the strength certification gathered, all eager to fight. The preliminary rounds use a free-for-all points system. 100 contestants are randomly selected for each arena area. Within the allotted time, the last 10 remaining on the arena advance to the next round. Simple, crude, and direct. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the preliminary round. The commentator's impassioned voice resounded throughout the stadium via the loudspeaker. Who will break through today's encirclement? Who will be the next martial arts star? Let's wait and see. Let's take a look at Area A. Some fighters have already started making their moves. Such fast punches. It's a youngly family fighter at the late Ningjin stage. The atmosphere in Area B is also tense. Several experts at the transformation realm have already begun clearing the area. The atmosphere at the scene was instantly ignited. However, the atmosphere in the most watched seated players' area ring number 10 was somewhat strange. There were only a few dozen people here. They are all favorites to win this competition and are geniuses carefully cultivated by various forces. But at this moment, these chosen ones were staring at the corner of the arena with eyes that looked at a monster. There, a man was squatting on the ground. He was dressed in ordinary casual clothes, holding a baby bottle in one hand and a small spoon in the other, feeding the baby rice cereal in his arms. "Anan, come on, open your mouth, ah." Chen Fan focused on feeding his daughter, keeping his voice very soft. Anan obligingly ate in one slurp and happily wiggled her little feet. This scene was completely out of place with the tense and solemn atmosphere of the arena. Hey, who's that guy? He's got the wrong place. Is he the one who's number 007? The one who blew up the testing machine yesterday? Wasn't he supposed to be at the peak of Danjin? Why does he seem like a nanny? Who knows? Maybe he's a weirdo. The contestants discussed amongst themselves, their eyes filled with curiosity, confusion, and a hint of wariness. Just then, a burly young man with a disdainful expression strode towards Chen Fan. His name is Wang Meng, a member of a collateral branch of the Su family, and he has the cultivation level of the early stage of Danjin. He received a death order from the Su family to find a way to cripple Chen Fan in the first round of the preliminaries. Hey! You with the child. Wang Meng walked up to Chen Fan and shouted down at him, "This is a fighting ring, not your backyard. If you know what's good for you, take your child and get off here." His voice was loud and provocative, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look, waiting to see what would happen. Chen Fan acted as if he hadn't heard, not even raising his head, and continued to feed his daughter with great concentration. "And then, have one more bite, and we'll play games after you finish this bite." "Are you deaf?" Wang Mang was furious when he was ignored, feeling greatly insulted. He stepped forward and reached out to grab Chen Fan's shoulder. But before his hand could even touch Chen Fan, an in his arms suddenly became unhappy. The little guy had just finished a bite of rice cereal and was about to play when he was disturbed by this loud-voiced, mean uncle. His little mouth twitched, and his big eyes welled up with tears. Bad guy." And then stretched out her chubby little hand, pointed at Wang Meng, and shouted in her childish voice. Chen Fan stopped feeding the baby food. He slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on Wang Meng. His eyes were very calm. It was as calm as a bottomless pool of cold water. Wang Meng felt a jolt in his heart when he saw him and subconsciously took a half step back. What are you looking at?" he roared, his voice trembling with fear. "A good-for-nothing who climbed the ladder by relying on women. What are you pretending to be, an expert?" To bolster his courage, he directly shouted out the rumors fabricated by the Su family. Chen Fan remained silent. He simply lowered his head, gently wiped his daughter's mouth, and then put the bottle and spoon back into the diaper bag. After doing all this, he held an in and slowly stood up. "Daddy, hit!" And then seemed to know what was about to happen, clapping her little hands excitedly to cheer on her father. "Okay." Chen Fan smiled and kissed his daughter on the forehead. Then, holding his daughter, he casually took a step toward Wang Meng. Wang Meng was on high alert, his inner strength erupted instantly, and he assumed a defensive stance. He stared intently at Chen Fan's movements, bracing himself for a thunderous blow. However, Chen Fan simply raised his right hand and waved it gently at him. The movement was like shooing away an annoying fly. A gentle yet irresistible force appeared out of thin air and landed on Wang Meng. Wang Meng didn't even feel any impact. He felt his body become light, and he floated backward uncontrollably. Wang Meng floated up into the air, arcing through the air before crashing down several dozen meters away from the arena. He wasn't hurt at all, not even a hair on his head. But he was eliminated. The entire stadium fell silent. Tens of thousands of spectators, hundreds of media reporters, and all the talented fighters on the stage were frozen in place, as if under a spell. The commentator's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg, but he couldn't utter a single word. All eyes were on the man holding the baby in one arm. Chen Fan. He acted as if he had only done a trivial thing, patting his daughter's back and gently coaxing her. "Okay, the flies are gone. Shall we continue playing with our building blocks?" "Okay." He. Anin laughed happily. Her clear laughter was exceptionally distinct in the otherwise silent venue. It was also particularly chilling. Chapter 57: The Legend of the Stay-at-Home Dad, starting with one punch. Anin laughed happily. Her clear laughter was exceptionally distinct in the otherwise silent venue. It was also particularly chilling. Instantly, a deafening roar of discussion erupted. What did I see? Wang Meng at the early stage of Dan Jin, just like that, flew away? He just waved? This is the peak of Dan Jin? Your peak Dan Jin can send people flying like paper? What kind of skill is this? Is it sorcery? Tens of thousands of spectators went completely wild. They stood up, craning their necks to try and see every detail of the man in the corner of the ring. The media area was ablaze with flashes, all cameras focused on the corner of the ring. Chen Fan was crouching on the ground, head down, playing with building blocks with his daughter. The commentator's voice finally rang out, but he stammered, "Ladies and gentlemen, what just happened? What just occurred is truly beyond my comprehension." Contestant number 007, Chen Fan, faced with the provocation of Wang Meng, a genius from a collateral branch of the Su family, he didn't even throw a punch. He simply waved his hand. Contestant Wang Meng was eliminated without any resistance. What kind of superb force dissipating technique is this? Or some kind of secret art we've never heard of before? The commentator himself couldn't continue, because he found that every word he spoke seemed so pale and powerless. On the stage, the remaining dozens of seated players all looked extremely ugly. They were the cream of the crop among Jiangqing's younger generation, geniuses carefully cultivated by various powerful forces, each one proud and ambitious. Although Wang Meng was only at the early stage of Danjin, he was still one of them. Now, Wang Meng has been shooed off the stage like a fly. This is not only a slap in the face for Wang Meng, but also for all the seeded players. Playing tricks. A lean, muscular young man with prominent temples snorted coldly. He was the young master of the Bajiquan martial arts school in the south of the city, a mid-stage Danjin cultivator, whose Bajiquan style was incomparably powerful and fierce. I think his only strength is his unpredictable movements. He succeeds by catching people off guard. His true physical strength might not be that great. That's right. With so many of us, are we afraid of someone who's just pretending to be a ghost? Another female contestant at the mid-stage of Danjin chimed in, holding a soft sword with icy eyes. Several Danjin geniuses exchanged glances and instantly reached a consensus. They could not tolerate a new father of unknown origin becoming the center of attention in such an almost humiliating way, trampling on their dignity. His true colors must be exposed. A martial artist with good relations with the Su family quietly took a step back, winked at several companions in the crowd, and said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for the surrounding contestants to hear, "Everyone, attack together. No matter how strong he is, he's just one person, and he's carrying a child. I don't believe he can stop all of us. Whoever knocks him down will be the greatest hero to prove our seed group." These words are highly inflammatory. In an instant, 3 or 4 more Danjin martial artists were persuaded. They slowly dispersed and subtly surrounded Chen Fan from different directions. Fist winds, palm winds, sword energy, several powerful internal energy fluctuations began to brew on the arena, and the atmosphere became tense once again. However, Chen Fan, at the center of the storm, seemed oblivious. He was holding a square building block and patiently teaching his daughter, Anan, "Look, this is square. Let's put it here, okay?" Anan stretched out her little hand and curiously poked the building block. "Yes, it's square." Chen Fan smiled. This heartwarming scene stands in stark contrast to the chilling murderous aura surrounding it. "Let's do it!" someone shouted. In an instant, the 5 Danjin martial artists moved. The young master of the Bajiquan school took the lead, stomping his foot so hard that the hard ground of the arena shook. He threw a punch at Chen Fan's back. The force of the punch was fierce. The female contestant's soft sword stabbed from the side at a tricky angle, creating a flurry of sword flowers as it aimed at Chen Fan's right arm, which was holding the baby. The other 3 also launched attacks from different directions simultaneously, their internal energy roaring and their momentum fierce, blocking all of Chen Fan's escape routes. They wanted to use the most direct and ferocious attack to force out this new dad's true strength. "Dad, look!" Fei Fei. Just at this critical moment, Anan seemed to have seen something fun. She excitedly pointed her little hand into the air and giggled. Chen Fan looked up following his daughter's finger and saw a drone used for filming hovering above the stadium's dome. He smiled, picked up his daughter, and casually took a step to the side. "It's just one step." The young master of Bajiquan, determined to win, threw a punch that grazed Chen Fan's clothes and landed heavily on empty air. The powerful punch lost its target, causing him to stagger and almost fall. The young master's punch missed its mark, and he swayed to the side. Chen Fan, holding his daughter, casually touched his back. The man felt a tingling sensation on his back, and then he floated up into the air. "Ah!" Before he could even utter a cry of surprise, he found himself floating off the stage and landing steadily on the ground like a leaf. Unharmed. But the only expression on his face was blankness and horror. Almost at the same time, the attacks of the other 4 attackers also all missed. Holding his daughter, Chen Fan strolled through the gaps in the attacks as if he were taking a walk in his own backyard. His steps were small and his movements slow. He even had the leisure to sway his body gently in time with his daughter's laughter, as if playing a game of hide and seek. Giggle. "Daddy, I can't catch you." Anan was having a great time, laughing so hard she was doubled over in her father's arms. Those few Danjin geniuses were going crazy. They felt like a bunch of idiots chasing after a phantom with their fists waving. No matter how much they channeled their inner energy or changed their moves, they couldn't even touch the hem of Chen Fan's clothes. What terrified them even more was that, in the instant they passed Chen Fan, they all felt something lightly touch their backs, shoulders, or arms. The feeling was as gentle as a lover's caress. Then, they all took flight. One after another, like kites released into the air, they traced neat parabolas in the sky before landing off the stage in unison. Several people fell off the stage, completely stunned. The young master of Bajiquan looked incredulous, muttering to himself, impossible. The female contestant was deathly pale, staring at her hands, trembling uncontrollably. The arena fell into a deathly silence once again. If Wang Meng was eliminated the first time, it could be explained by tricks or secret techniques. This time, in front of everyone, he casually neutralized the combined attack of 5 Dan Jin geniuses, eliminating them all with a flick of his wrist. This is not a martial arts technique. This is a miracle. The remaining contestants on the stage all took a dozen or so steps back in unison. They looked at the man who was holding his daughter and then squatting down to continue playing with building blocks. There was no longer any defiance or provocation in their eyes, only the purest fear and awe. There was no one within 10 meters of Chen Fan. The remaining contestants all kept their distance, and no one dared to approach. From this moment on, the legend of the stay-at-home dad is no longer a joke. The Su family's secret room. Bang! A fine blue and white porcelain teacup was smashed to the ground and shattered into pieces. Su Wanqing stared intently at the calm and collected figure on the monitor screen. Her usually cold and beautiful face was now filled with gloom and fury. She forced out a few words through gritted teeth. This is the peak of Dan Jin and the Martial Arts Association? Uncle Lon, standing to the side, kept his head down, not daring to speak. The person on the screen had simply waved his hand and sent the man flying. This was beyond his comprehension. Master, what do we do now? Young Master Lin Xian, he... Uncle Long asked cautiously. Su Wanqing took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. A ruthless and resolute glint flashed in her eyes. The plan remains unchanged. Tell Lin Xian that no matter what kind of monster Chen Fan is, he must die on the stage on the day of the finals. At any cost. Inside Manager Wu's private room at Jiangcheng Night Market. Manager Wu, with a cigar in his mouth, stared at Chen Fan's figure on the screen, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented gleam. He slapped his thigh excitedly. What a skill! This isn't just Dan Jin, this is a grandmaster. A true grandmaster. He took a deep drag on his cigar, exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, and his smile became incredibly greedy. Such a top player is actually short of money to participate in the youth tournament. Interesting, very interesting. He picked up the encrypted phone on the table and dialed a number. Hello, it's me. Help me investigate someone, Chen Fan, contestant number 007 in the Jiangcheng Youth Competition. I need all his information, the more detailed the better. Also, prepare an S-level investment contract. I want to meet him in person. Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association, President's Office. On the huge screen, live footage of the 10th arena was also being played. When Jinyu stood to the side, completely numb. She watched the man playing with building blocks with his daughter in the ring, and felt her worldview being refreshed again and again. President, this. She didn't know what to say. Behind the desk, the elderly chairman, with his gray hair, showed no surprise whatsoever. He simply held his teacup, calmly looking at the screen, a hint of amusement flickering in his deep eyes. He picked up his teacup, gently blew on it, and gazed into the distance. This play is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 58, the whole team voluntarily concedes defeat. The stay-at-home dad's leisurely time. The old chairman's words, this play is getting more and more interesting, still seemed to echo in the empty office. On the screen, the image of arena number 10 remained unchanged. When Jinyu stood to the side, watching the man earnestly helping his daughter build with blocks in the corner, and then looking at the other side of the ring, at those so-called geniuses who were far away, their faces filled with fear. Her martial arts philosophy was being repeatedly crushed and rubbed into the ground. President. When Jinyu opened her mouth, her voice a little dry, who exactly is he? A father. The old chairman put down his teacup, giving an answer that was incredibly simple, yet seemed to contain everything. He didn't say anything more, but just watched the screen with great interest, as if he were watching a carefully choreographed stage play. On the field, after a brief clearing and rest, the second round of the preliminary rounds is about to begin. This time, to speed things up, 10 arenas will be held simultaneously, with 20 contestants randomly assigned to each arena, and 2 contestants will advance in the end. When the list of contestants for the second round, stage number 10, appeared on the big screen, the tens of thousands of spectators in the entire stadium instinctively held their breath. All eyes were immediately focused on that corner. The man remained squatting on the ground, as if he hadn't changed his posture since the start of the match. He was handing a round building block to his daughter. Anan, this is round. Shall we put it on top and use it as a roof? Round. An imitated in her childish voice, clumsily grabbing the building blocks with her little hands, trying to put them on top. This scene, though heartwarming, still felt out of place with its surroundings. But now, no one dares to laugh at him anymore. Round 2, get ready to begin. The referee's voice came through the loudspeaker, trembling slightly. 19 contestants moved very slowly as they walked one by one onto the 10th ring. Their faces were deathly pale, and they couldn't even lift their legs. Among them are many experts at the mid-stage of Dan-Jin, a martial arts technique, who would be able to sweep aside any opponent in any other arena. But now, looking at the man who didn't even lift his eyelids, they had only one thought in their minds. Run. Run as fast as possible. Recalling how those 5 Dan-Jin geniuses were easily pointed out of the arena, a chill ran down their spines. That was a battle on a completely different level. All contestants, please take your positions in the center of the ring, the referee urged. The 19 people looked at each other, none of them daring to move. Go to the central government? Doesn't that bring us closer to that devil? Finally, a young man at the mid-stage of Dan-Jin, a martial arts technique, stepped forward with a stiff upper lip. He bowed deeply to Chen Fan in the corner from afar. Senior, we have no intention of being your enemy, we only ask for a spot to advance. His voice was filled with awe and pleading. Seeing this, the others followed suit, bowing in the direction of Chen and his daughter. The scene was less like a competition and more like a visit to a martial arts master. Chen Fan finally reacted. He heard the sound, looked up, and stared blankly at the group of people. Then, he understood something and nodded at them. That means, do whatever you want, just don't disturb my daughter. The 19 contestants were granted a pardon. They carefully moved to the other side of the ring, huddled together, and kept a distance from Chen Fan, forming a clearly defined safe zone. The referee's lips twitched at the absurd scene, but the rules were what they were, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and blow the whistle. Beep. The match begins. The instant the whistle blew. What happened was astonishing. The 19 contestants standing opposite Chen Fan seemed to hear the call of death, and 17 of them raised their hands high at the same time. I surrender. I surrender. Referee. I concede. They shouted excitedly, then tumbled and scrambled off the ring at their fastest speed, as if ghosts were chasing them. They were afraid that if they ran too slowly, the dad might accidentally tap them. On the arena, only 3 people remained in an instant. Chen Fan is playing with building blocks with his daughter in a corner. And 2 other Dan-Jin martial artists standing in the safe zone, looking completely bewildered. These 2 were about to concede, but they were a step too slow. Before they could even raise their hands, they realized, wait. We're the only ones left on the field? We advanced? The 2 looked at each other and saw the overwhelming joy of surviving a disaster in each other's eyes. Without saying a word, they bowed deeply again in Chen Fan's direction, then jumped off the stage without looking back. Leaving the ring voluntarily is considered elimination, but they have already achieved their goal. So, on the empty arena, only Chen Fan remained, along with Anan, who was intently building blocks in his arms. The referee stood there, mouth agape, whistle in hand, frozen in place. The entire stadium was first deathly silent, then suddenly erupted into deafening laughter and chatter. Ha ha ha! What am I seeing? The fastest race in history has been born. 0 seconds into the game, 17 players surrendered at lightning speed. What's the point of fighting anymore? A martial arts master who only has a baby, truly terrifying. He lives up to his reputation. I feel sorry for the other 2 who advanced. They must have been scared out of their wits and their legs were still weak afterward. The live stream chat was flooded with comments. 66,666, is this a competition? Or is this a pilgrimage? Subduing the enemy without fighting, that's the true mark of a master. Please switch the players in the newbie server to another region. If this continues, the players in the 10th region are going crazy. The referee finally reacted, wiped the sweat from his brow, and blew the final whistle, his voice weak. 10th arena, 2nd round over. Contestant number 007, Chen Fan, advances. He didn't even know how to announce the results. Chen Fan seemed oblivious to all of this. He simply looked up at the empty arena, somewhat bewildered. Huh? Everyone's gone? He looked down at his daughter and said, then let's keep playing. Okay. Anan clapped her hands happily. The following rounds of the competition turned into a complete farce. As soon as the draw results are announced, all the contestants who are grouped with Chen fan number 007 will let out a chorus of groans. Then, at the start of the game, they would put on a textbook example of a collective instant shot. The 10th arena became the most leisurely, yet also the most eerie, place in the entire competition. In the other 9 arenas, the fighting was fierce, with punches whistling and blood flying everywhere. The contestants were giving their all to fight for the few remaining spots in the next round, and each one was injured. And the 10th arena. Chen Fan spread out the small blanket from the diaper bag and let Anan sit on it. After feeding his daughter rice cereal, he took out some cookies. He helped his daughter build a block castle and then took out a rattle. By noon, Anan was a little sleepy, so he took out a small blanket, covered his daughter with it, and gently patted her back to coax her to take a nap. Sunlight streamed through the stadium's dome, warmly bathing the father and daughter. This leisurely and harmonious scene was broadcast throughout the city via a giant screen. The popularity of The Legend of the Stay-at-Home Dad reached its peak at this moment. The online commentator's voice trembled, almost incoherent. My God. I don't know what to say. The other arenas are a bloodbath, but arena number 10, the contestant in arena number 10 is putting his child to sleep. This is simply a miracle. Legend of the Stay-at-Home Dad, I take back what I said before, this isn't a legend, this is a myth. However, this ease and awe are seen by some as the most glaring provocation. The Su family's secret room. Su Wanqing looked at the man on the screen covering her daughter with a blanket, and a cruel smile slowly crept onto his cold face. The higher you're lifted up, the harder you fall. She murmured to herself, a mad glint in her eyes. Chen Fan, enjoy your last moments of leisure. Because on the day of the finals, Lin Xian will personally tear your and your daughter's fairy tale to shreds. Chapter 59 Public Opinion Storm, the Su family's overt scheme. The light was dim in the secret room of the Su family. Su Wanqing looked at the man on the screen covering her daughter with a blanket, and a cruel smile slowly crept onto his cold face. The higher you're lifted up, the harder you fall. She murmured to herself, her voice devoid of warmth, her eyes flashing with a mad light. Chen Fan, enjoy your last moments of leisure. Because on the day of the finals, Lin Xian will personally tear your and your daughter's fairy tale to shreds. She picked up her phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, she only said a few words. Let's begin. The next day, just as dawn was breaking. Overnight, the entire city of Jiangqing seemed to be reduced to just one name: Chen Fan. Extra. Extra. The front page headline of the Jiangqing Martial Arts Daily. The newsstand owner had just laid out a stack of brand new newspapers when he was surrounded by a group of martial arts practitioners who had gotten up early for their morning exercise. The newspaper's front page featured a headline in bold red font: The Legend of the Stay-at-Home Dad, the Rise of an Ordinary Hero. Below the title is a huge, high-resolution photo. In the photo, Chen Fan sits in the corner of the ring, head down. Soft sunlight shines on him, and the little girl in his arms is sleeping soundly, covered with a small blanket. He lowered his head, and the lines of his profile appeared very soft. Give me one right away. I want one too. Is that the super dad martial artist? He's amazing. I heard he came to compete to pay for his daughter's medical treatment. What a good father. Almost simultaneously, the morning news programs of major television stations in Jiangqing also began to report on the incident extensively. Jiangqing Martial Arts Channel even interrupted its broadcast with a special interview program. In the studio, a bespectacled, seemingly knowledgeable martial arts commentator was speaking animatedly to the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, the emergence of dad martial artist Chen Fan is not simply a dark horse in a competition, it represents a return to the essence of martial arts in Jiangqing. He didn't use any tricks. Just taking walks, feeding him, and putting him to sleep, and yet, he eliminated all his opponents. What is this? This is martial arts ingrained in his very bones. The greatest truths are the simplest. He fought for love, his martial arts were a way of protecting. This is the true heart that we martial artists should pursue. Professor Zhang spoke with great passion, almost to the point of tears. The internet has already exploded with discussion. With the covert support of Su Family Capital, countless online trolls joined the fray. The Dad's fan club was established overnight, and its number of fans instantly exceeded 100,000. Wow! This daddy-type boyfriend is the best ever. Don't stop me, I'm going to the place where the father left his son. Not really. Hey there, something's not right. But I also want to be a stepmother. A hero among ordinary people. This is the true idol of us ordinary martial artists. Unlike those scions of noble families who only rely on resources to achieve their status. Anyone who dares to say a bad word about this stay-at-home dad, I'll go through the internet cable and smash their head in. Public opinion was completely ignited. Chen Fan, this name, along with dazzling halos such as stay-at-home dad martial artist, ordinary hero and contemporary martial arts legend, has been propelled to unprecedented heights. He became the hope for countless low-level martial artists to rise up, and the perfect man in the hearts of countless young girls. At the center of this media storm, the man who was adored and discussed by countless people, is now. He was sitting on the floor of his small rented room, looking utterly hopeless. In front of him was a small bowl containing freshly mashed apple puree. Anan sat opposite him, pouting and shaking her head back and forth. Anan, come on, open your mouth. Chen Fan scooped up a little apple puree with a small spoon and carefully handed it to his daughter's mouth. No, Anan turned her head to the side. Just one bite, it's so sweet, Chen Fan coaxed patiently. No. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the little train is coming, it's going to go into Anan's mouth cave. Chen Fan made strange noises, trying to attract his daughter's attention. Anan glanced at him, frowned slightly, and buried her face in her teddy bear toy. Chen Fan was completely at a loss. He had no idea that while he was racking his brains trying to feed someone a bite of apple puree, the outside world had been turned upside down because of him. Little did he know that a meticulously planned conspiracy was leading him to the guillotine, a place of intense public scrutiny. The public opinion fermented for a whole day. When the legend of the stay-at-home dad reached its peak, the reporting of major media outlets quietly changed. The evening edition of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Daily once again devoted a huge page to it. The title is, A Clash of the Century. Ordinary Hero versus Powerful Plan. The first half of the report continued to praise Chen Fan relentlessly, reiterating his mythical deeds. But our ordinary hero's journey to the finals will face the most severe test yet. His opponent is Lin Xian, the true ace of the Su family, the #1 ancient martial arts family in Jiangcheng, who has been keeping hidden for many years. The Su family's hidden trump card, the Peak of Danjin. The report used only this one sentence to introduce Lin Xian, but it was accompanied by a very impactful photo, a clear fist mark deeply embedded in a thick steel plate. This single fist imprint is more convincing than any flowery language. One is a commoner hero who fought for love and rose from the bottom up. One is a martial arts prodigy, born into a wealthy family and possessing extraordinary talent. This dramatic showdown instantly ignited everyone's passion. Tickets for the finals were sold at exorbitant prices, yet they were still extremely difficult to obtain. Online, martial arts forums are already in an uproar. Holy crap! The Su family finally released Lin Xian? I saw him fight 3 years ago. He punched through a steel plate. That's not all. I heard from the martial arts master that he went into seclusion to try and become a grandmaster. I didn't expect him to come out now. Is he going to use daddy as a stepping stone? Don't talk nonsense upstairs, we dads are the strongest. Everyone is looking forward to this upcoming showdown, which the media has hyped as the battle of the century. The Su family's residence is a forbidden area. In a spacious training room, only the whistling wind of punches could be heard. Uncle Long stood respectfully at the door, not daring to even breathe loudly. In the center of the room, a young man dressed in martial arts clothes was practicing his boxing. He didn't attack any target, he just threw punches, one after another, in the open space. Each punch was so fast that it left only a blur. Each punch produced a muffled bang in the air, as if the air itself was compressed and exploded. This is the Su family's trump card, Lin Xian, a genius at the peak of Danjin. After a long while, Lin Xian withdrew his fist and stood up. He exhaled a long puff of white air. Have everything been arranged with the patriarch? Lin Xian asked without turning around, his voice as cold as ice. Yes, young master Lin Xian. Uncle Long quickly bowed and replied, the whole city is talking about your duel with that Chen Fan. Everyone says it will be a fierce battle. A battle between dragons and tigers? Lin Xian smiled dismissively, turned around, and picked up a towel to wipe his sweat. His eyes held an innate arrogance. He's not worthy? Uncle Long handed over a tablet computer, which was playing footage of Chen Fan putting his daughter to sleep on the field. Lin Xian glanced at it once and then looked away in disgust. A clown, trying to attract attention. He tossed the towel aside and stared coldly at Uncle Long. Go back and tell the head of the family that there's no need for all this fancy stuff. On the final stage, he clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. I'll only use one punch. It will make him realize how easily myths can be broken. Chapter 60 Sweep. This is the power of a stay-at-home dad. In the forbidden area of the Su family, Lin Xian threw away the towel, and his cold words seemed to still echo in the training room. It will make him realize how easily myths can be broken. Uncle Long bowed, even his breathing became soft, and he dared not reply. The final day of the qualifiers. The atmosphere in the entire Jiangcheng gymnasium reached an unprecedented peak. After the media frenzy of the previous day, Dad Warrior Chen Fan has become more than just a contestant, he has become a symbol, a focus of public attention. Daddy! Daddy! A hero among ordinary people. Keep it up! When Chen Fan walked into the stadium as usual, carrying an in one arm and a diaper bag in the other, the deafening cheers almost lifted the dome of the stadium. Countless fervent eyes were focused on him, and flashbulbs went off everywhere. Chen Fan frowned. He held his daughter in his arms, his steps unwavering, but his eyes swept around with a hint of confusion. Are these people calling me? He had no idea that he had become a hero simply because he had been feeding babies on the field for a few days. Daddy, it's noisy. Anen was frightened by the loud noise and shrank her little head into Chen Fan's arms. Don't be afraid, Daddy's here. Chen Fan quickly patted his daughter's back and hurried towards his rest area, wanting to get away from the enthusiastic crowd. He just wanted to finish the competition quickly, get the 5 million prize money, and then taken into the best hospital. As for heroes or myths, he had no interest whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final day of the Jiangcheng Youth Martial Arts Tournament preliminary rounds. The commentator's enthusiastic voice resounded throughout the venue via the loudspeaker. Today, we will witness the final selection of the finalists. And the most anticipated contestant is undoubtedly our legendary dad of stage number 10, Chen Fan. Can he continue his undefeated streak and advance to the final with a perfect record? Let's wait and see. With the commentator's encouragement, the atmosphere at the scene became even more heated. Arena number 10. The referee blew the whistle to start the game. On the stage, the 15 contestants almost instinctively avoided Chen Fan, who was hiding in the corner. They tacitly ignored Chen Fan, focusing only on their own little circle and vying for the only spot to advance. Chen Fan remained calm and composed. He took the thermos out of his diaper bag, unscrewed the lid, and tested the water temperature. Yes, that's perfect. He held the straw to Anen's lips. Anen, drink some water. Anen obediently put the straw in her mouth and drank the water in small sips. This leisurely scene, contrasted with the bloody carnage on the other side, created an incredibly bizarre yet harmonious picture. The audience was completely engrossed. That's so cool. That's the style of a master. He remains unmoved even if Mount Tai collapses before him, he's like a god. However, there are always discordant voices. A burly martial artist in the mid-stage of Danjin, panting heavily after defeating 2 opponents in succession, fixed his gaze on Chen Fan in the corner. This man is named Li Hu, and he is quite well known in the industry. Last night, the Su family came knocking on our door. An irresistible number, and a simple request in today's match: don't aim to defeat Chen Fan, just break his undefeated streak, make him flustered once, make him break a sweat, and that would be a success. Li Hu's eyes flickered, he was tempted. His gaze fell on the man who was feeding him water, a hint of greed and resentment flashing in his eyes. On what grounds? Everyone here is a martial artist who has worked hard to become one. Why is it that he can easily advance and be admired by thousands just by bringing a child along? What a load of rubbish! Nobody dares to challenge it. Lured by the hefty sum promised by the Su family, Li Hu's reason was completely consumed by greed. He decided to take the risk. Drink it! With a loud shout, Li Hu stomped his foot and charged straight at Chen Fan. Look! Someone's going to take on the challenge of being a stay-at-home dad. My God! Is this guy crazy? Finally, someone dared to make a move. The audience erupted in cheers, everyone's eyes wide with anticipation for what would happen next. Li Hu roared and threw a punch at Chen Fan. He stared intently at Chen Fan, with only one thought in his mind. Break him! Just one punch. The whistling wind of the fist was about to hit Chen Fan's face. Chen Fan finally reacted. He only looked up when someone rushed over, his brows furrowing slightly, as if he found the other person too noisy. He didn't even stop feeding his daughter water, he simply held an and casually turned to his left. It's such a simple action. Li Huji's determined punch, delivered with all his might, grazed Chen Fan's clothes, whistled past, and struck empty air. The immense inertia caused him to stumble and nearly fall. Li Hu was startled and hadn't even had time to steady himself. Anan, nestled in my arms, seemed startled by the force of the punch. Her little mouth twitched, and she let out a dissatisfied murmur, "Ah." Chen Fan's brows furrowed even deeper. He was impatient, and without even turning around to look at Li Hu, he simply waved his free hand casually behind him. The movements were very light and casual. It's like chasing away a buzzing fly in the summer. A gentle yet irresistible force gently attached to Li Hu's back. A clever force pressed against his back, and his body floated backward uncontrollably. He flew up, cleared the edge of the ring, and landed lightly and steadily on the ground below. He stood there, unharmed, but looking completely bewildered. What happened? How did I get down? He didn't even feel any aggressive force. It was as if he had been gently invited off the ring. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared, mouths agape, at the man in the corner of the ring who was still feeding his daughter water, and then at Li Hu, who looked completely bewildered in the audience. 1 second. 2 seconds. Boom! The cheers were more frenzied than ever before, completely igniting the entire stadium. Oh my god! What was that just now? Teleportation? He just waved his hand, and then he went downstairs? Is that something a human could do? God! He is a god. This is no longer within the realm of martial arts. The chat in the livestream was no longer flooded with comments, but the stream was completely choppy. Am I seeing things? Can anyone tell me what happened? Holy crap! Is this even human? I'm a fan now. Still fighting with that Su family? Isn't that just courting death? On the stage, the remaining 14 contestants watched this scene with their legs trembling. They stopped fighting at the same time, looked at each other, and saw the same despair in each other's eyes. What's the point of fighting? There's no chance of winning. The next second, another dramatic scene unfolded. I surrender. One of them raised his hand high, then jumped off the ring without looking back. Once there's a first, there's a second, a third. In the blink of an eye, only one early-stage Dan Jean martial artist remained on the arena, still hesitating. He looked at the empty arena, then at Chen Fan in the corner, and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. He bowed deeply in Chen Fan's direction, and then silently jumped down. The referee's hand trembled as he held the whistle. His eyes were filled with awe as he looked at Chen Fan. After several seconds, he finally remembered to blow the whistle, his voice distorted. The match on the 10th arena has ended. Contestant number 007, Chen Fan, has advanced to the finals. Chen Fan advanced easily with a perfect record, without losing a single match and without even being touched on the hem of his clothes. The commentator's voice trembled violently with excitement. He was practically screaming for his life. The legend continues. He did it! Dad Warrior Chen Fan, with invincible strength, advances to the finals. And tomorrow, he will face another peerless genius who has fought his way out of a bloody battle. Lin Xian, the prodigy from the Su family. Will the legend of the common people continue its glory, or will the ace of the elite end everything? Let's all look forward to this highly anticipated duel of the century. At the same time, the Su family's residence is a forbidden area. The dimly lit training room was deathly silent. Lin Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the center, slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were devoid of any emotion, only a cold darkness that seemed capable of swallowing all light. The clown's performance. He stood up, clenched his fists, and his knuckles cracked with a series of crisp popping sounds. It's time to end this. Chapter 61. The night before the finals, an uninvited guest. On the night after the qualifiers ended, the sky over Jiangcheng was dyed with a dazzling array of colors by the city's neon lights. On the stadium's massive dome, a huge advertisement for the Clash of the Century played on a loop. On one side was Lin Xian, dressed in training clothes with an arrogant look in his eyes, accompanied by the caption, "A powerful figure from a prestigious family, invincible with one punch." On the other side was a photo of Chen Fan sitting in the corner of the ring, bending down to cover his daughter with a blanket, accompanied by the caption, "A commoner's legend, fighting for love." The whole city was in a frenzy, but Chen Fan's old rented room was quiet. Just as Chen Fan had lulled his daughter into sleep and quietly closed the bedroom door, there was a knock on the living room door. The knocking was very soft and restrained. Who would come so late? The person outside was very patient. They neither knocked again nor left. A few seconds later, a clear and familiar female voice rang out. The voice was not loud, but it could just penetrate the door panel. "Mr. Chen Fan, I am Wen Jinyu from the Martial Arts Association." Chen Fan walked over and gently opened the door. Outside the door, Wen Jinyu was dressed in a smart black women's suit, her long hair tied back, and her face was expressionless. "What's the matter?" Chen Fan blocked the doorway, not letting her in. Wen Jinyu glanced towards the inner room and lowered her voice even further. "Isn't it asleep?" On behalf of the president, I would like to have a talk with you." "Let's do it after the finals tomorrow," Chen Fan said, turning to close the door. "We're talking about tomorrow's final." Wen Jinyu reached out and gently blocked the door. "It won't take up too much of your time." Chen Fan was silent for 2 seconds, then stepped aside to let her in. "Sit down." He pointed to the only small stool in the living room. Wen Jinyu glanced at the stool that seemed completely out of place with her haute couture suit, but said nothing and sat down naturally. She took a document out of her briefcase and pushed it in front of Chen Fan. "This is an S-level contract drafted by the association. The president wants to invite you to be a guest elder of the association, with the treatment of a grandmaster." Wen Jinyu looked at Chen Fan, observing his expression. Chen Fan's face was expressionless. Wen Jinyu paused for a moment, then continued, "After signing the contract, you can freely browse all martial arts manuals below grade A under the association's name. We will provide 3 specially supplied Dragon Tiger pills and 10 bottles of body-tempering liquid every year." She thought these conditions would be enough to move Chen Fan. In addition, Wen Jinyu emphasized, "The association will provide you with a villa of no less than 300 square meters in the center of Jiangqing City, equipped with a dedicated team of nannies and nutritionists to take care of all your NNS daily life. NNS future education and medical care will also be fully covered by the association, guaranteeing the best resources in the country." Any one of these conditions would be enough to make all the Dan-Jin martial artists in Jiangqing fight tooth and nail for them. After Wen Jinyu finished speaking, she looked at Chen Fan quietly. She had prepared many things to say to deal with Chen Fan's shock, elation, and even bargaining. However, Chen Fan simply yawned. He picked up the contract, a contract powerful enough to change the fate of any commoner martial artist, flipped through it, and then pushed it back. "Shoo, keep your voice down," he gestured toward the inner room. "My daughter just fell asleep." When Jinyu's prepared remarks were instantly swallowed back. Chen Fan looked at her and asked seriously, "I'm not interested in that. I just want to ask, after the final tomorrow, will the 5 million yuan prize money arrive on time? In cash or by bank transfer?" When Jinyu was stunned. Looking at the man in front of her, she began to doubt her own perception for the first time. Does this person really understand what an S-level contract and Grandmaster-level benefits mean? He's still concerned about a mere 5 million? "Mr. Chen," when Jinyu took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound less surprised, "as long as you sign this contract, let alone 5 million, 50 million will just be a number to you." "But I need these 5 million right now." Chen Fan's answer was straightforward. "I won't sign the contract, it's too much trouble." When Jinyu was completely speechless. All the words she had prepared were useless. She remained silent for a long time, then put away the contract and changed the subject. "So, how much do you know about tomorrow's opponents?" "The Su family's Lin Xian is at the peak of Dan-Jin," Chen Fan said casually. He had seen this information on the billboard in the stadium. Not only that. When Jin Yu's expression turned serious. Lin Xian was at the peak of Dan-Jin 3 years ago. He secluded himself for 3 years to try and break through to the Grandmaster level. Although he didn't succeed, his strength is no weaker than it was 3 years ago. In order to make him win, the Su family did not hesitate to use the forbidden drug Berserk. This drug can make him unleash strength comparable to half-step Gang Jin in a short period of time. She stared into Chen Fan's eyes. "Moreover, the Su family won't give you a fair chance. They will definitely use underhanded tactics, such as using an end to threaten you." The languid look on Chen Fan's face slowly disappeared. He looked at Wen Jinyu and suddenly smiled. "No." He remained calm and indifferent, as if listening to something completely unrelated to himself. Wen Jinyu felt a wave of weakness. She stood up and said, "That's all I have to say. You'd better take care of yourself." She walked to the door, then stopped and looked back at the man she couldn't understand at all. "Chen Fan, the president thinks highly of you. The association's doors are always open for you." After saying that, she opened the door and went out. The door was closed gently. The room returned to silence. Chen Fan sat on the small stool for a while, then got up and walked to the window. From here, you can just see the neon lights of the stadium flashing in the distance. The calm and languid look in his eyes was gone, replaced by a cold darkness, deeper than the night outside the window. He knew that Wen Jinyu was just the first. There will probably be other people coming tonight. But it doesn't matter anymore. Chen Fan gently pushed open the door to the inner room, glanced at his sleeping daughter on the bed, then quietly closed the door and returned to the living room. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Tomorrow will be the beginning of everything. It is also the end of everything. Chapter 62, the finals begin. The whole city is watching. The next day, early morning. The day of the finals has arrived. The entire city of Jiangcheng seemed to be awakened from its slumber by the upcoming battle of the century, plunging into an unprecedented frenzy. Jiangcheng Gymnasium was packed to capacity. Outside the venue, the huge plaza was packed with people, and countless citizens who hadn't been able to buy tickets gathered in front of the giant screen, eagerly awaiting their turn. The media's cameras and microphones practically blocked every corner of the athletes' passage, with flashes going off everywhere, making it impossible to open one's eyes. He's here. It's Lin Xian. The Qilin of the wealthy family has arrived. A commotion broke out in the crowd. Surrounded by dozens of bodyguards in black, Su family's ace, Lin Xian, slowly walked in. The black martial arts uniform reflected the light. His appearance immediately quieted the surrounding noise. He walked straight ahead, his chin slightly raised, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Wherever he went, the crowd unconsciously parted to either side. Lin Xian. Lin Xian. One punch is invincible. Child of the unicorn. Victory is assured. A deafening roar of cheers erupted instantly. Lin Xian smiled slightly, enjoying it all. This is the treatment that the strong deserve. In a luxurious VIP box on the top floor of the stadium, Su Wanqing held a glass of red wine, coldly staring at the figure that had captured the attention of millions on the screen. Very good. Uncle Long behind her bowed, not daring to utter a sound. Meanwhile, in the Martial Arts Association's private box, the president watched the screen with great interest, quite the spectacle. The Su family has staked everything on him. When Jinyu stood behind him, her expression somewhat worried. President, what about Chen Fan? No rush, the chairman smiled, let's see what happens. On the commentary stand, the two commentators were already in the zone. With a booming voice and boundless passion, the experienced old Wang exclaimed, "Dear viewers, the highly anticipated final is about to begin. We have already witnessed the entrance of the prodigy of the elite family, Lin Xian. This aura. This imposing presence. He truly lives up to his reputation as the Su family's trump card, which they have kept hidden for 3 years." The young partner, Xiaoli, adjusted his glasses and calmly added, "Yes, according to the data, Lin Xian was already at the peak of Danjin 3 years ago. After 3 years of seclusion, his strength is unfathomable. As for our other contestant, dad martial artist Chen Fan, although he showed overwhelming strength in the preliminaries, he has never truly made a move. His true level remains a mystery." Old Wang picked up the thread, his voice rising 8 octaves. "That's right. Suspense. That's the biggest highlight of this competition. Now, let's welcome the other finalist, the common man Chen Fan, with the warmest cheers." All cameras and all eyes instantly focused on the other end of the contestants' tunnel. Everyone held their breath. How will the stay-at-home dad warrior who created countless miracles in the qualifiers make his appearance? Will it be equally imposing? Or will it display the demeanor of a grandmaster? 1 second, 2 seconds. Finally, a figure appeared at the entrance of the passage. The entire audience, including the commentator, was stunned. Chen Fan was still wearing the same casual clothes that had faded a bit from washing. In his left hand, he held a baby wrapped in a pink blanket. Anan was fast asleep, her little face rosy, and she even made a soft smacking sound with her mouth. In his right hand, he was carrying a diaper bag. There was also a baby bottle stuck in the side mesh pocket of the bag. Just like an ordinary father who had just finished shopping at the supermarket and was about to go home, he slowly walked into the noisy stadium under the somewhat bewildered guidance of the staff. He was out of place amidst the frenzy around him. This extreme tranquility and contrast made all the noise and commotion fade into the background. There was silence for about 3 seconds. Puff. I don't know who laughed first. Immediately, the audience erupted in a cacophony of chatter and laughter. Holy crap! He actually brought the baby up here? The finals. Dude. This is the finals. And he's still carrying a diaper bag? Is this a place for a fight, or a picnic? This is outrageous, I don't quite understand it. On the commentary desk, Lao Wang opened his mouth, but couldn't find the right words for a long time. In the end, he could only say dryly, our player Chen Fan still maintains his unique style, very approachable. Inside the Su family's private room, Su Wanqing witnessed this scene, a hint of undisguised pleasure and contempt flashing in her eyes. A clown is still a clown. On the arena, Lin Xian had been standing on the stage for a while. He watched Chen Fan slowly walk over, looked at the sleeping baby in his arms, and at the comical diaper bag in his hand. There was no anger, not even disdain, in his eyes. There was only pure, complete disregard. In his eyes, Chen Fan and the daughter in his arms seemed to exist as if they didn't exist. Chen Fan stopped at the edge of the ring, looked up and glanced at Lin Xian on the ring. Then, he looked down at his daughter, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. Annen's little eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if she was disturbed by the noise around her. Chen Fan's brows furrowed as well. He held Annen in his arms and turned to walk to the far corner of the ring. There, at some point, a small crib with guardrails had been placed by the staff. This was specially arranged by Wen Jinyu after she left last night. Chen Fan bent down, his movements as gentle as if he were afraid of startling a butterfly. He carefully placed Annen into the crib, pulled up her blanket, and placed the diaper bag beside the bed, straightening the bottle so it could be easily reached at any time. Throughout the entire process, he was meticulous and extremely focused. For Chen Fan, this was the most important thing in the world. The entire stadium, tens of thousands of spectators, just watched him. Watching him methodically set up a temporary childcare corner on this final stage that symbolizes glory and passion. Lin Xian remained standing in the center of the arena, his hands behind his back, like a statue. He arrogantly raised his chin, his gaze sweeping over Chen Fan and across the cheering audience, basking in the glory that belonged only to him. Finally, Chen Fan finished everything. He straightened up and took one last look at his sleeping daughter, his eyes so tender they could melt ice and snow. Then, he turned around and faced Lin Xian in the center of the arena. Lin Xian finally lowered his proud head as if he had noticed an ant at his feet, and his gaze fell on Chen Fan. His eyes were filled with mockery and pity. He didn't speak. He simply beckoned to Chen Fan with a light, insulting gesture. Then, his lips moved slightly, and he silently mouthed two words. Rubbish. That instant, Chen Fan's expression changed. The gentle gaze that had just been looking at her daughter vanished in an instant, leaving only coldness. He lowered his head, walked to the crib, bent down, and gently kissed his daughter's smooth forehead. Annen, be good, he said softly, with a barely perceptible hoarseness, Daddy will be back soon. After he finished speaking, he slowly straightened up. When he looked up again, all that remained in those black pupils was the purest, most primal killing intent. This killing intent was silent and stealthy, yet Lin Xian felt a chill on the back of his neck and became uneasy all over. He walked step by step toward the center of the ring. Walked towards the man who awaits to end his myth. He walked to the center of the ring. With his first step, a thin crack silently appeared on the ground of the ring. Chapter 63 Qi transforms into silk, two fingers break a fist. The thin line, like a black lightning bolt, instantly spread from Chen Fan's feet to the entire arena. The hard, special alloy floor groaned under the weight. The referee, a seasoned martial artist at the peak of the transformation realm, standing in the center of the arena, felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He looked at Chen Fan walking towards him step by step, then at the enraged rich family Qilin opposite him, and cold sweat broke out on his back. How can we make a cut now? Despite the pressure, he mustered all his strength, raised his hand, and shouted hoarsely, the final match begins. Before he could finish speaking. Court death. Lin Xian was completely enraged by Chen Fan's silent killing intent. He intended to slowly toy with the clown and let him die in despair. But now, he has changed his mind. He's going to punch me. With just one punch, this arrogant piece of trash, along with his so-called commoner's myth, was completely shattered into pieces. Roar! Lin Xian shouted loudly, unleashing his full power as a peak Dan gene cultivator. The ground beneath his feet suddenly exploded, and he charged towards Chen Fan. He clenched his right fist, the muscles on his arm bulging in veins standing out, a burning internal force gathering at the tip of his fist. The Su family's ultimate martial art, the Thunder Fist. Boom! Before the punch even landed, a muffled thunderous sound had already resounded throughout the stadium. Wherever the fist passed, the air was torn apart, forming a visible white shockwave. This punch, imbued with the full power of a peak Dan gene martial artist, was enough to blast an armored vehicle into scrap metal. The entire audience held their breath in shock at the force of that punch. On the commentary stand, Lao Wang excitedly stood up and shouted into the microphone, "It's here. Lin Xian's Thunder Fist. This punch is unmatched. Our dad martial artist, he didn't move. He didn't dodge or evade. Inside the Su family's private room, Su Wanqing's lips curled into a cruel smile. It's over. Inside the Martial Arts Association's private room, Wen Jinyu clenched her fists nervously. On the arena. Faced with this earth-shattering punch, Chen Fan didn't move at all. He didn't even change his posture, he just stood there calmly. Just as that fist, powerful enough to tear steel, was about to touch his face, he slowly raised his right hand. Index finger and middle finger. Two ordinary fingers were stretched out to meet that thunderous punch. This is insane. These two words popped into everyone's mind. How can you use two fingers to withstand a full-force attack from a peak-level Dan Jin? What arrogance and ignorance this is. A savage gleam of pleasure flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He could almost see Chen Fan's fingers, arms, and even his entire body shattering inch by inch under his punch. However, the next second, the anticipated scene of shattered bones and flying flesh did not occur. Buzz. A strange, soft chirping sound. Chen Fan's two fingers, with an almost invisible layer of pale white energy swirling around their tips, gently touched Lin Xian's fist. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Lin Xian's ferocious fist suddenly stopped an inch away from Chen Fan's fingertips. All its power was instantly neutralized, and it could no longer advance an inch. Varied. The arrogance on Lin Xian's face instantly turned into extreme shock. He tried to pull his fist back, but found that it was as if it had been welded shut with iron clamps, and he couldn't move it. Then, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. The pale white energy at Chen Fan's fingertips, which was actually his internal energy, suddenly seemed to come alive. They transformed into countless threads, finer than a human hair, almost invisible to the naked eye, and silently burrowed into Lin Xian's fist along his fingertips. Qi transforms into silk. No! Lin Xian let out a scream that was so terrified it was almost a distorted voice. He tried to escape, but it was too late. Click, click, click. A sickeningly loud cracking sound, clearly transmitted through the microphone, echoed throughout the entire stadium. He felt as if countless steel needles were drilling into his fist, twisting wildly, and his bones were breaking inch by inch. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the stadium's dome. Lin Xian clutched his right arm, staggered backward, his face devoid of any arrogance, replaced only by twisted pain and endless fear. His entire right arm hung limply at his sides. It was useless. It's ruined. One move. No, it can't even be considered a move. With just two fingers, tap lightly. Lin Xian, the prodigy of the wealthy family who was elevated to a divine status by the Su family and on whom the whole city placed its hopes, is now crippled. The entire arena fell silent. The audience stared blankly at the ring, unable to believe their eyes. Inside the Su family's private room, with a loud crash, the wine glass in Su Wanqing's hand slipped and shattered on the floor. She stood up abruptly, her body trembling slightly from extreme shock, her face filled with disbelief. Gang Jin. This is impossible. On the arena. Chen Fan slowly withdrew his finger, not even glancing at Lin Xian, who was screaming in pain. His gaze fell on the small crib in the corner. Annen's little mouth moved slightly, as if she was about to be woken up. Chen Fan's brows furrowed even deeper. He didn't want to waste any more time. Under Lin Xian's horrified gaze, Chen Fan's body sank slightly, assuming an ancient and simple boxing stance. This is the starting stance of the inch punch. Upon seeing this posture, Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. On the commentary stand, Shaoli exclaimed in shock, "The inch punch. This is the legendary lost ancient martial art." The entire audience erupted in uproar. Chen Fan ignored everyone's exclamations. He looked at Lin Xian, who was almost collapsing to the ground, and spoke calmly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. 3 years ago, an old man who sold me the inch punch told me that this fist technique, if you are below the Dan Jin level, you will die if you get touched. Chen Fan looked at his fist, as if talking to himself. So the old man wasn't lying to me after all. This fist works the same way when striking with Dan Jin. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Lin Xian. A punch was thrown. Nothing special, no thunder, no shockwaves, not even a gust of wind. The punch landed squarely on Lin Xian's chest. Bang! A muffled thud. Lin Xian's body flew backward, scattering a cloud of blood mist in the air, before crashing heavily onto the edge of the arena. He twitched twice and then fell silent. Chen Fan withdrew his fist, turned around, and walked back to the center of the ring. He surveyed the entire venue, his gaze sweeping over the stunned audience, over the VIP box where the Su family was located, and finally settling on the judges' table. The entire venue remained deathly silent. Chen Fan waited for 2 seconds, seemingly getting a little impatient. He spoke, his voice still calm, yet carrying an undeniable air of dominance. "Who's next?" Chapter 64. The name of the Grandmaster shakes Jiangcheng. "Who's next?" Chen Fan's voice was very flat, as if he were asking how the weather was today. But these calm words, falling into the deathly silent stadium, were more awe-inspiring than the most violent thunder. The entire stadium, filled with tens of thousands of spectators, was completely silent. Everyone stared blankly at the man in casual clothes in the center of the ring. Beside him lay Lin Xian, the prodigy of a wealthy family, whose fate remained unknown. Behind him was a special alloy arena covered in cracks, resembling a spider web. Chaos reigned in the direction of the referee's stand. When Chen Fan's gaze swept over him, the referee, who was at the peak of the transformation realm, almost lost his balance. His gaze shifted back and forth between Chen Fan and Lin Xian, who lay on the ground in the distance. His face was deathly pale, his lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. After a good 10 seconds, he seemed to be pulled out of the water, took a deep breath, and scrambled onto the stage. He didn't dare approach Chen Fan, but instead went around in a big circle to the edge of the arena, squatted down, and tremblingly put his finger into Lin Xian's nostrils. He is not breathing. He trembled as he reached out to touch Lin Xian's neck. There is no pulse. The referee froze. He died. Lin Xian, the ace of the Su family who had been hiding for 3 years and was at the peak of Danjin, died just like that. He was killed with a single punch. The referee slowly and mechanically turned his head to look at Chen Fan in the center of the ring. Those eyes were filled with extreme fear. He opened his mouth, a hoarse sound coming from his throat, then with all his might, he raised his trembling hand and announced in a hoarse voice. "The victor is Chen Fan." As soon as he finished speaking, the impatience on Chen Fan's face disappeared. He didn't even glance at the referee. He turned and walked towards the corner of the ring. There, his whole world resides. Anen seemed to have been startled by the muffled sound. Her little body stirred in the crib, her little mouth pursed, and she rubbed her eyes, as if she was about to wake up. Chen Fan immediately slowed his pace even further. He walked to the bedside, bent down, and gently lifted his daughter from the soft blanket. Anen opened her eyes groggily and saw her father's familiar face. Her little mouth immediately opened into a sweet, milky smile. "Ah!" She reached out her soft little hand and grasped one of her father's fingers. Chen Fan's heart melted instantly. The chilling killing intent that had been there moments before vanished without a trace. He held his daughter and kissed her on her smooth forehead, his voice filled with tenderness. "Good girl, let's go home." After saying that, he held Anen in one arm, picked up the diaper bag on the ground with the other, turned around, and prepared to leave. He ignored the spectators who were craning their necks and opening their mouths wide. They ignored the referee, who was still frozen in the ring. They ignored Lin Xian's still warm corpse on the ground. This extreme contrast completely stunned the audience. Just as Chen Fan was about to reach the players' tunnel, Lao Wang on the commentary desk suddenly jumped up from his chair as if someone had grabbed him by the neck. He grabbed the microphone and, in a shaky voice, stammered. "That as projected outwards. My God, he's not a Danjin, he's a Grandmaster. My God. What have we just witnessed? A Grandmaster of internal strength who is not even 30 years old. The stay-at-home dad martial artist is not a Danjin. He is a Grandmaster." Boom! The audience went absolutely crazy. Grandmaster? Did I hear that right? Chen Fan is a Grandmaster of Gangjin? One punch instantly kills a peak Danjin cultivator. What the hell is this if not a Grandmaster? This is outrageous. I actually watched a Grandmaster play a match live. Master of stay-at-home dads. This is a true legend. Some people were screaming, and others were shouting at their companions, their voices so loud they seemed to be about to lift the roof off the stadium. Countless people rushed towards the players' tunnel, eager to get a close look at this incredibly young master. The flashes were so bright they were blinding, and reporters pushed forward like madmen. The entire city of Jiangcheng was in an uproar at that moment. Inside the Martial Arts Association's private box, when Jinyu's teacup froze in midair, she forgot to drink it. She stared intently at the screen, at the figure on the screen carrying her daughter and a diaper bag as they walked away, her eyes unblinking, lost in thought for a long time. She had thought Chin Fan was very strong, but she never imagined he would be a master of internal energy. "President," she murmured. The president clapped his hands and laughed. "Just as I expected, just as I expected." "Go," he turned to look at Wen Jinyu, his eyes carrying an undeniable command. "Prepare an S+ level contract. Tell him the 5 million bonus can be cashed out right now and deposited into his account." Wen Jinyu nodded quickly, "Yes." "And another thing," the chairman tapped his finger on the table, "investigate. 3 years ago, at the Jiangcheng night market, everyone who had a stall, everyone who sold second-hand goods, find out the old man who sold him inch punch. I need to know everything about that person." "Yes." When Jinyu's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately accepted the order and left. Another private room. Manager Wu, the manager of Jiangcheng night market, excitedly stood up from the sofa. He stared intently at the screen, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Grandmaster. Such a young master of internal energy. He had previously thought Chen Fan was a grandmaster, but that was just a guess. Now, it was an undeniable fact. How valuable is a young grandmaster? Incalculable. What's more, he also mastered the lost ancient martial art inch punch. An S-level contract? Manager Wu muttered to himself, then let out a sneer. S-level isn't enough. Manager Wu slammed his fist on the table. Investigate. At all costs. Find out everything about him. His address, preferences, all his connections. I want to see him in person. Tell him the night market can satisfy all his desires. Money, resources, women. Just ask. Manager Wu's breathing became rapid as he stared intently at the screen, like a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. He knew that if he could win this person over, the night market would be set for the next 10 years. The top-floor luxury suite. The Su family. No one spoke in the private room. The atmosphere was very tense. Clang. Splash. The red wine and fruit platter were swept to the floor, and the sound of shattering glass echoed in the quiet room. Su Wanqing stared intently at the figure on the screen, her nails digging into her flesh without her even realizing it. A master of Gang Jin? A 1-inch punch? That good for nothing, that piece of trash she discarded like trash, is actually a grandmaster of Gang Jin? All plans and calculations become a joke in the face of absolute power. Praise to death? Does a grandmaster need to care about Dan Jin's excessive praise? Lin Xian? The Su family's prized trump card couldn't even withstand a single finger from the opponent. Shame. An unprecedented disgrace. Su Wanqing sensed that everyone in Jiangcheng's high society was laughing at her and the Su family behind her back. Her beautiful face was contorted with anger, making her delicate makeup look somewhat ferocious. Blood dripped from between her fingers onto the carpet, but she was completely unaware. Master. Uncle Long behind him was bowing, his voice trembling. He had never seen Su Wanqing so distraught. Su Wanqing ignored him. She turned around abruptly, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Uncle Long, her teeth clenched, and she remained silent. She spoke slowly and deliberately, her voice sounding as if it were squeezed out from between her teeth, carrying a strong metallic taste of blood. Start up. Uncle Long shuddered, looked up, his face filled with horror. Patriarch, once the death squad plan is launched, there's no turning back. It's our Su family's last trump card, meant to. I told you to start it. Su Wanqing screamed, interrupting him. She pointed towards the screen, her voice shrill and mournful. I want him dead. I don't care who he is. I don't care if he's a grandmaster or a martial god. I want him to never leave this stadium. Su Wanqing's lips curled into a crazy and cruel smile. I also want his bastard daughter to be buried with him. Chapter 65, Suicide Squads enter, locking down the entire hall. Chen Fan carried his daughter as they walked towards the players' tunnel. The frenzy of the surrounding crowd and the swarm of reporters made him frown slightly. The flashes were so bright that Anan shifted uncomfortably in his arms. He just wanted to take his daughter home as soon as possible. However, just as his foot was about to step into the passageway. Boom! A heavy, teeth-grinding metallic scraping sound rang out simultaneously from all directions of the stadium. Immediately following was a loud bang. All the external exits of the stadium, those heavy special alloy gates, slammed shut in that instant. The alloy gates fell, completely sealing off the stadium. Buzz. More than half of the lights in the venue went out instantly. The light suddenly dimmed, leaving only a few lonely spotlights above the arena, casting pale beams of light into the air. Woo 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 woo. The piercing alarm sounded without warning throughout the entire building. This sudden turn of events plunged the boisterous audience into a deathly silence, followed by a wave of panic that felt like an avalanche. What's going on? Why is the door closed? Was it a terrorist attack? Call the police. Hurry! Screams, cries, and the sounds of tables and chairs being overturned mingled together, turning the entire stadium into chaos. Countless people rushed toward the exit in a panic, only to desperately pound on the cold alloy gate. Chen Fan stopped in his tracks, his eyes turning cold in an instant. He immediately realized something was wrong. This is no ordinary accident. He held his daughter, his body sinking slightly, and a layer of invisible pale white energy instantly enveloped him and isolating them from the chaotic pushing and shoving around them. His eyes were cold as he warily scanned the dimly lit audience seats around him. In the darkness, dozens of cold, emotionless killing intents, like an invisible net, locked him in from all directions. They've arrived. Chen Fan's heart remained calm. He simply hugged his daughter even tighter. Anan seemed to sense something, but she didn't cry or fuss. She just stared at her father with wide, curious eyes and held tightly to his clothes with her little hands. Just then, 3 dark figures silently emerged from the shadows beside Chen Fan. They were dressed in matching black combat uniforms, moved with lightning speed, and their teamwork was impeccable. All 3 are Dan Jin martial artists. They held dark green short blades coated with deadly poison, arranged in a perfect triangular formation, aiming at Chen Fan's back, throat, and the back of Anan's head in his arms. Ruthless, decisive, and leaving no room for compromise. Faced with this deadly combined attack, Chen Fan didn't even turn around. He simply held his daughter and casually took a small step to the side. Just this small step. 3 poisoned short blades, whistling through the air, narrowly grazed his body. The 3's combined attack missed. Due to inertia, the 3 Dan Jin assassins were uncontrollably propelled forward half a step, revealing a fatal opening. Now! With his free left hand, Chen Fan held the pink diaper bag and, in a gesture completely incongruous with his status as a grandmaster, swung it backward with lightning speed. There was no protective aura, no sound of wind. The soft bottom of the diaper bag traced an eerie arc in the air, landing precisely on the back of the necks of the 3 assassins. Bang, bang, bang. 3 soft, muffled thuds. The 3 Dan Jin assassins froze mid-charge, their eyes still gleaming with murderous intent, before collapsing to the ground. He died. From beginning to end, Anan in Chen Fan's arms didn't even blink, still curiously playing with the hem of her father's shirt. In the shadows, the other assassins paused for a moment. But it only lasted for a moment. Shoo! Shoo! More footsteps echoed in the darkness. 10, 20, 30. One by one, assassins dressed in black combat uniforms emerged silently from the shadows of the audience seats and from the corners of various passageways. There was no fear or horror in their eyes, only an absolute obedience to orders that seemed to be branded into the depths of their souls. Armed with various specially made weapons coated with potent poison, they moved in unison, their breaths mingling, forming small battle formations that surrounded Chen Fan, cutting off all his escape routes. A man of short stature, but with an aura as deep and restrained as a bottomless abyss, slowly walked out from the group of assassins. He was also dressed in black, with sharp eyes. Half step into the Gang Jin realm. Captain of the Death Squad. He looked at Chen Fan with no expression on his face, his voice like cold metal scraping against each other. By order of the Patriarch, we are sending Mr. Chen Fan on his way. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly waved his hand. Kill. At this moment, dozens of fearless Dan Jin martial artists moved simultaneously. More than a dozen poisoned hidden weapons flew through the air, heading straight for Anan in Chen Fan's arms. Chen Fan's expression hardened. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw that the hidden weapons, which were half a meter away from Anan, seemed to have hit an invisible wall. They were all blasted away by the chi and fell to the ground with a clatter. He looked coldly at the captain of the Suicide Squad. Speak if you want, don't make a move. The captain's pupils contracted slightly, but he quickly returned to a deathly silence. The flashing blades and the shadows of swords, mixed with deadly poison gas, formed a net that descended upon Chen Fan and his daughter. The Su family has gone mad. They were willing to expose their deepest, most hidden cards and carry out a massacre in a stadium with tens of thousands of people, just to put him to death here. For the first time, Chen Fan's expression turned serious. He could disregard his own life and death, but he would never allow Anan to suffer even the slightest harm. He knew it would be a bloody battle. The internal energy within him began to surge wildly, and a chilling killing intent spread out, plunging the surroundings into deathly silence. However, just as he was about to unleash his killing spree, "Ah!" a muffled, childlike syllable suddenly rang out in his arms. His daughter, Annan, who had been quietly staying in his arms, suddenly stretched out her delicate white finger, past the menacing and murderous-looking assassins, and pointed to the very back of the crowd, to an inconspicuous corner where the aura was weakest. There stood another assassin, also dressed in black combat gear. Unlike the others, he didn't carry a weapon, he simply kept his head down, as if he didn't exist in the crowd at all. Chapter 66: The Core of the Formation. The Overlooked Assassins. Chen Fan's killing intent surged wildly. He looked at his daughter's little face in his arms, and then at the expressionless assassins who surrounded them. He knew it would be a bloody battle. He was even prepared to burn his vital energy. However, Ann's little finger made him pause for a moment. "Ah!" The daughter's clear, childlike voice sounded completely out of place in the dimly lit venue filled with a murderous atmosphere. Her small hand reached past the gruesome assassins wielding sharp blades, past the captain with the strongest aura at the half-step gang gene level, and pointed straight to the very back of the encirclement. There stood an inconspicuous assassin. He lowered his head, did not take out his weapon, and his aura was the weakest among the dozens of Dan Gene martial artists, so weak that it was almost negligible. Chen Fan frowned slightly. What does an mean? Is it a coincidence? Still. He recalled all the incredible things that had happened since his daughter was born. His daughter smiled, and his martial arts meridians opened up. His daughter's single word "dad" ignited his inner energy, propelling him to break through to the Dan Gene level. His daughter was frightened, and he sensed it, thus advancing to the level of gang gene, a type of internal energy cultivation. All of this points to one fact: Annan is definitely not an ordinary baby. Perhaps she really did see something she couldn't see herself. In a flash, Chen Fan made a decision. He must believe in his daughter. The assassin captain coldly ordered, "Kill." He clearly didn't give Chen Fan any time to think. The killing formation, composed of dozens of elite warriors, suddenly activated at this moment. The flashing blades, the shadows of swords, and the poisoned hidden weapons wove an impenetrable net of death from all directions, instantly enveloping Chen Fan and his daughter. These assassins worked together flawlessly. Their auras were linked together through some secret method, making them seem like a single entity, launching a continuous and unstoppable offensive. However, just before the net was about to tighten, Chen Fan made a move. He neither resisted nor retreated. He held Annan in his arms, his figure as elusive as a ghost, and took a step diagonally forward. This step, seemingly casual, is actually incredibly subtle and ingenious. He held Annan in his arms, and with a swift movement, he slipped through the densest gap of swords and shadows. Swish! 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 Countless sharp blades whistled past, narrowly missing the hem of his clothes, yet they couldn't even touch a single hair on his head. The captain of the Suicide Squad turned pale instantly. "Stop him," he roared. "He's going to the center of the formation. Stop him at all costs." The core of the formation? Upon hearing those two words, all the assassins' actions changed. They abandoned their encirclement and attack, their eyes revealing an even more frantic determination than before. They turned around and went back to defend, disregarding everything. Their target was the corner and pointed to the weakest, head-bowed assassin. It's too late. Chen Fan was faster than any of them. His movements, enhanced by his inner energy, had surpassed the comprehension of these Dan Gene martial artists. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Fan's figure left a trail of afterimages as he strolled leisurely through layers of obstacles. A Suicide Squad member stood with his sword drawn. Chen Fan didn't even look, holding his daughter in sideways as he bumped into her. Bang! The assassin, knife and all, flew backward, knocking over several people behind him. Chen Fan's steps did not falter in the slightest. He was unstoppable, breaking through all defenses in an instant and arriving in front of the bowed assassin. The assassin seemed to sense the danger and suddenly raised his head. It was a bloodless face, its eyes filled with terror and despair. He wanted to back away, but it was too late. He stretched out his free left hand, fingers spread, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up with one hand. Well! The assassin's feet left the ground as he struggled desperately, but to no avail. And just as Chen Fan's hand gripped his neck, buzz! A strange, muffled sound echoed in the air. That perfect killing formation, composed of dozens of assassins whose auras were linked, collapsed instantly. All the suicide soldiers who were retreating suddenly jolted, their forward momentum momentarily halting and becoming chaotic. The perfect connection between them had vanished. The battle formation has been broken. Holding the array core in his hand, Chen Fan felt a surge of emotions. He looked down at his daughter in his arms, who was curiously sucking her little finger, her eyes filled with an extremely complicated expression. None. She saw the flow of energy? She could see through the core of this battle formation at a glance, a formation that even a half-step chi refining cultivator couldn't easily break? No. It's impossible. In the distance, the captain of the assassin squad was deathly pale, staring intently at Chen Fan, his body trembling slightly from shock. How could he see through the core of the blood chain battle formation at a glance? How could he possibly know the core of the blood chain battle formation? That's impossible. A master of internal energy, who can see through battle formations at a glance, a monster. He's a monster. Chen Fan ignored his shock. He held the still struggling array core in his hand, his cold gaze sweeping across the entire scene. Those assassins who had lost the support of the battle formation were still fearless, but the madness in their eyes had taken on a hint of chaos. Chen Fan, carrying the array core, walked step by step toward the captain of the suicide squad, his voice devoid of any emotion. Now. Have your men opened the door? The commotion outside the stadium grew louder and louder, and it sounded like something heavy was hitting the alloy gate. Clearly, the Martial Arts Association's enforcement team and the night markets people had finally reacted and were urgently breaking down the gate. However, the captain of the assassin squad just stared intently at Chen Fan without giving any orders. In the top-floor luxury suite, Uncle Long stared at the screen, his hands trembling so much he could barely hold his teacup. Patriarch, the blood chain battle formation has been broken, and he has captured the core of the formation. Wei. He stopped before he could finish speaking. Because he saw that Su Wanqing, who was beside him, did not show any discouragement or anger after seeing the scene of the plan being thwarted. Instead, the corners of her mouth were stretched into an even more morbid and cruel arc. She looked at the man on the screen, carrying a suicide squad and looking down on everyone, and smiled softly. That laughter sent chills down Uncle Long's spine. Patriarch? Su Wanqing turned her head, her blood-red eyes flashing with a crazed light. She stuck out her tongue and gently licked her chapped lips, her voice hoarse and excited. The first appetizer is finished. She gave a new command into the communicator in the corner. Notify them. Let's serve the main course. Chapter 67. The main course arrives. A desperate gap. Chen Fan, carrying the still struggling array core in his hand, walked step by step toward the captain of the suicide squad. With each step he took, the soldiers around him, now deprived of the support of their battle formation, would instinctively take a step back. The madness in their eyes remained, but now tinged with confusion and fear. Now. Chen Fan's voice, devoid of any emotion, echoed in the empty stadium. Have your men opened the door? The sounds of impact outside the stadium grew increasingly frequent. The loud clanging indicated that the Martial Arts Association and night market personnel were using heavy equipment to break down the door. However, the captain of the suicide squad just stared intently at Chen Fan, his fists clenched, without giving any orders. The shock and confusion on his face were being replaced by an even more eerie calm. He seemed to be waiting for something. Chen Fan frowned slightly, sensing that something was amiss. Just then. Buzz. A low, crackling sound of electricity suddenly rang out. At that moment, all the giant searchlights on the stadium roof that had been turned off suddenly came back on. Dozens of beams of light instantly focused on the open space in the center of the venue, illuminating that area as bright as day. The light was too dazzling, so Chen Fan subconsciously turned his head to the side and used his body to shield Anan's eyes. Boom! A loud bang came from directly above the stadium. A huge gap was torn open in the steel structure of the roof by a tremendous force, and a massive black shadow descended from the sky. It was a huge, completely black alloy shipping container that crashed heavily onto the ground, which was the focus of the searchlights. The entire stadium shook violently. Click! The container door slowly opened. There were no more assassins inside. There was only one quiet, pitch-black humanoid creation. It is about 3 meters tall, entirely black, and shaped like a human, but its joints and edges have an inexplicable awkwardness. Its surface is not smooth metal, but a black coating with a matte texture that does not reflect any light under illumination. On the surface of that pitch-black armor, there were streaks of dark blue patterns that shimmered with light. An aura far more terrifying and oppressive than the blood-chain battle formation composed of dozens of assassins just now emanated from the humanoid creation. Chen Fan's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpoints. A single soldier mech? Is this Su Wanqing's real backup plan? This is what she meant by main course? The captain of the assassins, who was at the half-step Gang Jin level, revealed a strange smile. He released his weapon, didn't even glance at Chen Fan, turned around, and walked step by step toward the black mecha. His steps were heavy, but firm. He walked to the front of the mech, and the mech's chest armor silently slid open to the sides, revealing a cockpit just big enough for one person. He went inside without hesitation. As he entered, the chest armor slowly closed. Buzz. The brightness of the dark blue energy patterns on the surface of the mecha suddenly increased several times. A series of dark blue rays of light instantly covered the entire body of the mecha. The previously motionless humanoid creation began to move. 2 red lights shone from its head armor, pointing at Chen Fan. A terrifying pressure that surpassed even the chi-refining realm swept across the entire area. Under this oppressive force, the core assassin in Chen Fan's hand trembled violently, foamed at the mouth, and fainted. Chen Fan casually tossed him aside, his expression extremely grave. He knew he had underestimated the Su family's madness. The foundation of an ancient martial arts family with a history spanning hundreds of years is far more than just a few Dan Jin and Gang Jin martial artists. The resources and technology they possess are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Drop. A soft electronic sound rang out. Inside the mech, the captain of the Suicide Squad's voice, synthesized electronically, came through, cold and distorted. Godslayer Type 1. Activate. Grandmaster of? The pair of red electronic eyes flashed, and the voice was full of disdain and mockery. In front of it, it is just an ant. Before the words were even finished, the mecha moved. It moved. 1 second he was tens of meters away, the next second, a huge shadow had already loomed over Chen Fan's head. We can't wait any longer. Chen Fan's pupils contracted. He knew he couldn't just passively defend himself. He hugged in tighter in his arms, and his entire body's internal energy began to circulate wildly without reservation. Faced with the steel behemoth, he decided to strike first. He stomped his foot hard, the ground cracked instantly, and he charged towards the mech like a cannonball. The inch punch. He concentrated all his inner energy into his right fist, causing the air around it to distort. This punch was his all-out attack since he entered the Gang Jin realm, without holding back. Enough to instantly kill any peak stage Dan Jin. Boom! The fist, imbued with terrifying force, slammed solidly into the chest of Godslayer Type 1. However, the anticipated scene of armor shattering and being gutted never materialized. A deafening metallic clang rang out. A tremendous force of recoil came from his fist, making his arm go numb. The Godslayer Type 1 mech remained completely still. The area on its chest where it was struck only flickered briefly before returning to normal. Chen Fan, however, was shaken by the terrifying force of the backlash, causing his blood to surge and his body to stagger backward 7 or 8 steps before he regained his balance. He looked down at his red and trembling fist, his mind a little dazed. Useless? Absolutely useless? Attack recorded, energy intensity determined, early stage of Gang Jin. Threat level, low. Inside the mecha, a cold, synthesized electronic voice rang out. It raised its metal arm, which was thicker than Chen Fan's entire body and enveloped in a dark blue energy, spread its 5 fingers, and then slowly clenched its fist. Now. It's my turn. The next moment. The enormous metal fist, accompanied by a whooshing sound, slammed towards Chen Fan's chest. That's too fast. Chen Fan was about to dodge when the fist was already at his chest. He could only gather all the internal energy in his body in an instant, condensing it into a thick, pale white energy shield in front of him. This is his strongest defense. However. Snap. A crisp sound. Chen Fan's protective chi shield shattered instantly. Immediately afterwards, the fist slammed solidly into Chen Fan's chest without any pause. Puff. A terrifying force exploded in his chest, as if his internal organs were about to shift. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body went light, and he flew backward uncontrollably. Boom! He slammed hard against the cold alloy wall more than 10 meters away, then slid to the ground. The excruciating pain spread throughout my limbs and bones. What terrified him even more was that an ant slipped from his arms. The tiny body flew out and landed on the cold ground. Anun. Chen Fan roared and tried to grab something, but he couldn't grasp anything. Chapter 68 Father's Embrace, the Strongest Shield. All Chen Fan could see was that small, falling figure. Nun. He let out a heart-wrenching roar, his eyes blazing with fury. He tried to reach out and grab, but his body had been severely injured by the immense force, and his bones seemed to have shattered. He couldn't even move a finger. A sharp pain shot through his entire body. His heart clenched, and he could hardly breathe from the pain. That was his whole world. Wow! Daddy! In the air, Anin was frightened and let out a weak cry that sounded like she was about to cry. The small body traced a desperate parabola through the air before falling toward the cold, hard ground. No! No! Chen Fan's eyes were bloodshot, and his mind was blank. He didn't want any internal energy, no short-range punches, no martial arts. All he wants is his daughter. All he wants is for her to be safe and sound. Guard! I will protect her. This thought became the only obsession in his mind. It wasn't about becoming stronger or breaking through, it was simply a father's most instinctive and purest wish. In that very instant, a power far greater and warmer than ever before erupted from the deepest part of his heart. Buzz. A halo of pale golden light emanated from Chen Fan. The light is not domineering, but warm. Wherever the light passed, the terrifying force raging within his body was instantly calmed down, and his shattered bones and displaced internal organs began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. His severely injured body was rapidly healed under the golden light. Its power, instead of retreating, has advanced and is steadily increasing. Not far away, the Godslayer Type 1 mech, which was taking heavy steps and preparing to witness Chen Fan's desperate and miserable state, had its red electronic eyes flashing wildly and its body emitting an unstable buzzing sound. The mocking smile on the captain's face froze. He stared at the man shrouded in golden light on the screen, his mind blank. What is this? Gang Chi? No. Gang Chi is white. What is that golden light? In the top floor luxury suite. For the first time, the sickly smile on Su Wanqing's face froze. She stared intently at the soft yet dazzling golden light on the screen, and for the first time, disbelief appeared in her bloodshot eyes. This is impossible, she murmured to herself. However, the changes on the field have exceeded everyone's understanding. Just as Anin was about to land, at the critical moment, Chen Fan made a move. Chen Fan's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared beneath Anin. Brush! He appeared instantly beneath Anin, and at the last moment before his daughter hit the ground, he stretched out his arms and gently and steadily embraced her. A small, soft body fell into my arms. It's very light and soft. It has a familiar milky smell. Chen Fan held his daughter tightly, as if he were holding the whole world that he had lost and then regained. He instinctively turned around and shielded her with his back. Baby, don't be afraid. His voice was hoarse, yet incredibly gentle. Dad is here. Ah. Anin in his arms stopped crying. She clutched her father's clothes with her little hands, tears still glistening in her big eyes, but she had calmed down. She seemed to know that her father's embrace was the safest place in the world. But the danger is not over yet. Just as Chen An landed safely in Chen Fan's arms, the black steel behemoth caught up in pursuit. Threat level assessment, extremely high. Activate, highest attack privileges. Inside the mech, the captain of the suicide squad recovered from his shock, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. No matter what that golden light is, kill him. We must kill him. The massive metal fist, thicker than a person, was enveloped in a violent, dark blue energy. With a piercing shriek that tore through the air, it slammed into Chen Fan, who had just embraced his daughter and was facing away from it. This punch contained devastating power. Chen Fan felt the force of a punch coming from behind him. But he didn't dodge. There was no time to dodge. Without a second thought, he turned around abruptly, holding his daughter tightly in his arms, and using his back to shield her from the fatal blow. A close call. Boom! A deafening roar came not from behind Chen Fan. Instead, it came from the heavy alloy door of the stadium. The door was blasted open from the outside by an unparalleled force. The twisted metal door panel flew inward and crashed to the ground. Immediately afterwards, countless law enforcement officers dressed in black martial arts association uniforms and another group of fierce-looking, arrogant night market people surged in like two black tides through the blasted open door. Leading the group were Wen Jinyu, who looked extremely anxious, and Steward Wu, whose face was so gloomy it could drip water. As they rushed in, the first thing they saw in the center of the arena was a 3-meter-tall black mech, swinging its fist at a man holding a baby. Court death. When Jinyu and Steward Wu shouted at the same time. Chapter 69, Three Parties Converge, Mech Self-Destructs. When Jinyu and Manager Wu shouted at the same time, and the two of them shot out from the surging crowd like two sharp arrows, one on the left and one on the right. One is a top expert in the Martial Arts Association, with fierce and powerful chi. The other is the mysterious manager of the night market, who possesses a subtle and yin-like strength. Two completely different, yet equally terrifying forces converged on Chen Fan's back almost simultaneously with the giant fist unleashed by the black mecha, which was enveloped in a dark blue, violet energy. Any one of these three forces would be enough to easily kill a martial artist at the peak of the Dan-Jin realm. At this moment, they are all targeting the same person. A father who has just embraced his daughter, his back to everyone else. A devastating energy storm was about to explode. The Martial Arts Association law enforcement officers and night market vendors at the forefront all wore expressions of horror, too late to even shout. It's over. That man is dead. No flesh and blood body could withstand such a terrifying pincer attack. Boom! The three forces finally collided with a deafening roar less than half a meter behind Chen Fan. There was no scene of carnage as I had imagined. A deafeningly loud bang resounded, and for a moment the air in the stadium seemed to be sucked out. Centered on Chen Fan's back, a visible, destructive shockwave, a mixture of white chi, black dark energy, and dark blue energy, suddenly exploded out. Back off! When Jinyu and Steward Wu roared at the same time, and their figures retreated rapidly. Their elite subordinates also retreated, using their inner strength to resist the violent aftershocks of energy. However, Chen Fan, who was at the very center of the storm, remained completely still. He simply held his daughter quietly in his arms, like an unchanging mountain. Just as the three forces were about to strike his back, a thin, soft, pale golden halo quietly emerged from his body. This halo looked so fragile, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. But this thin layer of light kept out the energy storm that was enough to destroy a main battle tank. The raging aftershocks of energy struck the pale golden light shield, but they were absorbed and smoothed out without even causing a ripple. Even after the storm, Chen Fan's figure remained upright. Anan, nestled in his arms, wasn't even touched by a gust of wind. She just blinked her big, curious eyes and clung tightly to her father's clothes with her little hands. The entire stadium fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. When Jinyu stared at that retreating figure, her usually spirited face now filled with disbelief. Although her attack was hasty in an attempt to save someone, she had still used 70% of her strength. An ordinary early-stage chi refining martial artist would be severely injured, if not killed, if she took the hit head-on. But the aftershocks of the convergence of those three forces were several times more terrifying than her full-force attack. He just blocked it like that? Even the clothes aren't torn? Manager Wu's gloomy face froze. The greed and murderous intent in his eyes were replaced by a deeper shock and incomprehension. He doesn't understand. As a peak-level expert in internal energy cultivation, he sensed the strangeness of the golden light even more keenly than when Jinyu. It wasn't internal energy, nor any power he recognized. The power wasn't domineering, it was even quite warm. Yet, it possessed an absolute defensive characteristic, as if any attack was meaningless before it. How is this possible? What secrets does this man, this stay-at-home dad whom he considers an S-level investment target, hold? Inside the mech's cockpit, the captain's pupils shrank to pinpoints. He stared at the figure on the screen, enveloped in golden light, his mind blank. His proud Godslayer Type 1 attack, with its full force and the aftershocks of attacks from the other two masters, actually, couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. Threat level, cannot be determined. The mech system emitted a piercing, chaotic electronic alarm. In the top-floor luxury suite, Su Wanqing stared intently at the screen, at the unharmed man, and at the soft yet indestructible golden light. The smile on her face froze completely. We lost. From the moment that golden light appeared, she knew that all her plans and backup plans had become a joke. The secret of the Godslayer Type 1 mech was completely exposed in front of the Martial Arts Association and the night market. What awaits the Su family is utter annihilation. She suffered a crushing defeat. He. Su Wanqing suddenly laughed, her laughter growing louder and sharper, filled with morbid madness and despair. Since you've already seen it. A sickly flush appeared on her face, and her blood-red eyes burned with a flame of mutual destruction. Then let's all be buried with me. She screamed, reaching out her trembling hand and slamming it down on the bright red circular button in the very center of the main control panel, protected by a glass dome. Snap! The glass cover shattered instantly. She pressed her palm down heavily. In the center of the venue, the Godslayer Type 1 mech, which had been so menacing just moments before, suddenly stopped all movement. The dark blue energy patterns on its body instantly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, blinding crimson light shone from every joint and every crevice of the mecha. Beep! 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 A rapid, heart-pounding alarm blared throughout the stadium. From inside the mecha, a cold, ruthless electronic synthesized voice emanated, filling the entire arena. Warning! Self-destruct sequence activated. Energy core overload. Countdown begins. 30. 29. The sound, like the pronouncement of death, instantly turned the faces of everyone in the stadium deathly pale. Self-destruct? When Jinyu exclaimed in shock, her eyes revealing horror and despair for the first time. She knew better than anyone how terrifying the power of this creation, which combined martial arts and cutting-edge technology, would be if its energy core were to self-destruct. Not to mention this stadium, everything within a 500-meter radius will be razed to the ground. Everyone present, including herself, the Martial Arts Association elites, and the people from the night market, will not survive. Madman! The Su family is full of lunatics. Manager Wu couldn't help but curse, his face extremely ugly. He wanted to rush over to stop them, but a violet energy field had already formed around the blood-red mecha, making it impossible to get close. Escape? It's too late. In 30 seconds, they couldn't even rush out of the stadium. Panic spread through the population like a plague. The Martial Arts Association's law enforcement officers and the martial artists at the night market were all thrown into disarray, their faces filled with despair. 25. 24. The chilling countdown continues. Death is drawing ever closer. In this apocalyptic scene of despair, only one person remained calm. Chen Fan. He didn't even glance back at the mech that was about to explode. He simply lowered his head, looking tenderly at his daughter in his arms, and gently wiped away a tear that still clung to the corner of her eye with his finger. All the chaos and despair in the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with him. In his world, there was only the small, soft baby in his arms, who smelled of milk. Ah! Anan seemed to sense something, her little hands gripping her father's clothes, her big eyes filled with unease. Baby, don't be afraid. Chen Fan lowered his head and gently kissed his daughter's smooth forehead. Dad is here. Chapter 70, the Grand Final, the Final Showdown. On the huge arena in the center of the stadium, spotlights poured down as bright as day. The final match has finally begun. On one side is Chen Fan, the biggest dark horse of this competition, who swept all his opponents by holding a baby in one hand and was jokingly called the Legend of the Dad by netizens. On the other side was the Su family's long-hidden trump card, a genius martial artist at the peak of Danjin Lin Xian. Lin Xian was tall and handsome, dressed in a spotless white martial arts uniform. He stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes arrogant, like a drawn sword, its sharpness fully revealed. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Lin Xian looked at Chen Fan, who was still holding the child, and a contemptuous smile appeared on his lips. I thought you would hide in the garbage dump of the preliminaries like a rat and not dare to come out. His voice, transmitted through the microphone, resounded throughout the venue, filled with undisguised provocation. The live stream chat room instantly erupted in excitement. Holy crap! Who's this guy? He's so arrogant. Lin Xian. A genius of the Su family. It said he was already at the late stage of Danjin 3 years ago. This is going to be interesting. One is a mysterious stay-at-home dad, and the other is a well-established genius. Chen Fan ignored him, and simply lowered his head to gently stroke his daughter's nose with his finger. Anan was amused and giggled, grabbing her father's collar with her little hands and calling out in her childish voice, Daddy, go for it. Okay, Dad, keep it up. Chen Fan replied gently. This heartwarming scene, where no one else was around, completely enraged Lin Xian. What he hated most was Chen Fan's affected calmness. What right did someone who relied on brute force to stomp on noobs in low-ranked games have to put on airs in front of him? The match begins. The referee gave the whistle. It's over. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold, and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, he appeared in front of Chen Fan like a ghost, his 5 fingers forming claws, and with a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, he went straight for Anan in Chen Fan's arms. He didn't take Chen Fan seriously at all. His target from the very beginning was this child whom Chen Fan cherished. He wanted to take the child away in front of everyone, and then crush all of Chen Fan's pride and dignity. This claw strike was fast and ruthless, with an extremely tricky angle. A gasp rippled through the audience. Wen Jinyu's heart was in her throat. She never expected Lin Xian to be so despicable as to directly harm an infant. Manager Wu clenched his fist so tightly that his fingernails dug into his flesh. However, faced with this fatal blow, Chen Fan simply calmly took a small step to the left. This small step caused Lin Xian's determined attack to miss its mark, grazing in Anne's swaddling clothes. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, somewhat surprised. He didn't stop. His claws changed shape, transforming into a sharp palm blade that slashed across Chen Fan's neck. But Chen Fan, holding the child, took another step back, once again avoiding the situation perfectly. Hide? Lin Xian sneered, and his attack suddenly became ferocious. Claws, palms, fists, fingers. Countless sharp energies transformed into an impenetrable network of attacks, completely enveloping Chen Fan. On the arena, Lin Xian's figure transformed into afterimages, launching a frenzied attack from all directions, while Chen Fan was like a small boat in a raging storm, holding the child and dodging left and right, looking utterly disheveled. He seemed to be completely suppressed, without even a chance to fight back. Oh no, the legend of the stay-at-home dad is about to be shattered. The skill gap is too huge. They're not even in the same league. I knew it. It was all an act before it doesn't work when it comes to the real thing. In the luxurious private room, Su Wanqing looked at Chen Fan, who was being completely suppressed on the screen, and finally a confident smile appeared on her face. Uncle Long, did you see that? She picked up her wine glass and swirled it gently. That's the difference between a genius and a brute. Every move Lin Xian makes contains the essence of the Su family's martial arts, while that good-for-nothing only knows how to dodge. Uncle Long bowed and said, "Mrs. Wise. After this battle, no one will dare to underestimate the Su family." On the arena. All you do is hide? Useless. Lin Xian's patience was wearing thin as he couldn't break through Lin Xian's defenses. He suddenly retreated, and a terrifying burst of energy began to gather between his palms. Since that's the case, then I'll show you what true power is. He roared and thrust both palms forward. Boom! A massive, solid palm print, visible to the naked eye and as solid as white jade, shot out with the force to crush everything, and slammed down on Chen Fan and his daughter. It's the Su family's ultimate technique, the sky-splitting palm print, someone exclaimed. This palm strike is enough to turn an armored vehicle into a pancake. There's no way to avoid it. Everyone thought Chen Fan was doomed. However, faced with this earth-shattering palm strike, Chen Fan finally stopped dodging. He looked up at the huge palm print that was hurtling towards him, then looked down at his daughter in his arms, who was a little uneasy from the violent shaking. He gently patted Ann's back and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Baby, hold on tight, it's a bit noisy." After saying that, he finally freed his right hand, which had been empty the whole time. There was no impressive momentum, no flashy moves. He simply held his daughter, faced the huge white palm print, and delivered a simple punch. This punch looked ordinary, even somewhat weak and powerless. It's like throwing a punch casually while playing with your daughter. You're courting death. A cruel glint of pleasure flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. The next moment, Chen Fan's seemingly powerless fist collided violently with the huge white palm print. There was no earth-shattering noise as I had imagined. There was a crisp snap sound. Amidst the incredulous gazes of tens of thousands of people in the audience, the massive, solid, and domineering palm print, which resembled white jade, began to crack with a tiny fissure from the point of contact with Chen Fan's fist. Immediately afterwards, the crack spread like a spider web across the entire palm print. Bang! The enormous palm print that shattered the void shattered less than half a meter away from Chen Fan and his daughter, turning into countless aftershocks of energy that scattered in all directions. Chen Fan remained standing in the same spot, holding his daughter, motionless. Not even the hem of her clothes fluttered. The entire venue was deathly silent. The smile on Lin Xian's face froze completely. His prize skill was actually shattered by a single, seemingly effortless punch from his opponent? How is this possible? That's it? Chen Fan finally spoke, his voice calm, yet like a heavy hammer blow, striking Lin Xian's heart. You? Lin Xian was both shocked and angry, and was about to speak. Too slow. Chen Fan's figure suddenly disappeared from his sight. Lin Xian's pupils suddenly contracted, and an extreme sense of danger came from behind him. Without thinking, he instantly activated his protective chi to the maximum and turned around to deliver a spinning kick. However, he missed. A hand gently rested on his shoulder. Lin Xian froze, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He tried to move, but found himself as if he were being crushed by a mountain, unable to move even a finger. A calm voice rang in his ears. "I told you, don't touch her." The words fell. Snap! Lin Xian's entire right arm, starting from the shoulder, had its bones shattered inch by inch. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the entire stadium. Lin Xian collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud, clutching his completely deformed arm, writhing in pain. One move. With just one move, the outcome was decided. The entire stadium was completely silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the man holding the child on the ring. If his previous punch shattering of the palm print was shocking, so now, this ghostly speed, this overwhelming strength, is a miracle. Inside the luxury private room. Snap! The wine glass in Su Wanqing's hand fell to the ground and shattered. Her face was completely drained of color. Chapter 71 Qi transforms into silk, destruction at the fingertips. That whip kick, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, carrying the destructive power of a half-step gangjin, reached Chen Fan's waist almost instantly. It moves so fast that it's impossible for the human retina to keep up. Everyone was convinced that Chen Fan was doomed. If one were to withstand this blow, even if they survived, they would inevitably suffer a broken spine and ruptured internal organs. Inside the luxurious private room, a cruel and triumphant smile appeared on Su Wanqing's face. However, the next second, everyone's expression froze. Chen Fan's figure suddenly became somewhat elusive. He didn't back down or block, he simply held Anan, who had her eyes closed, in his arms and swayed slightly to the right. It just happened so casually. Call! The whip kick, powerful enough to break a steel pillar, swept past Chen Fan's back, leaving a long, glaring scratch on the alloy arena behind him with its fierce gust of wind. The difference is minuscule. What? Lin Xian's attack missed its mark, and a hint of surprise flashed in his blood-red eyes. But his drug-controlled body did not stop at all. Using the force of the rotation, his other leg chopped down like a battle axe. But Chen Fan, holding the child, once again narrowly avoided the danger with a seemingly casual sidestep. Boom! Lin Xian's heel slammed into the ring, creating a deep crater in the hard alloy floor as if it were tofu, sending shards of stone flying everywhere. On the arena, a bizarre scene unfolded. Lin Xian transformed into a blood-red storm of destruction, attacking wildly with fists, feet, elbows, and knees. Each attack contained the terrifying power of a half-step gangjin, leaving the entire arena riddled with holes. Chen Fan, holding his daughter, strolled leisurely in the eye of the devastating storm. His movements were small, even minor, consisting of simple swaying, turning to the side, twisting his waist, and bowing his head. Yet these extremely simple movements always managed to avoid all fatal attacks perfectly. Anan in his arms was very well behaved, her little head buried in her father's chest, her little hands tightly gripping her father's collar, but her body was trembling slightly. Lin Xian's attacks couldn't even touch her. Holy crap! What kind of movement technique is that? They dodged it? They all dodged it? This is illogical. With the speed of a half-step chi refining cultivator, how could he possibly dodge? This isn't dodging at all, it's like he's taking a stroll? The livestream chat initially showed Dad in danger, but now it's filled with question marks. In the audience, when Jinyu's mouth was slightly open, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. She couldn't understand it. With her keen eyesight, she could naturally see that Chen Fan's movement technique was extremely profound, but this profundity had exceeded her understanding of martial arts movement techniques. This isn't a movement technique. Manager Wu, staring intently at the arena, said in a hoarse voice, he's not dodging, it's as if he knew in advance where Lin Xian was going to strike. He watched Chen Fan's every move, as if it had been calculated with the utmost precision, not a fraction more or less. This is no longer martial arts, it's art. No, it's a miracle. Inside the luxury private room. The smile on Su Wanqing's face had long since vanished. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, blood trickling down between her fingers, but she was completely unaware. How could this be? Su Wanqing stared at the screen, uttering each word slowly and deliberately. On the arena. Roar. All you do is hide. All you do is hide? Unable to break through, Lin Xian's roars grew increasingly frantic. His rationality, eroded by the drugs, completely vanished, and his attacks became more and more chaotic and utterly disordered. Chen Fan ignored him. He simply looked down at his daughter's tightly closed eyes in his arms. Although Anin was very well behaved, he could feel that his daughter's small body was trembling slightly. She was afraid. Seeing his daughter trembling, Chen Fan's eyes turned cold. He didn't want to waste any more time. He stopped in his tracks. Court death. Seeing that Chen Fan had finally stopped dodging, Lin Xian's blood-red eyes erupted with extreme madness and joy. He gathered all the burning life force and remaining chi in his body into his left fist. This was his strongest punch, and also the last blow of his life. A blood-red fist, carrying an aura of world-destroying power, slammed straight toward Chen Fan's chest. Faced with this fatal blow that concentrated all the power of a half-step Gangjin, Chen Fan did not throw a punch as he had before. He didn't even raise his fist. He simply extended his right hand, index and middle fingers together, and gently met the oncoming crimson fist. Everyone was stunned. How can you catch a full-force attack from a half-step Gangjin using only 2 fingers? Has he gone mad? However, just when everyone thought Chen Fan's finger would be instantly blasted into a bloody mist, a wisp of pure, tangible white light silently emerged from Chen Fan's fingertips. That was a wisp of qi. A wisp of white qi, thinner than a strand of hair, yet so solid it seemed to possess a physical form. It lay quietly wrapped around Chen Fan's 2 fingers, like a thin, crystal-clear glove. The next moment, in the deathly silence of the entire audience, Chen Fan's 2 fingers, wrapped in fine white threads, collided with Lin Xian's blood-red fist, which was powerful enough to shatter steel plates, with perfect precision. There was no loud noise. There was no explosion. There wasn't even a sound. Lin Xian's fist stopped abruptly less than 10 centimeters from Chen Fan's chest. It was as if time had been paused. His ferocious fist was caught between 2 of Chen Fan's fingers. Lin Xian's blood-red eyes froze instantly, his pupils contracting sharply. He felt as if his fist was being squeezed between 2 unshakable sacred mountains. The power within him was still burning wildly. He used all his strength, roaring and howling, trying to push his fist forward even by a millimeter. But it didn't work. It remained completely still. Inside the luxury private room. No. Impossible. Su Wanqing suddenly stood up from the sofa and screamed, she transforming into silk. Impossible. He's a grandmaster. On the arena. Chen Fan raised his eyes, his calm gaze falling on Lin Xian's face, which was distorted by the effects of the drugs and deformed by extreme horror. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet it clearly carried throughout the deathly silent stadium. The game is over. Chapter 72 Qi transforms into silk, destruction at the fingertips. That whip kick, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, carrying the destructive power of a half-step Gangjin, reached Chen Fan's waist almost instantly. It moves so fast that it's impossible for the human retina to keep up. Everyone was convinced that Chen Fan was doomed. If one were to withstand this blow, even if they survived, they would inevitably suffer a broken spine and ruptured internal organs. Inside the luxurious private room, a cruel and triumphant smile appeared on Su Wanqing's face. However, the next second, everyone's expression froze. Chen Fan's figure suddenly became somewhat elusive. He didn't back down or block, he simply held Anin, who had her eyes closed, in his arms and swayed slightly to the right. It just happened so casually. Call. The whip kick, powerful enough to break a steel pillar, swept past Chen Fan's back, leaving a long, glaring scratch on the alloy arena behind him with its fierce gust of wind. The difference is minuscule. What? Lin Xian's attack missed its mark, and a hint of surprise flashed in his blood-red eyes. But his drug-controlled body did not stop at all. Using the force of the rotation, his other leg chopped down like a battle axe. But Chen Fan, holding the child, once again narrowly avoided the danger with a seemingly casual sidestep. Boom! Lin Xian's heel slammed into the ring, creating a deep crater in the hard alloy floor as if it were tofu, sending shards of stone flying everywhere. On the arena, a bizarre scene unfolded. Lin Xian transformed into a blood-red storm of destruction, attacking wildly with fists, feet, elbows, and knees. Each attack contained the terrifying power of a half-step Gangjin, leaving the entire arena riddled with holes. Chen Fan, holding his daughter, strolled leisurely in the eye of the devastating storm. His movements were small, even minor, consisting of simple swaying, turning to the side, twisting his waist, and bowing his head. Yet these extremely simple movements always managed to avoid all fatal attacks perfectly. Anin in his arms was very well behaved, her little head buried in her father's chest, her little hands tightly gripping her father's collar, but her body was trembling slightly. Lin Xian's attacks couldn't even touch her. Holy crap! What kind of movement technique is that? They dodged it? They all dodged it? This is illogical. With the speed of a half-step chi refining cultivator, how could he possibly dodge? This isn't dodging at all, it's like he's taking a stroll? The livestream chat initially showed Dad in danger, but now it's filled with question marks. In the audience, when Jinyu's mouth was slightly open, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. She couldn't understand it. With her keen eyesight, she could naturally see that Chen Fan's movement technique was extremely profound, but this profundity had exceeded her understanding of martial arts movement techniques. This isn't a movement technique. Manager Wu, staring intently at the arena, said in a hoarse voice, he's not dodging, it's as if he knew in advance where Lin Xian was going to strike. He watched Chen Fan's every move, as if it had been calculated with the utmost precision, not a fraction more or less. This is no longer martial arts, it's art. No, it's a miracle. Inside the luxury private room. The smile on Su Wanqing's face had long since vanished. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, blood trickling down between her fingers, but she was completely unaware. How could this be? Su Wanqing stared at the screen, uttering each word slowly and deliberately. On the arena. Roar. All you do is hide. All you do is hide? Unable to break through, Lin Xian's roars grew increasingly frantic. His rationality, eroded by the drugs, completely vanished, and his attacks became more and more chaotic and utterly disordered. Chen Fan ignored him. He simply looked down at his daughter's tightly closed eyes in his arms. Although Anin was very well behaved, he could feel that his daughter's small body was trembling slightly. She was afraid. Seeing his daughter trembling, Chen Fan's eyes turned cold. He didn't want to waste any more time. He stopped in his tracks. Court death. Seeing that Chen Fan had finally stopped dodging, Lin Xian's blood-red eyes erupted with extreme madness and joy. He gathered all the burning life force and remaining chi in his body into his left fist. This was his strongest punch, and also the last blow of his life. A blood-red fist, carrying an aura of world-destroying power, slammed straight toward Chen Fan's chest. Faced with this fatal blow that condensed all the power of a half-step gangjin, Chen Fan did not throw a punch as he had before. He didn't even raise his fist. He simply extended his right hand, index and middle fingers together, and gently met the oncoming crimson fist. Everyone was stunned. How can you catch a full-force attack from a half-step gangjin using only 2 fingers? Has he gone mad? However, just when everyone thought Chen Fan's finger would be instantly blasted into a bloody mist, a wisp of pure, tangible white light silently emerged from Chen Fan's fingertips. That was a wisp of qi. A wisp of white qi, thinner than a strand of hair, yet so solid it seemed to possess a physical form. It lay quietly wrapped around Chen Fan's 2 fingers, like a thin, crystal-clear glove. The next moment, in the deathly silence of the entire audience, Chen Fan's 2 fingers, wrapped in fine white threads, collided with Lin Xian's blood-red fist, which was powerful enough to shatter steel plates, with perfect precision. There was no loud noise. There was no explosion. There wasn't even a sound. Lin Xian's fist stopped abruptly less than 10 centimeters from Chen Fan's chest. It was as if time had been paused. His ferocious fist was caught between 2 of Chen Fan's fingers. Lin Xian's blood-red eyes froze instantly, his pupils contracting sharply. He felt as if his fist was being squeezed between 2 unshakable sacred mountains. The power within him was still burning wildly. He used all his strength, roaring and howling, trying to push his fist forward even by a millimeter. But it didn't work. It remained completely still. Inside the luxury private room. No. Impossible. Su Wanqing suddenly stood up from the sofa and screamed, she transforming into silk. Impossible. He's a grandmaster. On the arena. Chen Fan raised his eyes, his calm gaze falling on Lin Xian's face, which was distorted by the effects of the drugs and deformed by extreme horror. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet it clearly carried throughout the deathly silent stadium. The game is over. Chapter 73, Breaking Bones with Qi, the name of a grandmaster. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire stadium fell silent. The game is over. These 4 words, like a cold verdict, struck everyone's heart. Lin Xian's bloodshot eyes stared intently at Chen Fan, his pupils filled with incomprehensible horror and despair. He burned his life in exchange for the power of a half-step gangjin, a power he had never imagined. But his punch, powerful enough to shatter a steel plate, was easily caught by the opponent's 2 fingers. The thin thread tightly bound his fist, making all his strength seem to hit nothing. Roar, roar. Lin Xian let out a beast-like growl, the veins on his other intact arm bulged, and the remaining blood-red energy in his body surged wildly towards his trapped left fist in a final struggle. However, it didn't work. Chen Fan's 2 fingers remained completely still. No. It's impossible. Lin Xian's voice was squeezed out through clenched teeth, filled with despair. Detonate. Detonate it. Inside the VIP box, Su Wanqing's face was deathly pale. She gripped the communicator so tightly that her knuckles turned white as she screamed into it. Lin Xian. Detonate the full power of the forbidden drug. Take him down with you. This is the final and most devastating use of the rampage banned drug, instantly detonating all life force to generate power comparable to the self-destruction of a master of internal energy. On the arena, Lin Xian heard the command. A resolute madness flashed across his face, which was contorted by drugs. So be it. His blood and qi began to flow in reverse in a strange way, and a destructive aura began to brew within him. However, Chen Fan did not give him that chance. He looked down at Anin in his arms and gently patted her back with his left hand. The daughter's little body was still trembling slightly. Clearly, the scene had frightened her. When he looked up again, Chen Fan's eyes were already icy cold. The moment the words fell, he suddenly twisted the 2 fingers that were holding Lin Xian's fist. Crack! A sharp, teeth-grinding cracking sound echoed throughout the stadium through the microphone. That wasn't the sound of a bone breaking. That was the sound of countless bones being instantly pulverized. Chen Fan's fingertips tightened abruptly. From finger bones to wrist bones, and then to arm bones. In that instant, Lin Xian's entire left arm was severed inch by that wisp of qi from the inside out. Ah! A shrill, inhuman scream burst from Lin Xian's throat. Excruciating pain. Indescribable pain. The excruciating pain instantly shattered his nerves, which had been numbed by the medication, and for the first time, pure, extreme fear surfaced in his bloodshot eyes. He tried to back away and pull his hand away, but his fist was still being held between those 2 fingers. Inside the luxurious private room, the crazed expression on Su Wanqing's face froze completely. Then, as if all her strength had been drained, her legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the cold floor. Front row of the audience. When Jinyu's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, and she instinctively covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. Manager Wu trembled and subconsciously took half a step back, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Chen Fan. After a 3-second pause, the chat in the livestream went completely wild. Fingers? That's something fingers can do. Am I seeing things? Where's my arm? How did it disappear? My father said that only a grandmaster can condense their inner energy into threads. Don't brag, upstairs. What kind of grandmaster is so young and still taking care of a child? On the arena. Chen Fan loosened his grip. Lin Xian clutched the limp arm, curled up in a ball on the ground, and convulsed and screamed wildly. The violent, almost self-destructive energy within him completely dissipated under the impact of the excruciating pain. Chen Fan held Anin in his arms and looked at him calmly. Then, he raised his right hand and pointed his fingers like a knife. There is nothing fancy about it. It didn't even make a sound. It was just a simple, 1-inch punch that gently landed on Lin Xian's curled-up chest. Bang! A very dull sound. It was like hitting a soaking wet cowhide with a hammer. Lin Xian's screams abruptly stopped. He was blasted backward by a tremendous force, his body twisting into a bizarre posture in mid-air, his chest visibly caved in as he stood there. Large amounts of blood gushed from his mouth and nose. He crashed heavily onto the edge of the ring, which was more than 10 meters away. His body bounced once, and then he remained motionless. He died. The entire venue was deathly silent. The live stream room was deathly silent. Everyone stared blankly at the man holding the baby in one hand on the ring. He slowly withdrew his fingers, which had been pressed together. Then, he looked up. The icy gaze pierced through hundreds of meters of space, landing with unparalleled precision in the direction of the luxurious private room where the Su family was located. His voice, transmitted through the microphone, reached every corner of the stadium. Who's next? Chapter 74 Father's Tears, Anin's Heartache. That cold, accusatory question echoed through the microphone in the deathly silent stadium. Who's next? Spanning hundreds of meters, Chen Fan's gaze, like 2 unsheathed swords, was fixed directly on the luxurious private room where the Su family was located. There, all was deathly silent. In the audience, tens of thousands of people were still immersed in the unbelievable scene they had just witnessed, unable to come to their senses. A living, breathing expert at the half-step gang gene level was crippled by 2 fingers and then killed with a single punch. This is no longer martial arts, this is mythology. The live stream was filled with question marks and ellipses, which could no longer express the viewer's overturned understanding. Dad, won? It wasn't just a win, it was a complete rout. I take back what I said before, this isn't Dan Gene, this is definitely Grandmaster. Only a Grandmaster can transform chi into silk. The Su family has really messed up this time, huh? Just when everyone thought this farce would end in a crushing defeat for the Su family. Inside the luxury private room. As Su Wanqing collapsed onto the cold floor, a flash of extreme madness and resentment suddenly appeared on her deathly pale face. She lost. They suffered a crushing defeat. Lin Xian is dead, the Su family's reputation has been trampled underfoot, and Su Wanqing has become the biggest joke in Jiangcheng. She stared intently at the man holding the child on the screen, her eyes devoid of any reason. I've lost, and you won't be leaving here alive either. She groped around on the ground like a madwoman, grabbing a spare black controller next to her. That was the last trump card. It was also the most decisive backup plan. Trembling, she abruptly pressed the bright red button in the very center of the controller. Be buried with me. Su Wanqing used all her strength to let out a hysterical scream. The next second. On the arena. Chen Fan had just lowered his head to look at his frightened daughter in his arms. Suddenly, the hairs on his entire body stood on end. A deadly sense of crisis surged wildly from beneath my feet. It wasn't the killing intent emanating from a martial artist, but rather a purer, colder aura of destruction. Almost simultaneously, dozens of pre-placed points in the center of the arena and in the 8 surrounding directions suddenly lit up with an extremely dazzling red light. Buzz. A terrifying energy surge instantly spread outwards from the arena in all directions. Front row of the audience. Wen Jinyu's pretty face, which had been stunned into a daze, turned deathly pale in an instant. She cried out in alarm, "Oh no! It's a high-energy bomb! Run!" Manager Wu, standing to the side, was terrified. He knew better than anyone what this level of energy fluctuation meant, enough to raise half the stadium to the ground. Run! Run! Panic spread instantly. Those who were nearby also felt the destructive aura. They screamed, cried, and turned to run away without a second thought. Trampling, collisions, screams. The entire stadium instantly transformed from deathly silence into a living hell. On the arena. Chen Fan's breath hitched. He immediately sensed the source and extent of the danger. With his agility, he could have easily retreated to a safe area with an in his arms the moment the explosion occurred. But he glanced at the little girl in his arms, and An's face was deathly pale from the blinding red light, and her tiny body trembled even more violently in his arms. He looked up again and glanced at the audience seats behind him, which were now in chaos and being trampled. The elderly, children, ordinary young people. Their terrified faces and desperate cries came into clear view of him. If he had dodged, at least half of these people would have died from the shockwave of the explosion and the subsequent stampede. The thought only flashed through his mind for a second. He did not hesitate at all. Escape? Behind him was his daughter. Behind him are tens of thousands of innocent ordinary people. He cannot escape. Chen Fan took a deep breath, his eyes instantly becoming incredibly determined. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and stood in the very center of the ring. He hugged An tighter, completely shielding her with his body, and gently covered the baby's eyes and ears with his left hand. Don't be afraid, An, Daddy's here. The moment he finished speaking, Chen Fan unleashed all the internal energy within him to its fullest potential. Boom! White chi surged into the sky from his body. The protective energy was no longer thin threads or a shield, but transformed in mid-air into an enormous, solid, hemispherical light shield. The light shield expanded and fell at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a fraction of a second before the explosion, it completely enveloped the entire arena, which was flashing with countless red lights and was about to be destroyed. He would use his own body and all his strength to withstand the terrifying explosion that was enough to level the audience. Inside the luxury private room, Su Wanqing stared at the figure on the screen erecting a massive light shield, her crazed smile completely frozen. Her eyes widened in utter shock and disbelief. He's gone mad? In the audience seats, Wen Jinyu, who was desperately trying to disperse the crowd, subconsciously glanced back. She was completely stunned at first glance. That man, that stay-at-home dad, chose to go against the flow when everyone else was scrambling to escape. He single-handedly built a barrier to protect tens of thousands of people. Manager Wu also stopped in his tracks, staring dumbfounded at the direction of the arena, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. At this moment, the man's figure was magnified infinitely in everyone's eyes. The next moment. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion was completely suppressed within the white light barrier. There were no towering flames, and no shockwaves spreading. All the destructive energy slammed into that thin layer of protective energy shield. The light shield trembled violently, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on its surface, as if it would shatter at any moment. Under the protective shield, Chen Fan gritted his teeth, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. The violent energy surged through his body, violently impacting his internal organs, and he felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. But he cannot retreat, not even a single step. Behind him was an inn. Hold on. Chen Fan let out a low roar, squeezing out the last bit of strength from his body. The light shield suddenly stabilized for a moment. Then, crack! With a crisp cracking sound, the massive white light shield finally gave way, turning into countless specks of light that dissipated into the air. The aftershocks of the explosion finally subsided. Puff! Chen Fan could no longer hold on. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground more than 10 meters away. The entire venue fell silent once again. Everyone was saved. But the hero who saved everyone fell. Chen Fan lay on the cold ground, feeling as if all the bones in his body were shattered, and his vision blurred. Anan, nestled in his arms, was well protected and unharmed. The baby's face was deathly pale, and his big eyes were filled with terror. Her father had covered her eyes and ears, but she could still feel the violent tremors and his body shaking. Now, Dad isn't moving anymore. Anan pouted as she looked at the glaring red blood at the corner of her father's mouth. She didn't cry or make a fuss as usual. Her large eyes suddenly filled with tears. Crystalline tears, one by one, slid down her chubby little face. Those weren't tears of fear. It's heartbreaking. Dad is injured. Dad is bleeding. Anan stretched out her chubby little hand, with tear stains, and gently and carefully placed it on Chen Fan's chest. The moment her little hand touched Chen Fan's body, a faint, yet incredibly pure and warm current quietly welled up from Anan's tiny palm. Chapter 75 The Source of Life. Anan's protection. That warm current was very light and gentle. It welled up from Anan's tiny palm and quietly flowed into Chen Fan's cold, broken body. Chen Fan's vision went black, and he could see nothing. There was no pain, his body seemed to have vanished, leaving only endless exhaustion, pulling him downwards. Am I going to die? If you withstand an explosion of that magnitude, your inner energy will be exhausted, and your internal organs will be shattered. Even a true grandmaster would be powerless to save you. That's it. Anan, you're safe now. Those spectators are safe now. Fine. I'm just a little reluctant to part with it. I can't bear to part with my tiny, soft daughter in my arms. Who will make her formula, change her diapers, and put her to sleep in the future? In the darkness, Chen Fan's consciousness sighed softly. Just as he was about to utterly succumb, a breath of incomparably pure and warm energy suddenly illuminated the darkness. What's this? Chen Fan's hazy consciousness stirred slightly. That warm current seeped into his withered and broken meridians. Wherever it passed, the wounds torn apart by the violent energy began to heal slowly at an incredible speed. The parched sea of qi was gently nourished by this warm current. 1 strand, 2 strands. New vital energy, nurtured by this warm current, is recondensing. Moreover, it is purer and more refined than before. Chen Fan felt as if he were immersed in the source of life, and his whole body felt indescribably comfortable. This is no longer treatment. This feels like being reborn. Beside the ring. Quick! Vital signs monitor. Stretcher. Prepare Class A emergency medication. The medical team leader of the Martial Arts Association, along with several team members, rushed to Chen Fan's side as quickly as possible. When he saw Chen Fan's miserable state, even this seasoned doctor, who was used to seeing serious injuries, had his pupils shrink sharply. His chest was caved in, blood was flowing from his 7 orifices, and countless bones throughout his body were broken. The moment the instrument approached, it emitted an extremely piercing alarm. Beep beep beep. On the screen, heart rate, blood pressure, all the curves representing life have approached 0. It's hopeless. A young team member looked at the data on the instrument, his teeth chattering. The medical team leader's face was ashen. That's it, this injury is beyond saving. In the stands, tens of thousands of spectators, who had just recovered from the chaos of the stampede, were also staring intently at the center of the ring. The man's silhouette against the flow, the shield of hope that shone through, are still etched in their minds. Now, the hero has fallen. Many people, especially parents who brought their children to the game, had tears in their eyes. When Jinyu and manager Wu also arrived at the scene. Upon hearing the alarm on the instrument, both of them turned pale. How could this be? When Jinyu covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. This man could have escaped. Inside the luxury private room, Su Wanqing stared intently at the corpse on the screen, a twisted smile spreading across her lips. He died. He finally died. So what if you're incredibly strong? So what if you're a grandmaster? They'll all be buried with me. Just when everyone thought everything had settled down, an anomaly has occurred. Captain. Captain. Look. The young medical team member pointed at the life monitor, his voice shrill and distorted. The medical team leader turned around abruptly. He was completely stunned at first glance. On the instrument, those life curves that had already reached zero began to slowly rise. The data on the instrument started jumping wildly, soaring straight up. Beep beep beep. The piercing alarm stopped and was replaced by a steady green alert tone. This is impossible. The medical team leader rushed over, unable to believe his eyes. He looked down at Chen Fan. The gruesome, sunken wound on Chen Fan's chest is slowly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Those shattered bones are being pieced together and healed. The bloodstains at the corner of his mouth were still there, but his complexion gradually changed from ashen to rosy. The entire venue fell silent once again. Everyone stared in disbelief at this miraculous scene. Oh my God! He's alive? He's come back to life? The wound is gone. When Jinyu and Steward Wu stood there, speechless, the sickly smile on Su Wanqing's face froze completely. Her eyes widened, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Impossible, this is impossible. She muttered to herself, her whole body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. On the arena, Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes. The world has become clear again. He didn't look at the horrified, stunned faces around him. His gaze immediately fell upon his arms. My daughter Annen's tear-streaked face was right in front of me. The baby's big eyes were red. When he saw his father wake up, his little mouth twitched, and he finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. That wasn't a cry of fear. It was a mix of grievance, lingering fear, and relief at seeing that her father was all right. Chen Fan felt a tightness in his chest and his nose stung. He looked at his daughter and suddenly understood. So this is what cultivating fatherly love truly means. Chen Fan sat up, his movements very light and gentle. He reached out and gently wiped away his daughter's tears with his fingertips. Don't cry, Annen. His voice was a little hoarse, but full of unprecedented tenderness. Dad is all right now. He slowly stood up. His body was filled with powerful internal energy, even more condensed and stronger than before the explosion. Chen Fan held his daughter, who had stopped crying and was sobbing softly in his arms, and looked up. His gaze passed over the stunned medical team, over the tens of thousands of spectators who were in a deathly silence, and over the shocked faces of Wen Jinyu and manager Wu. Finally, with unparalleled precision, it landed once again in the direction of the luxurious private room where the Su family was located. He raised his head, his gaze falling once more on the Su family's private room. In that instant, the temperature in the venue seemed to drop several degrees when Jinyu, who was nearby, even shivered. Chapter 76. The liquidation begins. The end of the Su family. The entire stadium fell silent once more. This time, not even a breath could be heard. Chen Fan stood up, holding his daughter who was sobbing softly in his arms, and his gaze traveled through hundreds of meters of space to land in the direction of that luxurious private room. That gaze was devoid of any emotion. There was no anger, no hatred, only pure coldness. Locked onto by that gaze, Su Wanqing's face, contorted with fear in the luxurious private room, completely lost its color. She collapsed to the ground, her whole body trembling violently, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Dead, and alive again. This is no longer martial arts, no longer a grandmaster, this is a god, a demon. Extreme fear gives rise to final madness. Stop him. A desperate madness flashed in Su Wanqing's eyes as she let out a hysterical scream at the few remaining Dan Jin guards beside her. Stop him! Stop him! Whoever kills him will get half of the Su family's fortune. The generous reward instantly transformed the terrified Dan Jin guards, their eyes now filled with a bloodthirsty greed. Half of the Su family's fortune. That was enough wealth for them to rise to the top in one step and squander for several lifetimes. Kill. Attack together. For powerful Dan Jin cultivators, their eyes bloodshot, charged towards Chen Fan from four directions, unleashing their full inner strength like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. A Dan Jin martial artist could roam freely anywhere in Jiangcheng. For Dan Jin martial artists working together would be enough to wipe out a second-rate family. Faced with this encirclement that could tear apart steel, Chen Fan didn't even glance at it. He simply carried his daughter and walked step by step toward the Su family's private room. His steps were slow and steady. The four sharp gusts of wind from the fists were about to touch his body. Before dying, a guard used a secret technique to send out a signal, and a beam of blood-red light shot into the sky and disappeared instantly. Chen Fan simply waved his hand casually, like shooing away an annoying fly. There was no whistling wind from the punches, no booming force. An invisible force swept out instantly. When Jinyu's pupils contracted, that force sent a chill down her spine, far more terrifying than any other chi she had ever seen. The Dan Jin guard at the forefront, before the ferocity and greed on his face could fade, was silently exploded in mid-air. Bang! There were no screams, no struggles. His entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, which filled the air. Immediately afterwards. Bang! 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 3 more muffled thuds followed. The other 3 powerful Dan Jin experts, who were influential in Jiangcheng, didn't even manage to touch Chen Fan's clothes before following in the footsteps of the first person, turning into 3 clouds of blood mist in the air. Warm blood rained down, mixed with bits of flesh, in sparse drops. Strangely, not a single drop landed on Chen Fan or in his arms. All the filth was evaporated and annihilated by an invisible force when it came within a meter of them. The entire stadium fell silent once again. Tens of thousands of spectators, who had just recovered from the relief of surviving the disaster, were now staring wide-eyed, mouths agape, their minds blank, and they even forgot to breathe. If Chen Fan's killing of Lin Xian with a single punch was the pinnacle of martial arts, then so now. With a wave of his hand, 4 Dan Jin experts vanished into thin air. What's this? Are gods and demons descending upon the world? At the edge of the arena, Manager Wu instinctively took a half step back, his eyes filled with greed and fear. When Jinyu, on the other hand, clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. She wasn't afraid, but rather trembling at this power that was beyond her comprehension. Inside the luxury private room, Su Wanqing stared wide-eyed, watching helplessly as her last reliance turned into a pile of minced meat. She collapsed to the ground, a foul stench filling the air. She was so terrified that she lost control of her bladder. Devil, devil. She muttered unconsciously, crawling backward on her hands and feet, trying to escape. But her body was no longer under her control, and she could only writhe awkwardly on the cold floor. Chen Fan stopped in his tracks. He had already stepped outside the glass wall of the private room. He looked down at the woman inside the glass wall, who was slumped on the ground, seemingly insane, his eyes showing no emotion. He raised his hand and gently, tenderly, covered Anan's eyes in his arms. "Baby, close your eyes," he said softly, as if afraid of disturbing his daughter. "Daddy will clean up the trash." After saying that, he pointed his fingers like a sword. He casually moved forward a little, facing the special explosion-proof glass that was tens of centimeters thick and could withstand heavy sniper rifles. Puff! A soft sound. It was as if a finger had pierced through a layer of window paper. Silently, a round hole, about the thickness of a finger, appeared in that seemingly indestructible glass wall. Chen Fan, holding his daughter, stepped through the round hole. He walked up to Su Wanqing. Looking down at this woman who had once been high above him and regarded him as an aunt. Su Wanqing's wriggling stopped. She looked up at the godlike figure, smelled the thick stench of blood in the air and the stench of her own body, and finally her mind completely collapsed. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." She pleaded like a dying dog, tears streaming down her face. "I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, for Anan's sake, she's my granddaughter too." Chen Fan's eyes finally showed a slight change. He slowly lowered his head, looking at Su Wanqing's face, which was contorted with fear. "Now you know she's your granddaughter?" His voice was calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. When you forced me to sign the agreement to abandon Anan at my wife's funeral, did you think about that? Chen Fan stopped looking at her. He raised his hand, his fingers forming a sword shape, and slowly touched Su Wanqing's brow. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Fingertips, carrying a chilling killing intent, drew ever closer. Su Wanqing could feel the aura of death, and she closed her eyes in despair. Just as Chen Fan's fingertips were about to touch Su Wanqing's skin. Stop! When Jinyu led her team in and rushed in, blocking Chen Fan's path. The law enforcement officers behind her were all pale-faced, and their hands were trembling as they gripped their weapons. When Jinyu stared intently at Chen Fan, her mind blank. She forced herself to calm down, took a deep breath, and shouted sharply, Chen Fan! Stop! This is the Martial Arts Association's arena, not your personal court. The Su family's crimes will be judged by the association. Chapter 77 rules are meant to be broken. When Jinyu's voice was stern, carrying an unquestionable authority. The law enforcement officers behind her, though all pale-faced and trembling with fear as they gripped their special ally weapons, still managed to stand firm and form a standard defensive formation. This is the dignity of the Martial Arts Association, and also their bottom line as law enforcers. On their territory, no one is allowed to be executed in public. Upon seeing Wen Jinyu and the law enforcement team behind her, Su Wanqing, who had been completely desperate and limp like a rag doll, suddenly had a glimmer of hope for survival in her eyes. She crawled on all fours toward Wen Jinyu, tears streaming down her face, her voice shrill and piercing, "Help me! Captain Wen, help me! I am the head of the Su family. I have committed a crime, and the association will judge me. He cannot kill me. He is challenging the association's rules." All eyes were focused on the man holding the child and the Martial Arts Association's enforcement team blocking his way. On one side are the Avengers, who have just crawled back from the brink of death and are displaying godlike power. On the other side is the embodiment of order in Jiangcheng's martial arts world, representing official rules. Will this be an earth-shattering collision? When Jinyu ignored Su Wanqing's wails behind her, her eyes were fixed on Chen Fan. She forced herself to calm down, her mind racing. "Chen Fan," she said, her voice softening as she tried to reason with him, "I understand how you feel. Su Wanqing's crimes are heinous. She planned the bombing, endangered public safety, and even used prohibited technological weapons. These crimes are enough to warrant a death sentence in the martial arts court." She paused, then continued earnestly, "But you can't do it here. You're the champion of the tournament, a hero of Jiangcheng, and an idol to countless younger generations of martial arts practitioners. If you kill someone in public and disregard the association's regulations, all your previous efforts and honors will be for naught. You'll be wanted and become the enemy of the entire martial arts world. Is it worth ruining your future for a dying person?" Chen Fan listened calmly, his eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. His gaze didn't even linger on Wen Jinyu's face. He looked down at his daughter, who was burying her face in his chest and sobbing softly. "Baby," his voice was very soft and gentle, as if afraid of disturbing the whole world, "that bad auntie heard daddy and even tried to blow us up. Shouldn't she be punished?" Anan seemed to understand, but not quite. She was too young to understand what crime or death was. She looked up at her father, her big, red eyes still glistening with tears. She sensed that her father was very sad. Then, she turned her head and looked at the woman lying on the ground not far away, looking like a mad dog. The baby's little mouth twitched, and with a strong sob in his voice, he uttered two words in a childish but incredibly clear tone. "Punish, you bad guy." Upon hearing those two words, Chen Fan slowly raised his head. Their gaze finally settled on Wen Jinyu's face. He looked at the anxious woman trying to persuade him, and calmly said, word by word, "I'm not here to follow anyone's rules. I'm just here to tell my daughter that if you do something wrong, you have to pay the price." The moment the words fell, an invisible force emanated from Chen Fan. Clang! The dozen or so law enforcement officers behind Wen Jinyu had their specially made alloy weapons crushed as if by an invisible giant hand, exploding in an instant and turning into metal powder all over the ground. Thump! Thump! Those battle-hardened and resolute law enforcement officers didn't even utter a sound. Their legs buckled, and they all knelt down on the ground. They didn't want to kneel. It simply cannot stand. Faced with that oppressive force, they couldn't even breathe. Wen Jinyu stood at the very front and bore the greatest pressure. Her face was deathly pale, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. She felt as if she were facing someone else. The cold, deathly aura made her hands and feet icy cold, and even her bones felt chilled. She tried to speak, but found that her throat felt like it was being choked, and she couldn't utter a single word. The entire venue fell into an eternal silence once again. In the audience, tens of thousands of people stared wide-eyed and gaped, watching this incomprehensible scene. Chen Fan stopped looking at Wen Jinyu. He carried his daughter, walked past the kneeling law enforcement team, and step by step, stood before Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing, who had just been filled with hope, had her eyes completely extinguished the moment she saw the law enforcement team's weapons turn to dust and all of them kneeling on the ground. She collapsed to the ground, unable to even move, and a foul stench filled the air once more. "Devil, you are a devil," she murmured unconsciously as she looked down at Chen Fan, who stood indifferently. Chen Fan ignored her murmurs. He didn't even glance at her again. He did it in front of everyone, in front of Wen Jinyu and the Martial Arts Association, and in front of tens of thousands of spectators. He casually flicked his finger at the woman who was slumped on the ground. Puff. A barely audible sound. A barely perceptible strand of qi, 100 times finer than a hair, shot out from his fingertip. It pierced through Su Wanqing's brow in an instant. Su Wanqing's body trembled violently, her pupils dilated abruptly, and all her expressions froze on her face, her eyes filled with fear and disbelief. There was only a tiny red, smaller than the tip of a pin, on her forehead. No blood flowed out. But all her vitality and soul were completely wiped out in that instant. Clean and tidy. After doing all this, Chen Fan acted as if he had only done a trivial little thing. He held his daughter, turned around, and prepared to leave. The entire stadium was deathly silent. When Jinyu looked at Su Wanqing's lifeless corpse, then at Chen Fan's calm back, a bitter taste in her mouth. It's over. The situation escalated to the point where it was impossible to control. Just then. Sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, all the loudspeakers in the stadium emitted a piercing electrical hum. Immediately afterwards, an old, yet powerful and authoritative voice resounded throughout the entire venue. Contestant number 007, Chen Fan, blatantly violated the rules of the competition by committing murder in full view of the audience, causing extremely negative consequences. The sound echoed in everyone's ears. He is the president of the Martial Arts Association. Wen Jinyu's body stiffened. With the president speaking out personally, there is no turning back. I hereby announce that contestant number 007, Chen Fan, is hereby stripped of his championship title in this Jiangchun Youth Martial Arts Tournament, as well as all related awards. The president's voice was devoid of any emotion, as if he were reading a cold, hard verdict. An uproar erupted in the audience. But no one dared to voice their doubts. After all, Chen Fan did kill someone in public. However, just when everyone thought that the next thing to happen was an arrest warrant for Chen Fan. On the radio, the chairman's authoritative voice suddenly changed. But, personally, I would like to invite you to my office for a cup of tea. Let's talk about things outside the rules. Chapter 78, The President's Tea, The Truth of the World. This invitation, like a pebble thrown into a still lake, instantly stirred up 1,000 ripples. 1 second ago, there was a cold, hard verdict. The next second, however, it was a private invitation. In the audience, tens of thousands of people stared at each other, their minds blank once again. What kind of bizarre turn of events was this? Wen Jinyu was also stunned. She looked at Chen Fan's calm back, then looked up at the direction of the loudspeaker, a bitter taste in her mouth. She couldn't understand it. But she knew that the man she had just tried to restrain with rules was, from the very beginning, playing a game on the same level as the chairman. As for myself, I was just a messenger. Mr. Chen, please. When Jinyu took a deep breath, composed herself, stepped forward, and gestured for Chen Fan to proceed. She had changed her address from Chen Fan to Mr. Chen. Chen Fan didn't say anything, but gently patted the back of his daughter in his arms. Anen was probably tired, or perhaps her father's embrace was too warm, which made her forget her fear. She tilted her head and fell asleep in his arms, with a little drool at the corner of her mouth. Chen Fan, carrying his daughter, followed Wen Jinyu out of the private room filled with the stench of blood. The audience in the stadium parted automatically like a tide to make way. All eyes followed the man holding the child with awe, fear, and curiosity. Silence fell over the places they passed. No one dared to speak, and no one even dared to breathe loudly. They took a private elevator all the way up to the top floor of the stadium. The elevator doors opened, revealing a quiet corridor covered with a soft carpet. At the end of the corridor is an old-fashioned mahogany door. When Jinyu stopped and whispered to Chen Fan, "The president is inside." She showed no intention of going in. Chen Fan nodded, picked up Anen, and pushed open the door by himself. Inside the door, there was none of the solemnity and oppression I had imagined. It is not a tea room, but an elegant tea room. A faint sandalwood scent mingled with the aroma of tea, wafting through the air. An elderly man with gray hair, dressed in a gray tang suit, was sitting with his back to the door, intently fiddling with a set of purple clay teaware. His movements were slow and steady, exuding a composure that comes with the passage of time. He didn't turn around when he heard the door open. "Please sit down." His voice was kind and gentle, revealing no emotion, like a kind old man from next door entertaining guests. Chen Fan walked to the opposite side of the tea table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. He adjusted in his arms into a comfortable position so she could continue sleeping peacefully. He sized up the old man. "This is the president of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association. A being who can silence tens of thousands of people with just his voice." Chen Fan could not sense any internal energy fluctuations from him. He seemed like an ordinary old man. But it is precisely because of this that it seems even more unfathomable. The chairman seemed oblivious to Chen Fan's scrutiny. He picked up the purple clay teapot, poured boiling water into the gaiwan, rinsed the tea, and poured out the tea, his movements fluid and graceful. A delicate tea aroma instantly filled the air. He poured out the first brew of tea, refilled the cup with water, then placed the washed teacup in front of Chen Fan and poured a cup of amber-colored tea. "Try it." The president finally raised his head, revealing a smiling face, his gaze falling on Anan in Chen Fan's arms. "The little one is sleeping so soundly, so cute." Chen Fan did not touch the cup of tea. His gaze was calm as he asked directly, "Why?" The president picked up his teacup, skimmed off the foam with the lid, and took a small sip. He put down his teacup before speaking slowly and deliberately. "Are you asking why only your championship was revoked, or why you were invited here for tea?" Chen Fan didn't speak, he just looked at him. The president smiled and answered himself, "Su Wanqing deserved to die. She planned the bombing and used prohibited technology. Either of those offenses is enough to kill her 10 times over. But the one who should have killed her was not you, but our martial arts association." He paused, looked at Chen Fan, and his eyes became somewhat meaningful. "However, you killed him, so be it. Trading a dying man for the pacification of a future grandmaster, it's a worthwhile deal." Chen Fan's pupils contracted slightly. "A future grandmaster?" He was trying to win me over. "You think," the chairman seemed to see through Chen Fan's thoughts, leaning forward slightly and lowering his voice, "that your enemy is the Su family?" Chen Fan frowned. The president leaned back in his chair, picked up his teacup, and said calmly, "The Su family is nothing more than a dog kept by the shadow organization in Jiangcheng. Your wife Su Qing's death is also inextricably linked to this organization." Boom! Something seemed to explode in Chen Fan's mind. A chilling, bone-chilling killing intent emanated uncontrollably from his body. The temperature in the tea room suddenly dropped. The tea on the table froze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. The shadow organization. It's the shadow organization again. The crow who sent people to hunt him down was the one called Shadow. He always believed that his wife's death was a conspiracy orchestrated by Su Wanqing for the benefit of her family. Now, the chairman is telling him that the Su family is nothing but a dog? Behind the scenes, is there an even larger and more mysterious shadow organization? The president looked at the ice that had formed on the table, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes, seemingly unsurprised by Chen Fan's reaction. He put down his teacup and continued, "Your wife, Su Qing, was secretly investigating the shadow organization before her death. Her death was very likely because she touched upon their core interests." The killing intent emanating from Chen Fan grew even stronger. He stared intently at the chairman. "What do you know?" "I know far more than you can imagine." The chairman shook his head. "It is precisely because I know that I understand that the power of the shadow organization is far beyond what the Su family of Jiangcheng can match. With your current strength, trying to seek revenge against them is tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock." Chen Fan fell silent. He had to admit that what the chairman said was true. An organization that could make an ancient martial arts family like the Su family willingly become its lackeys must be far stronger than he imagined. He now knows nothing about where the shadow organization is or who its members are. "What do you want to say?" Chen Fan's voice was a little hoarse. "I want to show you some directions." The president looked at Chen Fan with intense gaze. "A path that gives you access to the truth and the power of revenge." Chen Fan raised his head. The president picked up his now cold teacup and said, word by word, "Go to Jiangcheng No. 1 Martial Arts University." Chen Fan was stunned. Martial Arts University? The core of the shadow organization is not in Zhengcheng. Their tentacles are spread throughout the country and even overseas. If you stay in Zhengcheng, you will never be able to get in touch with their core. The president continued, only by entering the martial arts university can you access higher level circles and obtain more resources and intelligence. It is the gathering place of all martial arts geniuses in the entire Jiangnan province, and also the stage where major forces converge. Chen Fan's heart sank. He understood what the chairman meant. This cup of tea is neither a judgment nor an attempt to win someone over. This is a deal. The Martial Arts Association needs his sharp blade to handle some matters that they cannot directly intervene in. He, on the other hand, needs to obtain a ticket to investigate the truth through the Martial Arts Association. What about the clue? Chen Fan asked the most crucial question. You said the only clue is at the Martial Arts University? The president nodded approvingly, leaned forward again, and spoke with a hint of seduction in his voice. Your wife, Su Qing, graduated from Zhengcheng's #1 martial arts university. She is a genius, a true genius. All the research materials she left behind, all the investigation notes, and all the clues about the shadow organization were sealed with special access in the restricted library deep inside the school. The president looked at Chen Fan and said his last words. And the only way to get in there is to become a student at the Martial Arts University. Chapter 79 The Obsession with 5 Million, the owner of the championship. The tea room was quiet. The chilling killing intent that erupted because of the shadow organization had quietly dissipated along with the melting ice water on the table. Chen Fan sat in the chair, head down, looking at his daughter who was sleeping soundly in his arms, without saying a word. He remained silent for a long time. Standing to the side, Wen Jinyu didn't dare to breathe. She thought that this man was digesting the enormous, mind-blowing truth and weighing each step he would take next. After all, that's the shadow organization, a behemoth that even the Su family can only serve as its lackeys. The only clue to revenge points to the forbidden zone of Martial Arts University. The difficulties and obstacles involved are unimaginable. The president patiently held his teacup and sipped slowly, seemingly giving Chen Fan enough time to think. Finally, Chen Fan slowly raised his head. His eyes were calm, devoid of the murderous intent from before, and without the heavy weight of immense pressure. He looked at the president and asked a question very seriously. So? My championship prize money, 5 million, can you still give it to me? Puff. Wen Jinyu almost choked to death. She stared wide-eyed at Chen Fan in disbelief, completely dumbfounded. A prize? 5 million? What time is it? What we just discussed was the blood feud over his deceased wife, a mysterious organization that could make even ancient martial arts families bow down to it, and a martial arts university that the entire Jiangnan province was taking notice of. Any topic is 100 or 1,000 times more important than a mere 5 million. But after hearing all the shocking secrets, all this man could think about was the 5 million yuan reward. What kind of person is he? Wen Jinyu felt like her brain wasn't working properly. She had initially thought he was a peerless powerhouse who would avenge his daughter and act decisively in the face of death. But now it seems that he is just a vulgar money grubber? The president's hand, holding the teacup, paused slightly. He was taken aback when he saw Chen Fan's incredibly serious gaze. Then, a smile suddenly bloomed on his wrinkled face. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He clapped his hands and laughed heartily, his laughter filled with undisguised admiration. Well done. Chen Fan is truly remarkable. The president put down his teacup, looked at Chen Fan, and said with admiration in his eyes, I have seen countless geniuses, some arrogant, some ambitious, and some cunning. But you are the first person to openly say, I want money on your face like this. He paused, then changed the subject, saying with a hint of amusement, according to the rules, your championship qualification has been revoked, and naturally, the prize money is gone too. Chen Fan's brows furrowed slightly. However, the president continued with a chuckle, rules are rigid, but people are flexible. He turned to Wen Jinyu, who was still frozen in shock, and ordered, Jinyu, go and fetch everything our martial arts association has prepared for the champion of this competition. Wen Jinyu snapped out of her daze and instinctively asked, President, but, your announcement has already. The announcement is for the entire city of Zhengcheng. It represents the association's stance, the president said, waving his hand meaningfully. But the gifts are for Mr. Chen. Wen Jinyu was startled and dared not ask any more questions. She respectfully replied yes and quickly walked out of the tea room. The president looked at Chen Fan again, his smile widening. The championship qualification is an honor bestowed by the association. It cannot be reinstated, but we have to maintain appearances. But this $5 million prize, he held up 5 fingers, is my personal tribute to a father. You need money to seek justice for your daughter and to find the truth for your deceased wife. You should take this money. Chen Fan looked at the president but didn't say anything. He understood. This old man is using this method to completely finalize this transaction. It upheld the rules of the Martial Arts Association while giving him the benefits he wanted, leaving no room for error. Soon, when Jinyu returned, her expression remained complex as she held a tray in her hands. There are 3 items on the tray. A heavy championship trophy made of pure gold. A black certificate with the national emblem and the Martial Arts Association badge printed on the cover. And a black bank card. The president stood up, personally picked up the items on the tray, and handed them to Chen Fan one by one. Although this championship trophy cannot be officially awarded to you, its right to it is beyond question. Chen Fan took it. It was quite heavy. I've already processed your martial arts license. From today onwards, you are a martial artist certified by the Martial Arts Association, which will make things much easier for you in the city. Chen Fan nodded and accepted the license. With this, he could have a legal explanation for many things when taking in and out. Finally, the chairman picked up the black bank card. There's 5 million in here. No password needed, you can withdraw at any time. Chen Fan's gaze finally fell on the card. He reached out, took it, examined it carefully, and then cautiously put it into his pocket. Seeing his action, Wen Jinyu's lips twitched again. A master of internal energy who could kill Su Wanqing with a single finger and whose aura overwhelmed the law enforcement team was now most concerned about a bank card. The contrast is just too great. Alright, the chairman sat down again, picked up his teacup. You finished your tea and taken your things. The rest is up to you. Chen Fan stood up. He held an in one arm and the pure gold trophy in the other, and nodded slightly to the president. Thank you. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the tea room. He didn't say much from beginning to end. However, he and the chairman have already reached an understanding. Watching Chen Fan's departing figure, Wen Jinyu finally couldn't help but ask, President, I still don't understand why you treated him like that. She wanted to say indulge, but felt it was inappropriate. Don't understand? The president smiled and asked in return, Jinyu, what do you think the rules are for? It's used to maintain order and restrain the powerful, Wen Jinyu replied without hesitation. That's right. The president nodded. But what if a powerful person's strength is so great that they can disregard the rules, and even force us to change the rules for them? Wen Jinyu was stunned. We use rules to restrain him because we are stronger than him, the president said slowly, watching the tea leaves bobbing in his teacup. But what if we weren't as strong as him? Then we need to win him over with benefits and guide him with bigger goals so that he can be used by us. This is what is outside the rules. Wen Jinyu was shocked. She looked towards the doorway, lost in thought. Chen Fan carried his daughter and walked out of the stadium's private passage. The sky outside was already turning a dusky yellow, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone down, warm and pleasant. He looked down at his sleeping daughter in his arms, her face flushed, then touched the sturdy bank card in his pocket, and finally weighed the heavy trophy in his hand. Chen Fan let out a long breath, feeling completely refreshed. The feud within the Su family has been resolved. The revenge for his deceased wife has taken a new turn. I won't have to worry about my daughter's milk powder for a long time to come. It seems that everything has settled down and a new chapter is about to begin. Chen Fan took a deep breath, preparing to leave this place that had been noisy all day. However, just as he was about to walk out of the stadium and into the square, a figure stood silently in front of him. Chapter 80. The last members of the Su family, a new beginning. The stadium exit was dimly lit at dusk. The figure blocking Chen Fan's way was tall and desolate. It is the eldest elder of the Su family, Su Zhentian. He simply stood there quietly, without speaking or making any movement. The faint finger mark left on his cheek by Chen Fan's finger was still clearly visible in the dim light. Chen Fan stopped in his tracks. The relief I felt after receiving 5 million instantly turned tense. He subconsciously hugged in and tighter in his arms, and with his other hand, the fingers holding the pure gold trophy tightened slightly. The air suddenly became quiet. He stared at Su Zhentian, his eyes turning cold, and the surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees. He thought that with Su Wanqing dead, the feud between the Su family would be over. It now appears that the other party has come to settle things once and for all. Is there anything else? Chen Fan's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. Su Zhentian did not answer immediately. His gaze passed over Chen Fan's shoulder and landed on the little face of the girl sleeping soundly in Chen Fan's arms. Anan's little mouth was slightly pouting, as if she was having a sweet dream. Looking at the face that bore a resemblance to a figure from his memory, Su Zhentian's originally complicated gaze gradually softened, even taking on a hint of sorrow. He sighed deeply, a sigh that resonated loudly in the quiet corridor. "I'm not here today in the name of an elder of the Su family," Su Zhentian said slowly, his voice hoarse and carrying an indescribable weariness. Chen Fan frowned. Su Zhentian avoided Chen Fan's gaze, his eyes fixed on the wall behind him. His voice was much lower as he said, word by word, "I am here to see you one last time in the name of Grandpa Su Qing." Chen Fan froze, stunned on the spot. Su Qing's grandfather? The mortal enemy he had always thought of, the half-step gang gene expert who almost killed him and his daughter in the rented house, turned out to be his deceased wife Su Qing's own grandfather. How is that possible? Seeing the undisguised shock on Chen Fan's face, Su Zhentian gave a bitter smile. Surprising, isn't it? He shook his head self-deprecatingly. When I went to your rented room, ostensibly to assassinate you, it was actually to test you. Chen Fan's breath hitched. I want to see if the man who is the bloodline my silly granddaughter is so desperate to keep, has the right and the determination to protect her. What he thought was a life or death battle, the desperate breakthrough he fought with all his might, turned out to be just a cruel test? This huge reversal was something he couldn't accept for a while. Chen Fan stared intently at him, his jaw clenched, and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Testing? You call that a test? My daughter almost died. Su Zhentian remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, Su Wanqing's death was her own fault. She colluded with the Shadow Organization and used prohibited technology. She was no longer a member of the Su family. The Su family will not avenge her. He stated it calmly, as if it were something unrelated to him. He paused, then changed the subject, his gaze sharpening once more. The grudges between the Su family can end here. However, your wife's revenge is not yet complete. Su Zhentian stared at Chen Fan. Go to Jiangqing's #1 martial arts university. Chen Fan's brows furrowed even more. Find what she left there, and uncover the truth about the Shadow Organization. Su Zhentian's voice carried an unquestionable tone of command. This is the only condition for you to gain the true recognition of our Su family, or rather, of this old man. Chen Fan fell silent. He finally understood that whether it was the president of the Martial Arts Association or the elder of the Su family in front of him, their goals were surprisingly consistent. They all need their own blade to cut through the fog surrounding Jiangqing caused by the Shadow Organization. Martial Arts University is the only entrance. Looking at the silent Chen Fan, Su Zhentian seemed to know what he was thinking. He didn't say anything more, but slowly took something out of his meticulously tailored tang suit. It was a very old diary, the hardcover worn and frayed, with curled corners. Even more shocking was the large, dried, blackened bloodstain in one corner of the diary, which had almost soaked through half the book. This is Chen Fan looked at the diary, his throat feeling dry. These are Qing'er's last belongings. Su Zhentian handed over the diary, his voice filled with barely suppressed sorrow. It was found under her pillow during her cremation, and it had her blood on it. Chen Fan reached out and took the heavy diary with trembling fingertips. The dried bloodstains felt hard to the touch, and Chen Fan's fingers tightened instinctively. Is this the last clue Su Qing left behind? Su Zhentian watched as Chen Fan put away the diary, seemingly having completed his final task. He turned around, ready to leave. His tall figure stretched long in the afterglow of the setting sun, appearing incredibly lonely. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, without turning around, and said in a very soft voice. Do you know? The name Anan is something Qing'er insisted on taking your surname from despite the pressure from the entire family. She said it was something she owed you. After saying that, Su Zhentian strode away and walked into the twilight without looking back, quickly disappearing from sight. Chen Fan was left alone, standing quietly in place. He lowered his head, holding the pure gold trophy in one hand and clutching the blood-stained diary tightly in the other. In her arms, her daughter Anan slept soundly, her little face rosy and a sweet smile on her lips. Chen Fan looked at his daughter, and his eyes gradually reddened. He lowered his head and gently pressed his forehead against his daughter's warm forehead, his shoulders trembling slightly uncontrollably. End of Volume 1. Chapter 81 Genius? I'm just a stay-at-home dad. Volume 2, The Rise and Fall of Martial Arts University. 1 week later. The entrance to Jiangqing #1 Martial Arts University. Chen Fan stood in front of the magnificent school gate, looking up at the large, gilded characters written in a flamboyant style, and stood quietly for a long time. Anen in his arms was clearly very interested in this new environment, turning her little head back and forth, her big, dark eyes full of curiosity. Yeah. The baby waved his little hands, as if trying to touch the tall gatepost. Chen Fan looked away, smiled, and rubbed his cheek against his daughter's soft little face. In his pocket, the blood-stained diary and the sturdy bank card were still there. Su Zhentian's words and the chairman's words both pointed to this place. This is the first step in seeking the truth for his deceased wife, Su Qing. It was also the beginning of a new life for him and Inen. Chen Fan took a deep breath, his eyes hardening, and carrying his daughter, walked towards the school gate. Today is the day for new students to register. The school gate was bustling with traffic, with expensive luxury cars parked along the roadside. People getting out of the cars were arrogant young men and women surrounded by their entourages. They are the true prodigies, geniuses cultivated by various martial arts schools and families at great expense of resources. Therefore, when Chen Fan appeared, the scene became somewhat quiet. He was holding the baby in one arm, with a pink diaper bag slung over his shoulder, and in his other hand, he was carrying a bag of diapers he had just bought at the supermarket near the school gate. His stay-at-home dad attire looked out of place, even somewhat comical, compared to the impressive and talented students around him. After a brief silence, undisguised murmurs erupted from the crowd. Who's that? They've come to the wrong place. And carrying a child? Is he treating the martial arts university like a park? Look at him, he looks like a nanny. No, there are no male nannies, ha. A burst of laughter followed. Chen Fan acted as if he hadn't heard anything, holding his daughter without looking to the side, and walked straight to the new student registration area. There was a long queue at the registration desk, where several student council officers in uniform were in charge of greeting people. The boy at the head of the group was handsome, and his name and position were written on the badge on his chest. Zhao Feng, the vice minister of the External Relations Department of the Student Union. When he saw Chen Fan carrying the child over, his brows immediately furrowed, and his eyes were full of impatience. Excuse me, parent, this is the new student registration area. Family members, please wait outside. Zhao Feng's voice carried a condescending arrogance. Chen Fan ignored him, took out the special recruitment document given to him by the president of the Martial Arts Association from his pocket, and handed it over. Zhao Feng reluctantly took it, opened it, and his expression instantly changed. Chen Fan. Martial arts competition champion, specially recruited? He read it aloud, his impatience quickly turning into undisguised jealousy and disdain. They had all heard about the martial arts tournament. A guy named Chen Fan won the championship, but was subsequently disqualified. Now it seemed he had pulled strings with the Martial Arts Association and forced his way in. A fake champion who got in through connections actually dared to swagger in with his child to register. This is an insult to the prestigious reputation of Jiangqing's #1 martial arts university. The freshmen queuing around them heard it too, and their gazes toward Chen Fan changed from mockery to blatant contempt. Oh, so it was that champion. I thought he was something special, but it turns out he got in through connections. Heh, he's completely disgraced the Martial Arts Association. Zhao Feng sneered, tossed the file back onto the table, leaned back lazily in his chair, and pointed to the end of the line. The document is fine, go to the back of the line. He said he was following the rules, but everyone could see the difficulty in his actions. Chen Fan glanced at him, said nothing, and walked to the back of the line with his daughter in his arms. However, things are not that simple. Zhao Feng seemed determined to make things difficult for him, so he deliberately slowed down and waited until everyone had finished their procedures before leisurely picking up Chen Fan's documents. He tapped the table and sighed insincerely, "Oh dear, Chen Fan, I'm so sorry, you're too late. All the good dorm rooms at school have already been allocated." The elite students who hadn't dispersed yet all smiled knowingly upon hearing this. Chen Fan looked at him calmly. Zhao Feng felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze, but he quickly regained his smug look, took a rusty key from the drawer, and threw it on the table. However, the school isn't entirely heartless. He pointed to the key, his smile laced with undisguised malice. Look, they even saved you a room. It's a bit out of the way and the environment isn't great, but at least it's a place to stay. He paused, then deliberately raised his voice and announced to everyone. Here you go, dormitory 0. Boom. A burst of even louder laughter erupted from the crowd. Dormitory 0? Isn't that the abandoned storage room near the garbage disposal plant? I heard that no one has lived there for decades, it's like a garbage dump. Ha ha, making a champion live in a garbage dump, Senior Zhao played a brilliant move. The humiliation was all too obvious. Chen Fan looked at the rusty key on the table, then at Zhao Feng's smug face, and his eyes gradually turned cold. He didn't react, he simply reached out and calmly picked up the key. Then, under the gloating gaze of everyone, he picked up his daughter and turned to walk towards the so-called Dormitory Zero. He needs to go and check out the place first. If his daughter can't stay there, then he'll come back and have a proper reasoning with these people. Dormitory Zero is located in the most remote corner of the campus. You can smell the sour stench of fermenting garbage from a distance. The dormitory building was dilapidated, with large patches of plaster peeling off the walls and the doors and windows almost completely rotten. Holding his daughter, Chen Fan calmly approached the dormitory door covered in cobwebs. Just as he was about to use his key to open the door, a mocking voice came from behind him. "Oh, you actually found them?" Chen Fan turned around. Student council member Zhao Feng, along with several followers, stood with his arms crossed, blocking his path. Zhao Feng looked Chen Fan up and down, as well as in his arms, who was oblivious to the stench around them and still acting like a curious child. His contempt was undisguised. He looked down at Chen Fan and said, word by word. "Chen Fan, right? Trash should stay where trash should stay. I think this place is perfect for you. Chapter 82 Trash should be thrown out." The air was filled with a faint, but unmistakable, sour smell of fermenting garbage. The freshmen watching the spectacle made no attempt to hide their laughter and disdain. Zhao Feng and his henchmen stood tall, blocking Chen Fan's way. "Trash should stay where trash should stay. I think this place is perfect for you." Zhao Feng's voice wasn't loud, but every word was filled with malice, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Chen Fan's eyes were as calm as a bottomless ancient well, revealing no ripples. He didn't look at Zhao Feng, but instead held his daughter and carefully examined the dilapidated dormitory building. The paint on the walls was peeling badly, several pieces of window glass were broken, and there was a pile of junk that had been stored for who knows how many years, covered with cobwebs and dust, by the door. "It's really bad. The smell in the air might just be a little uncomfortable for adults, but it could have an impact on Anan, who is less than a year old and is still in my arms." Chen Fan looked down at his daughter. Anan wrinkled her little nose slightly, as if she had also smelled the strange odor, but she was very curious about everything around her. Her big, dark eyes darted around, and her little hands were waving in the air, trying to grab something. Chen Fan carried her, turned around and took a few steps away from the strongest stench emanating from the dormitory entrance. He found a relatively clean long stone bench nearby, took off his coat, carefully laid it on the bench, and then gently placed Anan on it. "Baby, sit here for a while." Chen Fan's voice was very gentle, as if he was afraid of disturbing something. "Dad's going to throw out the trash, he'll be right back." He reached out and gently touched his daughter's soft little face. Anan made two yaya sounds at him, grabbed his fingers with her little hands, and was very happy. Seeing this, Zhao Feng's mockery deepened. "Ha, you really think you're something special? Who are you putting on an act for?" He crossed his arms and said lazily, "Throwing trash? The biggest piece of trash here is you. Are you going to jump in yourself?" His followers burst into laughter. The students watching the commotion around them also laughed, pointing and whispering, waiting to see what would happen. After settling his daughter in, Chen Fan slowly straightened up. He turned around and faced Zhao Feng. The moment he turned around, the gentle, fatherly aura emanating from him vanished without a trace. Instead, there was a bottomless, icy coldness. The surrounding laughter gradually subsided for some reason. Some students who were nearby suddenly shuddered and instinctively took a step back. Zhao Feng also noticed the change in atmosphere, but relying on his status as a student council member and his early Danjin strength, he didn't take Chen Fan seriously at all. How much ability can a champion who got in through connections really have? What? You're not convinced? Zhao Feng took a step forward, raising his chin even higher. Want to fight? Let me tell you, at Martial Arts University, assaulting a student council member will get you expelled on the spot. He thought that citing school rules would intimidate the other party. However, Chen Fan simply looked at him calmly, and then his figure moved. There was no wind from the punch, no loud noise, and not even a speck of dust was stirred up. He just swayed like that. 1 second they were several meters away, the next they were standing in front of Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng's smug smile froze instantly. Wow, so fast. He didn't even see Chen Fan's movements clearly. An unprecedented sense of crisis exploded from the bottom of his heart. His internal energy subconsciously circulated wildly. Without thinking, he punched Chen Fan in the chest. This was his full-force attack as a Dan-Jean martial artist. However, his fist stopped in mid-air. A hand grabbed his wrist. The hand didn't look strong, it was even a bit thin, but Zhao Feng felt as if his wrist was cast in cement, and no matter how much he tried to use his internal energy, it wouldn't budge. Zhao Feng's face turned a deep liver color, and veins bulged on his forehead. All his strength and inner power vanished without a trace before that hand, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. He uttered in shock. Chen Fan didn't let him say the second word. He grabbed Zhao Feng's wrist and raised his arm slightly. Zhao Feng, weighing over 150 pounds, was lifted up with one hand, his feet dangling in the air, like a rag doll with no power to resist. There was no sound around. Everyone's smiles froze on their faces, their eyes widened like saucers, and their mouths gaped open enough to fit an egg. Zhao Feng's henchmen, who had been laughing just moments before, were now deathly pale, their legs trembling, and they scrambled backward, trying to escape the place. The talented students who had been watching the spectacle were all frozen in place, as if struck by a spell, gasping for breath in unison. What did they see? Zhao Feng, the vice minister of the Student Union's External Relations Department and a genius martial artist in the early stage of Dan-Jean, was lifted up with one hand like a chick. This is impossible. Chen Fan, carrying Zhao Feng, walked without stopping, step by step, toward the automated garbage disposal vehicle that was working not far away. Zhao Feng struggled desperately in his hands, punching and kicking, but all his attacks were like tickling Chen Fan, having no effect whatsoever. Let me go. You dare. I'm a member of the student council. You'll be expelled. Zhao Feng screamed in terror, his voice filled with fear and disbelief. Chen Fan ignored him. He walked over to the garbage truck. The huge machine was humming, and the entrance to the compression chamber was open, filled with all sorts of stinking household garbage. Chen Fan tossed his arm, as if casually tossing away a bag of trash. Bang! A muffled thud. Zhao Feng was precisely thrown into the compression chamber of the garbage truck, instantly engulfed by the sticky, foul-smelling garbage. Ah! From inside the garbage truck came Zhao Feng's terrified screams and curses, which were distorted in pitch. Chen Fan clapped his hands, as if he had only done a trivial thing. He turned around, his calm gaze sweeping across the entire room. Everyone who met his gaze felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over them, their whole body trembling, and they instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes at all. Those who had been so arrogant just moments before were now terrified and fled in panic, disappearing at the end of the path. Chen Fan didn't look at anyone else. He walked back to the stone bench and picked up his daughter, Anan. Ha! Anan blinked her big eyes and looked at her father curiously. The coldness on Chen Fan's face melted instantly, and he transformed back into the gentle father he always was. Okay, Daddy threw away the trash. He smiled and rubbed his cheek against his daughter's little face. Then, under the awe, fear, and disbelief of everyone, he carried his daughter and walked to the door of Dormitory 0, which was covered in cobwebs. He took out the rusty key and inserted it into the lock. Click. The door opened. An even stronger smell of mildew and dust wafted over. Chen Fan, however, seemed not to have smelled anything, and calmly walked in with his daughter in his arms. Baby, we've arrived at our new home. It's a bit messy, let Dad clean it up for you. Chapter 83 Grandmaster Level Cleanup, The Mentor's Shock. The door closed gently behind me, shutting out all outside gazes. An even stronger smell of mildew and dust wafted over. Cough, cough, cough. Anan, who was in Chen Fan's arms, choked and squirmed in his arms, letting out a few aggrieved coughs. Chen Fan frowned and tightened his grip on his daughter's arm. He held his daughter and stood at the door, not going any further inside. The dormitory in front of us can hardly be called a dormitory. The floor was piled high with old, dilapidated tables, chairs, and benches, covered in a thick layer of dust. Cobwebs clung to the corners, and several unidentified insects crawled around on them. Large areas of the walls were moldy, and the peeling paint revealed the mottled bricks beneath. The only iron-framed bed was broken and slumped to one side, with a few tattered, smelly clothes lying on it. This place is a garbage dump. In the distance, downstairs from the dormitory building, several daring freshmen were secretly peering into the direction of dormitory number 0 through high-powered binoculars. They're in. They're in. Ha, I really want to see the expression on his face, it must be awful. Senior Zhao played a brilliant move, making someone with connections live in a garbage dump. Just thinking about it is so satisfying. Look, look. Why is he out again? Through the telescope, Chen Fan, holding his daughter, retreated from the dormitory and returned to the stone bench by the door. He carefully placed An on the stone bench covered with his coat and said softly, "Baby, wait for Daddy a little longer, it'll be ready soon." An blinked her big eyes, her little hands clutching the hem of his clothes, and nodded obediently. Chen Fan stood up and walked to the door of Dormitory 0 again. He didn't go in, he just stood at the doorway, quietly looking at the mess inside. Then, he took a deep breath. What is he going to do? Is he going to move it out bit by hand? That would take forever, a student with binoculars muttered curiously. The next second, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. Chen Fan raised his arms, his palms facing the inside of the dormitory, and slowly pushed them forward. There was no sound. There was no warning. A pale white stream of air visibly burst forth from his palm. At first, it was just a gentle breeze that stirred up a few fallen leaves by the door. Immediately afterwards, the wind suddenly intensified. Call! The wind howled. The pale white air suddenly burst forth, swirling and howling wildly within the cramped, dilapidated dormitory. Dust, cobwebs, broken tables and chairs, moldy bedboards, and unidentified debris, everything was forcibly swept up by this terrifying force, spinning wildly, colliding, and shattering in the air. Boom! A loud bang. The already dilapidated window was completely blasted open by this force. All the trash in the dormitory was swept up by the swirling air currents, forming a gray torrent that gushed out from the broken windows, tracing a precise parabola in the air. Bang! Bang! Thud! Without deviating from the intended path, they all landed 100 meters away in the automated garbage truck that had just swallowed Zhao Feng. After doing all this, Chen Fan slowly lowered his arm, and a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Releasing this kind of raw and forceful energy, while also controlling its direction and landing point, takes a considerable toll on him. But the effect is significant. The dormitory was completely empty except for the iron bunk bed that was still in relatively good condition. Although the walls are still mottled and the ground is still damp, at least all the trash has been cleaned up. Downstairs in the dormitory building. Clang! A high-powered telescope fell to the ground. Gulp! Someone swallowed hard. He's using his inner energy to clean up? A freshman's voice trembled, as if he had seen a ghost. Extending internal energy, that's a master of internal energy. And he can throw trash so accurately, that's incredible control. Is this something a human being would do? The students who were just gloating now looked pale and stared at Chen Fan as if he were a monster. Discard the Danjin martial artists like trash, then use your inner energy to discard the real trash. Who exactly is this man holding the child? The next day. Jiangcheng First Martial Arts University, Building A, Lecture Hall. Today is the first class for the new students, the basics of martial arts theory. The spacious classroom was filled with people, each with a calm demeanor and sharp eyes. They were all genius students selected through rigorous rounds of competition. When Chen Fan walked in carrying an and a pink diaper bag, the entire classroom instantly fell silent. All eyes were on him. Everyone who saw him instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Some even quietly took a half step back. What happened in Dormitory 0 yesterday has spread throughout the entire freshman community at an astonishing speed. Zhao Feng, the vice minister of the student union, was thrown into a garbage truck like trash. Dormitory number 0, which had been abandoned for decades, was subjected to a violent demolition-style cleanup using powerful energy. The protagonist of both of these events is the man holding the child in front of us. A seemingly stay-at-home dad, but actually a fierce and ruthless man. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Chen Fan walked straight to the corner of the last row and sat down. He held an on his lap and took out a baby bottle and a can of formula from his diaper bag. Just then, an old professor with gray hair, wearing reading glasses, and a stern demeanor walked in carrying a stack of textbooks. He was the instructor for this course, Professor Zhou. The old man was known for his strictness and rigidity at the martial arts university. In his classes, no one dared to be late or leave early, and no one dared to make a sound. He walked up to the podium, put down his textbook, adjusted his glasses, and scanned the entire room. His gaze fell on the figure holding a child in the last row, and his brows immediately furrowed. "This student, family members are not allowed in my class," Professor Zhou said sternly. Chen Fan scooped up the milk powder without looking up. "Professor, she is my daughter." Professor Zhou was taken aback, clearly not expecting this answer. He adjusted his glasses and emphasized, "Even if it's a daughter, it's not acceptable. This is a classroom, not a daycare. Please send her out immediately. Chen Fan paused in his work, looked up at him, and said, We can't send them out, there's no one to take them on. Then you can't bring her into the classroom. That's the rule. Professor Zhou's voice became stern. The whole class held their breath and no one dared to make a sound. Just then. Wow! Anan was hungry, and with a pout, she let out a loud cry. The crying sounded particularly jarring in the quiet classroom. Professor Zhou's face immediately darkened. Chen Fan acted as if he hadn't seen her, lowered his head, gently patted his daughter's back, and softly coaxed her. He skillfully poured the formula into the bottle, then poured some hot water from the thermos next to him and gently shook it. Okay, baby, don't cry, you can drink it right away. He tested the water temperature and frowned slightly. The water is getting a little cold. Amidst the astonished, bewildered, and even somewhat angry gazes of the entire class and Professor Zhou, Chen Fan made a move that nearly made everyone's eyes pop out. He held the bottle in his left hand and extended his right index finger, gently touching the bottle with the tip. Then, a wisp of pale white, incomparably pure qi slowly overflowed from his fingertips, as thin as a cicada's wing, condensed and not dissipated, gently wrapping around the milk bottle. The wisp of energy clung tightly to the bottle, evenly transferring the heat to it. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Chen Fan withdrew his finger, and the wisp of pure internal energy vanished instantly. The entire process was eerily quiet, with not a single ounce of energy leaking out or a sound being made. He brought the bottle to his lips again to test the temperature and nodded in satisfaction. The temperature is just right. He put the pacifier into Anan's mouth, and Anan immediately stopped crying, hugging the bottle and sucking contentedly. And at this moment, the entire lecture hall was completely silent. Zhao Feng, sitting in the corner, had his mouth slightly open, forgetting to close it. Professor Zhou on the podium was also stunned. Using internal energy to heat the milk? What kind of incredible skill is this? They were all martial artists, so they naturally understood what this meant. To control one's inner energy to such a subtle degree, winding it like a strand of hair, heating it without destroying or leaking it out. This is a grandmaster. No. Even an ordinary grandmaster couldn't do that. What terrifying control over one's own power must that require? On the podium, Professor Zhou, with his white hair, froze completely. His hand, which was adjusting his glasses, was trembling slightly, and the eyes behind the reading glasses were fixed on Chen Fan. He taught martial arts theory his whole life and met countless powerful individuals. But he had never seen anyone control their internal energy to such an extent. He actually used such meticulous control to heat milk? What a waste! No. This effortless mastery, this understanding of power, it has transcended the realm of use. At this moment, Professor Zhou's worldview was overturned. He stood there blankly for a long time until the bell rang, at which point he suddenly came to his senses. The students looked at Chen Fan with awe, then stood up, circled him, and quietly left the classroom. Chen Fan patted his daughter to help her burp, packed his things, and picked up Anan, ready to leave. Excuse me, student, please wait a moment. Professor Zhou suddenly spoke up, stopping him. Chen Fan stopped and looked back at him. The old, stern professor's face was no longer serious or dissatisfied. Instead, it was filled with an irrepressible excitement and a thirst for knowledge. He walked quickly to Chen Fan, lowered his voice, as if afraid that someone would overhear a huge secret. His voice trembled slightly with excitement as he asked a question that sent a chill down Chen Fan's spine. Young man, when you were heating the milk just now, besides your inner energy, did you also use a trace of it? Mental strength? Chapter 84, The Grandmaster's guidance leaves the entire audience stunned. Mental strength? Chen Fan tightened his grip on his daughter's arms almost imperceptibly. He raised his eyes and looked at the old professor in front of him, whose face was flushed with excitement, his gaze calm and unwavering. He was familiar with these 3 words. From his first unexpected breakthrough at the night market to his later practice of inch punch, he could sense that in addition to internal energy, there was another, more mysterious power within his body. But he always believed that this was his own secret. Unexpectedly, an old professor I was meeting for the first time saw right through me. Professor, I don't understand what you're talking about. Chen Fan's expression was calm, and his tone was indifferent. I'm just a little better at controlling my power than others. He neither admitted it nor vehemently denied it. Professor Zhou looked at him, his eyes shining even brighter. He seemed to see through Chen Fan's evasiveness, but didn't press further. This was clearly not a suitable place for a deep conversation. He nodded, took a handwritten note out of his pocket, and handed it over. "This is my office address and phone number." The old professor's tone softened considerably, even carrying a hint of flattery. "Student, if you have any questions about martial arts theory, or just want to find a place to have a cup of tea, you're welcome anytime." Chen Fan took the note. It had a familiar string of penmanship on it, the strokes pendant strong enough to penetrate the paper. He nodded. "Thank you, Professor." Professor Joe looked at him, then at Anin in his arms, who had finished her milk and was starting to yawn, and a kind smile appeared on his face. "Good boy." He nodded approvingly, said nothing more, turned around, hugged his textbooks, and left satisfied. Watching the old professor's retreating figure, Chen Fan seemed lost in thought. This university seems to be more interesting than he imagined. Afternoon. Live fire training ground. The huge indoor arena echoed with the muffled thuds of fists colliding and the stern shouts of the instructors. The atmosphere during the freshmen's practical training sessions was much more intense than the morning's theoretical classes. Chen Fan remained the focus of the entire event. He remained unchanged, holding his daughter, carrying a pink diaper bag, and sitting down in a corner of the stands, like a parent who had come to visit. On the platform, a burly, serious-looking instructor was explaining the rules of sparring. His name is Instructor Wang, a master-level expert who was known throughout the university as a practical fighter with an extremely strict teaching style. Today's lesson is very simple. Instructor Wang's voice was loud and resounded throughout the entire area. Breakthrough defenses. He casually pointed to two students in the audience. "Zhang Yang, Liam O, you two come up here." The two people whose names were called immediately stepped forward. Both of them are top geniuses among the freshmen, at the peak of Dan Jin, just one step away from condensing Gang Qi. Especially the one named Zhang Yang, with his tall and straight figure and sharp eyes, is one of the most promising students in this year's freshmen. "Liam O, you're in charge of defense. Use your tortoise shell technique. As long as Zhang Yang doesn't break through your defense within 3 minutes, you win," Instructor Wang said. "Zhang Yang, you're in charge of the attack. 3 minutes, do everything you can to break through his defense. If you can't, your training load will double today." "Yes, instructor," the two replied in unison. Practice begins. Liamo straightened his back and began to circulate his internal energy, instantly tensing all his muscles and giving his skin a faint yellowish-brown sheen. Zhang Yang moved swiftly, his fists flashing like lightning, constantly circling around Liamo at high speed, searching for an opening. Bang! 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 The heavy sound of punches echoed continuously. Each of Zhang Yang's punches was powerful enough to shatter stone tablets. But all the attacks that landed on Liamo were like stones sinking into the sea, only causing a faint ripple of energy, and could not shake him in the slightest. Time passed second by second. Zhang Yang's forehead began to sweat, and his breathing became rapid. He used all his skills, from fast punches to heavy punches, from tricky angles to frontal attacks, but Liamo's tortoise-shell kung fu was like an iron shell without any blind spots, leaving him with no way to attack. The students in the audience watched intently, not daring to breathe, and many were anxious for Zhang Yang. Ah. In the stands, Anan, who was in Chen Fan's arms, suddenly stretched out her little hand, pointed at the audience, and started babbling. Her big, dark eyes were fixed on the two figures moving quickly on the field. She seemed very interested in this fighting game, but because they were moving too fast, the little one couldn't see them clearly and squirmed in his arms in frustration. Does the baby want to see his brother fight? Chen Fan lowered his head and asked softly. Yay! Anan nodded her little head vigorously. Chen Fan smiled, picked up his daughter, stood up from the stands, and walked to the edge of the training field. We're closer to the battle zone here, so we can see things more clearly. He held Anan as if she were the most precious treasure in the world, his gaze fixed on the field, and softly explained to his daughter, Baby, look, that brother is hitting, and this brother is blocking. At this moment, Zhang Yang on the field was already desperate, and his attacks became more and more fierce, but also more and more chaotic. Instructor Wang stood aside, shaking his head as he watched. Chen Fan, holding Anan, glanced at her casually, then, as if speaking to his daughter, said something casually to the genius student in the arena who was in trouble. Try taking half a step back with your left foot and slowing your punch by half a second. His voice wasn't loud, but amidst the clashing sounds of battle, it clearly reached everyone's ears. On the field, Zhang Yang, who was preparing to launch a new round of fierce attacks, suddenly stopped. He glanced back at Chen Fan on the sidelines, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Take a half step back? Slow down your punch by half a second? Are you kidding me? The key now is to strike while the iron is hot, to be quick and decisive. If you're even half a second slower, it'll be too late. Most students looked disdainful, muttering, nonsense. But a few quick-thinking students frowned, seemingly pondering the meaning behind Chen Fan's words. What does he know? What practical experience does someone who takes care of children have? Instructor Wang frowned, about to reprimand Chen Fan for disrupting the class. Just then, Zhang Yang, who had initially intended to ignore it, was moved by the man's calm gaze. Since things had already come to this, why not give it a try? He gritted his teeth, and as if possessed, his left foot actually took half a step back. The punches, which were originally flying like a storm, were deliberately slowed down by half a second. It's that half-step distance, that half-second pause. A miracle has happened. Liu Mo, who had been on a tight defensive stance, was following Zhang Yang's relentless attacks. Zhang Yang's sudden slowdown caused a very slight, fleeting pause in Liu Mo's instinctive defensive movements. A fatal gap. Zhang Yang's eyes widened instantly. Now! He seized the opportunity, and his pent-up power exploded out with a powerful punch. Bang! A muffled thud. Liu Mo's supposedly flawless tortoise shell technique shattered instantly. He staggered back several steps, his face filled with disbelief. Did we win? Just like that, they won? Zhang Yang stared blankly at his fist, still reeling from the shock of turning the tables on his opponent. However, something even more shocking happened. Just now, in that moment of sudden enlightenment during the attack and defense, at the very instant he seized the opening and delivered a powerful punch. He felt a bottleneck in his body that had been stuck for half a year suddenly loosen. Immediately afterwards. Boom! The bottleneck was shattered. A powerful aura, several times stronger than before, suddenly erupted from his body. Pale white chi burst forth uncontrollably, forming a swirling vortex around him. Peak of Dan Jin. Breakthrough. Early stage of Gang Jin. Whoosh! The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. All the chatter and breathing vanished without a trace at that moment. Hundreds of talented students froze on the spot, their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. Then, everyone's eyes immediately turned to the man holding the child on the sidelines. On the podium, even the notoriously strict master instructor, Instructor Wang, was completely petrified. He stared intently at Chen Fan, his mouth slightly open, his Adam's apple bobbing, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief, and perhaps something else entirely. Chapter 85: The Mentor's Investment, A New Storm. The training ground was silent for about 10 seconds. Then, as if the play button had been pressed, the entire venue erupted in chaos. He broke through. He really broke through? Just because of something that stay-at-home dad said? Holy crap! Am I dreaming? The bottleneck that's been holding me back for half a year, just like that. I've broken through? All eyes were fixed on the man holding the child on the sidelines. In their eyes were shock, horror, and confusion, but above all, an indescribable awe. On the platform, Instructor Wang, a master-level expert, was the first to snap out of his daze. He took a deep breath and shouted in a stern voice, "What are you all looking at? Get out of class, dismissed." His voice, imbued with a powerful energy, sent a shiver down the spines of all the students. The students seemed to wake from a dream, but no one dared to leave immediately. They just watched Chen Fan from afar with awe. Instructor Wang waved for them to leave quickly, then strode towards Chen Fan, his gaze more serious than ever before. At the same time, Zhang Yang, who had just broken through, finally stabilized the rampaging internal energy within him. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him, he trembled with excitement. Ignoring everyone else, he turned and rushed to Chen Fan. Under the watchful eyes of dozens of people who had not yet dispersed from the audience. Thump! The most outstanding genius among the freshmen suddenly buckled at the knees and knelt upright in front of Chen Fan. Teacher! Zhang Yang's voice was trembling with emotion, and he kowtowed deeply to Chen Fan. Thank you so much for your guidance, teacher. I will never forget it. This kneeling, this kowtow, and this one sentence left the students who hadn't gone far behind dumbfounded once again. A genius kneels and kowtows to a freshman in the same grade? And even calls him teacher? Has the world gone mad? Chen Fan raised an eyebrow slightly as he looked at Zhang Yang kneeling before him. Anan, in his arms, looked curiously at the older brother kneeling on the ground, reaching out her little hand as if she wanted to touch his head. Get up, Chen Fan said calmly. If you don't mind, teacher, I am willing to serve you and listen to your teachings. Zhang Yang said stubbornly. He knew that he had encountered an incredible opportunity. Before Chen Fan could speak, Instructor Wang had already walked up to him. He glanced at Zhang Yang kneeling on the ground, then at Chen Fan, whose expression remained calm, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He waved his hand and said to the surrounding students, "Disperse, don't crowd around here." The students dared not linger any longer and left the training ground, looking back every few steps. In the vast venue, only Chen Fan and an Instructor Wang, Zhang Yang kneeling on the ground, and Liam O, who was still in shock, remained. "You get up too," Instructor Wang said to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang looked up at Chen Fan, and seeing that he did not object, he stood up respectfully, but still bowed and stood aside in a student-like posture. "Student." Instructor Wang turned to Chen Fan, not using his superior position, but rather an equal, even slightly questioning tone. "May I ask how you figured that out?" He pointed to Zhang Yang and Liam O. Liam O's defense is theoretically unbeatable among those of the same level. Instructor Wang's eyes were full of inquiry. "How did you figure that out?" He had taught practical combat for half his life, but Chen Fan's guidance just now seemed to have seen through the essence of martial arts, simplifying the complex and hitting the nail on the head. This reminded him of the term Professor Zhou had mentioned that morning: spiritual power. Could this be the application of spiritual power? Chen Fan held his daughter and gently patted her back. Anen was tired from playing and yawned slightly. "I've seen it all before," Chen Fan said casually. This answer left Instructor Wang speechless, unsure how to respond. No matter how much you see, it's impossible to see through the questions set by a master at a glance. He increasingly felt that the man holding the child in front of him was unfathomable. Instructor Wang remained silent for a few seconds, torn between his inner conflict and his own. This boy's terrifying potential, if he could be recruited, but his origins were unknown. Oh well, such a rough gem cannot be missed. He made up his mind and solemnly said, "Chen Fan, I formally invite you to become my last disciple. If you are willing, I can share all my Grandmaster cultivation insights with you." He ended by using the word communication. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang and Liam O, who were standing nearby, both gasped in shock. A master-level mentor actively seeks to take a student as his apprentice, even going so far as to use the word exchange to lower his stance. What an honor this is! However, Chen Fan simply shook his head. "Thank you, instructor, but I don't have time." He lowered his head, looking tenderly at his drowsy daughter in his arms. "I have to take care of the baby." Instructor Wang was stunned. He never expected that the reason for the refusal would be this. The reason was so compelling that he couldn't refute it. "All right." Instructor Wang sighed helplessly, took out a black metal card from his pocket and handed it over. "This is my contact information. If you have any trouble at school in the future, or, if you think things through, you can contact me anytime." Chen Fan took the card and nodded. "Thank you, instructor." Just then, Zhang Yang stepped forward again, took out his student card from his pocket, and presented it to Chen Fan with both hands, his attitude extremely respectful. "Teacher, I have nothing to repay you with. This is all the credits I've earned since enrolling, please accept it." Without saying a word, he directly operated his wristband and transferred all the credits from his student card. Chen Fan's bracelet vibrated, indicating that he had received a transfer of 5,000 credits. Chen Fan glanced at him but did not refuse. "This isn't a formal apprenticeship ceremony," he said calmly. "It's a transaction. I'll give you 5,000 credits in exchange for a single word. It's fair." After saying that, he picked up the sleeping in and turned to leave the training ground. Instructor Wang, Zhang Yang, and Liam O were left standing there, looking at each other in bewilderment. "Trade?" Zhang Yang was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile, his respect deepening. This teacher truly possessed the demeanor of a master. Instructor Wang watched Chen Fan's departing figure, his eyes flickering. He refused the master's offer but accepted the student's credits. What is this person after? After Chen Fan left with the child, the events that occurred in the practical class spread throughout the entire freshman circle in less than half an hour, and quickly spread to the upper grades. On the campus forum, posts about Chen Fan instantly flooded the screen. A single word breaks through. Zhang Yang, at the peak of Dan Jin, is enlightened by a single sentence from Chen Fan, the dad, and instantly advances to Gang Jin. Grandmaster bows down. Instructor Wang wants to take Chen Fan as his apprentice, but he rejects him because he has to take care of his child. Miracle or hoax? Unveiling the truth behind stay-at-home dad Chen Fan. The shocking headlines drew clicks from everyone who saw them. The post included embellished descriptions from students present at the time, a frame-by-frame analysis of Chen Fan's phrase "take a half step back, slow down by half a second," and a candid photo of Zhang Yang kneeling and kowtowing in public. The forum's comments section was divided into two distinct camps. Supporters revere Chen Fan as a god. Holy crap! What kind of deity is this? This is like golden words. I declare that from today onwards, Chen Fan is my only idol. He's so handsome. I beg the gods to open a course. I'm willing to offer all my credits. The opposition, however, believes this is a complete publicity stunt. It must be fake. Zhang Yang must have been on the verge of a breakthrough long ago, and he just happened to snatch it up. Exactly, it's just acting. Maybe it's just to promote himself. Disgusting. Someone with connections brings their child to school and expects to give others advice on how to succeed? Use your brains, okay? The two groups argued fiercely, and the posts about Chen Fan became increasingly popular, quickly dominating the entire forum homepage. Hiding in his dormitory, watching everything unfold on the forum, Zhao Feng clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. On what grounds? Why is this good for nothing favored by a grandmaster? Why can a genius like Zhang Yang kneel down? He is not convinced. Just then, his bracelet rang. It was an encrypted call. Brother Feng, everything was done as you said. A sinister voice came from the other end of the phone. A venomous sneer curled at the corner of Zhao Feng's lips. Fine, make the fire burn even brighter. After hanging up the phone, he refreshed the forum again. The next second, a bold, highlighted, and pinned post instantly filled everyone's screen. Poster ID, Student Union Discipline Inspection Department. Post title, shocking. The real identity of stay-at-home dad Chen Fan. He's not a student at all. The post was very simple, consisting of only one photo and one sentence. The photo was taken from the classroom surveillance footage. It showed Chen Fan holding an standing by the podium, pointing at the audience and giving orders during the morning theory class. Below the photo was a line of cold, accusatory questions. What right does a specially admitted student who doesn't even have a martial arts license and only got into the school through dubious connections have to spout nonsense in class and disrupt the teaching order? We demand that the school thoroughly investigate this person's identity and remove this kind of trash from our sacred martial arts academy. Chapter 86: The School's Attitude, New Rules. The storm on the forum came faster than Chen Fan had anticipated. Almost the instant the pinned post from the Student Union's Discipline Inspection Department appeared, public opinion on the entire campus network was completely ignited. What was originally just gossip among freshmen has suddenly escalated into public questioning across the entire school. The word garbage was prominently displayed on the homepage, and it wasn't directed at anyone else, but at him. Chen Fan, holding an sat on the only relatively clean bed in Dormitory 0, calmly scrolling through posts on his wristband. An was fast asleep, her little face was rosy, and her breathing was even. He gently adjusted his position to make his daughter more comfortable, then his gaze returned to the screen. The comments section below already has over 1,000 replies. I support the Discipline Inspection Department. Why should people of dubious origin be allowed to attend school with us? Exactly. Martial Arts University is a sacred place. Not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can get in. No martial arts license? Then he's not even a martial artist. What gives him the right to instruct Zhang Yang? He's definitely a fraud. Senior Zhao Feng did the right thing. People like that should have been kicked out long ago. The majority of voices supported the Discipline Inspection Department, and Chen Fan vaguely recognized many of the IDs among them. They seemed to be the same people who had surrounded Zhao Feng yesterday. Of course, there were also a few dissenting voices. Are you all crazy? He just enlightened Zhang Yang to break through to the Gangjin realm with a single sentence yesterday. Are you blind? You call someone who can get a grandmaster mentor to take him on as a disciple trash? Where's your brain? I'm on the side of the mortal god. The Disciplinary Inspection Department is just settling personal scores. They're petty and narrow-minded. But these voices were quickly drowned out by more insults and doubts. Chen Fan closed the forum without expression. He doesn't care what others think of him. However, he doesn't like the word garbage. Especially in front of his daughter. The next morning. The morning sunlight streamed through the dilapidated window, casting dappled shadows. Chen Fan had just finished preparing An's milk when there was a knock on the door. Thump, thump, thump. The sound wasn't loud, but it was very rhythmic. Chen Fan carried his daughter over and opened the door. Two men stood at the entrance, dressed in black uniforms with the Zhengchang Martial Arts University emblem on their chests, their expressions serious. Their gazes swept over Chen Fan and in his arms. One of them spoke, his voice steady. "Chen Fan, the Student Union's Discipline Inspection Department has filed a formal charge against you. Please come with us to the discipline office for questioning." Not far away, at the corner of the dormitory building, Zhao Feng and several of his followers were leaning against the wall, their faces bearing undisguised smug smirks. Seeing Chen Fan being taken away by law enforcement officers, Zhao Feng mouthed something to him. "Rubbish." Chen Fan paused for a moment. He turned around and calmly glanced at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng felt a jolt in his heart when Zhao Feng looked at him, but then he straightened his chest and laughed even more arrogantly. Chen Fan ignored him, picked up an and left with the two law enforcement officers. Discipline Department. A stern-faced mentor, around 50 years old, sat in the main seat. Seated in the main seat was Director Liu, the head of the Discipline Department, a senior Grandmaster-level expert. Besides him, there were two other people in the office. One of them is Instructor Wang, whom I met briefly at the training ground yesterday. The other was a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. When he saw Chen Fan come in, he pushed up his glasses and gave a cold laugh. He is Lin Feng, the head of the Student Union's Discipline Inspection Department. Director Liu, Instructor Wang, Chen Fan said calmly, holding his daughter. Director Liu nodded and pointed to the chair opposite him. "Sit down." Chen Fan sat down and held Anin in his arms. Anin looked around the unfamiliar room with curiosity, her little hands clutching her father's collar, very well behaved. "Everyone's here, let's begin," Director Liu said, his voice not loud, but carrying weight. He looked at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you go first." "Yes, Director." Lin Feng stood up, holding a tablet in his hand, and spoke righteously. "Director, the Discipline Inspection Department received a report and has investigated. We have 3 charges against Chen Fan, the specially admitted student. First of all, there's the issue of his identity. Chen Fan has yet to provide an officially certified martial arts license. His status as a champion special recruit is based solely on a notice from the school, which raises procedural problems. We suspect that he doesn't qualify as a martial artist at all. Furthermore, he disrupted class order. During yesterday morning's martial arts theory class and afternoon's practical training class, Chen Fan disregarded classroom discipline twice, left his seat without permission, and even openly instructed other students, seriously interfering with the teaching. Most seriously, he also assaulted a student council member. On the first day of school, Chen Fan, without cause, threw Zhao Feng, a student council member who came to mediate dormitory issues, into a garbage truck downstairs in dormitory number 0. His actions were vile and had a very bad impact. Lin Feng finished speaking in one breath and handed the tablet to Director Liu. According to the Zhengcheng First Martial Arts University Student Discipline Management Regulations, any one of the above 3 accusations, if true, would be sufficient grounds for expulsion. We request the Discipline Department to handle this matter impartially, uphold the seriousness of school rules, and remove these black sheep from our sacred martial arts academy. After saying that, he sat down and gave Chen Fan a provocative look. In his view, the evidence was irrefutable and the school rules were ironclad. Chen Fan's expulsion today was a foregone conclusion. After listening, Director Liu didn't say anything, but turned to Instructor Wang, who was standing to the side. "Instructor Wang, you were the instructor for the practical training course and you were there at the time. What do you think?" Instructor Wang paused for a moment and then said, "Chen Fan did indeed give Zhang Yang some guidance, and Zhang Yang did indeed make a breakthrough as a result." His words were very objective and devoid of any personal emotion. Director Liu nodded, his gaze finally landing on Chen Fan. "Chen Fan," Director Liu began slowly, "do you have anything to say in your defense regarding the accusations made by the Discipline Inspection Department?" Chen Fan held his daughter and gently patted her back. Instead of answering immediately, he looked up at Director Liu and calmly asked a question. "Director Liu, I would like to ask, what is the value of a student who can guide you from the peak of Danjin to Gangjin with just a single sentence? Who is more important to the school, a student council member who abuses their power and settles personal scores or abuses their position?" The entire office fell silent instantly. Lin Feng's smug smile froze abruptly. He hadn't expected Chen Fan to not refute any details, but instead escalate the issue to another level. Instructor Wang's body stiffened, and the way he looked at Chen Fan changed. For the first time, a flicker of emotion appeared in Director Liu's deep eyes. He stared intently at Chen Fan, as if trying to discern something from his face. This young man, he's not defending himself, he's negotiating. Chen Fan ignored their shock and continued in his calm tone. Also, regarding my identity. He paused, then said something even more weighty. I am the president of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association, and I was personally approved as a champion recruit. If the school feels that the president has a problem with his judgment, or thinks that the Martial Arts Association's special recruitment procedure is irregular, it can communicate with the association at any time. No one spoke in the office. Lin Feng's face had gone from stiff to deathly pale. President. The president of the Martial Arts Association personally approved it? Lin Feng's face turned pale upon hearing those two words, and he swayed. Oh no. How did I end up messing with the president's people? Director Lu's expression changed completely. He stared intently at Chen Fan, remaining silent for a full 10 seconds. He finally understood why the president had specifically instructed him to take good care of this specially admitted student. A single word can enlighten a genius. The chairman personally endorsed his identity. In addition, there was that composure that remained unmoved even when facing grandmasters and the rules. This kind of person must be kept. It's worth it even if it offends the student council. Director Lu made up his mind. He picked up the bracelet on the table, brought up an interface, and his tone returned to its emotionless, businesslike manner. An investigation revealed that Zhao Feng, a member of the student union's discipline inspection department, abused his power and sought personal revenge, seriously violating the student union's discipline. He was given a major demerit and placed on probation. Lin Feng, the head of the student union's discipline inspection department, failed to conduct thorough reviews and made subjective assumptions. Without verifying with the school, he arbitrarily launched a media attack, causing a negative impact. Effective immediately, he is removed from his position as head of the discipline inspection department. Lin Feng suddenly looked up, his face full of disbelief. Director. It's the school's decision. Director Lu's voice turned cold. Lin Feng opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. He plopped back down in his chair, his face as white as a corpse. After dealing with the two men, Director Lu turned off his bracelet. He looked at Chen Fan and forced a smile. As for you, Chen Fan, he paused, then said, your special admission status has been verified and there are no problems. Welcome to Jiangcheng's #1 martial arts university. The crisis was thus resolved. Chen Fan nodded, picked up an and prepared to get up. But Director Lu spoke up again, calling out to him. He looked at Chen Fan and suddenly smiled. The president has one more thing he asked me to tell you. It seems you don't have enough credits. Chapter 87. The forum exploded. Chen Fan's credit crisis. Chen Fan carried an as they walked back to their dormitory from the discipline office. The sun was warm, and An snuggled up in his arms, rubbing her little face against his neck, which tickled her a little. He was still pondering the last words Director Lu had conveyed. It seems you don't have enough credits. Chen Fan looked down at his bracelet. Account balance, 5,000 credits. This was forwarded by Zhang Yang yesterday. For a freshman, these credits are a huge sum of money. But why would the president specifically remind himself that it's not enough? Chen Fan couldn't understand it. He came to the martial arts university with a clear goal, to enter the restricted area library, find clues left by his deceased wife Su Qing, and then expose the shadow organization to avenge her. As for academic credits, as long as they make An's life more comfortable, that's fine. Back at the Zero dormitory building, Chen Fan paused. The way the students passing by looked at him was completely different from that morning. Gone was the disdain and mockery, in its place came a complex mix of awe, curiosity, and a hint of fear. Many people pointed at him from a distance, whispering among themselves. Chen Fan didn't pay attention and carried his daughter upstairs. As soon as I pushed open the dormitory door, a wave of heat mixed with excited shouts hit me. Holy crap! It's a twist! A truly shocking twist. Zhang Yang was excitedly pacing back and forth in his dormitory, holding his bracelet and muttering something to himself. When he saw Chen Fan return, his eyes lit up, and he rushed over in 3 steps. Teacher! You're back! Did you see the forum? It's exploded. It's completely exploded. Chen Fan put an on the bed, and the little guy rolled over and started playing with his little feet. I didn't see it. Chen Fan's tone was indifferent. Look! Zhang Yang exclaimed without waiting for a reply, projecting his wristband screen into the air. That was the campus forum of Jiangcheng Martial Arts University. The entire homepage was filled with a glaring red title. At the very top is a bold, red highlighted announcement personally pinned by the school administrator. Poster ID, Zhongcheng Martial Arts University Discipline Office. Chen Fan glanced at the announcement, which was very simple. Zhao Feng was given a major demerit for abusing his power, Lin Feng was dismissed from his post, the school publicly apologized to Chen Fan, and confirmed that his status as a champion special admission student was compliant and correct. The announcement caused an uproar on the forum. The tone of the comments section below underwent a stunning 180-degree reversal. Holy crap! It turns out the student council was settling a personal score. Zhao Feng is the real trash. He abuses his power, disgusting. This kind of person should be fired. I knew it. How could someone who could enlighten Zhang Yang to break through to the Gang Jin realm with just a few words be a fraud? Heh, isn't it all thanks to the president's connections? What's there to brag about? I'm sorry, God of Mortals. I followed the crowd and cursed you yesterday. I was such an idiot. Hundreds of comments praising and apologizing flooded the screen instantly, while the previous post attacking Chen Fan had already been deleted without a trace. At this moment, Chen Fan's reputation reached an unprecedented peak throughout the entire Zhongcheng Martial Arts University. Teacher, look, now everyone knows you were wronged. Zhang Yang looked relieved, even happier than if he had been praised himself. Chen Fan's expression remained unchanged. He simply looked at the comments calmly, as if they were something that had nothing to do with him. Just then, a new post was bumped up, and the poster's ID was extremely arrogant. ID, Zhao Feng's good brother. Post title, Don't be so smug. What kind of skill is it to intimidate others with your connections? Let's see who's the real deal in the ring. Hey Chin. Listen to me. Don't think you can do whatever you want at school just because the student council president is backing you up. We won't stand for it. You dared to injure my brother Feng and even used despicable means to make him take the blame. We'll remember this debt. Don't hide behind the rules like a coward. The freshman ranking competition is coming up soon, and I'll be waiting for you in the ring. I'll personally cripple you and avenge brother Feng. Do you dare to accept? As soon as the post was published, a large number of voices echoed in agreement. I agree. I've disliked that stay-at-home dad for a long time. What's with the airs of a wise man? Exactly. Hitting a woman and then relying on connections, what kind of man is that? Kill him in the qualifying rounds. Let him know why the flowers are so red. This group of people were clearly die-hard supporters of Zhao Feng and Lin Feng. After being proven wrong by the official announcement, they became enraged and transferred all their hatred to Chen Fan, directly bringing the issue of procedural justice to the life-or-death duel on the stage. Zhang Yang slammed his fist on the table in anger and cursed, "These idiots! Teacher, don't pay them any mind, they're just a bunch of clowns." Chen Fan shifted his gaze from the challenge post back to Zhang Yang, and suddenly asked, "Are academic credits important in school?" Zhang Yang was taken aback, not expecting Chen Fan to ask this suddenly, but he still immediately replied, "Important. Extremely important. Teacher, credits are the hard currency of our martial arts university." Seeing that Chen Fan genuinely didn't understand, he began to explain in detail. "Teacher, you don't know, these credits are life. Want to get into the A-level gravity chamber? 100 credits per hour. The good stuff in the school's alchemy room is ridiculously expensive, and it all requires credits. And those precious secret manuals in the library that aren't open to outsiders, without a massive amount of credits, you can't even get a glimpse of them." At this point, Zhang Yang paused, lowered his voice, and became extremely serious. Especially, that legendary Forbidden Zone on the very top floor of the library. I heard that just the ticket to take a peek inside requires 100,000 credits. 100,000 credits. Upon hearing this number, Chen Fan's pupils contracted slightly for the first time. He finally understood what the president meant when he said, "You don't have enough credits." It turns out that entering the restricted library and finding the clues left by Su Qing requires such a huge amount of credits as a ticket. A mere 5,000 credits is not even a fraction of the minimum requirement. Chen Fan fell silent. He has money. But he didn't get the academic credits. And academic credits seem to be more important than money. He looked at Zhang Yang and asked the most crucial question. How can I earn a lot of credits the fastest? Zhang Yang's expression instantly became extremely solemn. He glanced at the doorway to make sure no one was there before moving closer to Chen Fan, lowering his voice even further. Teacher, there's only one fastest way, but it's also the most dangerous. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yang said, enunciating each word clearly. That is, in the upcoming freshman ranking competition, students will challenge upperclassmen on the leaderboard from a higher grade level to engage in a credit bet. Chapter 88 100,000 credits, the rules of the freshman ranking competition. As soon as Zhang Yang finished speaking about the credit bet, Chen Fan glanced at him, waiting for him to continue. Anen was playing with her little feet on the bed, making yaya sounds, completely unaware of the serious atmosphere between her father and the uncle she had just met. As Zhang Yang spoke, he subconsciously lowered his voice, and his eyes, which usually held a simple honesty, became wary. Teacher, you're a freshman and don't understand the rules of survival at our school. This freshman ranking competition, though it sounds like a competition for freshmen, is actually a reshuffling of university resources. His voice was low and tinged with apprehension. Teacher, this ranking competition can kill people. Even if you sign a waiver, the school won't care if you die on stage. That's why the credit betting game was born. The ostentatious wristband projected an interface in the air, displaying the rules for the ranking matches. This thing can beat students from higher levels. Freshmen can even defeat upperclassmen. You can bet anything. Some people have staked their entire fortune on it. Zhang Yang's expression turned extremely serious as he pointed to a line of small print on the screen. Once the bet is settled, both parties' academic credits will be temporarily frozen by the system. The winner takes everything. The loser gets nothing. This is the fastest way to get rich, but also the fastest way to go bankrupt. Every year, some people make it to the top overnight, while others lose everything, can't even afford to eat, and end up having to drop out of school. Chen Fan listened quietly, his gaze lingering for a second on the rule that does not discriminate between life and death. He recalled that arrogant post on the forum. Who is that person who's making a scene on the forum? Chen Fan asked him. Zhang Yang's face darkened, even showing a hint of hostility. Teacher, you need to be especially careful with that person. He's the guy with the ID. Zhao Feng's good brother. His real name is Li Yang. Li Yang? Chen Fan didn't recognize the name. Yes, Li Yang. Zhang Yang clenched his fist. He is the only genius among our freshmen, besides me, who was already at the early stage of Gangjin when he entered the university. He comes from a very wealthy family. He is a direct descendant of a local martial arts family in Zhengcheng. He has had abundant resources since childhood and is extremely arrogant. Zhao Feng is like a dog kept by his family, always following him around. As Zhang Yang said this, a hint of disdain appeared on his face. Now that you've dealt with Zhao Feng, Li Yan will definitely hold you accountable. He values so-called brotherhood above all else and is extremely concerned about his reputation, so he will definitely cause you trouble in the qualifying rounds. Moreover, he will use the most extreme methods, in front of everyone, to regain face for himself and his brother. After listening, Chen Fan made up his mind. A genius with exceptional physical strength and a wealthy family background meant two things: considerable ability and a large number of academic credits. This was exactly the cash cow he needed. He looked at Zhang Yang and calmly asked a question that the other party had never expected. Oh? A genius in the Gangjin realm? How many credits does he have? Ha? Zhang Yang was completely dumbfounded. Why wasn't the teacher nervous at all? Instead, she seemed to be asking about vegetable prices. He thought that teacher Chen Fan would ask Li Yang what kind of martial arts technique he used, or how strong his family was. As a result, the teacher only cared about how many credits the other student had. Zhang Yang was stunned for several seconds before subconsciously answering, Li Yang comes from a wealthy family. Both his parents are Danjin martial artists. When he enrolled, he had 20,000 credits deposited directly into his account. 20,000 credits. Chen Fan nodded. Not bad, it's much more than Zhang Yang's 5,000. But it's still far from 100,000. It seems that relying on Li Yang alone is not enough. Seeing Chen Fan's thoughtful expression, Zhang Yang felt even more uncertain. He couldn't help but remind him, Teacher, Li Yang is not easy to deal with. His internal energy is extremely domineering, and he has a wealth of combat experience. I understand, Chen Fan interrupted him. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the campus bathed in sunlight. He needs credits, a lot of credits. Since this freshman ranking competition is a cash cow that the rules allow, then he won't hold back. 2 days later, the first martial arts university in Jiangcheng held its freshman ranking competition. The huge central training ground was bustling with activity. On the central training ground, thousands of freshmen filled the stands, making a lot of noise. In the center of the training ground, 10 huge alloy arenas were temporarily erected. On the podium, the principal said a few words and then announced, "Now, I declare that the annual freshman ranking competition of Jiangcheng No. 1 Martial Arts University has officially begun. As is customary, the first challenge will be initiated by the student with the highest overall score among this year's freshmen." Chen Fan, holding an N, sat with Zhang Yang in a corner of the Martial Arts Academy's freshman area. It was the first time An had seen so many people. She wasn't shy at all. She opened her big eyes wide with curiosity, turning her little head back and forth, looking at everything around her. "Daddy, it's lively." The little guy clapped his hands indistinctly. "Yeah, it's lively." Chen Fan smiled and patted her head. His appearance immediately attracted countless gazes from those around him. Awe, curiosity, disdain, jealousy, a mix of emotions. "Look, it's him, Chen Fan, the one who brought his child to school. I heard that he enlightened senior brother Zhang Yang to break through to the Gangjin realm with just one sentence. TCH, I think he's just a nepotism hire. He only avoided being expelled because of his connection to the president of the Martial Arts Association." The murmurs weren't loud, but they carried clearly over here. Zhang Yang frowned as he listened, about to explode in anger, but was stopped by a calm look from Chen Fan. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall, arrogant-looking young man stood up from the first row of the new students. He was dressed in an expensive training uniform, his eyes looking down on everyone. It was Li Yang. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, Li Yang walked step by step onto the podium. He ignored his mentor and walked straight to the microphone, snatching it away. The entire room fell silent instantly. Everyone was watching him, wondering what this arrogant genius was up to. The mentors on the podium frowned, but no one stopped them. Li Yang gripped the microphone, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping across the entire venue before finally settling precisely on the figure holding a child in the corner of the audience. A cruel and venomous sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. The next second, he raised his hand, pointed in Chen Fan's direction, and his arrogant voice resounded throughout the training ground through the loudspeaker. "In the first match, I, Li Yang, challenge you, Chen Fan." Boom! The entire audience erupted in uproar. All eyes instantly shifted from Li Yang to the man holding the child. Li Yang's smile grew even more arrogant. He spoke into the microphone, shouting out the bet that drove everyone wild. "I'll bet all 20,000 of my credits. You piece of trash who got in here thanks to the president's special permission, do you dare come up to me in the ring and fight to the death? Chapter 89 Dad will set off fireworks for you." The opening ceremony of the freshman ranking competition should have been a tedious process of speeches by the principal, mentors, and outstanding freshman representatives. But today, everything has been turned upside down. Li Yang's arrogant roar resounded throughout the entire central training ground through the amplification equipment. "I'll bet all 20,000 of my credits. You piece of trash who got in here thanks to the president's special permission, do you dare come up to me in the ring and fight to the death?" Boom! The entire audience erupted in chaos. Holy crap! A life or death duel. This is the opening ceremony? 20,000 credits. That's a privilege only top-tier students in the Qi refining realm get, right? He used them all? Has Li Yang gone mad? He's one of only 2 geniuses in the Gangjin realm among this year's freshmen, and he's risking his life against a connected guy with a child? What do you know? Didn't you see the forum? Chen Fan took care of senior Zhao Feng, and Li Yang is standing up for his brother. The murmurs, gasps, and gasps of surprise merged into a massive wave of sound that swept across the entire area. All eyes, whether filled with schadenfreude, curiosity, or worry, were now fixed on the man holding the child. The official forum livestream room of Jiangcheng No. 1 Martial Arts University was instantly flooded with tens of thousands of students and people from outside the university who were unable to attend in person, and the barrage of comments was frantically displayed. Selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and bottled water in the front row. A fight broke out right at the opening ceremony. This year's freshmen are a bit wild. Li Yang is awesome. He just casually gave up 20,000 credits, that's a real man. Does that Chen Fan dare to accept the challenge? I bet he doesn't. A mediocre champion who got in through connections, how could he possibly have the guts to fight a true master of internal energy to the death? It's hard to say. Have you forgotten how he instructed Zhang Yang in the practical training session? This man is unfathomable. Give advice? That might just be a lucky guess. This is a life or death struggle, not just empty words. On the podium, the instructor's expressions changed slightly, but they didn't immediately stop it. The rules of the freshman ranking competition were already brutal, allowing credit bets and even life or death situations, a tradition of the martial arts university to hone its freshmen through blood and fire. However, no one expected someone to go so far on the very first day. In the audience, Zhang Yang was sweating profusely with anxiety. He leaned close to Chen Fan and whispered, "Teacher, don't be impulsive." Li Yang is a direct descendant of the Li family of Jiangcheng. He's been pampered with resources since childhood, and he has rich combat experience. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Fan stopped him with a calm look. Chen Fan's attention was not on Li Yang, who was shouting on the podium, nor on the thousands of people around him. Seeing that his earth-shattering challenge had received no response, Li Yang felt a wave of exhaustion and extreme frustration. This feeling of being completely ignored was more humiliating to him than any retort. His face flushed instantly, and he roared into the microphone again, "Chen Fan. If you're a man, stand up. Don't think that just because the president is backing you up, you can keep hiding like a coward. Today, in front of the entire school, if you don't dare to fight, then get out of martial arts university. Our Jiangcheng #1 martial arts university does not accept cowards who only dare to hide behind women and connections." These words were extremely malicious. Coward. Get out. Some of Zhao Feng's supporters and students who disliked Chen Fan began to join in the commotion, with the clamor growing louder and louder. The enormous commotion and Li Yang's furious roar finally disturbed the small world in Chen Fan's arms. Anan, who was curiously munching on her little fist, was startled by the sudden loud noise. Her little body trembled violently, her big, dark eyes quickly filled with tears, and her little mouth twitched, as if she was about to burst into tears. At this moment, Chen Fan's brows finally furrowed. He slowly raised his eyes and looked directly at Li Yang on the podium for the first time. That gaze was cold and indifferent, devoid of any human emotion, like a deity high in the sky looking down at a noisy ant. Just one glance. Li Yang's burning anger and arrogance seemed to have been doused with a bucket of ice water, making him shiver. He even had the illusion that if he uttered another word, something extremely terrifying would happen. But Chen Fan didn't say anything. He immediately lowered his head, all the coldness and indifference melting away in an instant, replaced by extreme tenderness. He gently and rhythmically patted his daughter's back, resting her little head on his shoulder, and soothed her softly in a voice only she could hear. "Baby, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Dad is here. There's a fly buzzing around, it's a bit noisy. Dad will swat it right away, okay?" The noise in the room gradually subsided. Many people stared wide-eyed at Chen Fan. How will he respond? Will you accept the challenge in a fit of rage, or refuse it in humiliation under pressure? In the deathly silence of the entire room, Anan in his arms was finally calmed down. She stopped pouting and just buried her face in her father's warm neck, her little hands tightly gripping his collar. Chen Fan finally raised his head. He didn't look at Li Yang on the podium, nor at anyone around him who was expecting his response. His gaze remained fixed on the little one in his arms, who was gradually calming down, from beginning to end. He smiled and gently stroked his daughter's pink little nose with his finger. Then, in a light-hearted tone, as if discussing what to have for dinner, he chuckled softly to his daughter. "Don't be afraid, baby. Dad will set off a firework for you later." Chapter 91 Punch, Fireworks in Full Bloom. Fireworks? The light-hearted word contrasts drastically with the tense, life-or-death situation before them. The thousands of teachers and students present, including the grandmasters on the stage, were stunned by Chen Fan's inexplicable words. Setting off fireworks? Has he lost his mind? Only Li Yang, upon hearing those two words, seemed to have suffered a tremendous humiliation. He interpreted Chen Fan's nonchalant attitude as the most utter contempt. "Fine, very well." Li Yang laughed in fury, his face contorted with rage. "I'd like to see how you, this piece of trash, will set off fireworks for me." Without another word, he turned and leaped off the platform, landing heavily on ring number 10, 10 meters away. Boom! The alloy-made arena emitted a dull thud, causing the entire ground to tremble. Li Yang stood firmly on his feet, his gaze fierce, fixed on Chen Fan in the audience. He couldn't wait to tear that man and the little bastard in his arms to pieces. Under the watchful eyes of thousands, Chen Fan made a move. He didn't hand his daughter over to Zhang Yang, who was standing next to him, and he didn't even change the way he was holding her. He carried Anan in one arm and gently patted his daughter's back with the other, step by step, down from the stands and toward ring number 10. His pace was slow and steady, like taking a leisurely stroll in the park after a meal. The sunlight fell on him. This scene caused another uproar in the audience. He came on stage with a child? He's gone mad. He really doesn't respect senior brother Li Yang at all. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. He'll be crying soon enough. Perhaps he really is fearless? Amidst the murmurs, Chen Fan had already stepped onto the stage and stood 10 meters away from Li Yang. Anan seemed to sense the change in atmosphere, and her little hands gripped her father's collar tightly again. But because her father's embrace was warm, she was no longer afraid. She just blinked her big eyes curiously at the uncle opposite her who had a fierce expression. The referee in charge of arena number 10 was an experienced Dan Jean peak martial artist. He took a deep breath, walked between the two, and asked routinely, "Both sides have confirmed that they will engage in a life or death duel, with the stakes being 20,000 credits for student Li Yang and 5,000 credits for student Chen Fan. Now, do both sides confirm?" Once confirmed, the life or death agreement will take effect immediately. The 5,000 credits that Zhang Yang contributed were also automatically included in the bet by the system. "I confirm." Li Yang roared impatiently, his voice filled with murderous intent. Chen Fan shifted his gaze from his daughter's face and glanced indifferently at the referee. "I accepted it." 2 words, calm and undisturbed. The referee received confirmation, made a slight operation on his bracelet, and an invisible contract was instantly formed. He quickly retreated to the edge of the arena, then suddenly waved his hand. "The match begins." The moment the words fell. Roar. Li Yang's pent-up anger and killing intent erupted with a roar. He seemed to be ignited, and crimson energy erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption, instantly covering his entire body. The scorching heat wave caused the air around the arena to distort, and even the audience more than 10 meters away could feel a gust of hot air rushing towards them. It's the Li family's secret technique, the Blazing Sun Fist. On the platform, an instructor recognized the martial art. This fist technique is incredibly domineering. Li Yang, at such a young age, has already cultivated his internal energy to such a level. His talent is astonishing. That Chen Fan is overconfident. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Li Yang made his move. He stomped his foot hard, leaving a shallow footprint on the alloy arena surface. He transformed into a crimson afterimage, charging towards Chen Fan. Die. The fist arrives before the person. On Li Yang's right fist, all the crimson chi frantically condensed, as if it were really holding up a scorching little sun, carrying the momentum to burn everything, and slammed straight into Chen Fan's chest. "He's going to punch me." With just one punch, he blasted the man who dared to ignore him, along with the annoying little thing in his arms, into ashes. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their hearts pounding in their throats. Many timid girls even turned their heads away, unable to bear watching the bloody scene that was about to unfold. Zhang Yang's heart was in his throat, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. Faced with this earth-shattering punch, Chen Fan didn't even lift his eyelids. He just looked down at his daughter in his arms. Anan seemed drawn to the blinding light, pointing her little finger at Li Yang's fist and mumbling, "Light, bright." Chen Fan smiled. He looked up at the little sun shooting towards him. Then, he raised his free right hand, which he had been using to pat his daughter's back, and casually extended it forward. It was just handed over like that. There was no burst of internal energy, no terrifying momentum, not even a wisp of wind from the punch. It's like greeting a friend, or simply wanting to gently push open a door. One is as fast as a shooting star, the other as slow as taking a walk. One was incredibly powerful, the other was unremarkable. Just a moment before the fist, burning with crimson energy, collided with the palm. A bizarre scene unfolded. Li Yang's ferocious blazing sun fist energy melted away silently and without a sound when it touched an inch in front of Chen Fan's palm. Yes, ablation. All the light and heat, all the rage and tyranny, vanished into nothingness in that instant. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. The ferocity and arrogance on Li Yang's face froze instantly. Instead, there was endless, incomprehensible horror and bewilderment. He froze, unable to recall anything for a moment. Where is my inner energy? Where is my blazing yang energy, powerful enough to melt gold and iron? Why, did it disappear? He couldn't understand it, and he never had the chance to think about it again. After all the protective energy was wiped away, Chen Fan's ordinary hand lightly and effortlessly landed on his chest. Bang! A very dull, soft sound. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of everyone in the room. The next second. In Li Yang's horrified gaze, his pupils dilated to the maximum. Centered on Chen Fan's palm, spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread all over his body. Immediately afterwards, Li Yang, along with his expensive training clothes and his proud mastery of internal energy, just exploded. There were no screams, no struggles. A cloud of warm blood mist, mixed with bits of bone and flesh, exploded with a bang. Like a brilliant but fleeting crimson firework that suddenly blooms under a clear sky. The blood mist rose, only to be dispersed by a gentle breeze. The arena was empty. It was as if that genius of internal energy named Li Yang had never existed. Dead silence. The freshmen in the stands were so wide open their mouths could fit an egg, they were completely dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the master instructors on the platform stood up abruptly, their faces filled with horror, staring intently at the center of the arena as if they had seen some unbelievable monster. What happened? A punch? No, that doesn't even count as a punch. The man simply held the child and casually reached out his hand. Then, the genius of the Li family in Jiangcheng, the strongman who entered the school at the early stage of Gangjin, that arrogant Li Yan, was gone? It turned into a cloud of fog? This surpassed everyone's understanding and overturned their comprehension of martial arts. Fear, like an invisible tide, engulfed everyone. In this deathly silence, there were only two voices. One of them was Zinen's curious "huh?" She seemed confused as to why the shiny thing had suddenly disappeared. The other one was Chen Fan's voice. He withdrew his hand, not even glancing at the dissipating blood mist, but instead lowered his head, gently stroking his daughter's delicate pink nose with his finger, and softly chuckled. Look, baby, the fireworks are over. Dad will take you to get money and buy you something delicious. After saying that, he held his daughter and, under the horrified gazes of tens of thousands of people in the stadium, turned around, ignoring the referee who was completely stunned, and walked straight towards the podium. There, all the credits for gambling are stored. Chapter 91: The Baby Holding One Punch Style, a new ATM. The central training ground was deathly silent. Sunlight fell on the empty LA arena, and a gentle breeze blew by without making a sound. Tens of thousands of teachers and students, whether freshmen in the stands or masters and mentors on the podium, seemed to be frozen in place, each with their mouths slightly open and their eyes glazed over. Chen Fan carried an N and walked step by step from the center of the ring to the referee's table at the edge. Each step felt like a heavy, powerful blow to everyone's heart. The referee at the peak of the Danjin realm, who was in charge of arena number 10, was deathly pale and his legs were trembling. He watched Chen Fan walk over, his throat went dry, and he wanted to back away, but his legs wouldn't obey him and he couldn't move. Fear. It is an uncontrollable fear that stems from the instinct for survival. He watched with his own eyes as a living, powerful genius of the as a type of internal energy cultivation was gone, just a few meters away. It wasn't knocked down, it wasn't seriously injured, it simply turned into mist. This surreal scene completely shattered all his pride and understanding as a peak Danjin martial artist. Chen Fan stopped in front of the referee. He didn't look at the referee, but simply lowered his head and gently tidied his daughter's wind-blown hair. Anen was looking curiously at the pale-faced uncle in front of her, pointing with her little hand and making a mumbled "yeah." Uncle was scared, Chen Fan explained softly to his daughter. We ignored him, took the money, and left. His voice wasn't loud, but in the deathly silent training ground, it clearly reached the ears of those around him. The referee shuddered and almost knelt down. On the platform, the masters and mentors finally recovered from their shock. Instructor Wang, a middle-aged master with a stern face and instructor's epaulets on his shoulders, frowned and whispered into his wristband, "Referee number 10. What are you daydreaming about? Enforce the rules. Announce the results and transfer the credits." The sound rang loudly in the referee's ears through the internal channel. The referee shuddered, as if a drowning person had grasped at a straw. He snapped back to his senses and frantically began operating his wristband. Because his fingers were shaking so badly, he entered the wrong password several times in a row. The duel is over," he finally shouted, his voice trembling. "The winner, student Chen Fan. He gains academic credits." He stared at the numbers on the screen and gasped. Li Yang's 20,000 credits, plus Chen Fan's 5,000 credits automatically added by the system. Credits earned, 25,000. As his voice fell, a stream of data shot out from the referee's wristband and entered Chen Fan's student card. Chen Fan's student card screen lit up, and a line of numbers jumped clearly. Credit balance, 25,000. It's done. Chen Fan didn't even glance at it before turning around and preparing to leave the stage. For him, it was just a transaction. Taking the money and leaving was perfectly normal. At that very moment, the official forum of the First Martial Arts University in Jiangcheng exploded. The live stream chat was no longer flooded with comments, but rather a blank white screen, making it impossible to see anything clearly. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What did I just see? People exploded? Was that fireworks? It was blood. I threw up my dinner. A genius of the Gang Gene style, just like that, gone? One move? No, that didn't even qualify as one move. I declare that from today onwards, Chen Fan is my only dad. That's incredible. Holding a child and turning someone into mist, what kind of godlike move is that? Did you see that? Li Yang's protective aura vanished completely in front of him. It melted away. This isn't even a battle on the same level. A new style has been born. I'd call it the baby holding one punch style. The comment above is spot on. The one punch while holding a baby technique. The biggest demon in the newbie rankings has appeared. This title, which carried a hint of mockery yet was filled with awe, instantly gained everyone's approval and spread like wildfire. On the podium, the discussion among the masters reached a fever pitch. That was definitely not a clash of internal energies. A female instructor skilled in speed shook her head, her face still showing shock. I didn't see any signs of energy collision. Li Yang's blazing sun chi vanished into thin air. Elimination. Another elderly professor with white hair, Professor Zhou, muttered to himself, his eyes filled with a fervent desire for research. It's not offsetting, it's not crushing, it's erasing directly from the level of existence. Could this be the prototype of the legendary rule interference that can only be mastered by cultivating one's mental power to an extremely high level? Mental strength? Instructor Wang frowned. Old Zhou, that thing is too ethereal and elusive. No one has been able to master it in hundreds of years. But you can't find any other explanation. Professor Zhou stood up excitedly. This child is a treasure. A living treasure that can overturn our existing martial arts theories. Just as the mentors were having a heated discussion and the students were still processing their fears, Chen Fan's footsteps were stopped. Wait a minute, student Chen Fan. It was the referee who mustered all his courage and called out to the demon who was about to leave. Chen Fan stopped, turned around, and looked at him calmly. The referee shuddered under his gaze and quickly explained, according to the ranking rules, the winner can choose to continue the competition. You can challenge any student on the leaderboard, or wait for other students to challenge you. Taking the initiative to challenge? Chen Fan became interested. He thought he would have to wait for others to bring him money, but he never expected that he could order his own meals. This saves a lot of trouble. Where is the leaderboard? He asked. Here, right here. The referee quickly brought up the virtual screen on his wristband, and a beam of light was projected in front of Chen Fan. On the light screen is a temporary ranking of this year's freshmen, arranged according to their comprehensive evaluation and initial credits upon enrollment. The one ranked first is another genius of the Gang Gene realm, who has 20,000 credits. Li Yang, who was smashed into fireworks by him, was originally ranked second. Now, Li Yang's name has turned gray, with eliminated written after it. Chen Fan's gaze swept from top to bottom, as if he were picking out the freshest vegetables at a market. His gaze eventually settled on a name ranked 17th on the list. He was a student at the peak of the Dan Gene realm, but his credit balance was as high as 30,000. Clearly, he was also a wealthy young man with an impressive background, and his family had given him a lot of money when he enrolled. Baby, we've already earned a quarter of the milk powder money, Chen Fan said, looking down at Anin who was yawning in his arms. Daddy will try harder and try to earn half of it today, okay? Anin blinked, seemingly not quite understanding, but still obediently hummed in agreement. Chen Fan smiled. He stretched out his finger and casually swiped it across the light screen, his fingertip stopping at the name of the genius at the peak of Dan Gene with 30,000 credits. Then, he looked up at the referee, who was almost exhausted. He spoke in a relaxed and casual tone, as if ordering food at a restaurant. Let's go with him next. Chapter 92. The whole audience was shocked. The next money-bringing child. Let's go with him next. These seemingly casual words stirred up a massive uproar in the deathly silent central training ground. Tens of thousands of teachers and students in the audience turned their attention from the light screen projected in the air to a corner in the front row of the audience. There sat a tall, handsome young man. His name is Zhou Kai, ranked 17th on the freshman ranking list, at the peak of Dan Gene, and his family's inherited martial art, thick earth-black tortoise armor, is known for its astonishing defensive power. More importantly, he has a credit balance of 30,000. At this moment, this prodigy's face was deathly pale, and his lips were trembling slightly. He never expected that he would be publicly called out by that demon god when he was just there to watch the fun. The way his classmates looked at him had changed from envy to blatant pity, and even a hint of schadenfreude. Joe Kai, he's been called out. Oh no, another money-giving boy. 30,000 credits. If we lose, we'll be back to square one. Lose? You're too optimistic. Look at what happened to Li Yang. That was a life or death gamble. Did Joe Kai dare to refuse? The murmurs weren't loud, but every word reached Joe Kai's ears. He felt a burning pain in his face. He came from the Zhou family of Jiangcheng, a prominent family in the region, though not a top-tier wealthy family. He was a genius from a young age, always the center of attention wherever he went. He had never suffered such humiliation before. A man holding a child casually pointed to it, like ordering food. To go or not to go? Going there would be a near-death experience. Just looking at Li Yang's fate of turning into mist sent chills down his spine. Not going? Then Joe Kai and his Zhou family will become a laughingstock in the entire Jiangcheng #1 martial arts university, and even in the entire Jiangcheng martial arts world. A genius who doesn't even dare to accept a challenge at the peak of Danjin. His martial spirit will shatter on the spot. Brother Kai. The voices of the henchmen beside him trembled. Joe Kai clenched his fist so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh. He slowly stood up, his gaze fixed on Chen Fan on the ring. His jaw was clenched, and his body trembled slightly with fear, but in the end, he took a step. He had no choice. I accepted it. Joe Kai squeezed out those 3 words through gritted teeth, then leaped down and landed heavily on ring number 10. Boom! Another loud bang. This time, however, everyone's feelings had changed. When Li Yang took the stage, everyone expected a fierce battle. Now, everyone looked at Joe Kai with pity in their eyes. The referee's face was even paler than Joe Kai's. He looked at this new sacrifice who had willingly delivered himself to his door, and his hands trembled even more violently. He looked at Chen Fan and asked in an almost pleading tone, Chen Fan, are you sure you want to challenge Joe Kai? Chen Fan didn't even bother to answer him, but simply nodded his chin in Joe Kai's direction, the meaning of which couldn't be clearer. The referee was desperate. With trembling hands, he operated the bracelet and initiated a new betting contract. Both sides confirm a life or death duel, with the stakes being Joe Kai's 30,000 academic credits. Now, do both sides confirm? I confirm. Joe Kai's voice carried a hint of sorrow. Chen Fan remained silent. The contract is established. The referee swiftly retreated to the edge of the ring, his voice trembling. The match begins. The moment he finished speaking, Joe Kai did not foolishly launch an attack like Li Yang. He spread his legs, assumed a firm horse stance, and let out a low growl. Roar! Thick earth-black tortoise shell. In an instant, a dense, earthy yellow aura surged forth from his body. Unlike Li Yang's blazing sun fist, which was scorching and explosive, this aura was thick, solid, and filled with an indestructible quality. The protective aura rapidly condensed on his body, forming a full body armor of earth and yellow covered with mysterious patterns, perfectly concealing his head with a helmet, leaving only his eyes exposed. The protective aura was as thick and heavy as a city wall. It's the Zhou family's thick earth-black tortoise shell. It's known as the strongest defense among Danjin techniques. It is said that Joe Kai once withstood 3 full-force attacks from a master of early-stage Qi cultivation with this set of Qi armor and was completely unharmed. Is he planning to use absolute defense to wear down Chen Fan? Maybe there's hope? After all, Chen Fan doesn't seem to have any particularly impressive aura. Maybe there's some limitation to his move, or maybe he can only use it once. Seeing Joe Kai adopt this turtle shell stance, a glimmer of hope rekindled in some people's hearts. They couldn't accept that a man holding a child could be so invincible. On the arena, Joe Kai hid behind his heavy armor, his heart pounding. He placed all his hopes on his prized defensive armor. As long as we can hold on. I'll win as long as I can wear down my opponent until they're exhausted. However, his hope lasted only 3 seconds. Chen Fan made a move. He still strolled around leisurely, holding an in one arm, with the other hand even in his pocket. Step by step, we walked toward the earth and yellow statue. Anan seemed very interested in this color-changing uncle, pointing her little finger at Joe Kai and happily shouting, "Yellow, yellow." Chen Fan smiled and leaned down to kiss his daughter's forehead. Then, he walked up to Joe Kai. He pulled his right hand out of his pocket and casually extended it forward. It was the same handout as always. It was unremarkable and lacked any sense of everyday life. Joe Kai's eyes widened inside the armor, his entire body's chi surging wildly as he pushed his defense to its limit. Bring it on! I don't believe you can break through my defense in one move. Under the intense gaze of tens of thousands of people in the audience, Chen Fan's seemingly fair and slender fist lightly landed on the chest of the heavy, earthen yellow chi armor. The expected earth-shattering explosion did not occur. There wasn't even a bang. There was only a slight plop sound, like a tear in a wet windowpane. The next second, a bizarre and terrifying scene has unfolded once again. Centered on Chen Fan's fist, the thick earth-black tortoise shell, which was said to be able to withstand 3 moves of Gangjin, and its indestructible earth-yellow Gang Chi, collapsed and melted silently, like cowhide pierced by a branding iron. There wasn't even a moment's resistance. The determination and hope in Joe Kai's eyes were instantly replaced by endless fear and confusion. His mind went blank. How is that possible? My black tortoise shell. Before he could figure it out, the fist that had shattered all his pride and hope landed gently on his chest, its force undiminished. Snap! A series of sharp, teeth-grinding cracking sounds rang out. Joe Kai was struck by a tremendous force, his feet left the ground, and he flew backward, spitting out blood. He didn't explode into a bloody mess like Li Yang. But he was in a worse situation than Li Yang. He flew more than 10 meters, over the edge of the ring, and crashed heavily onto the hard ground. His chest caved in, and his limbs twisted at an eerie angle. He lost consciousness on the spot. Although he survived, his martial arts foundation was completely destroyed. It's more painful than death. Dead silence. And even more utter silence than before. If defeating Li Yang in an instant is the ultimate form of violence, this time, breaking through the strongest defense with a single punch is an overwhelming force that is even more despairing than simply blasting someone apart. The freshmen in the stands had gone from fear to numbness. Looking at the man holding the child, they felt that he was not human, but an incomprehensible monster. The masters and mentors on the platform looked at each other, their throats dry, unable to utter a single word. The fervor in Professor Zhou's eyes had turned into awe, now replaced by fervor. Rules, is this the true power of rules? He murmured to himself. Amidst the numb gazes of the entire audience, the data stream on the referee's wristband lit up again, disappearing into Chen Fan's student card. Credit balance, 55,000. We are already more than halfway to our goal of 100,000. Chen Fan withdrew his fist, looked down at an in his arms who was yawning again out of boredom, and felt that playing one match after another was too slow and a waste of time. So he raised his head and glanced at the light screen ranking list. Then, he looked at the referee, who was almost petrified, and said in a slightly impatient tone, "Don't go through all that trouble. Let's call up the remaining 8 from the top 10 of the leaderboard. Chapter 93 Rules are for Geniuses." Upon hearing this, the entire central training ground seemed to be put on pause. The air, which had been deathly still just a moment ago because of Joe Kai's incapacitation, became even more stagnant, and even the wind stopped. The referee, who had just been petrified, now felt like he was about to shatter. His eyes widened, his mouth opened and closed repeatedly, his throat was dry, and he couldn't utter a single word. What did he just say? Let's call up the remaining 8 from the top 10 of the rankings. Is this something a human being should say? The referee's brain completely shut down. All he could do was send a desperate distress signal to the podium through the internal channel with eyes that were almost crying. Urgent! Urgent! An unforeseen situation has arisen at Arena 10 that cannot be handled. Requesting instructions. Repeat. Requesting instructions. Upon hearing this report, the masters and mentors on the podium were stunned. On the podium, the mentors who had just been filled with awe and contemplation because of the power of rules were now in an uproar. What? A hot-tempered mentor jumped to his feet, his face filled with disbelief. He's going to take on 8 people at once? Challenge all the remaining top 10? He's gone mad. This kid has completely lost his mind. Another conservative instructor roared, his face ashen. What kind of behavior is this? The ranking competition rules are one-on-one, a golden rule that has been in place at Martial Arts University for a century. He's showing contempt for the rules, contempt for the school. This must be rejected. He should also receive a major demerit. He's too arrogant. I disagree. Professor Zhou, with his white hair, also stood up, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented fervor. How can this be called disregarding the rules? This is clearly a genius's absolute confidence in his own strength. 1 against 8. Have you thought about it? If he can really do it, what does that mean? It means that our existing martial arts ranking system is a complete joke in front of him. Old show. Don't go along with this nonsense. The conservative instructor was furious, his beard bristling and eyes wide. Rules are rules. If everyone acted like him, how could the ranking competition proceed? Where would the school's authority be? While the instructors were arguing fiercely, the students in the training field also realized what was happening and erupted into a huge uproar. I didn't hear that right, did I? 1 against 8? He's going to take on the top 10 freshmen from our year all by himself? My God. Is he a devil? He's already defeated a Gang Gene and a Dan Gene Peak cultivator, and he's still not satisfied? This isn't just arrogance, this is trampling on the faces of all of us freshmen. Among the crowd, the faces of the 8 genius students who were named were beyond ugly. They are the pride of their respective families, the most outstanding among the new students, and each of them has their own pride. But now, they are being dealt with all at once by one person, in a tone of clearance sale. This is outrageous. A hot-tempered young man at the peak of the Dan Gene realm, ranked 5th, suddenly stood up, his fists clenched and veins bulging. What should we do? Answer it or not? A voice trembled beside me. Catch them? How? All 8 of us attack together? Even if we win, it will be a disgrace to all 8 of us. How will we ever be able to hold our heads high at school again? But if we don't accept, have you seen what happened to Li Yang and Zhou Kai? Do we dare not accept? If we don't accept, will he come knocking on our door? Moreover, if 8 of us geniuses are scared off by one person and dare not accept the challenge, if word gets out, our families will lose face. For a moment, these 8 prodigies found themselves in an unprecedented dilemma. They looked at each other and could see anger, fear, and deep humiliation in each other's eyes. In the end, it was the first-ranked genius of the Gang Gene realm, a cold-faced young man, who slowly stood up. He took a deep breath, his voice not loud, but with a hint of determination. We accepted it. The moment those 3 words were uttered, an uproar erupted around them. Are these 8 people really going to team up against a man holding a child? This is simply the most absurd scene in the history of the newcomer rankings. On the podium, the argument reached its peak. No. Absolutely not, the conservative instructor slammed his fist on the table. Why not? Professor Zhou refused to budge an inch. Just then, Instructor Wang, the chief instructor of the combat training department who had been silent all along, suddenly stood up. He didn't participate in the argument, but his gaze was like that of a hawk, fixed on the calm young man holding the child on the stage. He saw the impatience in Chen Fan's eyes, an impatience that the weak were wasting his time. He saw an in Chen Fan's arms. The little one seemed sleepy again and was rubbing her eyes. He saw absolute power, and the tenderness of protection. These 2 extreme contradictions are perfectly integrated in one person. Instructor Wang suddenly felt an unprecedented surge of impulse. He wanted to see. He wanted to see for himself just how far this monster's limits really were. Quiet down, all of you. A low roar, carrying the pressure of a grandmaster, instantly drowned out the noise of the entire arena. The argument on the podium came to an abrupt end. The murmurs from the stands vanished instantly. Tens of thousands of eyes were fixed on Instructor Wang. Instructor Wang surveyed the entire arena, his gaze sweeping over the faces that were filled with astonishment, anger, or fervor, before finally settling back on the ring. His voice echoed in every corner. The rules of the ranking competition are used to filter out mediocre talents and maintain order. But he abruptly changed the subject, his voice rising sharply and filled with unquestionable authority. The true rules are designed to serve geniuses. When the value of a genius transcends the rules themselves, then the rules should make way for him. I am Wang Lai, the chief instructor of the combat department at Zhengchang No. 1 Martial Arts University. Approval of this 1-on-8 challenge. Boom! The entire stadium was dead silent for 3 seconds, and then a deafening cheer almost lifted the roof off. Holy crap! It's approved. It's really approved. Rules are for geniuses. Instructor Wang is so domineering. Unprecedented. This is absolutely an unprecedented mega bet. I'm fucking going crazy. At that moment, the way all the students looked at Chen Fan completely changed. It's no longer just simple fear and numbness. Instead, it is mixed with a fanatical worship of privilege and this kind of being above the rules. This proves Chen Fan's status more than any other victory. On the podium, the conservative mentors were all ashen-faced, their mouths agape, but they couldn't utter a single word. The 8 geniuses who had just agreed to the challenge were now ashen-faced. They knew they were finished. From the moment Instructor Wang uttered those words, they were destined to become stepping stones on Chen Fan's path to godhood, becoming the first batch of mediocrities to be sacrificed under the rule of serving geniuses. Ignoring the reactions of the crowd, Instructor Wang walked to the referee's table and took control from the referee who was almost limp. He looked at Chen Fan on the arena and announced in a deep voice. The rules of the contest are as follows. Student Chen Fan, wager your current 55,000 credits. Challenge the top 8 students on the leaderboard, from 1st to 9th. These 8 trainees have a total of 150,000 credits. If you win this battle, you will gain all 150,000 credits. If you lose, your credits will be reset to 0, and you will be eliminated. Life and death are irrelevant. 150,000 credits. The moment this number was announced, the entire audience gasped in shock once again. This is a gamble that could drive anyone crazy. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, Chen Fan simply nodded calmly. He looked down at Anan, who was curiously watching the 8 constantly flashing names on the screen, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He stretched out his finger and slowly traced it across the names of 8 ashen-faced geniuses on the light screen. Then, in a relaxed and indulgent tone that only the father and daughter could hear, he whispered. Baby, let's play a game of calling soldiers and generals. Whoever's name is chosen, their baby formula money, becomes dad's. Chapter 94. One man is a nation. Baby, let's play a game of calling soldiers and generals. Whoever's name is chosen, their baby formula money, becomes dad's. The sound was very soft, and only Chen Fan and Anan could hear it. But at this moment, the eyes of tens of thousands of people in the arena were all focused on the father and daughter in the center of the ring. The fervent cheers gradually subsided, replaced by an almost reverent silence. Under the personal supervision of Instructor Wang Lai, the life or death contract with a stake of 205,000 academic credits has been signed. 8 once proud and arrogant young men, now with ashen faces, walked heavily onto the arena. They arranged themselves in 8 directions according to their respective areas of expertise, surrounding Chen Fan and Anan in the very center. 8 powerful auras soared into the sky, some as sharp as knives, some as heavy as mountains, and some as fiery as fire. They intertwined above the arena, creating a suffocating sense of oppression. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The stands were eerily quiet, with everyone's eyes fixed on the ring like nails. What they are about to witness is the most absurd and thrilling battle in the century-long history of Jiangqing's #1 martial arts university. On the platform, Instructor Wang Lai stared intently at the center of the ring, his eyes sharp, without immediately announcing the start. On the arena, the 8 geniuses exchanged glances, the last trace of fear in their eyes vanished, replaced by a resolute determination. They knew very well that this was the only and last chance they would ever have to join forces. If they win, they will bear the shame for the rest of their lives. If they lose, they will lose everything. Since there's no way out either way, then, burn yourself and unleash the most dazzling light. Roar! The top-ranked genius of the Gangjin realm let out a roar. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed all the internal energy within his body without reservation. The other 7 geniuses at the peak of Danjin also pushed their internal energy to the limit at the same time. At this moment, the 8 people seemed to be of one mind. Instead of engaging in any foolish trials, they chose the most decisive and only way to create a miracle: a combined attack. 8 different forces converged wildly above their heads, forcibly merging. The air, unable to withstand this immense energy, twisted violently, emitting a piercing, tearing sound. On the platform, Professor Zhou suddenly stood up, his face filled with horror. They're insane. They're trying to forcibly merge our powers. Everyone could see that these 8 children were gambling with their martial arts lives. The 8 desolations. Annihilation. With a roar from the genius of the Gangjin realm, the energy sphere that had fused the power of all 8 people finally took shape. It was a thick beam of energy, as thick as a bucket, multicolored and extremely violent, radiating a destructive aura capable of destroying a small building. Its power has far exceeded the scope of the early stage of Gangjin, and even reached the full force of the late stage of Gangjin. Boom! The beam of energy tore through the air and blasted towards the figure holding the child in the center of the arena. Throughout the entire central training ground, everyone's heart was in their throat. Faced with this earth-shattering blow, Chen Fan didn't even change his posture, he simply raised his head and calmly watched. Anan, nestled in my arms, seemed to find the colorful beam of light very attractive. She pointed at it with her little finger, making cooing noises, her face full of curiosity. Chen Fan lowered his head and smiled at his daughter, a smile as gentle as ever. Then, he pulled his right hand out of his pocket. He casually handed it forward. It was just another ordinary punch. There was no burst of inner energy, no overwhelming aura, it was just like an ordinary person casually waving their hand. Amidst the horrified gazes of tens of thousands of people in the audience, that slender, pale fist gently collided with the 8 Desolations Annihilation Pillar of Light, which was powerful enough to destroy everything. The anticipated earth-shattering explosion did not occur. There wasn't even a decent sound. Only a slight hissing sound was heard. It was like a paper lantern hitting a battering ram. The next second, a scene that everyone will never forget unfolded. The energy beam, which combined the full power of the 8 geniuses and was comparable to the late stage of Gangjin, was instantly evaporated and annihilated like ice and snow the moment it touched Chen Fan's fist. There wasn't even a moment of stalemate. That fist, unstoppable, pierced through the annihilated energy and landed lightly in empty space. The 8 geniuses on the arena were struck as if by lightning the moment the pillar of light was shattered. Puff! As if they had planned it, all 8 people simultaneously coughed up a mouthful of blood. That unimaginable, terrifying backlash, following their connection with the energy pillar, utterly destroyed all the defenses within their bodies. The 7 geniuses at the peak of Danjin didn't even manage to utter a sound before their bodies went limp and they fainted on the spot, their martial arts foundations completely destroyed. One person is one nation. This punch shattered not only the combined attack of 8 people, but also the pride and dreams of all the new geniuses in this year's class. The entire room fell silent. Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at the sole person standing on the stage. On the platform, several instructors stood speechless, mouths agape. Professor Zhou trembled with excitement, muttering, "Impossible, this is impossible." Instructor Wang Lai stared intently at Chen Fan's fist, his eyes filled with unprecedented gravity. He couldn't understand it, he simply couldn't understand it. He made the right bet. He witnessed the birth of a legend. However, the battle on the arena was not yet completely over. Of the 8, only the top-ranked genius of the Gangjin realm, with his superior cultivation and extremely tenacious will, managed to stay upright despite his trembling legs. His face was ashen, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. His body swayed precariously, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. But he's holding on. He can't fall, absolutely not. If he falls, this year's freshman will truly become a joke. Chen Fan withdrew his fist, not even glancing at the 7 unconscious figures on the ground. His gaze fell on the only opponent still standing, and he seemed somewhat surprised. Just then, Anan, who was in his arms, saw her father wave his hand and knock down several glowing bad uncles on the other side. She thought her father was playing a game with her and was overjoyed. The little one excitedly bounced around in his father's arms, clapping his chubby little hands, his bright eyes filled with admiration and pride for his father. She looked at her father, opened her little mouth, and with all her might, in a childish voice, uttered her first perfectly clear word. "Dad, you can do it." The moment the words fell, a surge of golden warmth suddenly flowed from his daughter into Chen Fan's body. This warmth was different from any before, it carried a sense of pride and recognition. Boom! Chen Fan felt as if an invisible shackle within his body had been shattered by this pure energy. The bottleneck at the initial stage of Gangjin was instantly broken. The power within him began to surge at an alarming rate. Chapter 95 Mid-Stage Gangjin, the Proud Energy. That golden, warm current, carrying an unprecedented and peculiar scent called pride, rushed into Chen Fan's body. Boom! Something inside him broke. The initial bottleneck of the Gangjin in Chen Fan's body was instantly shattered in the face of this incredibly pure energy. The power within him began to surge at an alarming rate. Chen Fan instinctively closed his eyes. He ignored the freshman who was still struggling to hold on, whose eyes had changed from resolute to blank. He also ignored the tens of thousands of gazes, some horrified, some numb, fixed on him. His entire being was immersed in the surging golden ocean within his body. It's so comfortable. This energy is more powerful and intense than ever before. It is not only plentiful, but also has a completely different texture. More refined, more concentrated, and more domineering. Chen Fan could clearly see this golden energy washing over every meridian and every corner of his body. Wherever it passed, The originally pure white aura seemed to be coated with a faint golden glow. His inner energy is undergoing a qualitative change. This is the threshold for the mid-stage of the Gang Gene realm. A thought struck him: this energy is Anand's pride, so this is the key. On the platform, all the instructors stood up, including instructor Wang Lai, who had remained seated the whole time. Their mouths gaped open silently, their pupils shrinking to pinpoints in utter shock. His breath is still rising. Professor Zhou's voice was dry and trembling slightly. Peak of the initial stage of Gang Gene, no. Still climbing. The other instructor's voice changed. He's gone mad. He's really gone mad. He's going to break through in the ring, in front of all of us? Breakthrough during battle? Breakthrough just from hearing his daughter cheer him on? What the hell is this monster? No one can understand what is happening right now. This has completely exceeded all the knowledge they have built up over a century of martial arts education. On the arena, the top-ranked genius of the Gang Gene realm was shaking more and more violently. He felt it most clearly. The man holding the child across from us hadn't done anything, he was just standing there with his eyes closed. But the face of that genius with the chi condensation grew paler and paler, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He wanted to kneel down. My legs were shaking so badly I could barely hold on. But he cannot kneel. I am the last face of this year's freshman. If I kneel down, this group of geniuses will become a joke. I won't fall. He squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, and more blood foam spilled from the corner of his mouth. And just then, boom! A shockwave several times stronger than before suddenly erupted from Chen Fan's body. A pale golden aura, visible to the naked eye, swept outwards in all directions from him like a shockwave. The entire sturdy alloy arena emitted a hum that seemed to groan under the strain. At this moment, under the horrified gazes of tens of thousands of people present, Chen Fan's realm steadily stepped into mid-stage of the Gang Gene realm. Thump. On the platform, the conservative instructor who had been clamoring for severe punishment of Chen Fan suddenly collapsed into a chair, his eyes vacant, muttering, "A miracle, this is a miracle." The surroundings were deathly silent, not even the sound of breathing could be heard. That's terrifying. On the arena, the freshman who had been struggling to stay afloat finally lost all his remaining resolve the moment he came into contact with the aftershocks of that pale golden aura. Instead, there is a kind of liberation. He couldn't hold on any longer. There's no need to hold on any longer. He couldn't even muster the thought of resisting. His body was swept up by a force, sent flying backward, over the edge of the ring, and crashed heavily onto the ground more than 10 meters away. With a muffled thud, his eyelids rolled back, and he completely lost consciousness. The foundation of his martial arts was completely destroyed. The battle is over. In a way that no one expected. Chen Fan didn't even glance at his last opponent from beginning to end. The mere aftershocks of the breakthrough brought this absurd 1-on-8 challenge to an end. The entire venue was deathly silent. Only the sound of the wind. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within his body, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He looked down at Anan, who was staring wide-eyed with curiosity at her father's glowing body. "Baby, thank you." Anan seemed to understand, and happily snuggled against her father, making ya-ya sounds. At this moment, the referee, who was almost petrified, finally picked up the microphone with trembling hands under the stern gaze of instructor Wang Lai, and announced the result in a tone that was both tearful and reverent. 10th arena, the duel is over. The winner, student Chen Fan. As soon as he finished speaking, the number in the credits section on Chen Fan's personal terminal started jumping wildly. Credits, 55,000 plus 150,000 is equal to 205,000. 200,000 5,000. Entering the restricted library requires only 100,000 credits. That's enough. In the deathly silence of the entire arena, Chen Fan, holding his daughter, turned around, took a step, and prepared to step off the stage. From beginning to end, he didn't glance at the unconscious geniuses on the ground, nor did he pay any attention to the stunned mentors on the podium. And so, embracing his entire world, under the gaze of tens of thousands of awe-inspiring, fearful, and worshipful eyes, he stepped off the ring, one step at a time. That tall figure, holding a child in one arm and with the other hand in his pocket, appeared so casual, yet he made everyone present feel ashamed and unable to lift their heads. He alone overshadowed the entire new generation, making them unable to lift their heads. Just as he was about to step down the last step, he suddenly stopped. He looked down at Anan, who was playing with her fingers out of boredom, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. He spoke softly, in a voice only the father and daughter could hear. Baby, 100,000 credits are enough. As for the rest, Daddy will buy you the most beautiful floral dress in the world, okay? Chapter 96, All Sides and Momentum, the stay-at-home dad's refusal. Anan didn't seem to understand what a floral dress was, but she could sense her father's happy mood, so she laughed along, her little hands gripping her father's collar with a look of dependence. Chen Fan carried his daughter down the last step. He left the noise and shock behind the alloy arena, along with the 8 milk powder money lying on the ground, seemed to have nothing to do with him anymore. All he wants now is to take his daughter back to her dorm and get some rest. Zhang Yang, who had been following from a distance, finally dared to jog up and approach, his face showing a mixture of admiration and a hint of fear. Brother Chen. Brother Chen, you're simply inhuman. He wanted to say you're awesome, but when the words reached his lips, he felt that the word was too pale and could not describe the scene just now at all. Chen Fan smiled at him as a greeting, then pointed to Anan, who was yawning in his arms, and said softly, "She's tired, I'll take her back first." "Oh, okay, sure." Zhang Yang nodded quickly, wisely ceasing to follow. He watched the tall figure pick up the child, blend into the dispersing crowd, and gradually walk away. It was so ordinary, yet it was like an insurmountable mountain. Dormitory 0. Chen Fan gently closed the door, shutting out all the noise from outside. Anan in my arms had already fallen asleep on the way, her little mouth slightly open, making even breathing sounds. He carefully placed his daughter on the bed and covered her with a small blanket, his movements so gentle that they didn't seem like those of a strong man who had just swept through the arena and intimidated the entire school. After doing all this, he sat down on the edge of the bed and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it's quiet. Looking at his daughter's peaceful sleeping face, his heart softened. After a moment, he seemed to remember something, and his expression became serious. He carefully took out the diary left by Su Qing from his inner pocket. The diary still had dark brown bloodstains on the edges. This is something Su Qing's grandfather, Su Zhentian, gave him. It is the key to unraveling the mystery of his wife's death and tracking down the shadow organization. Chen Fan took a deep breath, stretched out his hand, and a wisp of pale golden energy gathered at his fingertips as he carefully touched the cover of the diary. However, just as his aura was about to touch the cover, buzz! A barely perceptible glimmer of light flashed across the diary page. A gentle yet incredibly resilient force rebounded from the cover, easily shattering his protective aura. Chen Fan was stunned. He refused to believe in superstition and activated his inner energy again, this time with greater force. The pale golden aura, almost tangible, pressed against the cover once more. The result was the same. That gentle force reappeared, and no matter how strong his internal energy was, it was effortlessly deflected without even causing a ripple. The diary cannot be opened at all. Chen Fan stopped what he was doing, his brows furrowed. There are restrictions on this. Was it left by Su Qing? The texture of this power was gentle yet carried an inviolable quality. He could sense that the restriction was not intended to harm anyone, but purely for protection. With his current strength at the mid-stage of Gangjin, he was completely unable to budge him in the slightest. Chen Fan fell silent. He realized that the secret left behind by his deceased wife was far more complex than he had imagined. Perhaps a higher level of power, or some special condition, was needed to break the seal. He carefully put the diary back close to his body, his gaze becoming even more determined. The restricted library. We must get in as soon as possible. Just then, a commotion suddenly came from outside the dormitory, and it seemed that a lot of people were walking towards them. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Chen Fan frowned, glanced at Anan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and went over to open the door. A refined young man with a warm smile stood at the entrance. He was the student council president. Behind him followed several other people, each exuding an extraordinary aura. They were all prominent figures on campus. The president of the Kendo Club, the president of the Fighting Club, almost all the heads of the major martial arts clubs were present. Hello, Chen Fan. The student council president smiled and extended his hand. Excuse me for bothering you, but I am the student council president and would like to formally invite you to join us on behalf of the student council. The presidents behind him also spoke up. Chen Fan, come join our Kendo Club. Our club has 3 rare sword manuals in our collection. You can read them as you please. The Kendo Club president, carrying a long sword, raised his chin. Don't listen to him. What's the point of practicing swordsmanship? Come to our fighting club. Fist to fist is the romance of men. We have the best combat resources in the whole school, and a monthly subsidy of 5,000 credits, a muscular, burly man shouted in a deep voice. 5,000 credits? We'll offer 8,000. We'll give you the benefits of a core member. A group of once admired and privileged individuals, now like merchants hawking their wares at a market, were vying to offer the highest price they could. Any one of the conditions they offered would be enough to drive an ordinary freshman crazy. However, Chen Fan's reaction stunned them all. He didn't look at the people, but turned to the side so they could see the small figure sleeping on the bed in the room. Then he made a shoe gesture and kept his voice very low. I'm sorry, she just fell asleep. Just as everyone was stunned, an inn on the bed seemed to be disturbed by the noise outside. She pouted and hummed twice, showing signs of waking up. Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. He immediately turned around and walked back to the bedside, gently patting Ann's back while humming an off-key lullaby. And then quickly fell into a deep sleep again. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief and walked back to the door, looking at the group of petrified geniuses outside. He rubbed his temples, a hint of weariness typical of new fathers on his face, and said in a consultative tone, "Everyone, thank you for your kindness. However, I usually have to take care of my child, so I really don't have time to participate in any club activities." The student council president's smile froze on his face. The president of the Kendo club opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found that his proud swordsmanship manual seemed worthless in the face of the reason of taking care of children. The president of the fighting club scratched his head, looking completely bewildered. He couldn't understand how anyone could refuse such good offers, just to take care of a child. Chen Fan, the student council president, still unwilling to give up, lowered his voice and coaxed, "Joining the student council will be of great benefit to your future development. We can provide you with the best training room, and we can even help you apply for." "That training room smells bad," Chen Fan interrupted him without thinking. "And doesn't tea like it?" Student council president. He felt that all the carefully prepared words he had spoken had hit cotton. No, it was like hitting a diaper, soft and powerless. "What about credits?" "Our student council can." "I have enough credits," Chen Fan said casually. "I have enough money for baby formula and pretty dresses." Everyone was completely speechless. Looking at the man in front of them, they felt as if they and he were from completely different worlds. What they pursue is power, status, and glory. The other party seemed only concerned with their daughter's formula and floral dress. This rejection, so devastating it felt like a complete defeat, left them feeling utterly powerless. In the end, the group could only slink away under Chen Fan's gentle persuasion, "The child needs to sleep, please go back." After finally getting rid of everyone, Chen Fan sighed and closed the door. He felt that these social engagements were more tiring than getting into a fight. I checked the time, it was almost dinner time. He walked to the bedside and gently shook Annan. "Baby, wake up, Daddy will take you to eat." Annan opened her eyes sleepily, rubbed them, and when she saw it was her father, she immediately reached out her chubby little hands for a hug. Chen Fan smiled, picked her up, and kissed her on the cheek. "Let's go to the cafeteria." He held his daughter, opened the dormitory door, and prepared to leave. However, he stopped as soon as he took a step. A middle-aged man in a bespoke suit, exuding a sharp and capable air, stood at his door with a professional smile on his face, as if he had been waiting for a long time. He was alone, but his presence alone was stronger than that of the group of students combined. "Hello, Chen Fan." The middle-aged man smiled and took the initiative to speak, his voice steady and magnetic. "Let me introduce myself. I am the director of the campus department for Greater China at Pangu Martial Arts Company. Chapter 97, 1 billion in cash, Pangu Company's price. Pangu Martial Arts Company." Chen Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. He had certainly heard of that name before. Or rather, in Greater China, anyone involved in martial arts would have heard of this name. It is neither a martial arts family nor a martial arts sect, but a complete commercial empire. The man before him possessed a calm demeanor and sharp eyes. He stood there motionless, yet Chen Fan could feel an invisible pressure far exceeding that of the students from before. Chen Fan held his daughter, looking at him calmly without saying a word. The middle-aged man seemed used to being scrutinized. His smile was just right, neither overly enthusiastic nor too distant. He took out a black and gold business card from the inside pocket of his suit and handed it over with both hands. "My name is Zhao Jiangwo." Chen Fan was holding it in one arm, so he couldn't free his other hand. He just nodded, which meant he understood. He wasn't embarrassed at all. He naturally withdrew his hand, his gaze falling on Anan and Chen Fan's arms, and his smile became warmer. Your daughter is very cute. Oh? Anan seemed to hear the praise and looked at the unfamiliar uncle with curiosity, her little mouth moving. Chen Fan lowered his head, rubbed his chin against his daughter's forehead, and then looked back at Zhao Jiangwo, asking in a flat tone, "What's wrong?" Of course. Zhao Jiangwo went straight to the point. He liked this efficient way of communicating. Chen Fan, our company greatly appreciates your performance in the freshman ranking competition. I'm here today on behalf of Pangu Martial Arts Company to formally extend an invitation to you. He paused, as if brewing a bombshell, his voice carrying an air of absolute confidence. We are willing to offer you an S-level talent contract to sign you. S-level contract? Chen Fan didn't react much, he didn't even know what grade A was. Chen Fan saw that Zhao Jiangwo's smile had deepened, and it was the look of a cat catching a mouse. The so-called S-level contract is our Pangu company's highest-level genius investment plan. He held up one finger. First, the signing fee is 1 billion, in cash. It will be deposited into your personal account within 24 hours of you signing. 1 billion. He said the number in a very soft tone, as if he were saying $10. He stared intently into Chen Fan's eyes, hoping to see shock, ecstasy, or even the slightest hint of emotion. However, no. Chen Fan's eyes were as calm as a deep pool of water, without even a ripple. Zhao Jiangwo frowned. Perhaps they had never seen so much money before and were stunned. That's normal. He continued to increase the stakes, raising his second finger. Secondly, starting from the signing of the contract, we will provide you with cultivation resources worth 100 million yuan every year. This includes, but is not limited to, top-grade qi and blood pills, body-tempering fluid, and our company's latest gene optimization agents. Many of these resources are special products that cannot be bought on the market. 100 million cultivation resources every year. For any ordinary martial artist, this is a stepping stone to success. Zhao Jiangwo looked at Chen Fan, who still had no expression. The slight displeasure in his heart resurfaced, but he forcibly suppressed it. He refused to believe that anyone could resist such temptation. Third, he raised his third finger, his voice rising a few decibels, we will provide you with a dedicated team of mentors, led by a true grandmaster. He will personally guide your training and answer all your questions about martial arts. Besides that, the company will handle all the off-field troubles you encounter on your martial arts path, whether they come from other forces or personal grudges. All you need to do is one thing. Zhao Jiangwo stared intently at Chen Fan and said, word by word, focus all your energy on becoming stronger. After Zhao Jiangwo finished speaking, he fell silent, crossed his arms, and quietly looked at him, as if waiting for something. The air grew quiet. A breeze was blowing through the passageway outside the dormitory. Anan, nestled in Chen Fan's arms, seemed to be getting a little bored. She rubbed her little head against her father's chest and started babbling, a glistening drool hanging from the corner of her mouth. As time went by, Zhao Jiangwo's professional smile gradually began to become somewhat stiff. Something's not right. That's not how the script was written. Why isn't this person saying anything? Didn't he understand what 1 billion in cash meant? Just as Zhao Jiangwo was about to lose his temper, Chen Fan finally made a move. He looked down at Anan, who was drooling in his arms, and frowned slightly. Then, he raised his head and looked intently at Zhao Jiangwo. Just when Zhao Jiangwo thought he was finally about to agree, Chen Fan asked a question that made his brain freeze instantly. Excuse me, do you have any tissues? Zhao Jiangwo. His smile froze completely. He felt that the other person hadn't heard a single word he said. An indescribable sense of absurdity and humiliation welled up inside me. But he was, after all, the director of Pangu Company, and his emotional control was far beyond that of ordinary people. He took a deep breath, took out a pack of delicate tissues from his pocket, and handed it over. Thanks. Chen Fan took out a card and gently and carefully wiped the drool from the corner of Anan's mouth. After doing all this, he crumpled the used tissue into a ball, held it in his palm, and then looked at the director in front of him, whose face was already looking rather unpleasant. He thought for a moment, then said earnestly in a polite tone. Thank you for your kindness. However, I probably don't need that much money for the time being. Zhao Jiangwo's pupils suddenly contracted. Chen Fan continued in that calm tone, as if discussing what to have for dinner. The credits for buying in a floral dress are enough. After saying that, he hugged his daughter, nodded to Zhao Jiangwo as a farewell, and then walked past him toward the cafeteria. Throughout the entire process, his face never wavered in the slightest. It was as if that $1 billion in cash, that master's guidance, that chance to rise to the top in one step were really just like a stone on the side of the road, not worth a second glance from him. Zhao Jiangwo stood frozen in place, without turning around. He could hear the man's footsteps as he carried the child away, steady and powerful. The wind in the corridor blew on his face, feeling a little cool. The muscles in his face began to twitch uncontrollably. In his 10 years in the industry, he had never suffered such humiliation. This wasn't rejection, this was utter disregard. A complete and utter disregard that came from the very core of his being. A long time. Zhao Jiangwo slowly turned around, looking at the figure that was about to disappear at the end of the corridor. The shock and humiliation on his face gradually faded, replaced by a cold, gloomy expression. He slowly took out his personal terminal and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly. Director. A respectful voice came from the other end of the line. Zhao Jiangwo's voice was as cold as if it had been pulled out of an ice cellar. The target rejected the S-level contract. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, as if someone was also somewhat surprised. Then, Director, should I use Plan A to increase the price? No need. Zhao Jiangwo interrupted him, a ruthless glint in his eyes. He doesn't want money. So you mean? Zhao Jiangwo stared at the direction where the figure had completely disappeared, a cold smile curving his lips. Activate Plan B. He paused, then spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice devoid of any warmth. I don't want to see another uncontrollable genius at Zhongcheng Martial Arts University. Chapter 98: The Price of Rules, Panga's Soft Nail. The cafeteria was bustling with noise during dinner time. Chen Fan found a corner to sit down and used a small spoon to feed in the specially made children's nutritional meal, spoonful by spoonful. The little guy's mouth was all greasy from eating, and he was very happy, his two short legs swinging back and forth under the chair. Eat slowly, no one's going to take it from you. Chen Fan smiled and wiped her mouth with a tissue. He completely ignored the gazes around him, a mixture of awe, curiosity, and fear. Ever since the tournament ended, he had become the center of a storm at school, causing a stir and whispers wherever he went. However, Chen Fan didn't care about any of that. After feeding his daughter, he carried the contented in and out of the cafeteria. The campus was quiet under the night sky, and the streetlights cast long shadows of the two people. Chen Fan was in a good mood. He had earned the credits. The next step was to enter the restricted area library and find the clues left by Su Qing. The thought of soon unraveling the mystery of his deceased wife's death made his steps lighter. The Central Library of Zhongcheng Martial Arts University is a magnificent retro-style building, dark and solemn in the night. The library lobby was brightly lit, and although there weren't many students coming and going, they all walked quickly, creating a quiet and solemn atmosphere. Chen Fan carried in and walked straight to the front desk. A man in his 30s wearing black-rimmed glasses was sitting at the front desk, looking down at his personal terminal. Hello, I would like to apply for access to the top-level restricted area, Chen Fan said. The administrator looked up, his gaze sweeping over Chen Fan and Nen, who was curiously looking around in his arms. He paused for a moment, then recognized the person who had come. Oh, it's you. The administrator said in a flat tone, opening the work interface, Student ID. Chen Fan reported his student ID number. The administrator made a few operations on the terminal, and when he saw Chen Fan's credit balance, his eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly. 205,000. He had worked here for several years and had never seen such a terrifyingly large sum of money in a new account. He subconsciously looked up and took a second look at the man holding the child, his eyes filled with a newfound respect. Ahem, the credits are enough. He cleared his throat, preparing to begin the procedures. Buzz. His personal terminal on his wrist vibrated slightly. He glanced down and saw a new message. The administrator's expression changed slightly after just one glance. He looked up again, his gaze towards Chen Fan becoming complicated. The awe he had shown earlier vanished, replaced by a cold, businesslike indifference. He leaned back in his chair, shifted his posture, and slowly said, "You have enough credits, but according to school regulations, you probably can't get in yet." Chen Fan frowned. The administrator calmly stated, according to the supplementary provisions of Article 7 of Chapter 3 of the Zhongcheng Martial Arts University Library Management Regulations, new students are required to undergo a 3-month observation period upon enrollment. During this period, even if they have sufficient credits, they are not entitled to apply for entry into restricted areas. He paused, then added, moreover, there's something wrong with where these credits came from. Did you win them in a bet? It's such a large sum we need to investigate for 7 days. During these 7 days, your credits are off limits. Furthermore, he seemed to enjoy the feeling of manipulating the rules, adjusting his glasses as he continued. A special talent like yourself needs a joint recommendation letter from a Grandmaster level mentor to enter the restricted area. Do you have all of that? After he finished speaking, he looked at Chen Fan with a leisurely air, a faint smile playing on his lips. A series of regulations and clauses have completely blocked the way. However, to his surprise, Chen Fan did not get angry or argue after listening. He just quietly looked at the administrator, then suddenly smiled. The smile was calm, even somewhat gentle. He held his daughter, adjusted his position slightly to make it more comfortable, and then asked softly, "Did Pango Company make you do this?" The administrator's smile froze instantly. His pupils contracted involuntarily, and a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just following the rules." He tried to remain calm, but his voice involuntarily rose a few decibels, making him seem somewhat fierce but actually weak. Chen Fan didn't look at him again. He looked down at the bewildered Inin in his arms and hummed softly. "Baby, you see, some people just deserve a beating." After he finished speaking, he raised his head again and looked at the administrator, whose face had turned deathly pale. The warmth in his eyes gradually disappeared. "Tell them," Chen Fan's voice remained calm, but every word carried a chilling edge, "that such petty tricks are boring." The moment the words were spoken, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire library hall. The administrator's breath caught in his throat. The Chen Fan before him was clearly still that ordinary man holding a child, yet he felt as if he were facing a volcano about to erupt, making it hard to breathe. Pale golden energy swirled around Chen Fan's fingertips. The temperature in the hall plummeted. The administrator trembled with fear. He had no doubt that the other party's hand, wreathed in golden energy, would press down on the top of his head the next second. He regretted it. He shouldn't have taken on that hot potato task from Pango Company. Just as Chen Fan's patience ran out and he was about to take direct action and reason with the situation in his own way, a majestic voice rang out from not far away. "Stop!" Chen Fan paused in the chi at his fingertips and turned his head to look. Instructor Wang appeared at the library entrance at some point, striding towards them. His face was icy, his gaze sharp as a knife, fixed on the librarian who was already slumped in his chair. Instructor Wang walked to the front desk, not even glancing at Chen Fan, but staring coldly at the administrator. That look sent chills down the administrator's spine. He spoke in a deep voice, not loud, but clearly carried throughout the entire hall. "I approved his application." The administrator shuddered, his lips trembling, and tried to say something, but Instructor Wang, the rules. "You, do it now." Instructor Wang interrupted him directly, his tone devoid of any warmth. He paused for a moment, his gaze passing over the librarian, as if looking beyond the library to a more distant place. "Go back and tell Pango Corporation that their reach has gone too far." Chapter 99: The Gate to the Forbidden Zone, Suqing's Clues. The library lobby was deathly silent. Instructor Wang's emotionless yet weighty voice still seemed to echo in everyone's ears. "I approved his application." Upon hearing those 3 words, the administrator wearing black-rimmed glasses felt a pang of anxiety. His face turned deathly pale in an instant, devoid of any color. Beads of cold sweat seeped from his forehead in the tip of his nose, sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto the control panel in front of him, spreading into a small, dark stain. He wanted to say something, such as citing the school's rules and regulations, emphasizing the legitimacy of the procedure, or hinting at the pressure from Pango Company behind him. But when he met Instructor Wang's cold eyes, all his words got stuck in his throat, turning into the uncontrollable clucking of his teeth. "Grandmaster. This is a living Grandmaster. He is the chief instructor of the combat department of Jiangchang No. 1 Martial Arts University, and is a true top figure in the school." What was he just doing? In front of a genius personally valued by a Grandmaster, a genius whom he was even willing to break the rules to protect, he was dangling those ridiculous rules and regulations? He even went so far as to imply, with a show of force, that he had someone backing him up? In front of a Grandmaster, a small campus department of Pango Martial Arts Company is nothing. At that moment, the administrator felt dizzy and his whole body trembled. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He finally realized that he had been tricked by Zhao Jiangwo and had messed with the wrong person. I. The administrator's lips trembled, unable to utter a single complete word, his eyes filled with pleading and extreme fear as he looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan remained calm, simply extending a hand to gently pat Anan, who was feeling somewhat uneasy due to the oppressive atmosphere. "Baby, don't be afraid, Daddy's here." He didn't even glance at the administrator again. This utter disregard was more disheartening to the administrator than any angry rebuke. Instructor Wang's patience seemed to have run out. He didn't say another word, but his aura suddenly darkened slightly. The administrator could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure. His legs went weak, and he almost slipped off his chair. He braced himself against the table with both hands to barely regain his balance. He cried out in a tearful voice, "I was wrong. Instructor Wang, Chen Fan, I was wrong. I'll take care of it right away. I'll take care of it for you right away." He scrambled back onto the chair, his hands trembling violently from extreme fear, and he couldn't insert Chen Fan's student card into the slot accurately no matter how many times he tried. The students watching from the sidelines didn't dare to breathe. Looking at this dramatic scene, their gazes toward Chen Fan had completely changed from awe to a complex mix of admiration, envy, and horror. Is this the kind of being that can make grandmasters make exceptions for and rules make way for? Is this a true genius? After failing 3 or 4 times in a row, the administrator finally inserted the student card under Instructor Wang's increasingly cold gaze. His fingers trembled as he frantically operated on the virtual screen, skipping all the procedures he had just mentioned, such as the new student observation period and credit source review, and directly accessed the highest level approval channel. Drop. A soft sound. On Chen Fan's student card terminal, a series of numbers were rapidly changing. Credits, 205,000. 100,000. Remaining credits, 105,000. At the same time, a special gold badge appears on the student card, indicating that the highest level of access to the restricted library has been activated. After finishing all this, the administrator felt as if all his strength had been drained away. He slumped into the chair, panting heavily, his clothes completely soaked with cold sweat. Chen Fan. Instructor Wang turned his head and looked at Chen Fan. The coldness in his eyes had faded, replaced by a deep appreciation. "Let's go." "Thank you, Instructor Wang." Chen Fan nodded, picked up his daughter, and followed. The two walked side by side toward the private elevator leading to the top floor deep in the lobby. As they passed, the crowd automatically parted to make way for them, everyone with their heads down, not daring to meet their gaze. Just before entering the elevator, Instructor Wang paused and, using a whisper that only the two of them could hear, said in a secret, telepathic manner, "The school needs a genius like you, so it will give you its full support. But just as much, wolves also love eyeing fat meat like you." His gaze swept meaningfully over the administrator who was slumped over the front desk. "Pango Martial Arts Company, they've overreached. Their gene serums and training equipment are indeed top-notch, but their ambitions are equally boundless. They're not seeking cooperation, but control. Be careful." Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that Instructor Wang had already seen through everything. Today, he seemed to be standing up for himself, but in reality, he was also sending a warning to Pango Company, telling them that this was a martial arts university, not a business empire where they could do whatever they wanted. "I understand." Chen Fan nodded solemnly. Instructor Wang said no more, patted him on the shoulder, and turned to leave. Chen Fan carried Anan into the private elevator. As the metal elevator doors slowly closed, all the noise, awe, and admiration from the outside world were shut out. The elevator was dimly lit and ran extremely smoothly, with almost no vibration. Anan stared wide-eyed with curiosity, her little hands gripping the handrail as she looked around. Bite. The elevator arrived at the top floor. As soon as the door opened, a unique smell, a mixture of old paper and special preservatives, wafted out. This place is completely different from the bustling lobby downstairs. It's so quiet you could hear a pin drop, as if it were another world. The dome was extremely high, and soft light poured down from an unknown source, illuminating rows of enormous metal bookshelves that stretched to the sky. These bookshelves were not entirely filled with paper books, but also with labeled metal boxes, crystal storage containers, and ancient scrolls protected by a special force field. The air was filled with a sense of profound knowledge and the mystery of history. This is the foundation, the true core, of Jiangcheng's #1 martial arts university, the Forbidden Zone Library. Chen Fan took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. Following the instructions on the note given to him by the president of the Martial Arts Association, he carried his daughter and headed towards the northeast corner of the library. That area is specifically for storing research materials related to spiritual power, special bloodlines, and ancient martial arts traditions. The restriction in his deceased wife Su Qing's diary, which even his mid-stage gang gene strength couldn't shake, must be related to these fields. He must find the key to unlocking the secrets of his wife's belongings here. He must find clues about the shadow organization and the true cause of his wife's death. He quickly found the bookshelf numbered Gung 73. On the bookshelf, there are rows of silver metal boxes, with the names of the materials labeled on them using e-ink screens. A conjecture on the combination of spiritual power and internal strength. Analysis of bloodline chart fragments discovered in ancient relics. Causes and dangers of mental power rampage, a research report on 30 cases of mad martial artists. Chen Fan's gaze swept over them one by one, his heart involuntarily racing. This is it. He reached out, ready to take the copy of A Conjecture on the Combination of Spiritual Power and Internal Strength. However, before his fingertips could even touch the cold metal casing, a familiar yet unpleasant voice, accompanied by a professional smile, rang out from not far behind him. Chen Fan, I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. Chen Fan's movements suddenly stopped, and his eyes instantly turned cold. He slowly turned around. In the shadow of a bookshelf not far away, Zhao Jiangwo, the director of Pangu Martial Arts Company whom he had decisively rejected downstairs in the dormitory, was looking at him with a confident expression, as if he had been waiting there for a long time. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his smile impeccable. How about we talk again? Chapter 100 Clash in the Forbidden Zone, Pangu's Sky-High Contract. Inside the restricted library, the air was so quiet you could hear your own heartbeat. Chen Fan shifted his gaze from the bookshelf to the uninvited man not far away. Zhao Jiangwo, director of Pangu Martial Arts Company. He was still wearing that perfectly wrinkle-free suit, the expensive watch on his wrist gleaming under the light, and the look in his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses carried a sense of commanding control. Chen Fan frowned. An N in his arms seemed to sense her father's displeasure, and moved her little head, snuggling closer to her father. He gently patted his daughter's back, his movements very tender. How did you get in? Chen Fan's voice was calm, revealing no emotion. This is a restricted area, not a market. Zhao Jiangwo smiled, a smile tinged with undisguised superiority. He adjusted his glasses and said slowly, Chen, the power of Pangu is greater than you imagine. Sometimes, rules are meant to be broken. He spoke casually, yet he subtly revealed the terrifying power of Pangu Corporation, which transcended some of the school's rules. Chen Fan understood. The power of capital is equally effective everywhere. So, you came in here to continue our previous conversation? Chen Fan held his daughter, not moving an inch. Let us get straight to the point. Zhao Jiangwo strode towards him, each step deliberate yet carrying an invisible pressure. He stopped in front of Chen Fan, his gaze sweeping over Anin, who was almost asleep in Chen Fan's arms, before looking back at Chen Fan. His voice was low but full of allure. Chen Fan, I know what you need. He held up 2 fingers. 2 billion, in cash. Seeing Chen Fan's expressionless face, Zhao Jiangwo's smile deepened. He knew that money couldn't sway this man, so he threw out his second bargaining chip. In addition, we'll add a gift. He paused, his voice carrying a hint of seduction, an S-grade gene optimization potion. It can increase your success rate by 30% when you break through from the peak of the Gang Gene realm to the Grandmaster realm. The success rate of breaking through from the peak of Gang Gene to Grandmaster increases by 30%. If this statement were to spread, it would be enough to drive any martial artist at the peak of the Gang Gene realm mad. That is a threshold that countless strong individuals cannot reach even after a lifetime of effort. Zhao Jiangwo looked at Chen Fan with confidence, his smile full of control, waiting for the other party to nod. However, Chen Fan remained unmoved. Zhao Jiangwo's smile finally faded a bit. He went a step further and glanced at the pocket inside Chen Fan's body, where Su Qing's diary was kept. He unleashed his final trump card. I know why you're here. It's for what your deceased wife, Su Qing, left behind, to break the seal on her diary. He smiled, like a devil who could see through everything. That seal is very special, involving the realm of spiritual power. With your current strength, you won't be able to break it even in 100 years. However, Pangu Corporation can. We have the top mental health research experts in Greater China, and the most advanced equipment. As long as you nod, we can help you unravel it within 3 days. He stopped talking. The conditions he offered went beyond just money and resources, they directly addressed Chen Fan's deepest desires. This time, he had no reason to refuse. The air fell silent again, a silence that was somewhat oppressive. For a long time. Chen Fan looked down at his sleeping daughter in his arms, a satisfied smile on her little face. Then, he raised his head and looked calmly at Zhao Jiangwo. You probably don't understand. Chen Fan's voice was soft, yet exceptionally firm. I can handle the money and medicine myself. But I want to take her things back myself. The smile on Zhao Jiangwo's face gradually disappeared. Chen Fan continued in that calm tone, I want to find the clues she left behind myself. I want to look at them page by page and read them word by word. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the bookshelf beside him. And I don't like being disturbed when I'm reading. This is an order to leave. With the calmest tone, he issued the most ruthless order to leave. Zhao Jiangwo's smile vanished, and he stared at Chen Fan, his eyes turning icy. In all his years in the industry, he had never encountered such an unyielding person. Money, power, and even the secret the other party most desires, none of these could sway him. After a long while, the gloom on Zhao Jiangwo's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by that impeccable professional smile. He gave Chen Fan a deep look, his gaze full of meaning. Okay, very good. He nodded, his tone softening again, Chen Fan, you'll need us. I hope you can find what you're looking for in the library. After saying that, he didn't linger. He straightened his suit collar, turned around, and brushed past a middle-aged man, also dressed in a professor's robe, who had just walked out from another row of bookshelves. With composed steps, he disappeared into the shadows of the bookshelves. Chen Fan ignored him. He turned around and faced the bookshelf numbered Gung 73 again. The urgency to find a clue overwhelmed all the unpleasantness he had just felt. He reached out, preparing to take the document titled A Conjecture on the Combination of Spiritual Power and Internal Strength. However, his fingertips touched nothing. Chen Fan's movements suddenly stopped. He looked up, his gaze fixed on the spot on the bookshelf where the silver metal box should have been placed. It was completely empty there. That silver metal box has disappeared without a trace. Chen Fan's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpoints. He turned around abruptly and looked in the direction Zhao Jiangwo had left, but the place was already deserted. Just now, that mentor who brushed past Zhao Jiangwo. Chen Fan's body stiffened abruptly. Pangu Corporation. Not only did they know what they were looking for, but they even took it before anyone else, right under their noses. Buzz. An invisible rage ignited in Chen Fan's heart, and the pale golden aura around him overflowed uncontrollably. Under this terrifying aura, the surrounding metal bookshelves actually trembled slightly, unable to bear the weight. Anan, nestled in his arms, seemed startled by the aura and shifted restlessly. Chen Fan instantly suppressed all his aura, gently and tenderly patting his daughter's back, but his eyes were as cold as ice. He glanced down at the empty bookshelf, then at the direction Zhao Jiangwo had disappeared in. Very good. Pangu Martial Arts Company. I'll remember you all. Chapter 101 The School Beauties Test, The Clash in the Gravity Chamber. Chen Fan stood in front of the empty bookshelf and looked at it quietly for a while. He gradually suppressed the anger that was about to erupt. He knew that getting angry now would be pointless. The fact that Pangu Corporation dared to act in front of him meant they weren't afraid of a complete breakdown in relations. The other party's purpose was clear, to use this information, which he desperately needed, to force him to comply. A deep sense of powerlessness, mixed with a chilling killing intent, intertwined within him. But he quickly calmed down. Pangu Corporation is powerful enough to disregard some of the school's rules, but this is, after all, Zhangcheng Martial Arts University. Instructor Wang's attitude has already shown that the school's higher-ups do not want Pangu's influence to extend too far. This is his chance. Until a way to retrieve the data is found, improving one's own capabilities is the only correct choice. Chen Fan turned around, holding his daughter who was sleeping peacefully in his arms, and left the area without glancing at the empty bookshelf again. He didn't go back to the dormitory, but went directly to the gravity training room deep in the training area. The gravity training room is one of the most popular public training facilities at the Martial Arts University. It doesn't cost many credits, but the effects are remarkable. When Chen Fan carried in inside, there were already many students sweating profusely in their respective areas. The entire training room was divided into different areas, separated by special force fields, ranging from 1.5 to 10 times the normal gravity. Chen Fan's arrival immediately caused a small commotion. Look, it's Chen Fan. Why is he here too? And he's carrying a child. Shoo, keep your voice down. Didn't you see the ranked matches? This guy's a real tough one. Chen Fan ignored the whispers and walked straight to the entrance of the 5x gravity zone. For a martial artist specializing in internal energy cultivation, 5x gravity is a relatively comfortable starting point. He swiped his student card, and an invisible force field door opened. He carried in inside. A heavy pressure instantly enveloped his entire body, as if he were carrying an invisible burden. Anin in his arms seemed to sense this pressure as well, her little body shifting, her eyes opening curiously, her little hands clutching her father's clothes. Ah! Chen Fan smiled and used his inner energy to form a barely visible protective shield around his daughter, isolating most of the pressure and leaving only a slight sense of weight that she found novel and interesting. He began to walk slowly within the area, adjusting to the pressure. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the adjacent 7x gravity zone. Wen Jinyu. The enforcement captain I'd met at the martial arts tournament, the campus belle of Jiangcheng Martial Arts University, was currently wearing a tight-fitting black training outfit that accentuated her stunning curves. Her hair was tied in a simple ponytail, and her beautiful face was covered in sweat as she performed a perfect squat under 7 times gravity, her movements meticulous and her breathing steady. She noticed Chen Fan's gaze, turned her head to look at him, nodded, and then continued her cultivation. Chen Fan also turned his gaze away and continued his adaptive training. However, he soon sensed that something was wrong. The force of gravity acting on my body seems to be quietly increasing? From 5 times to 5.5 times and then to 6 times. Although the increase was very slow and subtle, it was impossible for Chen Fan, whose body was already covered with qi and who had perfect control over his body, to miss it. He glanced at Wen Jinyu next door without making a sound. She was still focused on her cultivation, but one hand was casually resting on the terminal of the area controller, and her fingertips would occasionally slide almost imperceptibly. It was her. Chen Fan felt a little amused. Is this a test of myself? That's interesting. He simply pretended not to notice and continued to walk with his daughter in the gravity zone as if he were strolling in his own backyard. Wen Jinyu's brows furrowed even more deeply. She is the student council president and has the authority to adjust the gravity in the training room to a limited extent. She was simply curious about the limits of this stay-at-home dad who had instantly defeated the Gangjin genius in the ranking competition. So she secretly increased the gravity in Chen Fan's area little by little, from 5 times. 6 times. No response. 7 times, and still taking a walk. 8 times. He even started gently rocking the child in his arms, as if he were coaxing her to play. Wen Jinyu was a little skeptical. She bit her lower lip and directly increased the gravity to 10 times. 10 times the force of gravity. This is already the limit that only martial artists in the late stage of Gangjin can challenge. Under 10 times the gravity, the air seems to solidify, making it difficult to breathe, and there is a pain in the bones that feels like they are about to break. When Jinyu stopped what she was doing, and just looking at the force field distorted tenfold made her heart pound. She stared intently at Chen Fan, wanting to see how long this man could hold out. However, what happened next caused her to show an expression of disbelief for the first time on her usually aloof face. Under a force 10 times the gravity of a tank, Chen Fan felt no discomfort whatsoever. Instead, an N in his arms giggled at the novel feeling of being pressed down, kicking her little legs happily. Ah! Ah ah! Anin thought her father was playing a new game with her, so she stretched out her chubby little hands and kept raising them, making happy noises. Seeing his daughter so happy, Chen Fan's heart softened, so he stopped and played with her. With a gentle smile on his face, he used his arm muscles slightly to easily toss Anin upwards. He laughed and said, "Baby, fly high." Under Wen Jinyu's dazed gaze, Anin's little body drew a small, cute parabola in the air before being caught steadily by Chen Fan. Giggle giggle. Anin's clear laughter echoed in the deathly silent gravity training room. Holding his daughter, Chen Fan started playing this spinning around game again in the 10x gravity zone. His movements were effortless and his steps were steady as always, as if the terrifying 10 times gravity was nothing to him, just like a breeze blowing across his cheek. At that moment, all the students who were still practicing in the gravity chamber stopped what they were doing. They stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded at the man who was lifting his baby up high in the 10x gravity zone. The scene was absurd, bizarre, yet so shocking that it left people speechless. Wen Jinyu stood there, completely petrified. Her clear, cold eyes were filled with confusion and disorientation, her red lips slightly parted, as if she had seen something that overturned her understanding. After playing for a while, Chen Fan felt that the training effect was about right, and Anin was also a little tired and started to yawn. He then carried his daughter out of the gravity zone. As he passed by Wen Jinyu, he politely nodded to the stunned school beauty as a greeting, then turned around, swiped his card, and left the gravity chamber. A long time. Wen Jinyu finally came to her senses from the enormous shock. She watched Chen Fan's departing figure, her eyes filled with an extremely complex expression. She slowly took out her encrypted personal terminal and dialed a number marked with the highest security level. The call was answered quickly. She took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and reported in a low voice, as calmly as possible. The target was identified, but the strength assessment was seriously flawed, far exceeding the level of the data. She paused for a moment, the image of the man's gentle smile as he played with his daughter flashing through her mind, along with his effortless yet terrifying strength. Request to activate the second plan. Chapter 102: A Special Cultivation Method, The Secret to Walking. There was silence on the other end of the phone. A moment later, a calm male voice rang out, "Jinyu, the second plan is very risky. Once exposed, your identity at school will be invalidated." "I understand." When Jinyu looked in the direction Chen Fan disappeared, her eyes unwavering. "However, conventional observation and probing are meaningless. His strength and his growth path are beyond our comprehension. Without close contact, we will never obtain the core data." There was another silence on the other end of the phone, as if they were weighing the pros and cons. "Okay." Finally, the voice agreed. "Authorize activation of Plan 2. Remember, your primary task is to observe and record. Avoid direct confrontation with the target unless absolutely necessary. His danger level is temporarily raised to extremely dangerous. Receive." When Jinyu hung up the phone, and the noisy voices in the gravity chamber seemed to return to her world, she took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and turned to leave this place that had shattered her understanding. On the other side, Chen Fan carried his daughter back to the dormitory. For him, training in the gravity chamber was more like a post-meal digestive exercise. The unpleasantness brought by Pango Corporation also vanished while playing with his daughter. Anin was tired from playing and lay in her father's arms, her little mouth slightly open, fast asleep. Chen Fan gently placed her on the bed and pulled the thin blanket over her. He sat on the edge of the bed, looking at his daughter's sleeping face, feeling a sense of peace in his heart. The theft of the data certainly disrupted his plans. But panicking was useless. Pango Company dared to do this because they knew he couldn't do anything about it right now. Just like Instructor Wang said, this is Zhengcheng Martial Arts University. No matter how far Pango Company's reach is, it can't cover up everything. His biggest trump card is himself. Once he becomes strong enough that all the rules make way for him, what was stolen will naturally be returned to him. With this thought in mind, Chen Fan's mind calmed down completely. He glanced out the window. The afternoon sun was just right, warm and gentle, casting a golden glow on the floor through the window. The sounds of students laughing and playing came from the lawn below the dormitory building, full of youthful energy. Chen Fan suddenly had a thought. Anin is almost 1 year old, it's time for her to learn to walk. He bent down and carefully picked up his daughter. "Baby, wake up. Daddy will take you to play some fun games." Anin felt a little ticklish from her father's teasing. She wrinkled her little nose, opened her eyes groggily, and saw her father's smiling face. She also grinned and smiled. Downstairs in dormitory building number 0, there is a large lawn that is neatly trimmed. The afternoon sun was warm but not scorching, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of fresh grass. It was very pleasant. Chen Fan took off his shoes, stepped barefoot onto the soft grass, and then put Anin down as well. The little one was extremely curious about the soft, slightly prickly grass for the first time. She plopped down and stretched out her little hands, curiously grabbing at the lush green blades of grass. "Ah. Baby, come on, stand up." Chen Fan squatted down in front of Anin, holding her 2 little arms and encouraging her. Anin, holding onto her father's hand, stood up unsteadily. Her short legs pushed off the ground with all her might, her tiny toes curling up as she tried to keep her balance. "Yes, that's it, baby is the best." Chen Fan smiled and slowly released one hand. Anin swayed for a moment, but quickly regained her balance. She looked at her father excitedly, babbling as if showing off. Chen Fan's heart was filled with an immense sense of happiness. He patiently supported his daughter, teaching her how to take her first steps in life. Anin tried very hard. She tried again and again. She fell down, but didn't cry. She just pouted her little mouth in grievance and reached out her little hands for her father to pick her up. Chen Fan picked her up, kissed her, and then put her back on the grass. She would immediately become energetic again and continue trying. Once, twice, 10 times. Chen Fan's attention gradually shifted from simple joy to his daughter's actions. His gaze, initially filled with doting affection, gradually became focused, even somewhat infatuated. Every movement of an N contains some kind of most primitive and pure truth. When she tries to stand, her little toes instinctively grip the ground, and every muscle from her feet to her calves and then to her waist and abdomen works in the most coordinated way to maintain her balance. When she falls, she instinctively curls up and lands on her bottom first to protect herself from injury as much as possible. As she takes a step forward, her waist twists slightly, using a subtle momentum to naturally shift her body's center of gravity. These actions seem clumsy and ridiculous to adults. But in Chen Fan's eyes, a master of the Gang Jin technique, it was as if he saw the origin of martial arts movement techniques. The greatest truths are the simplest. Human babies, in order to fight against gravity and take their first steps, make every instinctive reaction that perfectly matches the principles of mechanics, without the slightest unnecessary movement. Isn't this the highest level that martial arts movement techniques strive for? Achieve the best results with the least amount of effort. Chen Fan was completely absorbed in it. As he watched his daughter's swaying figure, it was as if countless lightning bolts flashed through his mind, and a wealth of martial arts knowledge about movement techniques and power generation skills came together in that moment. Dad! Just then, an N suddenly broke free from his hand and, all by herself, swayed and staggered forward, taking 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then, she lost her balance and laughed as she fell into Chen Fan's arms. Giggle! His daughter's happy laughter was like a key, instantly unlocking the last door in Chen Fan's mind. Boom! Chen Fan felt that the whole world had instantly changed in his perception. The flow of air, the path of the wind, the particles of sunlight, every pulsation of the leaves in the distance, everything became incredibly clear. He even discovered a well-concealed aura behind a large tree 100 meters away. The scent was familiar. It's Wen Jinyu. Is the so-called second option to personally take action and track the enemy at close range? He bent down, kissed his daughter on the forehead, and chuckled softly, "Baby, you're so good. Shall we go say hello to that auntie who was peeping at us?" After saying that, Chen Fan stood up, holding his daughter. He smiled slightly, and with a swift movement, without stirring up a gust of wind or making a sound, he disappeared onto the lawn. Behind a large tree 100 meters away. When Jinyu was holding especially made military binoculars, his brows furrowed. The telescope's lenses were analyzing Chen Fan's various data in real time, but the results were all unresolved. She couldn't understand it. This man did nothing all afternoon but accompany a toddler as he learned to walk on the grass. What kind of cultivation is this? Could it be that his power really comes from this kind of boring parent-child interaction? That's absurd. Just as she was racking her brains and preparing to adjust the focus, the view through the telescope suddenly went blank. The man holding the child disappeared. When Jinyu's heart skipped a beat, and a strong sense of unease welled up inside her. She immediately put down her binoculars and cautiously scanned her surroundings. However, the lawn was empty apart from a few students passing by. There was no sign of Chen Fan. Where are they? Just as she was in a state of high tension, a gentle voice, even with a hint of laughter, rang softly in her ear without warning. Is my daughter's walk really that graceful? Boom! When Jinyu shuddered, and the hairs on her body stood on end. Stimulated by the life or death crisis, the internal energy within her body erupted uncontrollably. She suddenly turned around and struck out with her palm. But when she saw the person behind her, the sharp palm wind stopped abruptly in mid-air, less than 3 centimeters away from the other person's nose. Chen Fan was holding his daughter, looking at her with an innocent expression, as if the person who had appeared out of nowhere and nearly scared her to death on the spot was not him at all. Anan, who was in his arms, seemed to be startled by Wen Jinyu's sudden outburst of aura. Her little mouth twitched and her big eyes instantly filled with tears. Seeing this, Chen Fan quickly patted his daughter's back gently and coaxed her softly, "Baby, don't be afraid, Auntie is playing with us." When Jinyu looked at Chen Fan's smiling face, then at the little guy in his arms who was about to cry, and her body froze on the spot. Her mind was blank. Chapter 1031, You're Blushing. The afternoon sun was shining brightly, and the wind carried the scent of fresh grass. Neither of them spoke in the shade of the large tree. When Jinyu's body froze completely in place, her hand, imbued with qi, stopped in front of Chen Fan's nose. The wind from the palm stirred a few strands of hair on Chen Fan's forehead. Her mind went blank. How was it discovered? He had clearly concealed his presence completely, used the military's most advanced stealth techniques, and was at least 100 meters away with trees in between, so how did this man appear behind him so silently? This speed is inhuman. Wow. Anan in my arms was frightened. Her little mouth twitched, and tears welled up in her eyes. She was about to cry. Chen Fan quickly and gently patted her daughter's back, her movements incredibly tender, and whispered soothingly, "Baby, don't be afraid, baby, don't be afraid, Auntie is playing a game with us." He looked up at the girl in front of him, without smiling, and calmly asked, Is there something you need?" Wen Jinyu snapped back to her senses, as if she had been burned, and withdrew her hand in a flash. A flicker of panic crossed Wen Jinyu's usually aloof face. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Her mind raced, trying to think of an explanation. "We cannot reveal our true intentions. The second plan has only just begun. Once it is exposed, everything will be over." When Jinyu tried to keep her voice steady, but there was still a slight, almost imperceptible tremor when she opened her mouth. "I was just passing by when I sensed some energy fluctuations here, so I came to take a look." She didn't even believe that excuse herself. Chen Fan didn't speak, but just looked at her leisurely, his eyes seeming to say, "Keep making things up." When Jinyu felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze, so she avoided his eyes and looked at the little guy in his arms who was looking at her with big, watery eyes. She composed herself and decided to take the initiative, changing the subject. "Chen Fan, I'm actually quite interested in your cultivation method." When Jinyu regained her calm tone as the student council president, as if she wasn't the one who had just been panicked. "Our student council's academic department is currently researching a topic about emotional energy transformation. Your cultivation method is quite unique, and our academic department would like to study it. I was just recording data just now." She raised her wrist, revealing a seemingly ordinary but actually powerful personal terminal. "Academic observation?" Chen Fan raised an eyebrow, seemingly believing him, and took a step forward. When Jinyu instinctively wanted to back away, but her pride made her stand rooted to the spot. The distance between the two instantly closed. The two were very close, and when Jinyu could even smell a faint, milk powder scent on him. "Yes, academic observation," when Jinyu replied, trying to remain calm, but her heart was racing uncontrollably. "Oh." Chen Fan drawled out the sound and nodded, as if he really understood. He looked down at Anin in his arms, then looked up at Wen Jinyu, his expression very serious. "Is that so?" He suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching Wen Jinyu's ears. "But your heart is beating very fast, and your breathing is erratic." Boom! Wen Jinyu's mind went blank for a moment, as if it had gone completely empty. How did he know? How could he possibly sense his own heartbeat and breathing from such a distance? Such sensitivity. Seeing her eyes widen instantly and her incredulous expression, Chen Fan's smile deepened. He didn't give her any chance to catch her breath. He leaned forward slightly, got close to her ear, and whispered, word by word, in a voice only the two of them could hear. "And when you're blushing." When Jinyu felt a surge of heat rush from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Her usually expressionless face flushed red instantly, even the roots of her ears turned bright red. "It's over. The disguise has completely collapsed." She instinctively took a big step back, widening the distance between herself and Chen Fan, her eyes darting away, not daring to look at his smiling face any longer. Having carried out countless dangerous missions and faced master-level experts in her entire life, she had never been as flustered as she was now. Is this man a devil? They don't play by the rules, they use the most indifferent tone to say the most irresistible things. On the lawn, the afternoon breeze gently blew, stirring Wen Jinyu's ponytail and her troubled heart. Chen Fan did not press the matter further. The objective has been achieved. This school beauty had no ill intentions towards him, she was simply curious, or perhaps she was carrying out an observation mission for some organization. That's enough. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. Chen Fan took a step back, maintaining a safe social distance, and his tone returned to its usual calm. What exactly do you want from following me? When Jinyu looked up and saw Chen Fan's clear, calm eyes. The playfulness in them had disappeared, replaced by a sense of inquiry. She was silent for a few seconds, knowing that lying would be pointless. She took a deep breath. The alluring blush had not yet completely faded, but her eyes had already regained their sharpness and seriousness. Let us cooperate, she said. Cooperate? Yes. When Jinyu gathered her thoughts and said in a deep voice, Pango Corporation. They are also after the school's things. We can cooperate. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes. Us? If I help you, you have to help me too. When Jinyu didn't directly answer who he was, but instead offered her leverage, I know that Pango Company has a secret base in the school. Perhaps what you're looking for is there. After saying that, she seemed to realize that her emotions had been too volatile today, and that staying any longer might expose more flaws. She gave Chen Fan a deep look, her eyes filled with complex emotions, regret, resentment, and a hint of panic that she herself didn't even realize. I'll send you the location. Whether you want to go or not is up to you. After saying that, she didn't linger and turned to leave quickly. Chen Fan watched her somewhat hurried figure until that beautiful figure completely disappeared before he looked away. He looked down at Anan, who had closed her eyes again and was sleeping with her little mouth smacking, and couldn't help but smile. He gently rubbed his cheek against his daughter's soft little face and whispered in a barely audible voice. Baby, this auntie is quite interesting. He paused, his eyes turning cold. However, what she investigated might actually help us find the bad guys who stole the data. Chapter 104 Pango's Stronghold, an Invitation. It's late at night. The dormitory was quiet, with only Anan's even, soft breathing. Chen Fan sat on the edge of the bed, quietly watching his daughter's sleeping face and the moonlight streaming through the window. Her little mouth was slightly pouting, she was sleeping soundly. He bent down and kissed his daughter's soft cheek. Then, he stood up and walked to the dormitory door. Several almost invisible strands of pale golden energy, like a spider web, were silently arranged around the doors, windows, and Anan's bedside. He could detect any movement at the slightest sound. After doing all this, Chen Fan changed into a black tracksuit, zipped it up, and disappeared into the night. He pushed open the door, his figure flickered, and he disappeared silently at the end of the corridor. Behind Jiangchang Martial Arts University, there is a long abandoned area of experimental buildings. This area used to be where the school conducted research on some high-risk martial arts projects, but the entire area was later sealed off due to aging equipment and safety hazards. The laboratory building at night was pitch black and eerily quiet. Chen Fan appeared downstairs at one of the buildings. He looked up and saw that this was it. On the map Wen Jinyu had given him, Pango Company's secret base was located on the third basement floor of this building. The building's exterior walls are mottled and covered with vines. The entrance gate is locked with several thick iron chains, and a warning sign that reads "Danger, no entry" is hung on it. It looked ordinary, but Chen Fan sensed that the interior of this building was filled with a dense array of surveillance equipment. Chen Fan did not use the main entrance. He swayed slightly, pressed himself against the wall, and silently glided upwards. This is the movement technique he learned from his daughter's walking movements, and he named it Fleeting Glimpses. He was so light that he didn't make a sound, and he bypassed the surveillance cameras on the outside of the wall, squeezing through a broken window on the third floor. The hallway was pitch black and filled with a dusty, musty smell. Countless infrared beams crisscrossed in the air, cutting the entire corridor without leaving any blind spots. Chen Fan's steps did not falter in the slightest. His body twisted and folded at an angle that defied the laws of physics, weaving through the gaps in the beams of light and flashing past the rotating surveillance cameras. It was as if we were in an empty place. Soon, he arrived at the entrance to the third basement level. The heavy alloy door was tightly closed, and next to it was a password verification terminal. Chen Fan ignored the terminal and instead gently pressed his ear against the cold door. Behind the door, two men could be heard chatting in hushed tones. Damn it, what was the company thinking, sending two of us at the peak of Danjin to look after this lousy place? Who says otherwise? I heard that Director Zhao came by himself a couple of days ago and got a cold shoulder. I wonder who was so stupid as to offend him. Whatever, the shift ends in 2 hours anyway. I'll go back and have a couple of drinks. This godforsaken place, not even a mouse could get in, what could possibly happen? Chen Fan listened, a slight smile playing on his lips. He withdrew his ear, stretched out his hand, and brought his 5 fingers together. Pale golden energy gathered at his fingertips, as thin as a cicada's wing. Instead of touching the combination lock, he gently placed his palm on the gap of less than 1 millimeter between the alloy door and the doorframe. Puff. A very faint sound, almost inaudible. The sturdy alloy door lock had its lock cylinder shattered by his powerful aura. Chen Fan gave it a gentle push, and the heavy alloy door opened silently a crack inward. He slipped inside. The central control room was brightly lit. The huge monitoring wall displays hundreds of surveillance cameras inside and outside the laboratory building. 2 guards dressed in Pango Corporation uniforms were leaning back in their chairs, cigarettes dangling from their mouths, chatting idly. They were completely unaware that a dark shadow had already appeared behind them. Hey, do you think Director Zhao really misjudged him this time? That kid's completely stubborn. Before he could finish speaking, his voice abruptly stopped. A hand landed on the back of his neck. Who? He only managed to utter one word before everything went black and he collapsed limply to the ground. The companion next to him sensed something was wrong and turned around abruptly, only to see a calm face. You. Bang. Chen Fan casually delivered a chop to the neck, knocking him unconscious. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Chen Fan dragged the two to a corner, then calmly sat down in the chair in front of the computer. A complex operating system unfolded before him, requiring triple passwords and iris verification. Chen Fan ignored all that. He closed his eyes, and a surge of powerful spiritual energy rushed out, directly into the host computer. Buzz. The host emitted a soft beep, and the data stream on the screen began to flash wildly as firewalls were brutally torn apart and cracked. In less than a minute, he had gained access to the highest level of the entire host computer. Chen Fan opened his eyes and began searching through the massive amount of files. He entered a few keywords. Su Qing, mental strength, sample. Soon, an encrypted folder appeared on the screen. Chen Fan directly used his mental power to break the spell. Inside the folder was a detailed evaluation report. Investment value and risk assessment report on target Chen Fan. Chen Fan's gaze swept over the report, which detailed all of his public information since the martial arts tournament, including even the details of his refusal of Zhao Jiangwo's offer to recruit him. The report concludes by stating, the target has extremely high value, but their personality is uncontrollable. It is recommended to abandon Plan A cooperation and initiate Plan B coercion, utilizing the data left by their deceased wife to force them into a deep and binding cooperation. Chen Fan closed the report without expression. He continued scrolling down. Finally, he located an encrypted email that had just been sent and was sent to an encrypted email address located overseas. Chen Fan opened the email. The moment he saw the email title, his pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. Announcement of the auction for the key bloodline sample. His breath hitched, and he immediately looked on. The email's body was short, but every single word caused Chen Fan's killing intent to surge wildly. To our valued customers. Our company has successfully obtained groundbreaking research data from Dr. Su Qing of the former Jiangcheng Martial Arts University on the field of spiritual power and special bloodline. It has been decided that, using this document as a gimmick, the ownership of all subsequent intelligence related to the key bloodline will be publicly auctioned at a top-tier auction to be held at the Jiangcheng night market. We believe this intelligence will open a whole new door for your research. We look forward to your visit. There was also an attachment at the bottom of the email. His fingers were a little stiff as he opened the attachment. It was a beautifully crafted electronic invitation. Against a black background, the time and location of the auction were written in gold lettering. The location was the same lawless place he had visited before, a place brimming with bloodshed and opportunity, Jiangcheng's underground black market, the night market. Chen Fan stared at the screen silently, without moving. The anger that had been suppressed in his chest exploded at this moment. Pangu Martial Arts Company. Not only did they steal his wife's belongings, they even wanted to auction them off as commodities. They used Su Qing's painstaking research, and the information that might contain her last words, as a bargaining chip to attract clients and gain profits. Snap. The metal armrest of the chair beneath Chen Fan was deformed by his forceful squeezing. The chilling killing intent made the temperature in the entire control room seem to drop several degrees. Very good. Pango Corporation. Night Market. Auction. Chen Fan slowly raised his head, looking at the glaring invitation on the screen, his eyes eerily calm. He silently copied the invitation into his personal terminal. After doing all this, he deleted all traces of his actions, turned around, and disappeared into the darkness. Since you're going to hold an auction, I'll give you a big gift. Chapter 105, Late Stage of Gangjin, The Secret of Walking. After returning from Pango Company's secret base located in the back hills of the university, Chen Fan did not sleep all night. He remembered every single word of the email from the central control room. Pango Company actually treated the valuable research data left by his deceased wife, Su Qing, as an eye-catching commodity, preparing to publicly auction the ownership of subsequent intelligence at the Jiangcheng night market auction. Key Bloodline. They referred to Su Qing's research as the key to bloodline. Chen Fan sat on the simple bed in Dormitory 0, holding his sleeping daughter in his arms, his eyes cold. Overnight, the threat level of Pangu Martial Arts Company in his mind had surpassed that of the Su family, and was even equated with that mysterious shadow organization. They touched a nerve with Chen Fan. That was more than just a document, it was one of the few traces Su Qing left in this world, and his only clue to finding the truth behind his wife's death. A surge of murderous intent welled up in his chest, and he could barely control himself. But Chen Fan forced himself to calm down. He knew better than anyone how dangerous places like night markets were. They were filled with all sorts of people, and countless experts. Since Pango Company dared to hold a public auction, it must have made thorough preparations. Those present would not be just ordinary martial artists, there might even be grandmaster-level experts. With his current strength at the mid-stage of the Gangjin realm, forcing his way in would be tantamount to suicide. He needs to be stronger. I must improve myself again before the auction begins. The next afternoon. Jiangcheng First Martial Arts University, downstairs in Dormitory Building 0. The warm sunshine shone on a lush green lawn, dispelling the chill of late autumn. Chen Fan forcefully suppressed the murderous intent and anxiety in his heart to the deepest level. He was half squatting on the grass, his face filled with infinite doting impatience, and he stretched out his hands to protect his daughter Anan. "Baby, come on, take one more step, come to daddy." Anan, dressed in a pink outfit, was holding onto Chen Fan's fingers and wobbling as she took her first steps forward. Ah! The little guy missed a step, lost his balance, and landed hard on his bottom on the soft grass. She paused for a moment, pouted, and her big eyes instantly filled with tears as she looked at her father with a wronged expression. Don't cry, Chen Fan said with a smile as he helped her up and gently rubbed her little head. "Anan is the best. Let's do it again." With her father's encouragement, Anan's grievances came and went quickly. She soon mustered her courage again, grabbed her father's finger, and began a new round of attempts. Once, twice, 10 times. She fell down again and again, but each time, encouraged by her father, she stood up with a giggle. Under the shade of a tree not far away, Wen Jinyu, dressed in a black, tight-fitting training outfit that accentuated her stunning curves, leaned against a tree trunk. Her cool gaze was fixed on the father and daughter on the lawn, her eyes filled with incomprehensible confusion. Since last night, she has been unable to track Chen Fan's signal through any device, as if he had vanished into thin air. He didn't reappear near the dormitory until noon today. According to the intelligence she obtained, the feud between Chen Fan and Pango Company has reached an irreconcilable point, and Pango Company has even activated Plan B, preparing to deal with him at all costs. This man was clearly facing imminent disaster, even a life-or-death situation. Why would he waste an entire afternoon teaching a baby who can't even speak properly to walk? Does this make sense? Cultivating skills, finding allies, devising strategies, any one of these is a million times more important than this boring parent-child game. Wen Jinyu couldn't understand. In the elite education she received from a young age, the world of martial arts was a dog-eat-dog world where time was life and any slackening could have fatal consequences. But Chen Fan's current ease and comfort were completely at odds with her perception of the strong man. However, she did not leave. For some reason, looking at the two figures, one tall and one short, in the sunlight, and at the man's face, with that genuine and pure tenderness, her heart, which had been frozen for many years because of revenge, felt a strange warmth. On the lawn, Chen Fan's attention was completely absorbed in his daughter's every move. His gaze gradually shifted from initial doting to focused, even infatuated. Every step Anan took seemed to require all her strength. Chen Fan could clearly see how his daughter's little toes instinctively gripped the ground to find the smallest point of support, how her chubby calf muscles tensed and relaxed in a wonderful rhythm, and how her waist twisted clumsily yet effectively to maintain that precarious balance. To the average person, these actions are simply the instincts of a baby learning to walk. But in Chen Fan's eyes, a master of internal energy, there seemed to be something different hidden in these movements. There was no unnecessary exertion, no deliberate technique. Every movement follows the most primitive and fundamental principles of mechanics. With minimal effort, by coordinating the entire body, one can achieve the purest goal of moving forward. Isn't this the very essence of martial arts movement techniques? So that's how it is. I used to only think about speed, but I forgot how to walk most steadily and effortlessly. That's the key. In an instant, it felt as if countless lightning bolts flashed through Chen Fan's mind. He recalled all the martial arts knowledge he had mastered, from basic boxing techniques to inch punch, from neutralizing force to unleashing powerful energy. All his insights into the application of power merged perfectly with his daughter's unsteady steps at this moment. "Oh! Daddy!" Just then, Anan let out a joyful cry. She finally took 3 unsteady steps without any support, then laughed and threw herself into Chen Fan's arms, drooling all over her father. And at the very moment her daughter threw herself into her arms. Boom! Chen Fan's mind went blank for a moment, and he finally understood. A set of movement techniques started moving on its own in his mind, getting faster and clearer. Fleeting glimpses. 4 words naturally came to mind. The moment this movement technique was fully formed, the internal energy within Chen Fan's body suddenly surged. That seemingly insurmountable bottleneck was utterly shattered in an instant by the overwhelming force of this sudden enlightenment. An aura several times stronger than before flashed from Chen Fan's body. Late stage of Gangjin. Things will fall into place naturally. In the distance, Wen Jinyu, who had been deep in thought, suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes flashing with horror. Just a moment ago, she felt Chen Fan's aura surge wildly, then quickly recede and disappear without a trace. What terrified her even more was that Chen Fan's figure, which had been perfectly clear just a second ago, became blurry and illusory in her perception for a fleeting moment, as if that person didn't exist there at all. How is this possible? I did absolutely nothing all afternoon, just played with my daughter on the grass, and I broke through like that? When Jinyu felt that her martial arts philosophy had been repeatedly and ruthlessly overturned, crushed, and rebuilt on this one day. In the center of the lawn, holding his giggling daughter in his arms, Chen Fan felt the surging, almost overflowing power within him, and his heart was filled with joy and awe. He bent down and gave his daughter a big kiss on her chubby cheek. Anen is truly Dad's lucky star. After saying that, he hugged his daughter, his body swaying slightly. The next second, he was already 3 meters away, and there was still a faint afterimage left in the original spot, which slowly disappeared after a full second. Quick! It's not just about speed, but a mysterious feeling of blending into light and shadow, and traversing the gaps in space. Feeling the surge of power within him and the profound sensations brought by fleeting glimpses, Chen Fan slowly raised his head and looked towards the direction of Jiangcheng Night Market. The tenderness and joy in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a chilling killing intent and unparalleled confidence. Pango Company, Night Market. He lowered his head and murmured softly in a voice only he and his daughter could hear. Anen, Daddy will go and get Mommy's things back soon. Chapter 106. The School Beauties Wavering, a Black Gold Card. As evening approached and the sun began to set, its rays bathed the number 0 dormitory building in a golden light. Chen Fan held his slightly drowsy daughter tightly in his arms, feeling her even breathing, and felt a sense of peace in his heart. He lowered his head and gently kissed his daughter's forehead. The murderous intent that arose because of Pango Company was forcibly suppressed back into his heart and vanished without a trace. He promised Su Qing that he would make Anen happy every day. We're home, baby, Chen Fan murmured softly, turning to head back to his dorm. Just then, a cool, aloof figure emerged from the shade of a tree not far away and blocked his path. It's Wen Jinyu. She was dressed in a black training robe, and her face, which usually had a cold expression, was now filled with complexity and struggle. You? When Jinyu looked at Chen Fan, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and confusion. What exactly did you just do? She had been observing Chen Fan from a distance all afternoon. She saw everything clearly, from Chen Fan's patience and gentleness in teaching his daughter to walk, to the sudden surge of his aura as he broke through to the late stage of Gangjin. It seems like all the martial arts she's learned over the past 20 years have been for nothing. No elixirs, no secret manuals, no intense training, he just played with his daughter and broke through to the next level so easily? This isn't just genius, this is monster. Nothing, just playing with my daughter. Chen Fan's answer was indifferent. He tightened his grip on Anan's arm, not intending to say anything more. Playing with your daughter? When Jinyu clearly didn't believe her. She took a step forward, her voice tinged with urgency. What's going on with your aura? It's doubled. And your foundation is still so stable, what exactly did you do? Chen Fan did not answer, but looked down at his half-asleep daughter in his arms, his eyes so tender they could melt. Seeing his appearance, Wen Jinyu's words caught in her throat. She thought of her mission, the organization's extremely dangerous rating of Chen Fan, and the cold martial arts she had cultivated for revenge. In her world, there was only endless training, cold data, and irreconcilable hatred. But the man before me, his strength seemed to stem from the warmest emotions. When Jinyu couldn't help but ask, your strength has increased so much, why can't I sense even the slightest bit of killing intent from you? Instead, you've become even gentler? This was a question she couldn't understand. In the martial arts world, the stronger a martial artist is, the heavier their killing intent and the more imposing their aura. But Chen Fan was the complete opposite. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan finally raised his head, his gaze passing over her and looking towards the last rays of sunset on the distant horizon, his voice calm. Because I promised her mother that I would make Anen happy every day. Upon hearing these words, Wen Jinyu's body jolted violently. She thought of herself driven by revenge. She had long since frozen all her emotions, turning herself into a sword that knew only killing. But what about Chen Fan? He too carried a deep-seated hatred, but his reason for becoming stronger was to protect the purest form of fatherly love and to fulfill his promise to his deceased wife. A sensation she had never felt before spread throughout her body, leaving her numb. A thought stirred within her, a feeling she couldn't quite describe. It turns out that power doesn't necessarily have to be cold. It turns out that the power of protection can be hotter and more powerful than the flames of revenge. When Jinyu took a deep breath, as if she had made a major decision. Her fists, which had been clenched tightly and were trembling slightly with tension, finally relaxed. She took out a black metal card from her bosom, on which the character Knight was embroidered in gold thread. When Jinyu handed over the card, "This is the Night Market Black Gold VIP card. With this card, you can directly enter any area of the night market, including the top-tier auctions that are not open to the public. I know where you're going, and this card will save you a lot of trouble." Chen Fan turned his gaze from the distance to the black gold card, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He could tell that this card was far from ordinary. The fact that Wen Jinyu could produce something like this meant that the power and influence behind her was far greater than he had imagined. Chen Fan looked at her. "Why did you help me?" Wen Jinyu was speechless for a moment. She couldn't very well say that she was moved by his fatherly love, could she? She bit her lip and made up an excuse. "Pango Corporation is also our enemy. What you need cannot fall into their hands." Wen Jinyu shoved the black gold card into Chen Fan's hand, adding, "Also, what Pango Company is auctioning at the night market this time isn't the physical documents of Senior Su Qing, but rather intelligence ownership. Whoever wins the bid will have the right to know the subsequent information. Be careful, this could be a trap." After saying that, as if afraid Chen Fan would ask further questions, she turned and walked away quickly. Her back view looked a little flustered. Chen Fan looked down at the black gold card in his palm. On the back of the card, in addition to a gold-stamped serial number, there is also a separate phone number. "It seems that this student one is more complex than I imagined." He muttered to himself thoughtfully, then took out his phone and skillfully dialed the number on the card. The call connected quickly, and a familiar voice, slightly hoarse and wary, came from the other end. "Who is it?" Chen Fan carried his daughter and walked towards the dormitory building, his voice calm and indifferent. "Is this Manager Wu?" "I'm Chen Fan." Manager Wu on the other end of the phone was visibly taken aback, a hint of amusement creeping into his voice. "Young friend Chen? What a rare guest. What, you've come to your senses and are planning to come fight in my octagon? Forget about boxing." Chen Fan's tone was completely calm. "I called to ask when the night market auction starts." "Oh?" Manager Wu's voice revealed the shrewdness of an old fox. Young friend Chen is quite well informed. That information about the key bloodline from Pango Company is indeed interesting. However, not just anyone can enter an auction of that level. "I have a black card," Chen Fan said calmly. There was a full 3 seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. When Manager Wu's voice rang out again, it carried a hint of solemnity, "So it's a distinguished guest. The auction is scheduled for the evening of 3 days from now. Young friend Chen, I must remind you, Pango Company is clearly plotting this. It's not just Jiangqing's forces that will be there, even grandmasters might appear. Although you are quite capable, you should think twice before getting involved in this mess." "Thanks for the reminder," Chen Fan said, and then hung up the phone. He doesn't need to think twice. He had to get Su Qing's things back. Anyone who dares to stop him, he will kill. So what if he's a grandmaster? Chapter 107 Manager Wu of the Night Market, a high-stakes gamble. The call ended, and before Chen Fan could even put his phone back in his pocket, it vibrated again. It was still Manager Wu's number. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and answered the call. This time, Manager Wu's voice lacked its previous politeness and playfulness, and carried a hint of seriousness. "Mr. Chen, may I have a word with you in private?" What you want isn't just to get that intelligence back, is it?" Manager Wu's voice was low. "Pango Corporation has treated you so badly, you want them to pay the price. Am I right?" Chen Fan remained silent, which was taken as tacit agreement. "The night market can help you," Manager Wu said in a low voice, "but the night market doesn't do business at a loss. Pango Company is a major client of the night market, and we need a reason, a big enough reason, to offend them for you." Chen Fan entered the dormitory, gently placed Nan on the bed, and pulled the blanket up. He walked to the window, looked at the pitch-black night outside, and his voice turned cold. "Manager Wu, let's not beat around the bush. Pango wants to use my wife's belongings to set a trap. Is your night market just going to be a platform for this? As far as I know, the key bloodline mentioned in this document is more valuable to your boss, isn't it?" There was an instant silence on the other end of the phone. You could hear a pin drop. 10 seconds passed before Manager Wu's voice rang out again, but this time, his voice carried a hint of shock that he himself was unaware of. Mr. Chen, what else do you know? Manager Wu's hand, holding the phone, clenched unconsciously, and the veins on the back of his hand throbbed slightly. His mind raced. The turnkey bloodline had only been mentioned once to the boss by the Pango people. How could this kid possibly know it? Could there be a mole among us? Moreover, he also knew that there was a boss behind the night market. Who exactly is this young man? Just how terrifying is his intelligence network? I don't care what your night market is up to. Chen Fan's voice remained calm, but to Manager Wu, it carried a sense of all-knowing pressure. I want Su Qing's things back. Pangu, I want them dead. You can choose to help me or be my enemy. Manager Wu took a deep breath. He knew he had completely misjudged the situation. The young man before me is not a tiger with great potential, he is a true dragon crossing the river. His attempts to probe and his calculations were utterly laughable in the face of the other party. I need to consult with the boss, Manager Wu said, his voice becoming extremely respectful. I'll give you 3 minutes, Chen Fan said, and then hung up the phone. Meanwhile, deep within the Jiangcheng night market, in a quaint, secret room, Manager Wu put down the phone, his forehead already covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. He turned around and bowed respectfully to the heavy screen in front of him. Boss, things are a bit beyond our expectations. He recounted his conversation with Chen Fan verbatim. Behind the screen, all was silent. After a long while, an old, hoarse voice slowly rang out, with a hint of amusement. Interesting, really interesting. I thought he was just a thug, I didn't expect him to have such a brain. Boss, what about our plan? Manager Wu asked cautiously. The plan remains the same, only the stakes need to be changed. The aged voice paused. He wants to gamble, doesn't he? Then let's play a big game with him. Not long after, Chen Fan's phone rang again. Mr. Chen, Manager Wu's voice suppressed a hint of greed. The boss has agreed, let us take a gamble. Chen Fan leaned against the window and lit a cigarette. Tell me about it. The night market can provide you with all the conveniences, including the movements of all Pango Company personnel in the night market, detailed information on all VIPs at the auction, and even, at crucial moments, the night market can help you clear away all obstacles. Manager Wu's voice trembled slightly with excitement. We have only one condition. The night market will take 70% of all the proceeds from the auction, including what they got from Pango Company. If you win, you take back what's yours, plus 30% of the profits. If you lose. Manager Wu paused, then said, word by word, your life belongs to the night market. After hearing this, Chen Fan's lips curled up slightly. He looked out the window, his eyes cold. 3 days later, the night market would be bustling. Chen Fan flicked his cigarette ash and uttered a single word, okay. On the other end of the phone, Manager Wu let out a long sigh of relief, followed by uncontrollable elation. After hanging up the phone, he bowed deeply to the screen again, his voice filled with excitement. Boss, he's fallen into a trap. Behind the screen, an aged voice, tinged with a hint of amusement, slowly rose into the air. Yes, let him make a scene. The bigger the better. If Pango wants to watch the show, we'll just tear down the stage too. Chapter 108 Return to the Night Market, a Gathering of Power. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the entire city in a deep tranquility. Inside dormitory building number 0, Chen Fan carefully covered his daughter in with a thin blanket. Looking at her peaceful and serene sleeping face, his heart softened. The little guy smacked his lips, as if he had eaten something delicious in his dream, with a sweet smile on his face. When Jinyu sat on the sofa without saying a word, only looking in the direction of the bedroom door. Thank you for your help. Chen Fan came out of the bedroom, his voice very low. It's no trouble. When Jinyu shook her head, her cool eyes reflecting Chen Fan's figure, her worry barely concealed. Are you really going? Manager Wu said that there might be more than just grandmasters at tonight's auction. Yes, I have to go. Chen Fan's tone was calm and firm. There are some things I have to take back myself. Those were Su Qing's belongings, his only clue to finding the truth, and he absolutely could not allow them to fall into anyone's hands, much less become a bargaining chip for others. When Jinyu looked at him, opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end only managed to utter a harsh sentence, if you die there, no one will change your daughter's diapers. Rest assured. Chen Fan nodded, said nothing more, and turned to walk towards the door. He pushed open the door and stepped into the dimly lit corridor. Jiangcheng number 3 Pier, an abandoned container area. Unlike the chaos and noise when Chen Fan came last time, the entrance to the night market tonight was unusually strict. Rows of imposing Dan Jean guards, clad in black, stood ramrod straight on either side of the passageway, their cold gazes sweeping over anyone who tried to approach. No one dared to speak loudly, only the whistling of the wind through the shipping containers could be heard. Many martial artists who considered themselves quite skilled were too intimidated to approach after just one glance at the spectacle. Halt! The night market is reserved for VIPs tonight. No unauthorized personnel are allowed to enter. A man who looked like a guard captain stopped a martial arts master who was trying to force his way in, his voice icy. VIP? What kind of VIP is this, with such a grand entrance? The martial artist who had mastered the transformation realm was somewhat unconvinced, but after seeing the badge on the waist of the captain of the guard that belonged to the peak of the Dan realm, he shrank back and retreated dejectedly. Just then, Chen Fan appeared at the entrance. Chen Fan ignored the guards and walked straight inside. Stand. The captain of the guard was about to reprimand him when he saw the face of the newcomer and the fat man standing next to him, who had suddenly appeared with a big smile on his face. It's Steward Wu. Mr. Chen, you finally arrived. Manager Wu personally came forward to greet him, his fat face full of respectful smiles, a stark contrast to his usual cunning demeanor. He gave the captain of the guard a wink, and the captain immediately understood, bowing and stepping aside, not daring to even breathe loudly. The surrounding martial artists were dumbfounded. Manager Wu of the night market is a big shot who even grandmasters have to give some face to, yet today he is so respectful to a young man. Who is this young man? Chen Fan ignored the gazes around him and simply nodded to Manager Wu. Let's go. Alright, Mr. Chen, this way please. Manager Wu bowed and led the way, not through the usual entrance, but to a hidden freight elevator. The elevator doors opened, revealing two Dan Jean guards inside. Upon seeing Manager Wu and Chen Fan, they immediately bowed in greeting. Mr. Chen, this is a private passage specially prepared for you by the boss, leading directly to the top floor VIP room, Manager Wu explained as he pressed the button for the top floor. The elevator slowly ascended, and Manager Wu didn't say anything more, but his smile deepened. He paused, then lowered his voice and added, also, our people discovered that the Shadow Organization's archenemy, a mercenary group called Dawn, has also sent people infiltrated. Tonight, things are getting really murky. Chen Fan listened quietly, his eyes remaining completely still. He knew that Manager Wu was trying to curry favor, but also reminding him of how much capital the night market had staked in this high-stakes gamble. Bite. The elevator doors opened. A luxurious corridor covered with a dark red carpet appeared before them, with a guard at the peak of the Dan Jean realm standing every 5 meters on both sides of the corridor. Manager Wu led Chen Fan to the end of the corridor, to a heavy ebony door. A gold-plated plaque hung on the door, number 1 in the heavenly realm. Mr. Chen, we've arrived. Manager Wu respectfully pushed open the door. This is the private room with the best view and the tightest security in the entire night market. The boss instructed that tonight, you are our most honored guest. Chen Fan entered the private room. The private room was extremely large and luxuriously decorated. It faced the auction hall below, with a huge one-way floor-to-ceiling window that offered a panoramic view of the entire hall while preventing anyone outside from seeing inside. Manager Wu took out a pure black metal mask and a small headset communicator from a cabinet next to him and handed them to Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, this is your mask, which can block all mental probes. You can contact me at any time through this communicator to participate in the auction or give any instructions. Chen Fan took the mask and put it on his face. A cold touch came through, and his face was completely hidden behind the darkness. He walked to the glass, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd below and the lit private rooms. A scheme orchestrated for his deceased wife's belongings, a grand feast that brings together various forces, is about to begin. Meanwhile, in the number 2 private room next to his, Zhao Jiangwo, the director of Pango Company, was holding a glass of red wine and smiling at a blonde, blue-eyed man with an aura as deep as the ocean, saying, "Don't worry, no one can resist the temptation of that bloodline information." He swirled the wine in his glass, his smile somewhat cruel. Tonight, that man named Chen Fan will definitely come. Chapter 109. The auction begins, and the bidding is in full swing. Inside the auction hall, the lights were dim, the noise was deafening, and the air was somewhat stuffy. Wearing a mask, Chen Fan sat quietly on the sofa in the number 1 VIP box, his gaze calmly observing everything downstairs through the huge one-way glass. The auction has begun. Several rare elixirs and incomplete cultivation manuals were presented as appetizers, each time causing quite a stir in bidding in the room. But Chen Fan noticed that the private rooms upstairs, which had their lights on, remained completely silent throughout. Everyone is waiting. Waiting for that thing that can truly drive all the top powers crazy. Time passed second by second. Finally, after another item was sold for a high price, a top auctioneer in a tuxedo strode onto the stage, his arms outstretched as if to embrace the entire venue. He cleared his throat, and his voice was amplified to every corner of the venue. Distinguished guests, thank you for your patience. The auctioneer raised his voice, each word like a hammer blow to the hearts of the crowd. The next item, I think, needs no further introduction. All of you here are here for it. He suddenly waved his hand, and the large screen behind him lit up instantly. A line of large, gold-embossed characters appeared in the center of the screen, ownership of subsequent information regarding the key bloodline. Boom! The atmosphere in the venue was completely ignited at that moment. The martial artists in the lobby downstairs let out a series of suppressed gasps, while the previously silent private rooms upstairs lit up with faint lights that indicated attention at almost the same time. Have you all ever heard that becoming a grandmaster is not the end of martial arts? The auctioneer's voice had a bewitching magic as he surveyed the entire room. This item is the key to that door leading to something higher. Whoever possesses it will have the right to open the door to a new world. He paused, took a deep breath, and almost shouted it out. Starting bid, 1 billion. 1 billion. The starting price alone was enough to deter 99% of the martial artists in Zhangcheng. Next door, in the number 2 private room. Zhao Zhangwo held his wineglass, a satisfied smile on his face. He knew the real show was about to begin. 1.1 billion. 1.2 billion. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the bidding lights in the lobby downstairs began flashing wildly, and the price started to climb at a breathtaking speed. 15 billion. The light in box number 5 flashed. 1.8 billion, came the shout from the Xuanzi number 1 VIP box. The price quickly exceeded 2 billion. Chen Fan watched all of this quietly, his eyes showing no emotion. He knew that these were just shills hired by Pango Company to create an atmosphere. The real buyers had not yet made a move. Just then, a deep voice came from the number 3 VIP room, with an undeniable decisiveness, 30 billion. Chen Fan's gaze fell over there. It was someone from the Wang family of Yinjing. Another hoarse voice followed, coming from a corner that was always shrouded in shadow, where a person dressed entirely in a black robe sat, 35 billion. 4 billion. The price for box number 3 was raised again. 405 billion. The man in black robes followed without hesitation. 50 billion. When the Wang family of Yinjing shouted out the price of 5 billion, even they hesitated for a moment, and the lights in the private room flickered. This price has exceeded the expectations of many stakeholders. In the top 2 private room, Zhao Zhangwo paused slightly in his hand holding the wineglass. He subconsciously glanced at the blonde man next to him, and his fingers on the armrest began to tap unconsciously. He had imagined it would be intense, but he never expected it to be this crazy. This was completely beyond his expectations. Just then, the miniature communicator in Chen Fan's ear vibrated slightly. An encrypted message arrived. It was from Wen Jinyu. The message was very short, only a few lines. The man in black robes, the Eternal Life Organization. The Overseas Gene Company, Noah, right next door. The ancient martial arts family, the Wang family of Yinjing. Beware of eternal life. Their research into special bloodlines is almost fanatical. Immortality? Chen Fan's fingers tightened suddenly as he gripped the communicator. He had seen this name once before in Su Qing's blood-stained diary. So, they came too. His gaze returned to the man in black robes, cold and profound. The bidding continued at the venue. 5 billion, 2 billion. The Wang family of Yinjing seemed to have made up their minds and raised the price again. 5.5 billion. The man in black robes, a member of the Eternal Life Organization, immediately followed, his voice revealing a cold determination to win. The royal family of Yinjing remained silent. This price is too high. The auctioneer's face was beaming with joy as he picked up his gavel, ready to seal the deal. 5.5 billion at once. 5.5 billion twice. Is there an even higher price? This is the gateway to a new world. The entire place fell silent, all eyes fixed on the man in black. Zhao Zhangwo also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process was somewhat out of control, the higher the price, the more profit he could get. Just as the auctioneer's gavel was about to fall, Chen Fan took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the entire room before finally settling on the top 2 VIP box next door. He pressed the communicator. He said something to Manager Wu on the other end in a detached manner. "Make an offer for me, 10 billion. The words fell. Clang. The auctioneer's gavel fell to the ground with a sharp sound. The entire venue was deathly silent. As if by prior arrangement, the lights in all the private rooms went out instantly, then turned on simultaneously the next second, all focused on the one that remained dark and whose identity no one knew, the number one private room. Through the communicator, Manager Wu's voice came through, trembling with excitement and even somewhat distorted. The number one VIP bidder has placed an offer. 10 billion. Chapter 110. Your face? Crushed with a single finger. 10 billion. When those three words were shouted out by Manager Wu in his voice, which was distorted by extreme excitement, the entire auction hall seemed to be paused. All the noise disappeared instantly. Downstairs in the lobby, the martial artists who had just been bidding frantically were all frozen in place, their mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. Upstairs, the private rooms with their lights on were now completely silent. Inside the number 2 private room, the smug smile on Zhao Jiangwo's face froze completely. The wine glass in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter, spilling dark red wine all over the floor, but he didn't notice. The blonde man next to him, the Grandmaster-level expert from the overseas gene company Noah, narrowed his emerald eyes instantly and slowly sat up straight from his slumped position on the sofa. A chilling killing intent began to emanate from him. "Director Zhao," the blonde man's voice was flat, but it sent a shiver down Zhao Jiangwo's spine. "Is this what you meant by having everything under control?" Zhao Jiangwo's face was ashen, and his lips trembled as he said, How dare he offer such a price?" Snort! The blonde Grandmaster snorted coldly and ignored the terrified Zhao Jiangwo. He stood up, his gaze sharp as lightning, piercing through the one-way glass and locking onto the perpetually dark window next door. He felt a gaze fall upon him. A blatant, condescending contempt. As a master, he was respected wherever he went, and had never suffered such humiliation. Pango Company set up a scheme, and he came to back it up. Everyone thought it was just an easy game, but no one expected that someone would use 10 billion to slap everyone in the face. Court death. The golden-haired Grandmaster roared, and his Grandmaster-level internal energy erupted. Boom! The ground beneath his feet cracked instantly, and he crashed into the thick bulletproof glass of the private room. With a loud bang, the glass shattered. He carried a terrifying aura and instantly traversed several meters, appearing outside the number 1 private room. A violent surge of energy swept through the entire corridor. The guards at the peak of the Dan Gene realm were struck by this aura, their faces turning pale, and they staggered back several steps, unable to even stand. The people in the lobby downstairs felt a sense of suffocation. Grandmaster. A Grandmaster-level expert has made a move. My God. It's Master Smith from Noah Corporation. He actually came in person. This is going to be good. That guy in the number 1 VIP box is dead meat. The blonde Grandmaster hovered in mid-air, golden aura swirling around him. He slammed his fist into the wall of the top-tier VIP box, the sound deafening. "Everyone inside, get out here." However, the walls of the private room remained completely still, not even a speck of dust fell. The buildings in the night market are protected by special restrictions. The blonde Grandmaster's face grew even uglier. He was just about to gather all his strength to smash the entire private room when the ebony door creaked open by itself. Chen Fan slowly walked out. He removed the black mask from his face, revealing his calm expression. He didn't look at the blonde Grandmaster, but instead looked past him and landed on Zhao Jiangwo, who was terrified and slumped to the ground in the next private room. "Grandmaster? Is this all that you're going to do?" The golden-haired Grandmaster was enraged by Chen Fan's youth and disregard for him. His eyes widened and he roared, "Boy, you're asking for death." Before he finished speaking, he clenched his right fist, and golden energy gathered wildly, forming a fist the size of a millstone. With a whooshing sound that tore through the air, it slammed down hard towards Chen Fan's head. This punch is enough to raise a small building to the ground. The crowd downstairs gasped in shock, as if they could already see Chen Fan being blasted into a bloody mist. However, faced with this devastating attack, Chen Fan simply stood still, motionless. He didn't dodge, nor did he even look up at the descending fist energy. He recalled the casual remark he made when his daughter was building with blocks: "The foundation must be solid. The foundation must be solid. Guard. The will to protect what is most important is the most solid foundation." In an instant, Chen Fan understood. An invisible force, completely different from the chi of the Gang Chi, yet incredibly profound and unwavering, emanated from his body. The essence of fist. The intent of protection. Chen Fan finally raised his eyes. He held up one finger, his index finger. Then, he casually tapped the descending golden fist energy. There was no earth-shattering noise. There was only one crisp cracking sound. Snap. To the utter astonishment of everyone present, the golden-haired Grandmaster's powerful fist, capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, stopped the instant it touched Chen Fan's fingers. Then, a crack appeared at the point of contact and quickly spread throughout the entire fist energy. Bang! The golden fist energy shattered inch by inch, turning into countless specks of light that dissipated into the air. Puff! The golden-haired Grandmaster shuddered and spat out a mouthful of blood. His arrogance and rage were instantly replaced by boundless fear. Fist intent, you. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Fan's finger had already pierced through the shattered protective energy and landed on his fist. Click. 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 A series of rapid cracking sounds rang out. That force spread up his arm with overwhelming force. Ah! The blonde Grandmaster let out a scream that was not human, and his entire right arm, along with half of his body, instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. He was sent flying backward, crashed into the wall, slid to the ground, and lost consciousness. The entire venue was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the young man who slowly withdrew his finger, their minds blank. One finger. With just a single finger, he crippled a long-established Grandmaster? What kind of monster is this? Chen Fan didn't even glance at the pile of mangled flesh on the ground. His gaze swept across the entire room, finally settling on Zhao Jiangwo in the next private room, who was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground, soiling himself. He spoke, his voice not loud, yet it carried clearly to every corner. You're next. Zhao Jiangwo was trembling violently, his crotch was wet and hot, and he was making incomprehensible hoarse noises. Just then, Chen Fan's communicator beeped softly. Manager Wu's voice, filled with extreme awe and a slight tremor, came over. Mr. Chen, our boss would like to meet with you. Chapter 111. The Night Market Master, an aging voice. The corridor was quiet. The air was filled with the stench of blood and the foul smell of Zhao Jiangwo's incontinence, which made people very uncomfortable. Chen Fan calmly withdrew his finger. The finger that had just crushed a Grandmaster was still clean and slender, as if he had just dusted it off. His gaze passed over the broken doorframe of the private room and landed on Zhao Jiangwo, who was slumped like a rag doll. Zhao Jiangwo was trembling uncontrollably, his crotch was wet and hot, and he made a hoarse sound as he looked at Chen Fan, who was walking over. You can't kill me, I'm from Pango Company. Zhao Jiangwo's lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Chen Fan didn't say anything, but lifted his foot and walked step by step towards the number 2 VIP room. His steps were slow and steady, but each step felt like an invisible hammer slamming into Zhao Jiangwo's heart. The shadow of death has never been so clear. It's over. It's completely over. Zhao Jiangwo's mind went blank. All his schemes and backup plans seemed so ridiculous and powerless in the face of the absolute power that could crush a Grandmaster with a single finger. Just as Chen Fan was about to step into the second VIP room and end it all, Manager Wu appeared at the end of the corridor. He did not approach, but bowed at a distance, his posture extremely humble, his voice filled with undisguised awe and trembling. Mr. Chen, our boss would like to meet with you. Chen Fan stopped in his tracks. He slowly turned his head, his cold gaze falling on Steward Wu. Manager Wu felt a chill rise from his spine and instantly spread throughout his body, almost making him kneel down on the spot. He suppressed his fear and buried his head even lower. Our boss is waiting for you on the top floor. Chen Fan remained silent for a moment, then withdrew his foot from Zhao Jiangwo. His gaze swept over the mangled figure of Master Smith by the wall, then returned to Zhao Jiangwo, who lay slumped on the ground, his eyes calm and unwavering. Lead the way. Yes, Mr. Chen, this way please. Manager Wu felt as if he had been granted a pardon and hurriedly led the way. He didn't dare to look up at Chen Fan's expression, but instead bowed and almost fawned as he led Chen Fan deeper into the night market. The corridor was deathly silent, with only the sound of his own footsteps. Even the suppressed breathing from the other private rooms could not be heard. Following Manager Wu, Chen Fan passed through several heavy alloy doors guarded by martial artists at the peak of Danjin. The defenses here are more than 10 times stronger than those on the outer perimeter. Every guard who saw Chen Fan behind Steward Wu immediately lowered his head, his eyes filled with awe and fear. Clearly, what just happened has spread throughout the core area of the night market in some way. Finally, Manager Wu stopped in front of an old-fashioned sandalwood door. He didn't go in, but respectfully pushed open the door, bowed deeply to the inside, and then stepped aside. "Boss, Mr. Chen has arrived." Chen Fan stepped inside. Inside the door was not the luxurious office one might imagine, but rather an extremely simple and elegant tea room. A faint, refreshing aroma of tea filled the air. A purple clay tea tray sat in the center, its teaware steaming gently. At the end of the tea room stands a huge screen, with mountains and rivers painted in freehand ink, creating a magnificent scene. A figure sat behind the screen, indistinct and only an outline could be seen. "Sit." An old, hoarse voice, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, came from behind the screen. The voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to possess a strange magic, resounding directly in Chen Fan's mind, making him involuntarily want to follow the command. Chen Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He instantly circulated his late-stage gang gene cultivation throughout his body to resist the influence of that invisible will, and sat cross-legged on the futon opposite the tea tray. Just one word put him under unprecedented pressure. "The owner of this night market is far more powerful than that blonde grandmaster from before." "Hee, interesting." A hint of amusement crept into the aged voice. "I offered you a seat, yet you managed to stand and think it over. Your spirit is commendable. The will to protect your family is the purest and most unwavering." Chen Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. The moment the other party opened his mouth, he revealed the true nature of his power. What terrifying eyesight and skill this is! Chen Fan remained silent, simply gazing at the screen, awaiting further instruction. He knew that before such an unfathomable being, any verbal probing would be superfluous and only expose his ignorance. "Are you wondering, who am I? And why do I know so much about you? You married into the Su family and suffered endless scorn. After your wife, Su Cheng, died, you held your daughter and, in despair, awakened a special power. You delivered a stunning punch at the night market and bought a fragment of a book called Inch Punch from an old man." The voice behind the screen spoke slowly and deliberately, recounting Chen Fan's past one by one. Every word was like a heavy hammer blow, striking Chen Fan's heart. For the first time, his expression became extremely solemn. "Some of these things are open secrets, but others, such as his mastery of the inch punch, are his greatest trump card, known to no one but himself." "Who exactly is this night market owner? How can his intelligence network be so terrifying? You must be very curious as to why I know about Inch Punch. The aged voice paused, as if giving Chen Fan time to process the information, before abruptly dropping an even more bombshell. "Because that incomplete book was something I casually tossed away years ago." Boom! A thunderbolt seemed to explode in Chen Fan's mind. He could no longer remain calm, and he suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. "The withered old man who sold him Inch Punch, is he the same person as the unfathomable night market tycoon in front of him? Or are they closely related? How is that possible?" "Nothing is impossible." The aged voice held a hint of amusement. "Young man, the world is much bigger than you imagine. Do you think Pangu Corporation only stole a research document left by your deceased wife? No. That little girl Su Qing is a true genius. What she touched wasn't some secret of key bloodlines, but the secret to the realm of martial god. God of war." These two words, like a giant axe splitting the heavens and earth, instantly shattered all of Chen Fan's understanding. He always thought that his wife Su Qing's research was only about the secret of their daughter and Anne's special bloodline, and at most involved the realm above the Grandmaster. But he never expected that its ultimate goal would be the legendary and elusive highest realm, the God of War. Those idiots at Pango Corporation who only know how to analyze data and instruments have no idea what they took away means. They only see it as an advanced gene optimization plan and want to auction off the follow-up information, which is a complete waste. The aged voice was filled with disdain. "Chen Fan, I know you want to get that document back and avenge your wife. The night market can help you resolve all the troubles Pango Company is causing in Jiangchang. But you can't take that document." Chen Fan suddenly looked up, a cold glint in his eyes. "What do you mean?" "That means I will keep this document for you." The voice from behind the screen carried an unquestionable authority. Chen Fan fell silent. He could sense that what the other party said was true. With his current strength, he might be able to deal with Zhao Jiangwo, but he was definitely no match for a behemoth like Pango Company. The night market owner clearly has that capability. But it was more like a deal he couldn't refuse. "What gives you the right?" Chen Fan's voice was cold. He. The aged voice laughed, filled with an all-powerful confidence, "Because I am a grandmaster." The moment the words fell, an oppressive force 100 times more terrifying than before descended with a deafening roar, as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had caved in. Chen Fan felt his breath catch in his throat, as if the air around him had turned to molten iron, rendering him unable to move. The landscape painting on the screen distorted in his eyes, as if it were about to burst out of the painting. His protective fist intent automatically protected its master at the first moment, but it was crushed inch by inch in the face of this vast and boundless martial will. This is a grandmaster? Chen Fan's mind went blank. This power wasn't chi at all, it was directly distorting reality with his thoughts. Chen Fan gritted his teeth, his bones creaking, but he still stood tall, refusing to be crushed by the oppressive force. His gaze remained fixed on the screen. The pressure came quickly and went quickly. Very good. The aged voice carried a hint of genuine approval. To have endured for so long under my will, your path of protection has a bright future. Now, do you think I'm qualified? Chen Fan remained silent, but his clenched fists revealed his inner resentment. Young man, don't look at me like that. I'm not your enemy, at least not now. The night market vendor chuckled. Pango Company can't take that document away, and neither can you. It will serve as a deposit for our cooperation and will be temporarily stored here with me. Come back to me whenever you need it. Oh? Then does Senior know what the next move of the inch punch is? Chen Fan suddenly asked. The laughter behind the screen paused slightly. Now, go and take care of your personal matters. The words had barely left his mouth. Ah! Suddenly, a terrified scream came from the next private room, number 2. Immediately afterwards, an invisible spatial force appeared out of thin air, as if an unseen giant hand had grabbed Zhao Jiangwo directly from the next private room, pierced through the wall, and slammed him heavily onto the floor in front of Chen Fan with a thud. The entire process was completely silent and incredibly eerie. Chen Fan looked at Zhao Jiangwo at his feet, who was so frightened that he had soiled himself and passed out completely. Then he looked up at the screen and his heart was filled with unprecedented shock. Telekinesis. No, this is no longer just telekinesis. This is the initial application of spatial power. Grandmaster, terrifying indeed. Chapter 112 Zhao Jiangwo in Despair, Soul-Searching Technique. The tea room was very quiet. Chen Fan looked at Zhao Jiangwo, who was lying in a muddy mess at his feet. Zhao Jiangwo had completely passed out, and the area beneath him was a mess, emitting a nauseating stench. He didn't look at the aged figure behind the screen anymore, he just stood there calmly. The methods of a grandmaster are indeed extraordinary. The ability to manipulate objects remotely and pass through walls demonstrates a mastery of spatial power that transcends his understanding of martial arts. But so what? Chen Fan's gaze returned to Zhao Jiangwo, his eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. The night market owner tossing Zhao Jiangwo over was both a gesture of goodwill and a warning. Warn him not to have any improper thoughts. Showing goodwill means handing back the power to end this hatred to him. Mr. Chen, please leave your private matters to me. Behind the screen, the aged voice sounded again, with a hint of a smile. The night market will handle all the garbage and won't leave you with any trouble. Chen Fan remained silent. He bent down, grabbed Zhao Jiangwo by the collar with one hand like he was lifting a dead dog, and dragged him into the dilapidated number 2 private room next door. Thump! He casually threw Zhao Jiangwo on the ground, without even glancing at the bloodstains in the corner. The loud noise woke Zhao Jiangwo from his coma. He opened his eyes and saw Chen Fan's expressionless face, which made him shudder. No! Don't kill me! Zhao Jiangwo was so frightened that he forgot all about the excruciating pain in his body and crawled backward on his hands and feet, kowtowing desperately. Mr. Chen! Mr. Chen, the great philanthropist! Spare me! Spare me! He was in tears and incoherent. This was all a company decision. It was headquarters' decision. I was just an executor. Yes. I was just an executor. Su Qing's information. I'll return it to you immediately. No. I'll compensate you. Pango Company is willing to offer 10 billion, no, 20 billion as compensation. Please, spare my life. Chen Fan looked at him as if he were a clown. He slowly walked forward. Zhao Jiangwo cowed out even more violently, his forehead slamming against the hard floor with loud thuds, and blood quickly appeared. You're right, I'm just an executor. Ah! Before Zhao Jiangwo could finish speaking, a blood-curdling scream erupted from him. Chen Fan stomped down. Snap! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and Zhao Jiangluo's right leg twisted and deformed at an eerie angle. You've destroyed my cultivation. Zhao Jiangluo rolled on the ground in pain, his face filled with despair. His dantian, which he had painstakingly cultivated for many years, was completely destroyed by an overwhelming force, and his internal energy dissipated like a burst dam. He ignored the man's cries and lifted his foot again. Snap. Left leg. Snap. Right arm. Snap. Left arm. Decisive and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Jiangluo's limbs were all broken, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to move except to groan in pain. Chen Fan slowly squatted down, looking at his face, which was contorted with pain and fear, his voice still calm. Pango Corporation, I will go find them. But you orchestrated all of this, using my wife's belongings as bait. You must die. Zhao Jiangluo's eyes widened, and he made a hoarse sound as if he wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't utter a single word. Chen Fan reached out and pressed his fingers on Zhao Jiangluo's crown. He wanted to know everything about Pango Corporation. The follow-up plans regarding Su Qing's information, the research on the key bloodline, and the mysterious immortality organization. Pressuring me for answers? That's too slow. A crazy idea flashed through Chen Fan's mind. Since his mental power can crack the passwords of electronic devices, can it also crack the passwords of the human brain? He closed his eyes, and his powerful spiritual energy flowed through his fingertips, attempting to penetrate Zhao Jiangluo's brain. No. Ah! Zhao Jiangluo's eyes widened suddenly, and he let out a scream that sounded inhuman. He felt like his head was about to explode. A force rushed into his mind, shattering all his thoughts. Chen Fan frowned. We encountered obstacles. The human brain seems to have a natural barrier, resisting its invasion. Open it for me. Chen Fan roared inwardly, the flames of revenge and the thirst for the truth transforming into the sharpest spear at this moment. His master-level spiritual power condensed into an indestructible spike, fiercely piercing the barrier. Boom! Zhao Jiangluo's mental defenses crumbled instantly. His eyes, which had been filled with extreme fear, quickly became dull and empty. Saliva and tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth and eyes, and his body convulsed violently. Countless chaotic images flashed through Chen Fan's mind. He quickly found what he was looking for. An internal document that Zhao Jiangluo classified as top secret. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat, so this was how mental power could be used. He stopped thinking about it and continued to explore deeper. Document code name, Eden. The scene depicts a private island in the East China Sea. At the island's center stands a vast and sophisticated biological laboratory. Countless researchers in white lab coats are busy within, and enormous nutrient tanks are filled with all sorts of bizarre, even inhuman-looking, creatures. Information read complete. Chen Fan slowly opened his eyes and withdrew his fingers. Zhao Jiangluo, lying on the ground, had completely turned into an idiot with a crooked mouth and convulsing eyes. His soul has been utterly crushed. Chen Fan stood up, staring expressionlessly at the once arrogant pile of rotten flesh. He lifted his foot. Bang! A muffled thud. It felt like stepping on a ripe watermelon. Red and white splattered all over the ground. Chen Fan looked at the encrypted document that clearly appeared in his mind, along with the coordinates of the secret biological laboratory located in the East China Sea recorded on it. Garden of Eden. He remembered the name. Chapter 113 The Tremors of Pango, a Great Gift. The stench of blood and filth filled the broken private room. Chen Fan stared expressionlessly at the pile of things on the ground that could not be called human, and withdrew his foot. Garden of Eden. East China Sea. In his mind, the coordinates and information obtained through soul-searching were crystal clear. Without lingering for another second, he turned and walked out of the number 2 private room, which had been turned into a slaughterhouse. In the corridor, Manager Wu was bowing and waiting not far away. When he saw Chen Fan come out, he lowered his head even further, not even having the courage to glance at what was behind Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, our boss said that the night market will handle all the garbage properly and won't leave you with any trouble. Manager Wu's voice was filled with awe. Your bet with us is now officially in effect. Chen Fan neither agreed nor disagreed, only giving a faint hum. He put on the black metal mask he had taken off earlier, covering his face and his cold eyes. I'm leaving. After saying that, he walked straight back the way he came. Manager Wu watched Chen Fan's figure disappear at the end of the corridor before he dared to slowly straighten up and wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He glanced back at the horrific scene in the second VIP room, his stomach churning, but his eyes revealed a sense of relief at surviving a disaster and extreme excitement. You made the right bet. This Mr. Chen is not some powerful dragon crossing the river, he is a prehistoric behemoth. Chen Fan left the night market. But he did not return to school immediately. In the early hours of the morning, the streets of Wuhan were deserted, with only the streetlights casting a dim yellow glow. He walked into a 24-hour internet cafe. The internet cafe was filled with smoke and the air quality was poor. A few young people who had stayed up all night were wearing headphones and excitedly shouting at the screen. Chen Fan found a corner seat, sat down, and turned on a machine. He closed his eyes. In Zhao Jiangwo's shattered soul memories, besides the Eden plan, there was something else. The highest level account and password within Pango Company. Chen Fan opened his eyes and his fingers flew across the keyboard. He easily bypassed the layers of firewalls on Pango's official website and entered its core internal database by inputting a series of complex commands. For someone with his master-level mental strength, cracking these electronic codes was easier than opening a can of food. He stared at the documents listed as top secret on the screen, his eyes remaining completely unmoved. Project Eden data from illegal human experimentation partial. Evidence chain of Pango Company's internal financial fraud and bribery of Martial Arts Association officials. He packaged these damaging materials, enough to bring Pango Company to its demise, into encrypted files, one by one. Then, it was sent out anonymously through an absolutely secure encrypted channel provided by the night market owner. There are 3 recipients. Pango Martial Arts Company's biggest business competitor Kyushu Martial Alliance. The International Martial Arts Oversight Organization is the highest authority responsible for monitoring the conduct of martial artists worldwide. And several globally renowned media outlets. After doing all this, Chen Fan calmly deleted all traces of his actions, logged off, and left. Chen Fan thought to himself that the big gift for Pango Company had already been sent out. Physical death is too easy for Zhao Jiangwo. What he wanted was for Pango Corporation to pay the heaviest price for their arrogance and greed. To kill someone, you must also destroy their spirit. The next day, early morning. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the earth, a thunderous explosion simultaneously detonated in global financial markets and the martial arts world. Pango Martial Arts Company's stock price plummeted 30% immediately after the market opened. The Kyushu Martial Alliance announces it has obtained reliable evidence that Pango Corporation is conducting illegal research, launching a full-scale commercial crackdown. The International Martial Arts Watch has issued a statement announcing a surprise investigation into all of Pango Corporation's biological laboratories worldwide. In an instant, everyone pushed the wall when it was down. Countless negative news and insider scandals about Pango Company sprang up like mushrooms after rain, quickly dominating the headlines of all media outlets. Pango Martial Arts Company, a business empire that had stood for many years, was suddenly torn apart by storms. The CEO's office on the top floor of the Pango Corporation headquarters building. A man with slightly graying hair and a sinister look was staring intently at the stock price chart on the screen. The precipitous green line was stinging his eyes. Useless. A bunch of useless trash. He suddenly swept everything on the table to the floor, and the sound of porcelain and glass shattering rang out shrilly. CEO, something terrible has happened. The secretary rushed in, her face filled with terror. News just came from Jiangcheng. Director Zhao Jiangwo has been found brutally murdered in a private room at the night market. The manner of his death is extremely gruesome. What? The man was startled. He looked at the photos of the scene that his secretary handed him, and then at the overwhelming negative news on the screen. His mind went blank. The death of Zhao Jiangwo. The company's dirty secrets were leaked. A business attack that is so precise it's deadly. All of this happened on the same night. This is no coincidence. He finally realized that his company had messed with a terrifying entity that was absolutely, positively, not to be messed with in that small place called Jiangcheng. Puff. A mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth, splattering across the entire screen. The morning sunlight is warm and feels very comfortable on the skin. Chen Fan returned to dormitory building number 0. He had just reached the door when he stopped in his tracks. When Jinyu stood by the door, waiting for him quietly, as if she had been standing there for a long time. She was holding a glass of milk, which was steaming hot. Upon seeing Chen Fan, a fleeting look of worry crossed her cool eyes, before she quickly regained her composure. She handed him the milk in her hand, her voice very soft. Has everything been resolved? Chen Fan took the warm milk and nodded. He took a sip. It was sweet and warm, dispelling the chill and bloodiness of the night. His gaze was fixed on the eastern sky, where the sun was slowly rising. This is just the beginning. He turned his head, looked at Wen Jinyu, and suddenly smiled. Would you be interested in coming with me to see a fireworks display at the East China Sea? Chapter 114, Building Blocks and Fist Intent, the Threshold of a Grandmaster. In the eastern sky, the rising sun is slowly ascending, its golden rays framing the clouds with a bright edge. At the entrance of the dormitory building, there was a unique coolness in the air in the early morning. When Jinyu looked at Chen Fan, watched him finish the glass of milk, saw the smile in his eyes, and heard his casual remark, "Come with me to the East China Sea to watch a fireworks display." Her cool eyes were fixed on Chen Fan. Fireworks? When Jinyu's voice was soft, tinged with confusion. Chen Fan, do you know what you did last night? She took a step forward and lowered her voice. You crippled a grandmaster, a guest grandmaster of the foreign organization Noah. You've offended Pango Company to the point of no return. Now the entire Jiangcheng, and even the martial arts world of Jiangnan, is shaken because of you. Pango Company will definitely retaliate fiercely. They won't let this go. She analyzed the situation, her tone growing increasingly urgent. In her view, what Chen Fan should do now was to immediately hide and use the protection of the martial arts university to avoid the most intense storm. Instead of actively going to the East China Sea, to the headquarters of Pango Company. That's not watching fireworks, that's walking into a trap. Chen Fan listened quietly, his smile unchanged. I know, he said. You know? When Jinyu was a little stunned. She didn't understand why he was so calm even though he knew. Let's go inside and talk. Anen should be awake by now. Chen Fan glanced at the dormitory building and went inside first. When Jinyu pursed her lips and followed. Dormitory 0 is very warm. Anen was indeed awake and sitting on the carpet, intently playing with her precious building blocks. Seeing Chen Fan and Wen Jinyu enter, the little girl's eyes lit up, and she stretched out her little hand and called out, Daddy, Aunt Wen. Chen Fan walked over, patted his daughter's head, then sat cross-legged on the carpet and picked up a building block. Daddy will help you build a castle. When Jinyu's mind was even more confused. The world outside has turned upside down, and the Panga Corporation, this commercial behemoth, could open its bloody maw at any moment, but he actually has the mind to stay here and play with his daughter building blocks? She walked to the side, looked at the father and daughter, and couldn't help but speak again. Chen Fan, I'm not joking. Pango Corporation's power is far greater than you imagine. They have their own grandmasters, the most advanced weapons, and even cooperate with the military. Your current situation is extremely dangerous. Chen Fan didn't even look up. He was focused on helping in and put a building block away, responding with a soft A single hum left all of Wen Jinyu's words stuck in her throat. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something more, but found that she couldn't utter a single word. She felt she had never truly understood this person. On the carpet, Anen's block tower grew taller and taller. The little girl was very happy and wanted to put the highest piece on top, but her hand trembled and she placed it crookedly. Ah! The entire block tower began to shake violently, and it looked like it was about to collapse. Anen's face turned red with anxiety, and her eyes instantly filled with tears. She was about to cry. Just then, a large hand steadily supported the swaying tower of blocks. It's Chen Fan. Instead of straightening the blocks directly, he gently adjusted the bottom block with his fingers to make the whole structure stable again. He looked at his daughter's face, which was on the verge of tears, and smiled gently. Baby, look, he said softly, with a comforting quality, a solid foundation is essential for building something taller and more stable. The moment he said those words, Chen Fan froze. His hand was still holding the building blocks, but his gaze went through the blocks, through the dormitory, and looked towards some empty place. Foundation, yes, the foundation. My determination to protect Anen is the foundation of all my martial arts techniques. Only with a firm foundation can my fists be invincible. His mind went blank for a moment, and all the things he couldn't understand before suddenly became clear. In the night market, facing Master Smith's devastating punch, he instinctively mustered a will to protect him, which was the rudimentary form of guardian fist intent. But this will was elusive and intangible. He couldn't grasp it, nor could he use it freely. He didn't know what this intention was. But now, he seems to understand. Why did he throw a punch? To protect Anen, to avenge his deceased wife, and to protect what is most important to him. This unwavering dedication to protection is the root of his martial arts and the source of all his power. This unwavering conviction is his foundation. The essence of boxing is not some mysterious aura, nor some vague and ethereal idea. It is the most fundamental, steadfast, and purest will of a martial artist. This will can imbue a punch or kick with soul, determine the form of the chi, and influence the mind of the enemy. The intention precedes the punch. When the will to protect becomes the most solid foundation, every punch he throws will be a manifestation of protection. Every move he makes will be indestructible. Buzz. A feeling of perfect harmony and unimpeded understanding instantly spread throughout Chen Fan's body. At that moment, his aura underwent some indescribable qualitative change. When Jinyu, standing to the side, felt this change most directly. She sensed that Chen Fan's aura had changed. The previous sharpness had disappeared, replaced by a profound and steady presence that made her heart pound. She looked at Chen Fan. He was sitting there, playing with building blocks with his daughter, but in her perception, Chen Fan's figure seemed to rise infinitely higher, merging with the heavens and earth. That fleeting, yet almost worshipful, aura of a master made her freeze in place, her breath catching in her throat. Her eyes widened, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Another epiphany? Playing with building blocks with my daughter, and I had an epiphany? Is this even human? Chen Fan slowly withdrew his thoughts, and the aura around him also dissipated, returning him to his ordinary father persona. He smiled at Wen Jinyu's shocked expression, then turned back to help Wen finish building the block castle. Look, things are stable now, he said to his daughter. Looking at the sturdy castle, Wen stopped crying and smiled, clapping her little hands happily. Chen Fan then raised his head again and looked at Wen Jinyu, his gaze calm and confident, as if it contained the entire starry sky. True strength is not about destroying things. Instead, when the storm comes, you have enough strength to protect your foundation. He looked at her and extended the invitation again, his voice not loud, but filled with undeniable confidence. So, would you like to go to the East China Sea together to watch a grand fireworks display? When Jinyu looked at him, at his extremely confident eyes, and listened to his words full of martial arts philosophy. All her anxiety and worries vanished in that instant. Yes, what's the point of her worrying here? This man can never be judged by common sense. Perhaps, he really does have the ability to overturn the chessboard. For the first time, a faint but genuine smile appeared on Wen Jinyu's lips. The sunlight streamed in through the window, falling warmly on her hair. Okay. She nodded gently. Pango's Eden is on the high seas, and it is difficult for ordinary means of transportation to get close. However, we have channels in the East China Sea and can provide the fastest private planes and follow-up support. Chen Fan nodded and stood up. Then let's get ready and set off. Wen Jinyu nodded in agreement and turned to make the contact. However, at this moment, there was a knock on the dormitory door from the outside. They both turned around at the same time. A tall, imposing figure appeared at the dormitory entrance. He was dressed in simple training clothes, with a resolute face and sharp, eagle-like eyes. He is Wang Lai, the chief instructor of the combat department and a grandmaster-level expert. Instructor Wang's gaze swept over Wen Jinyu, finally landing on Chen Fan, his expression unusually solemn. He spoke in a deep voice, not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority. Chen Fan, you cannot leave the school for the time being,